While she was thus in an uncertainty, she heard the clatter of a horse's hoofs, and a well-known voice calling her name. She looked round and saw advancing towards her on a pony, whose bare back and halter assorted ill with the nightgown, slippers, and laced cocked hat of the rider, a cavalier of no less importance than Dumbardick's himself. In the energy of his pursuit, he had overcome even the Highland obstinacy of Rory Bean, and compelled that self-willed palfrey to canter the way his rider chose, which Rory, however, performed with all the symptoms of reluctance, turning his head, and accompanying every bound he made in advance with a sidelong motion, which indicated his extreme wish to turn round, a manoeuvre which nothing but the constant exercise of the laird's heels and cudgel could possibly have counteracted. When the laird came up with Jeanie, the first words he uttered were, "Jeanie, they say ane shouldna I take a woman at her first word." "Aye, but ye maun take me at mine, laird," said Jeanie, looking on the ground, and walking on without a pause. "Aye, hey, but I word to bestow on ony body, and that's aye a true ane." Then said Dumbardikes, "At least ye suldna I take a man at his first word. Ye mauna gang this wilfu gate sillerless come ot, what like he put a purse into her hand. I wad jie you Rory too, but he's as wilfu as yoursel, and he's ower weel used to a gate that maybe he and I hae gien ower aften, and hell gang nae road else." "But laird," said Jeanie, "though I ken my father will satisfy every penny of this siller, whatever there's aught, yet I wadna like to borrow it frae ane that maybe thinks of something mair than the paying aught back again." "There's just 25 guineas aught," said Dumbardikes, with a gentle sigh, "and whether your father pays or disna pay, I make ye free tilt without another word gang, where ye liked o what ye likand marry o the butlers in the country gin, ye likand sae gude morning to you, Jeanie." "And God bless you, laird, why money a gude morning," said Jeanie, her heart more softened by the unwonted generosity of this uncouth character than perhaps Butler might have approved had he known her feelings at that moment. "And comfort, and the Lord's peace, and the peace of the world be with you, if we suld never meet again." Dumbardikes turned and waved his hand, and his pony, much more willing to return than he had been to set out, hurried him homeward so fast that, wanting the aid of a regular bridle, as well as of saddle and stirrups, he was too much puzzled to keep his seat, to permit of his looking behind, even to give the parting glance of a forlorn swain. I am ashamed to say that the sight of a lover ran away within nightgown and slippers, and a laced hat by a bare-backed Highland pony had something in it of a sedative even to a grateful and deserved burst of affectionate esteem. The figure of Dumbardikes was too ludicrous not to confirm Jeanie in the original sentiments she entertained towards him. "He's a gude creature," said she, "and a kind it's a pity he has sae williard a pony," and she immediately turned her thoughts to the important journey which she had commenced, reflecting with pleasure that, according to her habits of life and of undergoing fatigue, she was now amply or even superfluously provided with the means of encountering the expenses of the road up and down from London, and all other expenses whatever. Chapter 3. What strange and wayward thoughts will slide into a lover's head? "Oh, mercy to myself," I cried, "if Lucy should be dead." Wordsworth. In pursuing her solitary journey, our heroine soon, after passing the house of Dumbardikes, gained a little eminence, from which, on looking to the eastward down a prattling brook, whose meanders were shaded with straggling widows and alder trees, she could see the cottages of Woodend and Beersheba, the haunts and habitation of her early life, and could distinguish the common, on which she had so often herded sheep, and the recesses of the rivulet, where she had pulled rushes with Butler to plait crowns and scepters for her sister Effie, then a beautiful but spoiled child of about 3 years old. The recollections which the scene brought with them were so bitter that, had she indulged them, she would have sate down and relieved her heart with tears. "But I ken," said Jeanie, when she gave an account of her pilgrimage, "that greeting would do but little good, and that it was mair beseeming to thank the Lord that had showed me kindness and countenance by means of a man that money cad a nable and churl, but while was free of his gudes to me, as ever the fountain was free of the stream." And I minded the scripture about the sin of Israel at Meribah, when the people murmured, although Moses had brought water from the dry rock, that the congregation might drink and live. I wad not trust mysel with another look at pure woodland for the very blue reek that came out of the lumhead, pat me in mind of the change of market days with us. In this resigned and Christian temper she pursued her journey until she was beyond this place of melancholy recollections, and not distant from the village where Butler dwelt, which, with its old-fashioned church and steeple, rises among a tuft of trees, occupying the ridge of an eminence to the south of Edinburgh. At a quarter of a mile's distance is a clumsy square tower, the residence of the Laird of Liberton, who in former times, with the habits of the predatory chivalry of Germany, is said frequently to have annoyed the city of Edinburgh by intercepting the supplies and merchandise which came to the town from the southward. This village, its tower and its church, did not lie precisely in Jeanie's road towards England, but they were not much aside from it, and the village was the abode of Butler. She had resolved to see him in the beginning of her journey, because she conceived him the most proper person to write to her father concerning her resolution and her hopes. There was probably another reason latent in her affectionate bosom. She wished once more to see the object of so early and so sincere an attachment before commencing a pilgrimage, the perils of which she did not disguise from herself, although she did not allow them so to press upon her mind as to diminish the strength and energy of her resolution. A visit to a lover from a young person in a higher rank of life than Jeanie's would have had something forward and improper in its character, but the simplicity of her rural habits was unacquainted with these punctilious ideas of decorum, and no notion therefore of impropriety crossed her imagination, as setting out upon a long journey, she went to bid adieu to an early friend. There was still another motive that pressed upon her mind with additional force. As she approached the village, she had looked anxiously for Butler in the courthouse, and had expected that certainly in some part of that eventful day he would have appeared to bring such countenance and support as he could give to his old friend and the protector of his youth, even if her own claims were laid aside. She knew indeed that he was under a certain degree of restraint, but she still had hoped that he would have found means to emancipate himself from it, at least for one day. In short, the wild and wayward thoughts, which Wordsworth has described as rising in an absent lover's imagination, suggested as the only explanation of his absence that Butler must be very Roman 99, and so much had this wrought on her imagination that, when she approached the cottage where her lover occupied a small apartment, and which had been pointed out to her by a maiden with a milk-pail on her head, she trembled at anticipating the answer she might receive on inquiring for him. Her fears in this case had indeed only hit upon the truth. Butler, whose constitution was naturally feeble, did not soon recover the fatigue of body and distress of mind, which he had suffered in consequence of the tragical events with which our narrative commenced. The painful idea that his character was breathed on by suspicion was an aggravation to his distress. But the most cruel addition was the absolute prohibition laid by the magistrates on his holding any communication with Deans or his family. It had unfortunately appeared likely to them that some intercourse might be again attempted with that family by Robertson through the medium of Butler, and this they were anxious to intercept or prevent, if possible. The measure was not meant as a harsh or injurious severity on the part of the magistrates, but in Butler's circumstances it pressed cruelly hard. He felt he must be suffering under the bad opinion of the person who was dearest to him, from an imputation of unkind desertion, the most alien to his nature. This painful thought, pressing on a frame already injured, brought on a succession of slow and lingering feverish attacks, which greatly impaired his health, and at length rendered him incapable even of the sedentary duties of the school, on which his bread depended. Fortunately, Mr. Wackburn, who was the principal teacher of the little parochial establishment, was sincerely attached to Butler, besides that he was sensible of his merits and value as an assistant, which had greatly raised the credit of his little school. The ancient pedagogue, who had himself been tolerably educated, retained some taste for classical lore, and would gladly relax, after the drudgery of the school was over, by conning over a few pages of Horace or Juvenal with his usher. A similarity of taste begot kindness, and accordingly he saw Butler's increasing debility with great compassion, roused up his own energies to teaching the school in the morning hours, insisted upon his assistant's reposing himself at that period, and besides, supplied him with such comforts as the patient's situation required, and his own means were inadequate to compass. Such was Butler's situation scarce, able to drag himself to the place where his daily drudgery must gain his daily bread, and racked with 1,000 fearful anticipations concerning the fate of those who were dearest to him in the world, when the trial and condemnation of Effie Deans put the copestone upon his mental misery. He had a particular account of these events from a fellow student who resided in the same village, and who, having been present on the melancholy occasion, was able to place it in all its agony of horrors before his excruciated imagination that sleep should have visited his eyes after such a curfew note was impossible. 1,000 dreadful visions haunted his imagination all night, and in the morning he was awaked from a feverish slumber by the only circumstance which could have added to his distress the visit of an intrusive ass. This unwelcome visitant was no other than Bartolene Saddletree. The worthy and sapient burgher had kept his appointment at Mac Crosskey's with Plumdamas and some other neighbours to discuss the Duke of Argyll's speech, the justice of Effie Dean's condemnation, and the improbability of her obtaining a reprieve. This sage conclave disputed high and drank deep, and on the next morning Bartolene felt, as he expressed it, as if his head was like a confused progress of writs. To bring his reflective powers to their usual serenity, Saddletree resolved to take a morning's ride upon a certain hackney, which he, Plumdamas, and another honest shopkeeper combined to maintain by joint subscription for occasional jaunts, for the purpose of business or exercise. As Saddletree had 2 children boarded with Wackbairn, and was, as we have seen, rather fond of Butler's society, he turned his palfrey's head towards Liberton, and came, as we have already said, to give the unfortunate usher that additional vexation of which Imogen complains so feelingly when she says, "I am sprited with a fool." Sprited and angered worse. If anything could have added gall to bitterness, it was the choice which Saddletree made of a subject for his prosing harangues, being the trial of Effie Deans, and the probability of her being executed. Every word fell on Butler's ear like the knell of a death-bell or the note of a screech-owl. Jeanie paused at the door of her lover's humble abode upon hearing the loud and pompous tones of Saddletree sounding from the inner apartment. "Credit me, it will be SAE Mr. Butler Brandy cannot save her. She maun gang down the bow, why the lad in the peoted coat at her heels. The executioner in livery of black or dark grey and silver, likened by low wit to a magp. I am sorry for the lassie, but the law sir maun hae its course. Vivat rex, curat lex. As the poet has it in Wilk of Horace's Odes, I know not." Here Butler groaned in utter impatience of the brutality and ignorance which Bartolene had contrived to amalgamate into one sentence, but Saddletree, like other prosers, was blessed with a happy obtuseness of perception concerning the unfavorable impression which he sometimes made on his auditors. He proceeded to deal forth his scraps of legal knowledge without mercy, and concluded by asking Butler with great self-complacency, "Was it na a pity my father didna send me to Utrecht Havena? I missed the chance to turn out as Clarissimus and Ictus, as old Grunwigin himself. What for dinner? Ye speak, Mr. Butler Wad, I know hae been a Clarissimus Ictusay man." "I really do not understand you, Mr. Saddletree," said Butler, thus pushed hard for an answer. His faint and exhausted tone of voice was instantly drowned in the sonorous bray of Bartolene. "No, understand me, man. Ictus is Latin for a lawyer, is it not?" "Not that ever I heard of," answered Butler in the same dejected tone. "The deal ye didna see, man. I got the word, but this morning out of a memorial of Mr. Crossmaloofsy. There, it is Ictus Clarissimus et Pertiperissimus. It's a Latin, for it's printed in the Italian types." "Oh, you mean Juris Consultus. Ictus is an abbreviation for Juris Consultus." "Dinna tell me, man," persevered Saddletree. "There's nae abbreviates except in adjudications, and this is about a servitude of waterdrap, that is to say Tilicidian. Maybe ye'll say that's no Latin neither in Mary King's, close in the High Street." He meant probably stillicidium. Very likely, said poor butler, overwhelmed by the noisy perseverance of his visitor not able to dispute with you. Few folk are Mr. Butler, though I say it that shouldna say it, returned Bartoline with great delight. Now it will be 2 hours yet or ye're wanted in the shule. And as ye are no weel ill sit why you to divert ye, and explain the nature of a tillicidian ye maun ken, the petitioner Mrs. Crombie, a very decent woman, is a friend of mine, and I hae stood her friend in this case and brought her why credit into the court, and I doubtna that in due time she will win out why credit, win she or lose she, ye see, being an inferior tenement or leg house. We grant ourselves to be burdened why the tillicide, that is, that we are obligated to receive the natural water drap of the superior tenement, sae far as the same fars frae the heavens or the roof of our neighbour's house, and from thence by the gutters or eaves upon our leg tenement. But the other night comes a Highland queen of a lass, and she flashes God kens what out at the eastmost window of Mrs. Mac Fail's house, that's the superior tenement. I believe the old women wad hae agreed for lucky Mac Fail sent down the lass to tell my friend Mrs. Crombie that she had made the gardeloo out of the rang window out of respect for twa Highlandmen that were speaking Gaelic in the close below the right ane. But luckily for Mrs. Crombie, I just chanced to come in time to break aft the communing, for it's a pity the points suldna be tried. We had Mrs. Mac Fail into the 10-mark court, the Highland limmer of a lass, wanted to swear herself free but hod, there says Roman 1. The detailed account of this important suit might have lasted until poor Butler's hour of rest was completely exhausted, had not Saddletree been interrupted by the noise of voices at the door. The woman of the house, where Butler lodged on returning with her pitcher from the well, whence she had been fetching water for the family, found our heroine Jeanie Deans standing at the door, impatient of the prolix harangue of Saddletree, yet unwilling to enter until he should have taken his leave. The good woman abridged the period of hesitation by inquiring, was ye wanting the gudeman or me, lass? I wanted to speak with Mr. Butler, if he's at leisure, replied Jeanie. Gang in by then, my woman, answered the good wife, and opening the door of a room she announced the additional visitor with Mr. Butler. Here's a lass wants to speak tie. The surprise of Butler was extreme when Jeanie, who seldom stirred half a mile from home, entered his apartment upon this annunciation. Good God, he said, starting from his chair, while alarm restored to his cheek the color of which sickness had deprived it, some new misfortune must have happened. None, Mr. Reuben, but what you must hae heard of, but oh, ye are looking ill yourselfer. The hectic of a moment had not concealed from her affectionate eyes the ravages which lingering disease and anxiety of mind had made in her lover's person. No, I am well, quite well, said Butler with eagerness. If I can do anything to assist you, Jeanie, or your father. I, to be sure, said Saddletree, the family may be considered as limited to them twa now, just as if Effie had never been in the talesy pure thing. But Jeanie, lass, what brings you out to Liberton sae air in the morning, and your father lying ill in the Lucken booths? I had a message frae my father to Mr. Butler, said Jeanie with embarrassment, but instantly feeling ashamed of the fiction to which she had resorted for her love of and veneration for truth, was almost Quaker-like. She corrected herself, that is to say, I wanted to speak with Mr. Butler about some business of my father's and pure Effie's. Is it law business, said Bartoline, because if it be, ye had better take my opinion on the subject than his. It is not just law business, said Jeanie, who saw considerable inconvenience might arise from letting Mr. Saddletree into the secret purpose of her journey, but I want Mr. Butler to write a letter for me. Very right, said Mr. Saddletree, and if ye'll tell me what it is about, I'll dictate to Mr. Butler, as Mr. Crossmaloof does to his clerk. Get your pen and ink, in initialibus, Mr. Butler. Jeanie looked at Butler and wrung her hands with vexation and impatience. I believe, Mr. Saddletree, said Butler, who saw the necessity of getting rid of him at all events, that Mr. Wackbairn will be somewhat affronted if you do not hear your boys called up to their lessons. Indeed, Mr. Butler, and that's as true, and I promised to ask a half playday to the shule, so that the bairns might gang and see the hanging, which canna but have a pleasing effect on their young minds, seeing there is no knowing what they may come to themselves odd. So I didna mind ye were here Jeanie Deans, but ye maun use yoursel to hear the matter spoken. Oh, keep Jeanie here, till I come back, Mr. Butler, I winna bide 10 minutes. And with this unwelcome assurance of an immediate return, he relieved them of the embarrassment of his presence. Reuben, said Jeanie, who saw the necessity of using the interval of his absence in discussing what had brought her there, I am bound on a lang journey. I am gone to London to ask Effie's life of the king and of the queen. Jeanie, you are surely not yourself, answered Butler in the utmost surprise. You go to London, you address the king and queen. And what for? No, Reuben, said Jeanie, with all the composed simplicity of her character. It's but speaking to a mortal man and woman when it is done, and their hearts maun be made o' flesh and blood, like other folks, and Effie's story wad melt them, were they stain forby. I hae heard that they are no sick bad folk, as what the Jacobites ca' them. Yes, Jeanie, said Butler, but their magnificenceth their retinue'th difficulty of getting audience. I have thought of that, Reuben, and it shall not break my spirit. Nae doubt their claiths will be very grand, why their crowns on their heads, and their sceptres in their hands, like the great King Ahasuerus, when he sate upon his royal throne fornant the gate of his house, as we are told in Scripture. But I have that within me that will keep my heart from failing, and I am amious sure that I will be strengthened to speak the errand I came for. Alas, alas, said Butler, the kings nowadays do not sit in the gate to administer justice, as in patriarchal times. I know as little of courts as you do, Jeanie, by experience, but by reading and report I know that the King of Britain does everything by means of his ministers. And if they be upright, God-fearing ministers, said Jeanie, it's sae muckle the better chance for Effie and me. But you do not even understand the most ordinary words relating to a court, said Butler. By the ministry is meant not clergymen, but the king's official servants. Nae doubt, returned Jeanie, he maun hae a great number mair I door to say than the Duchess has at Dalkeith, and great folks' servants are I mair saucy than themselves. But ill be decently put on, and ill offer them a trifle o' siller, as if I came to see the palace, or, if they scruple that, ill tell them I am come on a business of life and death, and then they will surely bring me to speech of the king and queen. Butler shook his head. Oh, Jeanie, this is entirely a wild dream. You can never see them, but through some great lord's intercession, and I think it is scarce possible even then. Weel, but maybe I can get that too, said Jeanie, with a little helping from you. From me, Jeanie, this is the wildest imagination of all. Aye, but it is not, Reuben Havner. I heard you say that your grandfather, that my father never likes to hear about, did some gude langsane to the forbear of this Mac Callamore, when he was Lord of Lorne. He did so, said Butler eagerly, and I can prove it. I will write to the Duke of Argyll report, speaks him a good kindly man, as he is known for a brave soldier and true patriot. I will conjure him to stand between your sister and this cruel fate. There is but a poor chance of success, but we will try all means. We must try all means, replied Jeanie, but writing winna do eat a letter canna look and pray and beg and beseech, as the human voice can do to the human heart. A letters, like the music that the ladies have for their spints, nothing but black scores, compared to the same tune played or sung. Its word of mouth maun do it, or nothing. Reuben. You are right, said Reuben, recollecting his firmness, and I will hope that heaven has suggested to your kind heart and firm courage the only possible means of saving the life of this unfortunate girl. But Jeanie, you must not take this most perilous journey alone. I have an interest in you, and I will not agree that my Jeanie throws herself away. You must, even in the present circumstances, give me a husband's right to protect you, and I will go with you myself on this journey, and assist you to do your duty by your family. Alas, Reuben, said Jeanie in her turn, this must not be. A pardon will not gie my sister her fair fame again, or make me a bride fitting for an honest man, and an usufu minister. Wad mind what he said in the pulpit, that had to wife the sister of a woman that was condemned for sick wickedness. But Jeanie, pleaded her lover, I do not believe, and I cannot believe that Effie has done this deed. Heaven bless ye for saying sae, Reuben, answered Jeanie, but she maun bear the blame aught after all. But the blame, were it even justly laid on her, does not fall on you. Ah, Reuben, Reuben, replied the young woman, ye ken it is a blot that spreads to kith and kin icabodas, my poor father saith, glory is departed from our house, for the poorest man's house has a glory where there are true hands, a divine heart, and an honest fame, and the last has gained frae us. But Jeanie, consider your word and plighted faith to me, and would you undertake such a journey without a man to protect you, and who should that protector be but your husband? You are kind and good, Reuben, and wad take me away my shame, I doubtna, but ye canna. But own that this is no time to marry, or be given in marriage na, if that sould ever be, it maun be in another, and a better season. And dear Reuben, ye speak of protecting me on my journey, alas, who will protect and take care of you? Your very limbs tremble, with standing for 10 minutes on the floor. How could you undertake a journey as far as London? But I am strong, I am well, continued Butler, sinking in his seat, totally exhausted. At least, I shall be quite well tomorrow. Ye see, and ye ken ye maun just let me depart, said Jeanie after a pause, and then taking his extended hand and gazing kindly in his face, she added, it's in a grief the mair to me to see you in this way, but ye maun keep up your heart for Jeanie's sake, for if she isna your wife, she will never be the wife of living man. And now gie me the paper for Mac Callamore, and bid God speed me on my way. There was something of romance in Jeanie's venturous resolution, yet on consideration, as it seemed impossible to alter it by persuasion or to give her assistance, but by advice Butler, after some farther debate, put into her hands the paper she desired, which with the muster-roll in which it was folded up were the sole memorials of the stout and enthusiastic Bible. Butler, his grandfather, while Butler sought this document, Jeanie had time to take up his pocket Bible. I have marked a scripture, she said, as she again laid it down with your Kylevine pen, that will be useful to us baith, and ye maun tak the trouble, Reuben, to write of this to my father, for God help me, I have neither head nor hand for lang letters at ony time forby now, and I trust him entirely to you, and I trust you will soon be permitted to see him. And Reuben, when ye do win to the speech o' him, mind the old man's bits o' ways for Jeanie's sake, and dinna speak o' Latin or English terms to him, for he's o' the old world, and down abide to be fashed why them, though I dare say he may be wrang, and dinna ye say muckle to him, but set him on speaking himself for hell, bring himsel mair comfort that way. And oh, Reuben, the poor lassie in yon dungeon, but I needna bid your kind heart ye her what comfort ye can as soon as they will let ye see her, tell her, but I mauna speak mair about her, for I mauna take leave o' ye. Why the tear in my ee, for that wouldna be canny. God bless ye, Reuben. To avoid so ill an omen, she left the room hastily, while her features yet retained the mournful and affectionate smile which she had compelled them to wear in order to support Butler's spirits. It seemed as if the power of sight, of speech, and of reflection had left him as she disappeared from the room which she had entered, and retired from so like an apparition. Saddletree, who entered immediately afterwards, overwhelmed him with questions which he answered without understanding them, and with legal disquisitions which conveyed to him no iota of meaning. At length, the learned burgess recollected that there was a barren court to be held at Lonehead that day, and though it was hardly worth while, he might as weel go to see if there was onything doing, as he was acquainted with the Baron Bailey, who was a decent man, and would be glad of a word of legal advice. So soon as he departed, Butler flew to the Bible, the last book which Jeanie had touched to his extreme surprise. A paper containing 2 or 3 pieces of gold dropped from the book. With a black-lead pencil, she had marked the 16th and 25th verses of the 37th Psalme. Little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of the wicked. I have been young, and am now old, yet have I not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging their bread. Deeply impressed with the affectionate delicacy which shrouded its own generosity under the cover of a providential supply to his wants, he pressed the gold to his lips with more ardor than ever the metal was greeted with by a miser. To emulate her devout firmness and confidence seemed now the pitch of his ambition, and his first task was to write an account to David Deans of his daughter's resolution and journey. Southward he studied every sentiment, and even every phrase which he thought could reconcile the old man to her extraordinary resolution. The effect which this epistle produced will be hereafter adverted to. Butler committed it to the charge of an honest clown who had frequent dealings with Deans in the sale of his dairy produce, and who readily undertook a journey to Edinburgh to put the letter into his own hands. By dint of assiduous research, I am enabled to certiorate the reader that the name of this person was Saunders Broadfoot, and that he dealt in the wholesome commodity called Kernmilk Anglis Buttermilk, J. Roman 100 Chapter 4th. My native land, good night. Lord Byron's. In the present day, a journey from Edinburgh to London is a matter at once safe, brief, and simple. However inexperienced or unprotected the traveller, numerous coaches of different rates of charge, and as many packets are perpetually passing and repassing betwixt the capital of Britain and her northern sister, so that the most timid or indolent may execute such a journey upon a few hours' notice. But it was different in 1737, so slight and infrequent was the intercourse betwixt London and Edinburgh, that men still alive remember that upon one occasion the mail from the former city arrived at the General Post Office in Scotland with only one letter in it. The fact is certain, the single epistle was addressed to the principal director of the British Linen Company. The usual mode of travelling was by means of post-horses, the traveller occupying one and his guide another, in which manner by relays of horses from stage to stage the journey might be accomplished in a wonderfully short time by those who could endure fatigue. To have the bones shaken to pieces by a constant change of those hacks was a luxury for the rich poor, were under the necessity of using the mode of conveyance with which nature had provided them. With a strong heart and a frame patient of fatigue, Jeanie Deans, travelling at the rate of 20 miles a day, and sometimes farther, traversed the southern part of Scotland and advanced as far as Durham. Hitherto she had been either among her own countryfolk or those to whom her bare feet and tartan screen were objects too familiar to attract much attention. But as she advanced, she perceived that both circumstances exposed her to sarcasm and taunts which she might otherwise have escaped, and although in her heart she thought it unkind and inhospitable to sneer at a passing stranger on account of the fashion of her attire, yet she had the good sense to alter those parts of her dress which attracted ill-natured observation. Her checked screen was deposited carefully in her bundle, and she conformed to the national extravagance of wearing shoes and stockings for the whole day. She confessed afterwards that besides the wastrife it was laying, or she could walk sae comfortably with the shoes as without them, but there was often a bit saft heather by the roadside, and that helped her wheel on the want of the screen which was drawn over the head like a veil she supplied by a bangrace, as she called it, a large straw bonnet like those worn by the English maidens when labouring in the fields. But I thought unco shame o' mysel', she said, the first time I put on a married woman's bangrace, and me a single maiden. With these changes she had little, as she said, to make her ken speckle when she didna speak, but her accent and language drew down on her so many jests and jibes couched in a worse patois by far than her own, that she soon found it was her interest to talk as little and as seldom as possible. She answered therefore civil salutations of chance passengers with a civil courtesy, and chose with anxious circumspection such places of repose as looked at once most decent and sequestered. She found the common people of England, although inferior in courtesy to strangers, such as was then practiced in her own more unfrequented country, yet upon the whole by no means deficient in the real duties of hospitality. She readily obtained food and shelter and protection at a very moderate rate, which sometimes the generosity of mine host altogether declined. With a blunt apology, "Thee hast a long way afore thee, lass, and say near take penny out o' a single woman's purse. It's the best friend thou can have on the road." It often happened, too, that mine hostess was struck with the tidy nice Scotch body, and procured her an escort or a cast in a wagon for some part of the way, or gave her a useful advice and recommendation respecting her resting places. At York our pilgrim stopped for the best part of a day, partly to recruit her strength, partly because she had the good luck to obtain a lodging in an inn kept by a countrywoman, partly to indite 2 letters to her father and Reuben Butler, an operation of some little difficulty, her habits being by no means those of literary composition, that to her father was in the following words: "Dearest Father, I make my present pilgrimage more heavy and burdensome, through the sad occasion, to reflect that it is without your knowledge. which God knows was far contrary to my heart, for Scripture says that the vow of the daughter should not be binding without the consent of the father, wherein it may be I have been guilty to tack this weary journey. Without your consent, nevertheless, it was borne in upon my mind that I should be an instrument to help my poor sister in this extremity of necessity, otherwise I wad not for wealth, or for world's gear, or for the hale lands of Dakeith and Lugton have done the like, o this. Without your free will and knowledge, O dear father, as ye wad desire. Blessing on my journey, and upon your household speak a word or write line of comfort to yon poor prisoner. If she has sinned, she has sorrowed and suffered, and ye ken better than me that we maun forgy others as we pray to be forgian. Dear father, forgive my saying this muckle, for it doth not become a young head to instruct grey hairs, but I am sae far frae ye that my heart yearns to ye, and fain wad I hear that ye had forgian her trespass, and sae I nae doubt say mair than may become me. The folk here are civil, and like the barbarians, unto the holy apostle hae shown me much kindness, and there are sort of chosen people in the land, for they hae some kirks without organs that are like ours, and are called meeting houses, where the minister preaches without a gown, but most of the country are prelatists. Wilk is awfu to think, and I saw twa men that were ministers following Huns, as bold as Roslin or Dryden the young laird of Loopsodike, or ony wild gallant in Lothian. A sorrow for sight to behold, O dear father, may a blessing be with your downlying and uprising, and remember in your prayers your affectionate daughter to command, Jane Danes. A postscript bore I learned from a decent woman, a grazier's widow, that they hae a cure for the muiril in Cumberland. Wilk is ane pint, as they cat of Yule. Wilk is a dribble in comparison of our gossy Scots pint, and hardly a muchkin boiled, why sope and hartshorn draps, and tombed down the creature's throat, why ane horn, ye might try it on the bossen-faced year-old. Quien it does nae good, it can do nae Roman 99. She was a kind woman, and seemed skeely about horned beasts. When I reach Lunnon, I intend to gang to our cousin Mrs. Glass, the tobacconist at the sign. O the Thistlewa is so civil as to send you down your spluchen fu ains a year, and as she must be well kenned in Lunnon, I doubt not easily to find out where she lives. Being seduced into betraying our heroine's confidence, thus far we will stretch our communication a step beyond, and impart to the reader her letter to her lover. Mr. Reuben Butler, hoping this will find you better. This comes to say that I have reached this great town safe, and am not wearied with walking, but the better for it, and I have seen many things which I trust to tell you one day, also the muckle kirk of this place, and all around the city are mills. Wilk havena muckle wheels nor mill dams, but gang by the wind strange, to behold ane miller asked me to gang in and see it work. But I wad not, for I am not come to the south to make acquaintance with strangers. I keep the straight road, and just beck, if onybody speaks to me civilly, and answers nebody with the tongue but women of my ain sect. I wish, Mr. Butler, I kenned onything that wad mak ye weel, for they hae mair medicines in this town of York than wad cure Scotland, and surely some of them wad be gude for your complaints, if ye had a kindly motherly body to nurse ye, and no to let ye waste yoursel why reading. Wilk, ye read mair than enug why the bairns in the schulind, to gie ye warm milk in the morning. I wad be mair easy for ye, dear Mr. Butler. Keep a good heart, for we are in the hands of ane that kens better what is gude for us than we ken what is for ourselves. I hae nae doubt too. Do that for which I am come. I canna doubt it. I winna think to doubt it, because if I haena full assurance, how shall I bear myself with earnest entreaties in the great folks' presence? But to ken that ane's purpose is right, and to make their heart strong, is the way to get through the worst days. Darg, the bairn's rhyme, says the worst blast of the borrowing days couldna kill the 3 silly poor hoglams. The last 3 days of March, old style, are called the borrowing days, for as they are remarked to be unusually stormy, it is fain that March had borrowed them from April to extend the sphere of his rougher sway. The rhyme on the subject is quoted in the glossary to Leyden's edition of the Complaint of Scotland. March said to April, I see 3 hogs upon a hill. A young sheep before it has lost its first fleece. But when the borrowed days were gane, the 3 silly hogs came hirplin hame. And if it be God's pleasure we that are cindered in sorrow may meet again in joy, even on this hither side of Jordan, I dinna bid ye mind what I said at our partin anent my poor father, and that misfortunate lassie, for I ken you will do sae for the sake of Christian charity whilk, is mair than the entreaties of her that is your servant to command. Jeanie Deans. This letter also had a postscript. Dear Reuben, if ye think that it wad hae been right for me to have said mair and kinder things to ye, just think that I hae written sae, since I am sure that I wish that is kind, and right to ye, and by ye, ye will think I am turned waster, for I wear clean hose and shoon every day. But it's the fashion here for decent bodies, and ilka land has its ain landlaw o'er, and a boon if laughing days were ere to come back again, till us ye wad laugh weel to see my round face at the far end of a stree bongrace that looks as muckle and round as the middle aisle in Liberton Kirk, but it sheds the sun weel aff, and keeps uncivil folk frae staring, as if ane were a warricow. I sall tell ye by writ how I come on why the Duke of Argyll when I won up to Lunnon direct a line to say how ye are to me to the charge of Mrs. Margaret Glass, tobacconist, at the sign of the Thistle Lunnon Wilk. If it assures me of your health will make my mind sae muckle easier excuse bad spelling and writing, as I have ane ill pen. The orthography of these epistles may seem to the Southron to require a better apology than the letter expresses, though a bad pen was the excuse of a certain Galwegian laird for bad spelling. But on behalf of the heroine, I would have them to know that thanks to the care of butler Jeanie Deans wrote and spelled 50 times better than half the women of rank in Scotland at that period, whose strange orthography and singular diction form the strongest contrast to the good sense which their correspondence usually intimates. For the rest, in the tenor of these epistles, Jeanie expressed perhaps more hopes, a firmer courage, and better spirits than she actually felt, but this was with the amiable idea of relieving her father and lover from apprehensions on her account, which she was sensible must greatly add to their other troubles. If they think me weel, and like to do weel, said the poor pilgrim to herself, my father will be kinder to Effie, and butler will be kinder to himself, for I ken weel that they will think mair o' me than I do o' mysel. Accordingly, she sealed her letters carefully and put them into the post office with her own hand. After many inquiries concerning the time in which they were likely to reach Edinburgh when this duty was performed, she readily accepted her landlady's pressing invitation to dine with her and remain till the next morning. The hostess, as we have said, was her countrywoman, and the eagerness with which Scottish people meet, communicate, and to the extent of their power assist each other, although it is often objected to us as a prejudice and narrowness of sentiment, seems on the contrary to arise from a most justifiable and honorable feeling of patriotism, combined with a conviction which, if undeserved, would long since have been confuted by experience, that the habits and principles of the nation are a sort of guarantee for the character of the individual. At any rate, if the extensive influence of this national partiality be considered as an additional tie binding man to man, and calling forth the good offices of such as can render them to the countryman who happens to need them, we think it must be found to exceed, as an active and efficient motive to generosity, that more impartial and wider principle of general benevolence, which we have sometimes seen pleaded as an excuse for assisting no individual whatever. Mrs. Bykerton, lady of the Ascendant of the 7 Stars in the Castlegate, York, was deeply infected with the unfortunate prejudices of her country. Indeed, she displayed so much kindness to Jeanie Deans, because she herself, being a Merse woman marched with Mid-Lothian, in which Jeanie was born, showed such motherly regard to her, and such anxiety for her farther progress, that Jeanie thought herself safe, though by temper sufficiently cautious, in communicating her whole story to her. Mrs. Bykerton raised her hands and eyes at the recital, and exhibited much wonder and pity, but she also gave some effectual good advice. She required to know the strength of Jeanie's purse, reduced by her deposit at Liberton, and the necessary expense of her journey to about £15, This, she said, would do very well, providing she would carry it as safe to London. Safe, answered Jeanie Ise, warrant my carrying it, safe bating the needful expenses. Ay, but highwaymen, lassie, said Mrs. Bycurtain, for ye are come into a more civilized, that is to say, a more roguish country than the north, and how ye are to get forward, I do not profess to know. If ye could wait here 8 days, our wagons would go up, and I would recommend you to Joe Broadwheel, who would see you safe to the Swan, and two necks and dinner sneeze at Joe, if he should be for drawing up why you, continued Mrs. Bycurtain, her acquired English mingling with her national or original dialect. He's a handy boy and a wanter, and no lad better thought o' on the road. And the English make good husbands, enough witness my poor man, Moses Bycurtain, as is I the kirkyard. Jeanie hastened to say that she could not possibly wait for the setting forth of Joe Broadwheel, being internally by no means gratified with the idea of becoming the object of his attention during the journey. "Aweel, lass," answered the good landlady, "then thou must pickle in thine ain poke-nook, and buckle thy girdle thine ain gate, but take my advice, and hide thy gold in thy stays, and keep a piece or two, and some silver in case. Thou best spoke withal, for there's as wad lads haunt within a day's walk from hence, as on the braes of Down in Perthshire, and lass, thou mauna gang staring through Lunnon, asking wha kens Mrs. Glass at the sign o' the Thistle Mary. They would laugh thee to scorn, but gang thou to this honest man." And she put a direction into Jeanie's hand. "He kens mayest part of the sponsible Scottish folk in the city, and he will find out your friend for thee." Jeanie took the little introductory letter with sincere thanks, but something alarmed on the subject of the highway robbers. Her mind recurred to what Ratcliffe had mentioned to her, and briefly relating the circumstances which placed a document so extraordinary in her hands, she put the paper he had given her into the hand of Mrs. Bycurtain. The Lady of the Seven Stars did not indeed ring a bell, because such was not the fashion of the time, but she whistled on a silver caul which was hung by her side, and a tight serving-maid entered the room. "Tell Dick Ostler to come here," said Mrs. Bycurtain. Dick Ostler accordingly made his appearance, a queer, knowing, shambling animal with a hatchet face, a squint, a game arm, and a limp. "Dick Ostler," said Mrs. Bycurtain, in a tone of authority that showed she was at least by adoption Yorkshire too, "thou knowest most people, and most things o' the road." "Aye, aye, God help me, mistress," said Dick, shrugging his shoulders betwixt a repentant and a knowing expression. "I ha' knowed a thing or twa I ma day, mistress." He looked sharp, and Lafford looked grave, and sighed, as one who was prepared to take the matter either way. "Kenst thou this wee bit paper amang the rest, man?" said Mrs. Bycurtain, handing him the protection which Ratcliffe had given Jeanie Deans. When Dick had looked at the paper, he winked with one eye, extended his grotesque mouth from ear to ear like a navigable canal, scratched his head powerfully, and then said, "Ken maybe, we ken summat, and it werena for harm to him, mistress." "None in the world," said Mrs. Bycurtain, "only a dram of Hollands to thyself, man, and thou wilt speak." "Why then," said Dick, giving the headband of his breeches a knowing hoist with one hand, and kicking out one foot behind him to accommodate the adjustment of that important habiliment, "I dares to say the pass will be kenned, we'll enug on the road, and that be all." "But what sort of a lad was he?" said Mrs. Bycurtain, winking to Jeanie, as proud of her knowing Ostler. "Why, what ken I, Jim the Ratwee? He was cock o' the North within this 12-month, and Scotch Wilson Handel Dandy, as they called him, but he's been out o' this country a while, as I reckon, but ony gentleman as keeps the road o' this side Stamford will respect Jim's pass." Without asking farther questions, the landlady filled Dick Ostler a bumper of Hollands. He ducked with his head, and shoulders scraped with his more advanced hoof, bolted the alcohol, to use the learned phrase, and withdrew to his own domains. "I would advise thee, Jeanie," said Mrs. Bycurtain, "and thou meetest with ugly customers o' the road, to show them this bit paper, for it will serve thee assure thyself." A neat little supper concluded the evening. The exported Scotswoman, Mrs. Bycurtain by name, ate heartily of 1 or 2 seasoned dishes, drank some sound old ale, and a glass of stiff negus, while she gave Jeanie a history of her gout, admiring how it was possible that she whose fathers and mothers for many generations had been farmers in Lammermuir could have come by a disorder so totally unknown to them. Jeanie did not choose to offend her friendly landlady by speaking her mind on the probable origin of this complaint, but she thought on the fleshpots of Egypt, and in spite of all entreaties to better fare, made her evening meal upon vegetables with a glass of fair water. Mrs. Bycurtain assured her that the acceptance of any reckoning was entirely out of the question, furnished her with credentials to her correspondent in London, and to several inns upon the road, where she had some influence or interest, reminded her of the precautions she should adopt for concealing her money, and as she was to depart early in the morning, took leave of her very affectionately, taking her word that she would visit her on her return to Scotland, and tell her how she had managed, and that summum bonum for a gossip all how, and about it, this Jeanie faithfully promised. Chapter 5. And need and misery vice and danger bind. In sad alliance each degraded mind. As our traveller set out early on the ensuing morning to prosecute her journey, and was in the act of leaving the inn-yard, Dick Ostler, who either had risen early or neglected to go to bed, either circumstance being equally incident to his calling, hollowed out after her the top of the morning, to you Moggy have a care o' Gunderby Hill, young one Robin Hood's dead and gone, but there be takers yet in the vale of Bever. Jeanie looked at him as if to request a farther explanation, but with a leer, a shuffle, and a shrug inimitable unless by Emery, Dick turned again to the raw-boned steed which he was currying, and sung as he employed the comb and brush. Robin Hood was a yeoman right good, and his bow was of trusty yew. And if Robin said, "Stand on the King's Leland," pray why should not we say so too? John Emery, an eminent comedian, played successfully at Covent Garden Theatre between 1798 and 1820. Among his characters were those of Dandy Dinmont in Guy Mannering, Dougal in Rob Roy, and Ratcliffe in the heart of Mid-Lothian. Jeanie pursued her journey without farther inquiry, for there was nothing in Dick's manner that inclined her to prolong their conference. A painful day's journey brought her to Ferrybridge, the best inn then and since upon the Great Northern Road, and an introduction from Mrs. Bycurtain, added to her own simple and quiet manners, so propitiated the landlady of the Swan in her favour that the good dame procured her the convenient accommodation of a pillion and post-horse, then returning to Tuxford, so that she accomplished, upon the second day after leaving York, the longest journey she had yet made. She was a good deal fatigued by a mode of travelling to which she was less accustomed than to walking, and it was considerably later than usual on the ensuing morning that she felt herself able to resume her pilgrimage. At noon the 100-armed Trent and the blackened ruins of Newark Castle, demolished in the Great Civil War, lay before her. It may easily be supposed that Jeanie had no curiosity to make antiquarian researches, but entering the town went straight to the inn to which she had been directed at Ferrybridge. While she procured some refreshment, she observed the girl who brought it to her, looked at her several times with fixed and peculiar interest, and at last, to her infinite surprise, inquired if her name was not Deans, and if she was not a Scotchwoman going to London upon justice business. Jeanie, with all her simplicity of character, had some of the caution of her country, and according to Scottish universal custom, she answered the question by another, requesting the girl would tell her why she asked these questions. The Marathons of the Saracen's Head, Newark, replied, 2 women had passed that morning who had made inquiries after one Jeanie Deans travelling to London on such an errand, and could scarce be persuaded that she had not passed on. Much surprised and somewhat alarmed, for what is inexplicable is usually alarming, Jeanie questioned the wench about the particular appearance of these 2 women, but could only learn that the one was aged and the other young, that the latter was the taller, and that the former spoke most, and seemed to maintain an authority over her companion, and that both spoke with the Scottish accent. This conveyed no information whatever, and with an indescribable presentiment of evil designed towards her, Jeanie adopted the resolution of taking post-horses for the next stage. In this, however, she could not be gratified. Some accidental circumstances had occasioned what is called a run upon the road, and the landlord could not accommodate her with a guide and horses, after waiting some time in hopes that a pair of horses that had gone southward would return in time for her use, she at length, feeling ashamed at her own pusillanimity, resolved to prosecute her journey in her usual manner. It was all plain road, she was assured, except a high mountain called Gunnerby Hill, about 3 miles from Grantham, which was her stage for the night. "I'm glad to hear there's a hill," said Jeanie, "for baith my sight and my very feet are weary o' sick tracks, o' level ground. It looks o' the way between this and York, as if the land had been trenched and levelled. Wilk is very wearisome to my Scotcheen. When I lost sight of a muckle blue hill they ca' in Gleborough, I thought I hadna a friend left in this strange land." "As for the matter of that young woman," said mine host, "and you be so fond o' hill, I carena, and thou couldst carry Gunnerby away with thee in thy lap, for it's a murder to post horses. But here's to thy journey, and mayst thou win well through it, for thou is a bold and a canny lass." So saying, he took a powerful pull at a solemn tankard of home-brewed ale. "I hope there is nae bad company on the road, sir," said Jeanie. "Why, when it's clean without them, ill-thatched Groby Pool, why pancakes, but their arena sae money now, and since they hae lost Jim, the rat, they hold together no better than the men of Marsham when they lost their common. Take a drop ere thou goest," he concluded, offering her the tankard. "Thou wilt get neathing at night, save Grantham gruel 9 groats, and a gallon of water." Jeanie courteously declined the tankard, and inquired what was her lawing. "Thy lawing, heaven help thee, wench, what cast thou that?" "It is I was wanting to ken what was to pay," replied Jeanie. "Pay, Lord help thee, we not, woman, we hae drawn no liquor, but a gill o' beer, and the Saracen's Head can spare a mouthful o' meat to a stranger like o' thee that cannot speak Christian language. So here's to thee once more." "The same again," quoth Mark of Belgrave, and he took another profound pull at the tankard. The travellers who have visited Newark more lately will not fail to remember the remarkably civil and gentlemanly manners of the person who now keeps the principal inn there, and may find some amusement in contrasting them with those of his more rough predecessor. But we believe it will be found that the polish has worn off none of the real worth of the metal. Taking leave of her Lincolnshire gayest, Jeanie resumed her solitary walk, and was somewhat alarmed when evening and twilight overtook her in the open ground, which extends to the foot of Gunnerby Hill, and is intersected with patches of copse, and with swampy spots, the extensive commons on the North Road, most of which are now enclosed, and in general a relaxed state of police, exposed the traveller to a highway robbery in a degree which is now unknown except in the immediate vicinity of the metropolis. Aware of this circumstance, Jeanie mended her pace when she heard the trampling of a horse behind, and instinctively drew to one side of the road, as if to allow as much room for the rider to pass as might be possible. When the animal came up, she found that it was bearing 2 women, the one placed on a side saddle, the other on a pillion behind her, as may still occasionally be seen in England. "A braw good night to ye, Jeanie Deans," said the foremost female, as the horse passed our heroine. "What think ye o' yon bonny hill yonder, lifting its brow to the moon trough? Ye yon's the gate to heaven that ye are sae fain off. Maybe we will win there the night, yet God sain us, though our minnie here's rather dray in the upgang." The speaker kept changing her seat in the saddle and half stopping the horse, as she brought her body round, while the woman that sate behind her on the pillion seemed to urge her on in words which Jeanie heard but imperfectly. "Hand your tongue, ye moon-raised be, what is your business with heaven or hell either? Troth mither no muckle why, heaven I doubt, considering whar I carry ahint meaned. As for hell, it will fight its ain battle at its ain time. Ease, be bound come naggy trot, awa man, and as thou wert a broomstick for a witch rides thee. With my kirch on my foot, and my shoe on my hand, I glance like the wildfire through brug and through land." The tramp of the horse and the increasing distance drowned the rest of her song, but Jeanie heard for some time the inarticulate sounds ring along the waste. Our pilgrim remained stupefied with undefined apprehensions, the being named by her name in so wild a manner, and in a strange country without farther explanation, or communing by a person who thus strangely flitted forward and disappeared before her, came near to the supernatural sounds in commuse. The airy tongues which syllable men's names, on sands and shores and desert wildernesses. And although widely different in features, deportment, and rank from the lady of that enchanting mask. The continuation of the passage may be happily applied to Jeanie Deans upon this singular alarm. These thoughts may startle well, but not astound. The virtuous mind that ever walks attended by a strong-siding champion conscience. In fact, it was with the recollection of the affectionate and dutiful errand on which she was engaged her right, if such a word could be applicable to expect protection in a task so meritorious. She had not advanced much farther, with a mind calmed by these reflections, when she was disturbed by a new and more instant subject of terror. Two men who had been lurking among some copse started up, as she advanced, and met her on the road, in a menacing manner. "Stand and deliver," said one of them, a short stout fellow in a smock-frock, such as are worn by wagoners. "The woman," said the other, a tall, thin figure, "does not understand the words of action. Your money, my precious, or your life." "I have but very little money, gentlemen," said poor Jeanie, tendering that portion which she had separated from her principal stock, and kept apart for such an emergency. "But if you are resolved to have it, to be sure you must have it." "This won't do, my girl, d-n me, if it shall pass," said the shorter ruffian. "Do ye think gentlemen are to hazard their lives on the road, to be cheated in this way? Well, have every farthing you have got, or we will strip you to the skin, curse me." His companion, who seemed to have something like compassion for the horror which Jeanie's countenance now expressed, said, "No, no, Tom, this is one of the precious sisters, and well take her word for once, without putting her to the stripping proof. Hark ye, my lass, if ye look up to heaven, and say this is the last penny you have about ye, why hang it, well let you pass." "I am not free," answered Jeanie, "to say what I have about me, gentlemen, for there's life and death depends on my journey. But if you leave me as much as finds me bread and water, I'll be satisfied, and thank you and pray for you." "D-n your prayers," said the shorter fellow, "that's a coin that won't pass with us," and at the same time made a motion to seize her. "Stay, gentlemen," Ratcliffe's pass suddenly occurring to her. "Perhaps you know this paper." "What the devil is she after now, Frank?" said the more savage ruffian. "Do you look at it, for d-n me, if I could read it, if it were for the benefit of my clergy." "This is a jark from Jim Ratcliffe," said the taller, having looked at the bit of paper. "The wench must pass by our cutter's law." "I say no," answered his companion. "Rat has left the lay, and turned bloodhound, they say." "We may need a good turn from him, all the same," said the taller ruffian again. "But what are we to do, then?" said the shorter man. "We promised, you know, to strip the wench, and send her begging back to her own beggarly country, and now you are for letting her go on." "I did not say that," said the other fellow, and whispered to his companion, who replied, "Be alive about it then, and don't keep chattering till some travellers come up to nab us." "You must follow us off the road, young woman," said the taller. "For the love of God," exclaimed Jeanie, "as you were born of woman, dinna ask me to leave the road, rather take all I have in the world." "What the devil is the wench afraid of?" said the other fellow. "I tell you, you shall come to no harm, but if you will not leave the road, and come with us, d-n me, but I'll beat your brains out where you stand." "Thou art a rough bear, Tom," said his companion, "and he touch her, I'll give ye a shake by the collar, shall make the Leicester beans rattle in thy guts." "Never mind him, girl. I will not allow him to lay a finger on you if you walk quietly on with us. But if you keep jabbering there, d-n me, but I'll leave him to settle it with you." This threat conveyed all that is terrible to the imagination of poor Jeanie, who saw in him that was of milder mood her only protection from the most brutal treatment. She therefore not only followed him, but even held him by the sleeve lest he should escape from her, and the fellow hardened, as he was seemed something touched by these marks of confidence, and repeatedly assured her that he would suffer her to receive no harm. They conducted their prisoner in a direction leading more and more from the public road, but she observed that they kept a sort of track or bypath which relieved her from part of her apprehensions, which would have been greatly increased had they not seemed to follow a determined and ascertained route. After about half an hour's walking, all three in profound silence, they approached an old barn which stood on the edge of some cultivated ground, but remote from everything like a habitation. It was itself, however, tenanted, for there was light in the windows. One of the footpads scratched at the door, which was opened by a female, and they entered with their unhappy prisoner, an old woman who was preparing food by the assistance of a stifling fire of lighted charcoal, asked them in the name of the devil what they brought the wench there for, and why they did not strip her and turn her abroad on the common. "Come, come, mother blood," said the tall man, "well, do what's right to oblige you, and well do no more we are bad enough, but not such as you would make us devils incarnate." "She has got a jark from Jim Ratcliffe," said the short fellow, "and Frank here want hear of our putting her through the Roman 1099. "No, that I will not, by GD," answered Frank, "but if old Mother Blood could keep her here for a little while, or send her back to Scotland without hurting her, why I see no harm in that. Not Roman 1. "I'll tell you what, Frank Levitt," said the old woman, "if you call me Mother Blood again, I'll paint this gully." And she held a knife up, as if about to make good her threat, "in the best blood in your body, my bonny boy." "The price of ointment must be up in the north," said Frank, "that puts Mother Blood so much out of humor." Without a moment's hesitation, the fury darted her knife at him with the vengeful dexterity of a wild Indian. As he was on his guard, he avoided the missile by a sudden motion of his head, but it whistled past his ear and stuck deep in the clay wall of a partition behind. "Come, come, mother," said the robber, seizing her by both wrists, "I shall teach you who's master." And so saying, he forced the hag backwards by main force, who strove vehemently, until she sunk on a bunch of straw, and then letting go her hands, he held up his finger towards her in the menacing posture by which a maniac is intimidated by his keeper. It appeared to produce the desired effect, for she did not attempt to rise from the seat on which he had placed her, or to resume any measures of actual violence, but wrung her withered hands with impotent rage and brayed, and howled like a demoniac. "I will keep my promise with you, you old devil," said Frank. "The wench shall not go forward on the London road, but I will not have you touch a hair of her head, if it were but for your insolence." This intimation seemed to compose in some degree the vehement passion of the old hag, and while her exclamations and howls sunk into a low, maundering, growling tone of voice, another personage was added to this singular party. "A Frank Levitt," said this newcomer, who entered with a hop, step, and jump, which at once conveyed her from the door into the centre of the party, "were ye killing our mother? Or were ye cutting the grunter's wesand that Tam brought in this morning? Or have ye been reading your prayers backward to bring up my auld acquaintance, the deal amang ye?" The tone of the speaker was so particular that Jeanie immediately recognized the woman who had rode foremost of the pair, which passed her just before she met the robbers, a circumstance which greatly increased her terror, as it served to show that the mischief designed against her was premeditated, though by whom, or for what cause, she was totally at a loss to conjecture from the style of her conversation. The reader also may probably acknowledge in this female an old acquaintance in the earlier part of our narrative. "Out, ye mad devil," said Tom, whom she had disturbed in the middle of a draught of some liquor, with which he had found means of accommodating himself betwixt your best of bedlam pranks and your damn's frenzies. A man might live quieter in the devil's ken than here." And he again resumed the broken jug out of which he had been drinking. "And was this aught?" said the mad woman, dancing up to Jeanie Deans, who, although in great terror, yet watched the scene with a resolution to let nothing pass unnoticed, which might be serviceable in assisting her to escape or informing her as to the true nature of her situation, and the danger attending it. "Was this aught again?" exclaimed Madge Wildfire. "Deuce Davy Deans, the old doited Whig body's daughter in a gypsy's barn, and the night setting in this is a sight for sair een sirs, the falling off o' the godly and the t'other sisters in the Talbooth of Edinburgh. I am very sorry for her, for my sherrits, my mother wusses ill to her, and no metho maybe I hae as muckle cause." "Hark ye, Madge," said the taller ruffian, "you have not such a touch of the devil's blood as the hag your mother, who may be his dam, for what I know. Take this young woman to your kennel, and do not let the devil enter, though he should ask in God's name." "Oh, aye, that I will, Frank," said Madge, taking hold of Jeanie by the arm, and pulling her along, "for it's no for decent Christian young leddies like her and me to be keeping the like o' you and Tyburn Tam company at this time o' night. Sae Gudian tie, sirs, and money o' them, and may ye asleep till the hangman waken ye, and then it will be weel for the country." She then, as her wild fancy seemed suddenly to prompt her, walked demurely towards her mother, who, seated by the charcoal fire, with the reflection of the red light on her withered and distorted features, marked by every evil passion, seemed the very picture of Hecate at her infernal rites, and suddenly dropping on her knees, said with the manner of a 6-years-old child, "Mammy, hear me say my prayers before I go to bed, and say God bless my bonny face, as ye used to do lang syne. The deal flay the hide, owe it to soul his brogues. Why," said the old lady, aiming a buffet at the supplicant, in answer to her duteous request. The blow missed Madge, who, being probably acquainted by experience with the mode in which her mother was wont to confer her maternal benedictions, slipped out of arm's length with great dexterity and quickness. The hag then started up, and seizing a pair of old fire-tongues, would have amended her motion by beating out the brains either of her daughter or Jeanie. She did not seem greatly to care which, when her hand was once more arrested by the man whom they called Frank Levitt, who, seizing her by the shoulder, flung her from him with great violence, exclaiming, "What, mother, damnable again, and in my sovereign presence, hark, ye Madge of Bedlam, get to your hole with your playfellow, or we shall have the devil to pay here, and nothing to pay him with." Madge took Levitt's advice, retreating as fast as she could, and dragging Jeanie along with her into a sort of recess, partitioned off from the rest of the barn, and filled with straw, from which it appeared that it was intended for the purpose of slumber. The moonlight shone through an open hole upon a pillion, a pack-saddle, and 1 or 2 wallets, the travelling furniture of Madge and her amiable mother. "Now saw ye e'er in your life," said Madge, "Sae dainty a chamber of D.C. as the moon shines down, Sae caller on the fresh stree. There's no a pleasanter cell in Bedlam, for as braw a place as it is on the outside. Were ye ever in Bedlam?" "No," answered Jeanie, faintly appalled by the question, and the way in which it was put, yet willing to soothe her insane companion, being in circumstances so unhappily precarious that even the society of this gibbering madwoman seemed a species of protection. "Never in Bedlam," said Madge, as if with some surprise, "but yell hae been in the cells at Edinburgh." "Never," repeated Jeanie. "Weel, I think thee daft, Carls, the magistrates send nebody to Bedlam, but methy maun hae an unco respect for me, for whenever I am brought to them, thee I hae me back to Bedlam. But troth, Jeanie," she said this in a very confidential tone, "to tell ye my private mind about it, I think ye are at nae great loss, for the keeper's a crossbatch, and he maun hae it to his ain gate to be sure, or he makes the place waur than hell. I often tell him he's the daftest in the house, but what are they making sick a skirling for deal? Ane o' them's get in here, it wadna be mensfu. I will sit wy my back again the door, it winna be that easy stirring me." "Madge, Madge, Madge, wildfire, Madge, devil, what have ye done with the horse?" was repeatedly asked by the men without. "He's e'en at his supper, pure thing," answered Madge Deal, "and ye were at yours too, and it was scotting brimstone, and then we wad hae less o' your din." "His supper," answered the more sulky ruffian. "What d'ye mean by that? Tell me where he is, or I will knock your Bedlam brains out." "He's in Gaffer Gablewood's wheat clothes, and ye maun ken." "His wheat clothes, you crazed jilt," answered the other, with an accent of great indignation. "Oh dear Tyburn Tam, man, what ill will the blades of the young wheat do to the pure nag?" "That is not the question," said the other robber, "but what the country will say to us tomorrow when they see him in such quarters. Go, Tom, and bring him in, and avoid the soft ground. My lad, leave no hoof-track behind you." "I think you give me always the fag of it. Whatever is to be done," grumbled his companion. "Leap Lawrence, you're long enough," said the other, and the fellow left the barn accordingly without farther remonstrance. In the meanwhile, Madge had arranged herself for repose on the straw, but still in a half-sitting posture, with her back resting against the door of the hovel, which, as it opened inwards, was in this manner kept shut by the weight of the person. "There's mair shifts by stealing, Jeanie," said Madge Wildfire, "though whiles I can hardly get our mother to think sae wad hae thought, but mysel of making a bolt of my ain backbane. But it's no sae strong as thee that I hae seen in the Talbooth at Edinburgh. The hammermen of Edinburgh are to my mind afore the world, for making stanchions, ringbolts, fetterbolts, bars, and locks, and they arena that bad at girdles for carcakes, neither though the curos hammermen have the gree for that my mother had ance. Bonny curos girdle, and I thought to have baked carcakes on it for my pure ween that's dead, and gain nae fair, way but we mauna dee ye ken Jeanie you Cameronian bodies ken that brawlies and year for making a hell upon earth, that ye may be less unwilling to part Wyatt. But as touching Bedlam that you were speaking about, Isa near recommend, it muckle the tea gate or the other be it ripe it rang, but ye ken what the sang says, and pursuing the unconnected and floating wanderings of her mind, she sung aloud. In the bonny cells of Bedlam, ere I was 21, I had hempen bracelets strong, and merry whips ding-dong, and prayer and fasting plenty. Weel Jeanie, I am something hearse the night, and I canna sing muckle mair and troth, I think I am gone to sleep. She drooped her head on her breast, a posture from which Jeanie, who would have given the world for an opportunity of quiet to consider the means and the probability of her escape, was very careful not to disturb her. After nodding, however, for a minute or two with her eyes, half-closed, the unquiet and restless spirit of her malady again assailed Madge. She raised her head and spoke, but with a lowered tone which was again gradually overcome by drowsiness, to which the fatigue of a day's journey on horseback had probably given unwonted occasion. I dinna ken what makes me sae sleepy. I am yist never sleep till my bonny Lady Moon gangs till her bedmare, by token, when she's at the full ye ken, rowing aboon us yonder in her grand silver coach. I have danced to her my lanes sometimes for very joy, and whiles dead folk came and danced why meth like o Jock Porteous or onybody I had kenned when I was living for ye maun ken I was ance dead mysel. Here the poor maniac sung in a low and wild tone. My banes are buried in yon kirkyard, sae far ayont the sea, and it is but my blithesome gayest that's speaking now to thee. But after a Jeanie, my woman, nobody kens weel was living, and was dead or was gone to Fairyland. There's another question. Whiles I think my pure bairn's dead, I ken very weel it's buried, but that signifies neething. I have had it on my knee 100 times and 100, till that since it was buried, and how could that be were it dead? Ye ken it's merely impossible. And here some conviction, half overcoming the reveries of her imagination, she burst into a fit of crying and ejaculation, wheeze me, wheeze me, wheeze me, till at length she moaned and sobbed herself into a deep sleep, which was soon intimated by her breathing hard, leaving Jeanie to her own melancholy reflections and observations. Chapter 6. Bind her quickly, or by this steel. Ill tell, although I trust for company. Fletcher. The imperfect light, which shone into the window, enabled Jeanie to see that there was scarcely any chance of making her escape in that direction, for the aperture was high in the wall, and so narrow that could she have climbed up to it, she might well doubt whether it would have permitted her to pass her body through it. An unsuccessful attempt to escape would be sure to draw down worse treatment than she now received, and she therefore resolved to watch her opportunity carefully ere making such a perilous effort. For this purpose, she applied herself to the ruinous clay partition which divided the hovel in which she now was from the rest of the waste barn. It was decayed and full of cracks and chinks, one of which she enlarged with her fingers cautiously and without noise, until she could obtain a plain view of the old hag and the taller ruffian whom they called Levitt seated together beside the decayed fire of charcoal, and apparently engaged in close conference. She was at first terrified by the sight, for the features of the old woman had a hideous cast of hardened and inveterate malice and ill humor, and those of the man, though naturally less unfavorable, were such as corresponded well with licentious habits and a lawless profession. But I remembered, said Jeanie, my worthy father's tales of a winter evening, how he was confined with the blessed martyr Mr. James Renwick, who lifted up the fallen standard of the true Reformed Kirk of Scotland, after the worthy and renowned Daniel Cameron, our last blessed bannerman, had fallen among the swords of the wicked at Ersmoss, and how the very hearts of the wicked malefactors and murderers whom they were confined withal were melted like wax at the sound of their doctrine. And I bethought mysel that the same help that was wy them in their strait wad be wy me in mine, and I could but watch the Lord's time and opportunity for delivering my feet from their snare. And I minded the scripture of the blessed psalmist Wilk. He insisteth on his wheel in the fortiscond, as in the 43rd Psalm, why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why art thou disquieted within me? Hope in God, for I shall yet praise him, who is the health of my countenance and my God. Strengthened in a mind naturally calm, sedate, and firm by the influence of religious confidence, this poor captive was enabled to attend to and comprehend a great part of an interesting conversation which passed betwixt those into whose hands she had fallen, notwithstanding that their meaning was partly disguised by the occasional use of cant terms, of which Jeanie knew not the import, by the low tone in which they spoke, and by their mode of supplying their broken phrases by shrugs and signs, as is usual amongst those of their disorderly profession. The man opened the conversation by saying, "Now, dame, you see I am true to my friend. I have not forgot that you planked a churry, which helped me through the bars of the castle of York, and I came to do your work, without asking questions, for one good turn deserves another." Concealed a knife. But now that Madge, who is as loud as Tom of Lincoln, is somewhat still, and this same Tyburn Neddy is shaking his heels after the old nag, why, you must tell me what all this is about, and what's to be done for me if I touch the girl, or let her be touched, and she with Jim Rats pass too. "Thou art an honest lad, Frank," answered the old woman, "but e'en too good for thy trade. Thy tender heart will get thee into trouble. I will see ye gang up Holborn Hill backward, and are on the word of some silly loon that could never hae rap to ye, had ye drawn your knife across his weasand." "You may be balked there, old one," answered the robber. "I have known many a pretty lad cut short in his first summer upon the road, because he was something hasty with his flats and sharps. Besides, a man would fain live out his 2 years with a good conscience. So tell me what all this is about, and what's to be done for you that one can do decently." "Why, you must know, Frank, but first taste a snap of right Hollands." She drew a flask from her pocket, and filled the fellow a large bumper, which he pronounced to be the right thing. "You must know, then, Frankwana, ye mend your hand again," offering the flask. "No, no, hen, a woman wants mischief from you. She always begins by filling you drunk, DN, all Dutch courage. What I do, I will do soberly, 'll last the longer for that too." "Well then, you must know," resumed the old woman, without any further attempts at propitiation, "that this girl is going to London." Here Jeanie could only distinguish the word sister. The robber answered in a louder tone, "Fair enough that, and what the devil is your business with it?" "Business enough, I think, if the bequeers the noose, that silly cull will marry her." "And who cares if he does?" said the man. "Who cares, ye donnered Neddy? I care, and I will strangle her with my own hands, rather than she should come to Madge's preferment." "Madge's preferment? Does your old blind eyes see no farther than that if he is, as you say, die, think he'll ever marry a mooncalf like Madge?" echoed. "That's a good one, Mary Madge Wildfire, ha ha ha." "Hark ye, crackrope patter, born beggar and bred thief," replied the hag. "Suppose he never marries the wench, is that a reason he should marry another, and that other to hold my daughter's place? And she crazed, and I a beggar and all along of him. But I know that of him will hang him, I know that of him will hang him. If he had 1,000 lives, I know that of him will hang him." She grinned as she repeated and dwelt upon the fatal monosyllable with the emphasis of a vindictive fiend. "Then why don't you hang him?" said Frank, repeating her words contemptuously. "There would be more sense in that than in wreaking yourself here upon 2 wenches that have done you and your daughter no Roman 99. No ill," answered the old woman, "and he to marry this jailbird, if ever she gets her foot loose. But as there is no chance of his marrying a bird of your brood, I cannot for my soul see what you have to do with all this again," replied the robber, shrugging his shoulders. "Where there is aught to be got, ill go as far as my neighbours, but I hate mischief for mischief's sake." "And would you go nae length for revenge?" said the hag. "For revengeth sweetest morsel to the mouth that over was cooked in hell. The devil may keep it for his own eating then," said the robber, "for hang me if I like the sauce he dresses it with." "Revenge," continued the old woman, "why, it is the best reward the devil gives us for our time here, and hereafter I have wrought hard for it, I have suffered for it, and I have sinned for it, and I will have iter. There is neither justice in heaven or in hell." Levitt had by this time lighted a pipe, and was listening with great composure to the frantic and vindictive ravings of the old hag. He was too much hardened by his course of life to be shocked with them too indifferent, and probably too stupid to catch any part of their animation or energy. But mother, he said, after a pause, still I say that if revenge is your wish, you should take it on the young fellow himself. I wish I could, she said, drawing in her breath with the eagerness of a thirsty person, while mimicking the action of drinking. I wish I could, but no, I cannot, I cannot. And why not? You would think little of peaching and hanging him for this Scotch affair. At me, one might have milled the Bank of England, and less noise about it. I have nursed him at this withered breast, answered the old woman, folding her hands on her bosom, as if pressing an infant to it. And though he has proved an adder to Metho, he has been the destruction of me and mine. Though he has made me company for the devil, if there be a devil, and food for hell, if there be such a place. Yet I cannot take his life, no, I cannot, she continued, with an appearance of rage against herself. I have thought of it, I have tried it, but Francis Levitt, I canna gang through Witna Noth, was the first bairn I ever nursed. Till I had been, and man can never ken what woman feels for the bairn she has held first to her bosom. To be sure, said Levitt, we have no experience, but mother, they say you han't been so kind to other bairns, as you call them, that have come in your way. Adn, me never lay your hand on the whittle, for I am captain and leader here, and I will have no rebellion. The hag, whose first motion had been upon hearing the question to grasp the haft of a large knife, now unclosed her hand, stole it away from the weapon, and suffered it to fall by her side, while she proceeded with a sort of smile, bairns, ye are joking, ladwa wad touch bairns. Madge, pure thing, had a misfortune. Why, ane and the t'other. Here her voice sunk so much that Jeanie, though anxiously upon the watch, could not catch a word she said, until she raised her tone at the conclusion of the sentence. So Madge, in her daffin, threw it into the Norloch, I trow. Madge, whose slumbers, like those of most who labor under mental malady, had been short, and were easily broken, now made herself heard from her place of repose. Indeed, mother, that's a great lie, for I did nae sick thing. Hush, thou hellicat devil, said her mother, by heaven the other wench will be waking too. That may be dangerous, said Frank, and he rose and followed Meg Murdochson across the floor. Rise, said the hag to her daughter, or I sall drive the knife between the planks into the bedlam back of thee. Apparently she at the same time seconded her threat by pricking her with the point of a knife, for Madge, with a faint scream, changed her place, and the door opened. Jeanie, in the outlaw's hut. The old woman held a candle in one hand and a knife in the other. Levitt appeared behind her, whether with a view of preventing or assisting her in any violence she might meditate, could not be well guessed. Jeanie's presence of mind stood her friend in this dreadful crisis. She had resolution enough to maintain the attitude and manner of one who sleeps profoundly, and to regulate even her breathing, notwithstanding the agitation of instant terror, so as to correspond with her attitude. The old woman passed the light across her eyes, and although Jeanie's fears were so powerfully awakened by this movement that she often declared afterwards that she thought she saw the figures of her destined murderers through her closed eyelids, she had still the resolution to maintain the feint on which her safety perhaps depended. Levitt looked at her with fixed attention. He then turned the old woman out of the place, and followed her himself, having regained the outward apartment, and seated themselves. Jeanie heard the highwayman say to her no small relief, "She's as fast as if she were in Bedfordshire now. Old Meg, DN me, if I can understand a glim of this story of yours, or what good it will do you to hang the one wench and torment the other, but rat me. I will be true to my friend, and serve ye the way ye like it. I see it will be a bad job, but I do think I could get her down to Surfleet on the Wash, and so on board Tom Moonshine's neat lugger, and keep her out of the way 3 or 4 weeks, if that will please ye. But DN me, if anyone shall harm her, unless they have a mind to choke on a brace of blue plums, it's a cruel bad job, and I wish you and it, Meg, were both at the devil." "Never mind, Hinny Levitt," said the old woman, "you are a ruffler, and will have a your ain gaitchie shanna gang to heaven an hour sooner for me. I carena whether she live or deet's her sister Ray, her sister. Well, well, say no more about it. I hear Tom coming in will couch a hogshead, and so better had you. Lay ourselves down to sleep." They retired to repose accordingly, and all was silent in this asylum of iniquity. Jeanie lay for a long time awake. At break of day, she heard the 2 ruffians leave the barn after whispering to the old woman for some time, the sense that she was now guarded by persons of her own sex, gave her some confidence, and irresistible lassitude at length threw her into slumber. When the captive awakened, the sun was high in heaven, and the morning considerably advanced. Madge Wildfire was still in the hovel which had served them for the night, and immediately bid her good morning with her usual air of insane glee. "And I ken, lass," said Madge, "there's queer things chanced since ye hae been in the land of Nod. The constables hae been here, woman, and they met my Minnie at the door, and they whirled her awa to the justices about the man's wheat. Dear the English churls think as muckle about a blade of wheat or grass as a Scotch laird does about his mawkins and his muirpoots. Now, lass, if ye like well play them a fine jink, we will awa out and take a walksy. We'll mak unco work when they miss us, but we can easily be back by dinner time or before dark night at ony rate, and it will be some frolic and fresh air. But maybe ye wad like to take some breakfast and then lie down again. I ken by mysel there's whiles I can sit wi' my head in my hand the hale day, and havena a word to cast at a dogand. Other whiles that I canna sit still a moment, that's when the folk think me worst. But I am canny enughi needna be feared to walk wi' me." Had Madge Wildfire been the most raging lunatic, instead of possessing a doubtful, uncertain, and twilight sort of rationality, varying probably from the influence of the most trivial causes, Jeanie would hardly have objected to leave a place of captivity, where she had so much to apprehend. She eagerly assured Madge that she had no occasion for further sleep, no desire whatever for eating, and hoping internally that she was not guilty of sin in doing so. She flattered her keeper's crazy humor for walking in the woods. "It's no athagither for that neither," said poor Madge, "but I am judging ye will won the better out o' the folks' hands. Know that they are athagither bad folk neither, but they have queer ways wi' them, and I whiles dinna think it has ever been weel wi' my mother and me since we kept sick-like company." With the haste, the joy, the fear, and the hope of a liberated captive, Jeanie snatched up her little bundle, followed Madge into the free air, and eagerly looked round her for a human habitation, but none was to be seen. The ground was partly cultivated, and partly left in its natural state, according as the fancy of the slovenly agriculturists had decided. In its natural state, it was waste in some places, covered with dwarf trees and bushes, in others swamp, and elsewhere firm and dry downs or pasture grounds. Jeanie's active mind next led her to conjecture which way the highroad lay, whence she had been forced. If she regained that public road, she imagined she must soon meet some person or arrive at some house where she might tell her story and request protection. But after a glance around her, she saw with regret that she had no means whatever of directing her course with any degree of certainty, and that she was still in dependence upon her crazy companion. "Shall we not walk upon the highroad?" said she to Madge in such a tone as a nurse uses to coax a child its brower walking on the road, than among the wild bushes and winds. Madge, who was walking very fast, stopped at this question and looked at Jeanie with a sudden and scrutinizing glance that seemed to indicate complete acquaintance with her purpose. "Aha, lass," she exclaimed, "are ye gone to guide us? That gate ye'll be for making your heels save your head, I am judging." Jeanie hesitated for a moment on hearing her companion thus express herself, whether she had not better take the hint and try to outstrip and get rid of her. But she knew not in which direction to fly. She was by no means sure that she would prove the swiftest, and perfectly conscious that in the event of her being pursued and overtaken, she would be inferior to the madwoman. Strength, she therefore gave up thoughts for the present of attempting to escape in that manner, and saying a few words to allay Madge's suspicions, she followed in anxious apprehension the wayward path by which her guide thought proper to lead her. Madge, infirm of purpose, and easily reconciled to the present scene, whatever it was, began soon to talk with her usual diffuseness of ideas. "It's a dainty thing to be in the woods on a fine morning like this. I like it far better than the town, for there isna a ween duddy bairns to be crying after ane, as if ane were a world's wonder, just because ane maybe is a thought bonnier and better putin than their neighbours. Though Jeanie, ye sould never be proud o' brochclaiths or beauty, neitherwise me there but a snare I ants thought better o' them, and what came o't." "Are ye sure ye ken the way ye are taking us?" said Jeanie, who began to imagine that she was getting deeper into the woods, and more remote from the highroad. Do I ken the road wasna I money a day living here, and what for shouldna I ken the road I might hae forgotten too, for it was afore my accident. But there are some things ane can never forget, let them try it as muckle as they like. By this time they had gained the deepest part of a patch of woodland. The trees were a little separated from each other, and at the foot of one of them, a beautiful poplar was a hillock of moss, such as the poet of Grasmere has described. So soon as she arrived at this spot, Madge Wildfire, joining her hands above her head, with a loud scream that resembled laughter, flung herself all at once upon the spot, and remained lying there motionless. Jeanie's first idea was to take the opportunity of flight, but her desire to escape yielded for a moment to apprehension for the poor insane being who she thought might perish for want of relief. With an effort which in her circumstances might be termed heroic, she stooped down, spoke in a soothing tone, and endeavored to raise up the forlorn creature. She effected this with difficulty, and as she placed her against the tree in a sitting posture, she observed with surprise that her complexion, usually florid, was now deadly pale, and that her face was bathed in tears. Notwithstanding her own extreme danger, Jeanie was affected by the situation of her companion, and the rather that through the whole train of her wavering and inconsistent state of mind and line of conduct, she discerned a general color of kindness towards herself for which she felt gratitude. Let me alane, said the poor young woman as her paroxysm of sorrow began to abate. Let me alanate, does me good to weep. I canna shed tears, but maybe ance or twice a year, and I come to wet this turf with them, that the flowers may grow fair, and the grass may be green. But what is the matter with you, said Jeanie, why do you weep so bitterly? There's matter eno, replied the lunatic mare, than I pure mind can bear. I trow stay a bit, and I'll tell you about it, for I like ye. Jeanie Deansabody spoke weel about ye when we lived in the Pleasance, and I mind I the drink o' milk ye gie me yon day, when I had been on Arthur's Seat for 24 hours, looking for the ship that somebody was sailing in. These words recalled to Jeanie's recollection that in fact she had been one morning much frightened by meeting a crazy young woman near her father's house at an early hour, and that as she appeared to be harmless, her apprehension had been changed into pity, and she had relieved the unhappy wanderer with some food, which she devoured with the haste of a famished person. The incident, trifling in itself, was at present of great importance, if it should be found to have made a favorable and permanent impression in her favor on the mind of the object of her charity. Yes, said Madge, I'll tell ye about it, for ye are a decent man's daughter, Deuce Davy Deans. Ye can and maybe yell can teach me to find out the narrow way and the straight path, for I have been burning bricks in Egypt and walking through the weary wilderness of Sinai for lang and money a day. But whenever I think about mine errors, I am like to cover my lips for shame. Here she looked up and smiled. It's a strange thing now I hae spoke mair good words to you in 10 minutes than I wad speak to my mother in as many years. It's no that I dinna think on theme, and whiles they are just at my tongue's end. But then comes the devil and brushes my lips with his black wing, and lays his broad black loof on my mouth for a black loof. It is Jeanie, and sweeps away a my gude thoughts, and dits up my gude words, and pits a ween fuel sangs and idle vanities in their place. Try, Madge, said Jeanie, to settle your mind, and make your breast clean, and you'll find your heart easier. Just resist the devil, and he will flee from yond mind, that as my worthy father tells me, there is nae devil sae deceitful as our ain wandering thoughts. And that's true too, lass, said Madge, starting up, and I'll gang a gate where the devil dorna follow me, and it's a gate that you will like dearly to gang, but ill keep a fast haud o' your arm for fear Apollyon should stride across the path, as he did in the Pilgrim's Progress. Accordingly she got up, and taking Jeanie by the arm began to walk forward at a great pace, and soon to her companions no small joy came into a marked path, with the meanders of which she seemed perfectly acquainted. Jeanie endeavored to bring her back to the confessional, but the fancy was gone by. In fact, the mind of this deranged being resembled nothing so much as a quantity of dry leaves, which may for a few minutes remain still, but are instantly discomposed and put in motion by the first casual breath of air. She had now got John Bunyan's parable into her head, to the exclusion of everything else, and on she went with great volubility. Did ye never read the Pilgrim's Progress? And you shall be the woman Christiana, and I will be the maiden mercifer, ye ken mercy was of the fairer countenance, and the more alluring than her companion, and, if I had my little messan dog here, it would be Greatheart their guide ye ken, for he was e'en as bold that he wad bark at onything 20 times his size, and that was e'en the death of him, for he bit Corporal MacAlpine's heels I morning, when they were hauling me to the guard-house, and Corporal MacAlpine killed the bit faithful thing, why his Lochaber Axedale piked the Highland banes o' him. "Oh, fie, Madge," said Jeanie, "you should not speak such words." "It's very true," said Madge, shaking her head, "but then I mauna think o' my pure bit doggy Snap, when I saw it lying dying in the gutter. But it's just as weel for it suffered baith cold and hunger when it was living, and in the grave there is rest for a thing's rest for the doggy and my pure bairn and me." "Your bairn," said Jeanie, conceiving that, by speaking on such a topic, supposing it to be a real one, she could not fail to bring her companion to a more composed temper. She was mistaken, however, for Madge coloured, and replied with some anger, "My bairn, aye, to be sure, my bairn, what for shouldna I hae a bairn, and lose a bairn too, as weel as your bonny Titty, the lily of St. Leonard's?" The answer struck Jeanie with some alarm, and she was anxious to soothe the irritation she had unwittingly given occasion to. "I am very sorry for your misfortune." "Sorry, what wad ye be sorry for?" answered Madge. "The bairn was a blessing, that is, Jeanie. It wad hae been a blessing if it hadna been for my mother. But my mother's a queer woman, ye see. There was an old carl wi' a bit land, and a gude clat o' siller, besides, just the very picture of old Mr. Feeblemind, or Mr. Redditoholt, that Greatheart delivered from Slegud the giant, when he was rifling him, and about to pick his bones for Slegud, was of the nature of the flesh-eater sand Greatheart killed Giant Despair too. But I am doubting Giant Despair's come alive again, for the story book I find him busy at my heart whiles." "Weel, and so the old carl," said Jeanie, for she was painfully interested in getting to the truth of Madge's history, which she could not but suspect was in some extraordinary way linked and entwined with the fate of her sister. She was also desirous, if possible, to engage her companion in some narrative which might be carried on in a lower tone of voice, for she was in great apprehension lest the elevated notes of Madge's conversation should direct her mother or the robbers in search of them. "And so the old carl," said Madge, repeating her words, "I wish she had seen him stoiting about half I leg, on to the other why, a kind o' dotten goon sort o' motion, as if ilkane o' his twa legs had belanged to sindry folk, but gentle George could take him aft brolier, as I used to laugh to see George gang hip-hop like him I dinna ken. I think I laughed heartier then than what I do now, though maybe no, just sae muckle." "And who was gentle George?" said Jeanie, endeavouring to bring her back to her story. "Oh, he was Geordie Robertson, ye ken, when he was in Edinburgh, but that's no his right name, neither his name is. But what is your business why his name?" said she, as if upon sudden recollection. "What have ye to do asking for folks' names? Have ye a mind I should scour my knife between your ribs, as my mother says?" As this was spoken with a menacing tone and gesture, Jeanie hastened to protest her total innocence of purpose in the accidental question which she had asked, and Madge Wildfire went on somewhat pacified. "Never ask folks' names, Jeanie. It's no civil. I hae seen half a dozen o' folk in my mother's at aunts, and near ane of them ca'd the ither by his name, and Daddy Ratton says it is the most uncivil thing may be, because the Bailey bodies are aye asking fashions questions when he saw sick a man or sick a man, and if ye dinna ken their names, ye ken there can be nae mair spiered about it." In what strange school, thought Jeanie to herself, has this poor creature been bred up where such remote precautions are taken against the pursuits of justice? What would my father or Reuben Butler think if I were to tell them there are sick folk in the world, and to abuse the simplicity of this demented creature? Oh, that I were but safe at hame amang mine ain leal and true people, and ill bless God, while I have breath that placed me amongst those who live in his fear, and under the shadow of his wing. She was interrupted by the insane laugh of Madge Wildfire, as she saw a magpie hop across the path. "See there, that was the gate my old Joe used to cross the country, but no, just sae lightly, hadna wings to help his old legs, I trow. But I behoved to have married him for that, Jeanie, or my mother wad hae been the dead o' me. But then came in the story of my poor bairn, and my mother thought he wad be deaved why it's skirling, and she patted away in below the bit burrock of turf yonder just to be out o' the gate, and I think she buried my best wits with it, for I have never been. Just myself since, and only think Jeanie after my mother had been at these pains. The old doited body Johnny Drottle turned up his nose, and wadna hay ought to say to me, but it's little I care for him, for I have led a merry life ever since, and near. A broad gentleman looks at me, but ye wad think he was gone to drop off his horse for mere love of me. I have kenned some o' them put their hand in their pocket, and gie me as muckle as sixpence at a time, just for my Wilford face. This speech gave Jeanie a dark insight into Madge's history. She had been courted by a wealthy suitor, whose addresses her mother had favored. Notwithstanding the objection of old age and deformity, she had been seduced by some profligate, and to conceal her shame and promote the advantageous match she had planned, her mother had not hesitated to destroy the offspring of their intrigue. That the consequence should be the total derangement of Amand, which was constitutionally unsettled by giddiness and vanity, was extremely natural, and such was in fact the history of Madge Wildfire's insanity. Chapter 7. So free from danger, free from fear. They crossed the courtright glad they were. Christabel, pursuing the path which Madge had chosen, Jeanie Deans observed to her no small delight that marks of more cultivation appeared, and the thatched roofs of houses with their blue smoke arising in little columns were seen embosomed in a tuft of trees at some distance. The track led in that direction, and Jeanie therefore resolved, while Madge continued to pursue it, that she would ask her no questions, having had the penetration to observe that by doing so she ran the risk of irritating her guide, or awakening suspicions to the impressions of which persons in Madge's unsettled state of mind are particularly liable. Madge therefore uninterrupted went on with the wild, disjointed chat which her rambling imagination suggested, a mood in which she was much more communicative respecting her own history and that of others than when there was any attempt made by direct queries or cross-examinations to extract information on these subjects. "It's a queer thing," she said, "but whiles I can speak about the bit bairn and the rest of it, just as if it had been another body's, and know my ain, and whiles I am like to break my heart about it. Had you ever a bairn, Jeanie?" Jeanie replied in the negative. "I but your sister had tho, and I ken what came ought to." "In the name of heavenly mercy," said Jeanie, forgetting the line of conduct which she had hitherto adopted, "tell me, but what became of that unfortunate babe?" And Madge stopped, looked at her gravely and fixedly, and then broke into a great fit of laughing. "Aha, lass, catch me if you can. I think it's easy to gar you trow ony thing how sold. I ken onything o' your sister's ween. Lasses sold hae neething to do why weens, till they are married, and then the gossips and cummers come in and feast, as if it were the blithest day in the world. They say maidens' bairns are weel guided. I wot that wasna true of your tiddies and mine, but these are sad tales to tell. I maun just sing a bit to keep up my heart. It's a sang that gentle George made on me lang syne, when I went with him to Lockington Wake to see him act upon a stage in fine clothes, with the player folk. He might hae dune war than married me that night, as he promised better wed over the mixen, as over the moor, as they say in Yorkshire. A homely proverb signifying better wed a neighbour than one fetched from a distance. Mixen signifies dunghill. He may gang farther and fair war, but that's a ain to the sang. I am Madge of the country, I am Madge of the town, and I am Madge of the lad, I am blithes to own. The lady of beeve in diamonds may shine, but has not a heart half so lightsome as mine. I am queen of the wake, and I am lady of May, and I lead the blithe ring round the maypole today. The wildfire that flashes so fair and so free was never so bright or so bonny as me. I like that the best o' my sangs," continued the maniac, "because he made it. I am often singing it, and that's maybe the reason folk call me Madge Wildfire. I answer to the name, though it's no my ain, for what's the use of making a fash?" "But ye shouldna sing upon the Sabbath, at least," said Jeanie, who amid all her distress and anxiety could not help being scandalized at the deportment of her companion, especially as they now approached near to the little village. "I is this Sunday," said Madge. "My mother leads sick a life, why turning night into day, that ane loses account o' the days o' the week, and disna ken Sunday frae Saturday. Besides, it's your Wiggerian England folk sings, When they likand, then ye ken you are Christiana, and I am mercy and ye ken, as they went on their way they sang and she immediately raised one of John Bunyan's ditties. He that is down need fear no fall. He that is low no pride. He that is humble ever shall have God to be his guide. Fallness to such a burthen is that go on pilgrimage. Here little and hereafter bliss is best from age to age. And do ye ken, Jeanie, I think there's much truth in that book. The Pilgrim's Progress. The boy that sings that song was feeding his father's sheep in the Valley of Humiliation. And Mr. Greatheart says that he lived a merrier life, and had more of the herb called heartsease in his bosom than they that wear silk and velvet like me, and are as bonny as I am. Jeanie Deans had never read the fanciful and delightful parable to which Madge alluded. Bunyan was indeed a rigid Calvinist, but then he was also a member of a Baptist congregation, so that his works had no place on David Dean's shelf of divinity. Madge, however, at some time of her life, had been well acquainted, as it appeared, with the most popular of his performances, which indeed rarely fails to make a deep impression upon children and people of the lower rank. I am sure, she continued, I may weel say, I am come out of the city of destruction, for my mother is Mrs. Batsize, that dwells at Deadman's Corner, and Frank Levitt, and Tyburn Tam, they may be likened to mistrust and guilt, that came galloping up, and struck the poor pilgrim to the ground with a great club, and stole a bag of silver, which was most of his spending money, and so have they done to many, and will do to more. But now we will gang to the interpreter's house, for I ken a man that will play the interpreter right weel, for he has eyes lifted up to heaven, the best of books in his hand, the law of truth written on his lips, and he stands as if he pleaded. Why, Menno, if I had minded what he had said to me, I had never been the cutaway creature that I am. But it is all over now. But well, knock at the gate, and then the keeper will admit Christiana, but mercy will be left outand. Then ill stand at the door trembling and crying, and then Christianathats Eugenie will intercede for me, and then mercithats me ye ken will faint, and then the interpreter is the interpreter, that's Mr. Stanton himself, will come out, and take Methat's poor lost demented maybe the hand, and give me a pomegranate, and a piece of honeycomb, and a small bottle of spirits, to stay my fainting gand. Then the good times will come back again, and well be the happiest folk you ever saw. In the midst of the confused assemblage of ideas indicated in this speech, Jeanie thought she saw a serious purpose on the part of Madge, to endeavor to obtain the pardon and countenance of someone whom she had offended, an attempt, the most likely of all others, to bring them once more into contact with law and legal protection. She therefore resolved to be guided by her while she was in so hopeful a disposition, and act for her own safety according to circumstances. They were now close by the village, one of those beautiful scenes which are so often found in merry England, where the cottages, instead of being built in two direct lines on each side of a dusty highroad, stand in detached groups interspersed not only with large oaks and elms, but with fruit trees, so many of which were at this time in flourish that the grove seemed enameled with their crimson and white blossoms. In the center of the hamlet stood the parish church, and its little Gothic tower, from which at present was heard the Sunday chime of bells. We will wait here until the folk are in the church. Thee ca the kirk a church in England, Jeanie, be sure you mind that, for if I was gone forward amming them, the gates, oh boys and lasses, wad be crying at Madge wildfires, till the little hellrakers, and the beadle would be as hard upon us, as if it was our fault. I like their skirting as ill as he does. I can tell him, I'm sure I often wish there was a het peat down their throats when they set them up that gate. Conscious of the disorderly appearance of her own dress after the adventure of the preceding night, and of the grotesque habit and demeanor of her guide, and sensible how important it was to secure an attentive and impatient audience to her strange story from someone who might have the means to protect her, Jeanie readily acquiesced in Madge's proposal to rest under the trees by which they were still somewhat screened until the commencement of service should give them an opportunity of entering the hamlet without attracting a crowd around them. She made the less opposition that Madge had intimated that this was not the village where her mother was in custody, and that the two squires of the pad were absent in a different direction. She sate herself down therefore at the foot of an oak, and by the assistance of a placid fountain which had been dammed up for the use of the villagers, and which served her as a natural mirror, she began an uncommon thing with a Scottish maiden of her rank to arrange her toilette in the open air, and bring her dress soiled and disordered, as it was into such order as the place and circumstances admitted. She soon perceived reason, however, to regret that she had set about this task, however decent and necessary in the present time, and society Madge Wildfire, who among other indications of insanity, had a most overweening opinion of those charms to which in fact she had owed her misery, and whose mind, like a raft upon a lake, was agitated and driven about at random by each fresh impulse, no sooner beheld Jeanie begin to arrange her hair, place her bonnet in order, rub the dust from her shoes and clothes, adjust her neck handkerchief and mittens, and so forth, than with imitative zeal she began to bedizen and trick herself out with shreds and remnants of beggarly finery which she took out of a little bundle, and which, when disposed around her person, made her appearance 10 times more fantastic and apish than it had been before. Jeanie groaned in spirit, but dared not interfere in a matter so delicate. Across the man's cap or riding hat, which she wore, Madge placed a broken and soiled white feather, intersected with one which had been shed from the train of a peacock, to her dress, which was a kind of riding habit. She stitched, pinned, and otherwise secured a large furbelow of artificial flowers, all crushed, wrinkled, and dirty, which had at first bedecked a lady of quality, then descended to her Abigail, and dazzled the inmates of the servants' hall, a tawdry scarf of yellow silk, trimmed with tinsel and spangles, which had seen as hard service, and boasted as honorable a transmission, was next flung over one shoulder, and fell across her person in the manner of a shoulder belt or baldric. Madge then stripped off the coarse ordinary shoes which she wore, and replaced them by a pair of dirty satin ones, spangled and embroidered to match the scarf, and furnished with very high heels. She had cut a willow switch in her morning's walk, almost as long as a boy's fishing rod. This she set herself seriously to peel, and when it was transformed into such a wand as the treasurer or high steward bears on public occasions, she told Jeanie that she thought they now looked decent, as young women should do upon the Sunday morning, and that as the bells had done ringing, she was willing to conduct her to the interpreter's house. Jeanie sighed heavily to think it should be her lot on the Lord's Day, and during kirk time too, to parade the street of an inhabited village with so very grotesque a comrade, but necessity had no law, since, without a positive quarrel with the madwoman, which in the circumstances would have been very unadvisable, she could see no means of shaking herself free of her society. As for poor Madge, she was completely elated with personal vanity and the most perfect satisfaction concerning her own dazzling dress and superior appearance. They entered the hamlet without being observed, except by one old woman who, being nearly high-gravel blind, was only conscious that something very fine and glittering was passing by, and dropped as deep a reverence to Madge as she would have done to a countess. This filled up the measure of Madge's self-approbation. She minced, she ambled, she smiled, she simpered, and waved Jeanie Deans forward with the condescension of a noble chaperone who has undertaken the charge of a country miss on her first journey to the capital. Jeanie followed in patience, and with her eyes fixed on the ground, that she might save herself the mortification of seeing her companion's absurdities. But she started when, ascending 2 or 3 steps, she found herself in the churchyard, and saw that Madge was making straight for the door of the church. As Jeanie had no mind to enter the congregation in such company, she walked aside from the pathway, and said in a decided tone, "Madge, I will wait here till the church comes out. You may go in by yourself, if you have a mind." As she spoke these words, she was about to seat herself upon one of the gravestones. Madge was a little before Jeanie when she turned aside, but suddenly changing her course, she followed her with long strides, and with every feature inflamed with passion overtook, and seized her by the arm. "Do ye think, ye ungrateful wretch, that I am gone to let you sit down upon my father's grave? The deal settle ye down, if ye dinna rise, and come into the interpreter's house, that's the house of God. Why me, but ill rive every dud after your back." She adapted the action to the phrase, for with one clutch she stripped Jeanie of her straw bonnet, and a handful of her hair to boot, and threw it up into an old yew tree, where it stuck fast. Jeanie's first impulse was to scream, but conceiving she might receive deadly harm before she could obtain the assistance of anyone, notwithstanding the vicinity of the church, she thought it wiser to follow the madwoman into the congregation, where she might find some means of escape from her, or at least be secured against her violence. But when she meekly intimated her consent to follow Madge, her guide's uncertain brain had caught another train of ideas. She held Jeanie fast with one hand, and with the other pointed to the inscription on the gravestone, and commanded her to read it. Jeanie obeyed, and read these words. This monument was erected to the memory of Donald Murdochson of the King's Roman 26, or Cameronian Regiment, a sincere Christian, a brave soldier, and a faithful servant, by his grateful and sorrowing Master Robert Stanton. It's very well read, Jeanie. It's just the very words, said Madge, whose ire had now faded into deep melancholy, and with a step which, to Jeanie's great joy, was uncommonly quiet and mournful, she led her companion towards the door of the church. Madge and Jeanie. It was one of those old-fashioned Gothic parish churches which are frequent in England, the most cleanly, decent, and reverential places of worship that are perhaps anywhere to be found in the Christian world, yet notwithstanding the decent solemnity of its exterior, Jeanie was too faithful to the directory of the Presbyterian Kirk to have entered a prelatic place of worship, and would upon any other occasion have thought that she beheld in the porch the venerable figure of her father waving her back from the entrance and pronouncing, in a solemn tone, "Cease, my child, to hear the instruction which causeth to err from the words of knowledge." But in her present agitating and alarming situation, she looked for safety to this forbidden place of assembly, as the hunted animal will sometimes seek shelter from imminent danger in the human habitation, or in other places of refuge most alien to its nature, and habits not even the sound of the organ and of one or two flutes, which accompanied the psalmody, prevented her from following her guide into the chancel of the church. No sooner had Madge put her foot upon the pavement and become sensible that she was the object of attention to the spectators, than she resumed all the fantastic extravagance of deportment, which some transient touch of melancholy had banished for an instant. She swam, rather than walked up the center aisle, dragging Jeanie after her, whom she held fast by the hand. She would indeed have fain slipped aside into the pew nearest to the door, and left Madge to ascend in her own manner and alone to the high places of the synagogue. But this was impossible without a degree of violent resistance, which seemed to her inconsistent with the time and place, and she was accordingly led in captivity up the whole length of the church by her grotesque conductress, who, with half-shut eyes, a prim smile upon her lips, and a mincing motion with her hands, which corresponded with the delicate and affected pace at which she was pleased to move, seemed to take the general stare of the congregation, which such an exhibition necessarily excited as a high compliment, and which she returned by nods and half-courtesies to individuals amongst the audience, whom she seemed to distinguish as acquaintances. Her absurdity was enhanced, in the eyes of the spectators, by the strange contrast which she formed to her companion, who, with disheveled hair, downcast eyes, and a face glowing with shame, was dragged, as it were in triumph, after her. Madge's airs were at length fortunately cut short by her encountering in her progress the looks of the clergyman, who fixed upon her a glance at once steady, compassionate, and admonitory. She hastily opened an empty pew which happened to be near her, and entered, dragging in Jeanie after her, kicking Jeanie on the shins by way of hint that she should follow her example. She sunk her head upon her hand. For the space of a minute, Jeanie, to whom this posture of mental devotion was entirely new, did not attempt to do the like, but looked round her with a bewildered stare, which her neighbors, judging from the company in which they saw her, very naturally ascribed to insanity. Every person in their immediate vicinity drew back from this extraordinary couple, as far as the limits of their pew permitted, but one old man could not get beyond Madge's reach ere she had snatched the prayer book from his hand and ascertained the lesson of the day. She then turned up the ritual, and with the most overstrained enthusiasm of gesture and manner, showed Jeanie the passages as they were read in the service, making at the same time her own responses so loud as to be heard above those of every other person. Notwithstanding the shame and vexation which Jeanie felt in being thus exposed in a place of worship, she could not and durst not omit rallying her spirits so as to look around her and consider to whom she ought to appeal for protection so soon As the service should be concluded, her first ideas naturally fixed upon the clergyman, and she was confirmed in the resolution by observing that he was an aged gentleman of a dignified appearance and deportment, who read the service with an undisturbed and decent gravity, which brought back to becoming attention those younger members of the congregation who had been disturbed by the extravagant behavior of Madge Wildfire to the clergyman. Therefore Jeanie resolved to make her appeal when the service was over. It is true she felt disposed to be shocked at his surplice, of which she had heard so much, but which she had never seen upon the person of a preacher of the word. Then she was confused by the change of posture adopted in different parts of the ritual, the more so as Madge Wildfire, to whom they seemed familiar, took the opportunity to exercise authority over her, pulling her up and pushing her down with a bustling assiduity which Jeanie felt must make them both the objects of painful attention. But notwithstanding these prejudices, it was her prudent resolution in this dilemma to imitate as nearly as she could what was done around her. The prophet, she thought, permitted Naaman, the Syrian, to bow even in the house of Rimmon. Surely, if I in this strait worship the God of my fathers in mine own language, although the manner thereof be strange to me, the Lord will pardon me in this thing. In this resolution she became so much confirmed that, withdrawing herself from Madge as far as the pew permitted, she endeavored to evince by serious and composed attention to what was passing that her mind was composed to devotion. Her tormentor would not long have permitted her to remain quiet, but fatigue overpowered her, and she fell fast asleep in the other corner of the pew. Jeanie, though her mind in her own despite sometimes reverted to her situation, compelled herself to give attention to a sensible, energetic, and well-composed discourse upon the practical doctrines of Christianity, which she could not help approving, although it was every word written down and read by the preacher, and although it was delivered in a tone and gesture very different from those of Bonerge's Stormhaven, who was her father's favorite preacher. The serious and placid attention with which Jeanie listened did not escape the clergyman. Madge Wildfire's entrance had rendered him apprehensive of some disturbance, to provide against which, as far as possible, he often turned his eyes to the part of the church where Jeanie and she were placed. Became soon aware that although the loss of her headgear and the awkwardness of her situation had given an uncommon and anxious air to the features of the former, yet she was in a state of mind very different from that of her companion. When he dismissed the congregation, he observed her look around with a wild and terrified look, as if uncertain what course she ought to adopt, and noticed that she approached one or two of the most decent of the congregation, as if to address them, and then shrunk back timidly on observing that they seemed to shun and to avoid her. The clergyman was satisfied there must be something extraordinary in all this, and as a benevolent man, as well as a good Christian pastor, he resolved to inquire into the matter more minutely. Chapter 8. There governed in that year a stern, stout, churlen, angry overseer, Crabbe. While Mr. Stanton, for such was this worthy clergyman's name, was laying aside his gown in the vestry, Jeanie was in the act of coming to an open rupture with Madge. "We must return to Mummer's barn directly," said Madge. "Well, be o'er late, and my mother will be angry." "I am not going back with you, Madge," said Jeanie, taking out a guinea and offering it to her. "I am much obliged to you, but I maun gang my ain road. And me coming a this way out o' my gate to pleasure you, ye ungrateful cutty," answered Madge, "and me to be brained by my mother when I gang hame, and a for your sake, but I will gar ye as good." "For God's sake," said Jeanie to a man who stood beside them, "keep her off, is mad." I answered the boor, "I hae some guess of that, and I trow thou best a bird of the same feather howsomever. Madge, I read thee keep hand off her, or isse lend thee a wister poop." Several of the lower class of the parishioners now gathered round the strangers, and the cry arose among the boys that there was going to be a fight between Mad Madge Murdochson and another Bess of Bedlam. But while the fry assembled with the humane hope of seeing as much of the fun as possible, the lace-cocked hat of the beadle was discerned among the multitude, and all made way for that person of awful authority. His first address was to Madge. "What's brought thee back again, thou silly Donnot, to plague this parish? Hast thou brought ony more bastards wi' thee to lay to honest men's doors, or does thou think to burden us with this goose that's as harebrained as thistle, as if rates were no up eno away wi' thee?" to thy thief of a mother she's fast in the stocks at Barkston Townend. Away why ye out o' the parish, or say be at ye, with the rattan. Madge stood sulky for a minute, but she had been too often taught submission to the beadle's authority by ungentle means to feel courage enough to dispute it. And my mother, me pure old mother, is in the stocks at Barkston. This is a your white Miss Jeanie Deans. But ill be upsides why you as sure as my name's Madge Wildfire I mean Murdochson. God help me, I forget my very name in this confused waste. So saying, she turned upon her heel and went off, followed by all the mischievous imps of the village, some crying, Madge, canst thou tell thy name, yet some pulling the skirts of her dress, and all to the best of their strength and ingenuity, exercising some new device or other to exasperate her into frenzy. Jeanie saw her departure with infinite delight, though she wished that in some way or other she could have requited the service Madge had conferred upon her. In the meantime, she applied to the beadle to know whether there was any house in the village where she could be civilly entertained for her money, and whether she could be permitted to speak to the clergyman. I wees ha reverend care on thee, and I think, answered the man of constituted authority, that unless thou answer the rector, all the better wees spare thy money, and jye thee lodging at the parish charge, young woman. Where am I to go, then? Said Jeanie, in some alarm. Why, I am to take thee to his reverence, in the first place, to jye an account o' thyself, and to see thou Camina to be a burden upon the parish. I do not wish to burden anyone, replied Jeanie. I have enough for my own wants, and only wish to get on my journey safely. Why, that's another matter, replied the beadle, and if it be truant, I think thou dost not look so perumptuous as thy playfellow yonder. Thou wouldst be a metal lass eno, and thou wert snog, and snod a bit better. Come thou away, thenth rector is a good man. Is that the minister, said Jeanie, who preached? The minister, Lord, help thee, what kind o' Presbyterian art, thou I tease the rector's cell woman, and there isna the like o' him in the county, nor the four next to it. Come away with thee, mauna bide here. I am sure I am very willing to go to see the minister, said Jeanie, for though he read his discourse, and wore that surplice, as they call it here, I canna, but think he must be a very worthy God-fearing man to preach the root of the matter in the way he Roman 999. The disappointed rabble, finding that there was like to be no farther sport, had by this time dispersed, and Jeanie, with her usual patience, followed her consequential and surly, but not brutal conductor towards the rectory. This clerical mansion was large and commodious, for the living was an excellent one, and the advowson belonged to a very wealthy family in the neighborhood, who had usually bred up a son or nephew to the church, for the sake of inducting him, as opportunity offered, into this very comfortable provision. In this manner, the rectory of Willingham had always been considered as a direct and immediate appanage of Willingham Hall, and as the rich baronets to whom the latter belonged had usually a son or brother or nephew settled in the living, the utmost care had been taken to render their habitation not merely respectable and commodious, but even dignified and imposing. It was situated about 400 yards from the village, and on a rising ground which sloped gently upward, covered with small enclosures or closes laid out irregularly, so that the old oaks and elms which were planted in hedgerows fell into perspective, and were blended together in beautiful irregularity. When they approached nearer to the house, a handsome gateway admitted them into a lawn of narrow dimensions indeed, but which was interspersed with large sweet chestnut trees and beeches, and kept in handsome order. The front of the house was irregular, part of it seemed very old, and had in fact been the residence of the incumbent in Romish times. Successive occupants had made considerable additions and improvements, each in the taste of his own age, and without much regard to symmetry, but these incongruities of architecture were so graduated and happily mingled that the eye, far from being displeased with the combinations of various styles, saw nothing but what was interesting in the varied and intricate pile which they displayed. Fruit trees displayed on the southern wall, outer staircases, various places of entrance, a combination of roofs and chimneys of different ages, united to render the front not indeed beautiful or grand, but intricate, perplexed, or, to use Mr. Price's appropriate phrase, picturesque. The most considerable addition was that of the present rector, who being a bookish man, as the beadle was at the pains, to inform Jeanie to augment perhaps her reverence for the person before whom she was to appear, had built a handsome library and parlour, and no less than 2 additional bedrooms. Money men would hae scrupled such expense, continued the parochial officer, seeing as the living mun go as it pleases Sir Edmund to will it. But his reverence has a canny bit land of his own, and need not look on 2 sides of a penny. Jeanie could not help comparing the irregular, yet extensive and commodious pile of building before her to the manses in her own country, where a set of penurious heritors professing all the while the devotion of their lives and fortunes to the Presbyterian establishment strain their inventions to discover what may be nipped and clipped and pared from. Building which forms but a poor accommodation even for the present incumbent, and despite the superior advantage of stonemasonry, must in the course of 40 or 50 years again burden their descendants with an expense which once liberally and handsomely employed ought to have freed their estates from a recurrence of it for more than a century at least. Behind the rector's house, the ground sloped down to a small river which, without possessing the romantic vivacity and rapidity of a northern stream, was nevertheless, by its occasional appearance, through the ranges of willows and poplars that crowned its banks, a very pleasing accompaniment to the landscape. It was the best trouting stream, said the beadle, whom the patience of Jeanie, and especially the assurance that she was not about to become a burden to the parish, had rendered rather communicative, the best trouting stream in all Lincolnshire, for when you got lower, there was naught to be done why fly fishing. Turning aside from the principal entrance, he conducted Jeanie towards a sort of portal connected with the older part of the building, which was chiefly occupied by servants, and knocking at the door, it was opened by a servant in grave purple livery, such as befitted a wealthy and dignified clergyman. "How dost do, Thomas?" said the beadlind. "How's young Meester Stanton?" "Why, but poorly, Meester Stubbs. Are you wanting to see his reverence?" "Aye, Thomas, pleased to say, I ha' brought up the young woman as came to service today with Mad Madge Murdochson, seems to be a decentish coined o' body, but I ha' asked her never a question, only I can tell his reverence that she is a Scotchwoman, I judge, and as flat as the fens of Holland." Thomas honoured Jeanie Deans with such a stare as the pampered domestics of the rich, whether spiritual or temporal, usually esteem it part of their privilege to bestow upon the poor, and then desired Mr. Stubbs and his charge to step in till he informed his master of their presence. The room into which he showed them was a sort of steward's parlour hung with a county map or 2, and 3 or 4 prints of eminent persons connected with the county, as Sir William Monson, James York the blacksmith of Lincoln, and the famous peregrine Lord Willoughby in complete armour, looking, as when he said in the words of the legend below the engraving, "Author of the Union of Honour, a treatise on English heraldry, London, 1641. Stand to it, noble pikemen, and face ye well about, and shoot, ye sharp, bold bowmen, and we will keep them out. Ye musket and caliver men, do you prove true to me? I'll be the foremost man in fight," said brave Lord Willoughby. "A summat to eat and drink." When they had entered this apartment, Thomas, as a matter of course, offered, and as a matter of course, Mr. Stubbs accepted a summat to eat and drink, being the respectable relies of a gammon of bacon, and a whole whiskin or black pot of sufficient double ale. To these eatables, Mr. Beadle seriously inclined himself, and for we must do him justice, not without an invitation to Jeanie, in which Thomas joined, that his prisoner or charge would follow his good example, but although she might have stood in need of refreshment, considering she had tasted no food that day, the anxiety of the moment, her own sparing and abstemious habits, and a bashful aversion to eat in company of the 2 strangers, induced her to decline their courtesy, so she sate in a chair apart, while Mr. Stubbs and Mr. Thomas, who had chosen to join his friend in consideration that dinner was to be put back till after the afternoon service, made a hearty luncheon, which lasted for half an hour, and might not then have concluded had not his reverence rung his bell, so that Thomas was obliged to attend his master then, and no sooner to save himself the labour of a second journey to the other end of the house. he announced to his master the arrival of Mr. Stubbs with the other madwoman. As he chose to designate Jeanie as an event which had just taken place, he returned with an order that Mr. Stubbs and the young woman should be instantly ushered up to the library. The beadle bolted in haste, his last mouthful of fat bacon washed down the greasy morsel with the last rinsings of the pot of ale, and immediately marshalled Jeanie through one or two intricate passages, which led from the ancient to the more modern buildings into a handsome little hall or anteroom adjoining to the library, and out of which a glass door opened to the lawn. "Stay here," said Stubbs, "till I tell his reverence you are come." So saying, he opened a door and entered the library without wishing to hear their conversation. Jeanie, as she was circumstanced, could not avoid it, for as Stubbs stood by the door, and his reverence was at the upper end of a large room, their conversation was necessarily audible in the anteroom. "So you have brought the young woman here at last, Mr. Stubbs. I expected you some time, since you know I do not wish such persons to remain in custody a moment without some inquiry into their situation." "Very true, your reverence," replied the beadle, "but the young woman had eat not today, and so Meester Thomas did set down a drap of drink, and a morsel to be sure." "Thomas was very right, Mr. Stubbs. And what has become of the other most unfortunate being?" "Why," replied Mr. Stubbs, "I did think the sight on her would but vex your reverence, and so I did let her go her ways back to her mother, who is in trouble in the next parish." "In trouble, that signifies in prison, I suppose," said Mr. Stanton. "Ay, truly something like it, and it like your reverence." "Wretched, unhappy, incorrigible woman," said the clergyman, "and what sort of person is this companion of hers?" "Why, decent eno, and it like your reverence," said Stubbs, "for aught I sees of her, there's no harm of her, and she says she has cash eno to carry her out of the county." "Cash, that is always what you think of, Stubbs, but has she sense, has she her witches, she the capacity of taking care of herself?" "Why, your reverence," replied Stubbs, "I cannot just say I will be sworn. She was not born at Whittham, for Gaffer Gibbs looked at her all the time of service, and he says she could not turn up a single lesson like a Christian, even though she had Madge Murdochson to help her. But then, as to fending for herself, why, she's a bit of a Scotchwoman, your reverence, and they say the worst donnot of them can look out for their own turn end. She is decently put on eno, and not bechunched like t'other. A proverbial and punning expression in that county, to intimate that a person is not very clever. Send her in here then, and do you remain below, Mr. Stubbs." This colloquy had engaged Jeanie's attention so deeply that it was not until it was over that she observed that the sash door, which we have said led from the anteroom into the garden, was opened, and that there entered, or rather was borne in by two assistants, a young man of a very pale and sickly appearance, whom they lifted to the nearest couch, and placed there as if to recover from the fatigue of an unusual exertion. Just as they were making this arrangement, Stubbs came out of the library, and summoned Jeanie to enter it. She obeyed him, not without tremor, for besides the novelty of the situation, to a girl of her secluded habits, she felt also as if the successful prosecution of her journey was to depend upon the impression she should be able to make on Mr. Stanton. It is true it was difficult to suppose on what pretext a person traveling on her own business and at her own charge could be interrupted upon her route, but the violent detention she had already undergone was sufficient to show that there existed persons at no great distance who had the interest, the inclination, and the audacity forcibly to stop her journey, and she felt the necessity of having some countenance and protection at least till she should get beyond their reach. While these things passed through her mind much faster than our pen and ink can record, or even the reader's eye collect the meaning of its traces, Jeanie found herself in a handsome library, and in presence of the rector of Willingham. The well-furnished presses and shelves which surrounded the large and handsome apartment contained more books than Jeanie imagined existed in the world, being accustomed to consider as an extensive collection 2 fir shelves each, about 3 feet long, which contained her father's treasured volumes, the whole pith and marrow, as he used sometimes to boast of modern divinity, and orrery globes, a telescope, and some other scientific implements, conveyed to Jeanie an impression of admiration and wonder not unmixed with fear, for, in her ignorant apprehension, they seemed rather adapted for magical purposes than any other and a few stuffed animals, as the rector was fond of natural history, added to the impressive character of the apartment. Mr. Stanton spoke to her with great mildness. He observed that although her appearance at church had been uncommon and strange, and he must add discreditable society, and calculated upon the whole to disturb the congregation during divine worship, he wished nevertheless to hear her own account of herself before taking any steps which his duty might seem to demand. He was a justice of peace, he informed her, as well as a clergyman. His honor, for she would not say his reverence, was very civil and kind, was all that poor Jeanie could at first bring out. "Who are you, young woman?" said the clergyman, more peremptorily, "and what do you do in this country? And in such company we allow no strollers or vagrants here." "I'm not a vagrant or a stroller, sir," said Jeanie, a little roused by the supposition. "I am a decent Scots lass travelling through the land on my own business and my own expenses, and I was so unhappy as to fall in with bad company, and was stopped a night on my journey, and this pure creature, who is something light-headed, let me out in the morning." "Bad company," said the clergyman. "I am afraid, young woman, you have not been sufficiently anxious to avoid them." "Indeed, sir," returned Jeanie, "I have been brought up to shun evil communication, but these wicked people were thieves, and stopped me by violence and mastery." "Thieves," said Mr. Stanton. "Then you charge them with robbery, I suppose?" "No, sir, they did not take so much as a bottle from me," answered Jeanie, "nor did they use me ill otherwise than by confining me." The clergyman inquired into the particulars of her adventure, which she told him from point to point. "This is an extraordinary and not a very probable tale, young woman," resumed Mr. Stanton. "Here has been, according to your account, a great violence, committed without any adequate motive. Are you aware of the law of this country that, if you lodge this charge, you will be bound over to prosecute this gang?" Jeanie did not understand him, and he explained that the English law, in addition to the inconvenience sustained by persons who have been robbed or injured, has the goodness to entrust to them the care and the expense of appearing as prosecutors. Jeanie said that her business at London was express. All she wanted was that any gentleman would, out of Christian charity, protect her to some town where she could hire horses and a guide. And finally she thought it would be her father's mind that she was not free to give testimony in an English court of justice, as the land was not under a direct gospel dispensation. Mr. Stanton stared a little and asked if her father was a Quaker. "God forbid, sir," said Jeanie. "He is nae schismatic nor sectary, nor ever treated for sic black commodities as theirs, and that's we'll kend o' him." "And what is his name, pray?" said Mr. Stanton. "David Deans, sir, the cowfeeder at St. Leonard's Crags near Edinburgh." A deep groan from the anteroom prevented the rector from replying and exclaiming, "Good God, that unhappy boy!" He left Jeanie alone and hastened into the outer apartment. Some noise and bustle was heard, but no one entered the library for the best part of an hour. Chapter 9. Fantastic passions, maddening brawl, and shame and terror over all. Deeds to be hid, which were not hid, which all confused, I could not know whether I suffered or I did. For all seemed guilt, remorse, or woe, my own or others, still the same. Life-stifling fear, soul-stifling shame. Coleridge. During the interval, while she was thus left alone, Jeanie anxiously revolved in her mind what course was best for her to pursue. She was impatient to continue her journey, yet she feared she could not safely adventure to do so, while the old hag and her assistants were in the neighborhood, without risking a repetition of their violence. She thought she could collect from the conversation, which she had partly overheard, and also from the wild confessions of Madge Wildfire, that her mother had a deep and revengeful motive for obstructing her journey if possible, and from whom could she hope for assistance, if not from Mr. Stanton? His whole appearance and demeanor seemed to encourage her hopes. His features were handsome, though marked with a deep cast of melancholy. His tone and language were gentle and encouraging, and as he had served in the army for several years during his youth, his air retained that easy frankness which is peculiar to the profession of arms. He was besides a minister of the gospel, and although a worshipper according to Jeanie's notions in the court of the Gentiles, and so benighted as to wear a surplice, although he read the common prayer and wrote down every word of his sermon before delivering it, and although he was moreover in strength of lungs, as well as pith and marrow of doctrine, vastly inferior to Bonerge's Stormhaven Jeanie, still thought he must be a very different person from Curate Kilstoop and other prelatical divines of her father's earlier days, who used to get drunk in their canonical dress, and hound out the dragoons against the wandering Cameronians. The house seemed to be in some disturbance, but as she could not suppose she was altogether forgotten, she thought it better to remain quiet in the apartment where she had been left, till someone should take notice of her. The first who entered was to her no small delight, one of her own sex, a motherly-looking aged person of a housekeeper to her. Jeanie explained her situation in a few words and begged her assistance. The dignity of a housekeeper did not encourage too much familiarity with a person who was at the rectory on justice business, and whose character might seem in her eyes somewhat precarious, but she was civil, although distant. Her young master, she said, had had a bad accident by a fall from his horse, which made him liable to fainting fits. He had been taken very ill just now, and it was impossible his reverence could see Jeanie for some time, but that she need not fear his doing all that was just and proper in her behalf. The instant he could get her business attended to, she concluded by offering to show Jeanie a room where she might remain till his reverence was at leisure. Our heroine took the opportunity to request the means of adjusting and changing her dress. The housekeeper, in whose estimation order and cleanliness ranked high among personal virtues, gladly complied with a request so reasonable, and the change of dress, which Jeanie's bundle furnished, made so important an improvement in her appearance that the old lady hardly knew the soiled and disordered traveller. Attire showed the violence she had sustained in the neat, clean, quiet-looking little Scotchwoman who now stood before her. Encouraged by such a favourable alteration in her appearance, Mrs. Dalton ventured to invite Jeanie to partake of her dinner, and was equally pleased with the decent propriety of her conduct during the meal. "Thou canst read this book, canst thou, young woman?" said the old lady, when their meal was concluded, laying her hand upon a large Bible. "I hope S.A.E. madam," said Jeanie, surprised at the question. "My father wad hae wanted money a thing ere I had wanted that schooling." "The better sign of him, young woman. There are men here well to pass in the world, would not want their share of a Leicester plover, and that's a bagputting if fasting for 3 hours would make all their poor children read the Bible from end to end. Take thou the book then, for my eyes are something dazed and read, where thou listest it's the only book thou canst not happen wrong in." Jeanie was at first tempted to turn up the parable of the Good Samaritan, but her conscience checked her, as if it were a use of Scripture not for her own edification, but to work upon the mind of others for the relief of her worldly afflictions, and under this scrupulous sense of duty, she selected in preference a chapter of the prophet Isaiah, and read it notwithstanding her northern accent and tone with a devout propriety which greatly edified Mrs. Dalton. "Ah," she said, "and all Scotchmen were sick as thou, but it was our luck to get born devils of thy country. I think every one worse than t'other. If thou knowest of any tidy lass like Thistle that wanted a place, and could bring a good character, and would not go laking about to wakes and fairs, and wore shoes and stockings all the day round, we ill not say, but we might find room for her at the rectory. Hast no cousin or sister lass that such an offer would suit?" This was touching upon a sore point, but Jeanie was spared the pain of replying by the entrance of the same manservant she had seen before. "Meester wishes to see the young woman from Scotland," was Thomas' address. "Go to his reverence, my dear, as fast as you can, and tell him all your story. His reverence is a kind man," said Mrs. Dalton. "I will fold down the leaf, and wake you a cup of tea with some nice muffin against you come down, and that's what you seldom see in Scotland, girl." "Meester's waiting for the young woman," said Thomas impatiently. "Well, Mr. Jack Sauce, and what is your business to put in your orand? How often must I tell you to call Mr. Stanton his reverence, seeing as he is a dignified clergyman, and not be meestering him as if he were a little petty squire?" As Jeanie was now at the door, and ready to accompany Thomas, the footman said nothing till he got into the passage, when he muttered, "There are moe masters than one in this house, and I think we shall have a mistress too, and Dame Dalton carries it thus." Thomas led the way through a more intricate range of passages than Jeanie had yet threaded, and ushered her into an apartment which was darkened by the closing of most of the window shutters, and in which was a bed with the curtains partly drawn. "Here is the young woman, sir," said Thomas. "Very well," said a voice from the bed, but not that of his reverence. "Be ready to answer the bell and leave the room." "There is some mistake," said Jeanie, confounded at finding herself in the apartment of an invalid. "The servant told me that the minister—" "Don't trouble yourself," said the invalid. "There is no mistake. I know more of your affairs than my father, and I can manage them better. Leave the room, Tom." The servant obeyed. "We must not," said the invalid, "lose time, when we have little to lose. Open the shutters of that window." She did so, and as he drew aside the curtain of his bed, the light fell on his pale countenance, as turbaned with bandages, and dressed in a nightgown, he lay seemingly exhausted upon the bed. "Look at me," he said. "Jeanie Deans, can you not recollect me?" "No, sir," said she, full of surprise. "I was never in this country before. But I may have been in yours. Think, recollect. I should faint, did I name the name you are most dearly bound to loathe, and to detest. Think, remember." A terrible recollection flashed on Jeanie, which every tone of the speaker confirmed, and which his next words rendered certainty. "Be composed, remember Mushat's cairn and the moonlight night." Jeanie sunk down on a chair with clasped hands, and gasped in agony. "Yes, here I lie," he said, like a crushed snake, writhing with impatience at my incapacity of motion. "Here I lie, when I ought to have been in Edinburgh, trying every means to save a life that is dearer to me than my own. How is your sister? How fares it with her? Condemned to death, I know it by this time. Oh, the horse that carried me safely on 1,000 errands of folly and wickedness, that he should have broke down with me on the only good mission I have undertaken for years. But I must rein in my passion, me frame cannot endure it. And I have much to say. Give me some of the cordial which stands on that table. Why do you tremble? But you have too good cause. Let it stand, I need it not." Jeanie, however reluctant, approached him with the cup, into which she had poured the draught, and could not forbear saying, "There is a cordial for the mind, sir, if the wicked will turn from their transgressions, and seek to the physician of souls." "Silence," he said sternly, "and yet I thank you, but tell me, and lose no time in doing so, what you are doing in this country. Remember, though I have been your sister's worst enemy, yet I will serve her with the best of my blood, and I will serve you for her sake, and no one can serve you to such purpose, for no one can know the circumstances so well. So speak without fear." "I'm not afraid, sir," said Jeanie, collecting her spirits. "I trust in God, and if it pleases him to redeem my sister's captivity, it is all I seek, whosoever be the instrument. But, sir, to be plain with you, I dare not use your counsel, unless I were enabled to see that it accords with the law which I must rely upon." "The devil take the Puritan," cried George Stanton, "for so we must now call him. I beg your pardon, but I am naturally impatient, and you drive me mad. What harm can it possibly do to tell me in what situation your sister stands, and your own expectations of being able to assist her? It is time enough to refuse my advice, when I offer any which you may think improper. I speak calmly to you, though tease against my nature, but don't urge me to impatience. It will only render me incapable of serving Effie." There was in the looks and words of this unhappy young man a sort of restrained eagerness and impetuosity, which seemed to prey upon itself, as the impatience of a fiery steed fatigues itself with churning upon the bit. After a moment's consideration, it occurred to Jeanie that she was not entitled to withhold from him, whether on her sister's account or her own, the fatal account consequences of the crime which he had committed, nor to reject such advice, being in itself lawful and innocent, as he might be able to suggest in the way of remedy. Accordingly, in as few words as she could express it, she told the history of her sister's trial and condemnation, and of her own journey as far as Newark. He appeared to listen in the utmost agony of mind, yet repressed every violent symptom of emotion, whether by gesture or sound, which might have interrupted the speaker, and stretched on his couch, like the Mexican monarch on his bed of live coals. Only the contortions of his cheek and the quivering of his limbs gave indication of his sufferings. To much of what she said he listened with stifled groans, as if he were only hearing those miseries confirmed whose fatal reality he had known before. But when she pursued her tale through the circumstances which had interrupted her journey, extreme surprise and earnest attention appeared to succeed to the symptoms of remorse which he had before exhibited. He questioned Jeanie closely concerning the appearance of the two men and the conversation which she had overheard between the taller of them and the woman. When Jeanie mentioned the old woman having alluded to her foster son, "It is too true," he said, "and the source from which I derived food when an infant must have communicated to me the wretched fate propensity to vices that were strangers in my own family. But go on." Jeanie passed slightly over her journey in company, with Madge having no inclination to repeat what might be the effect of mere raving on the part of her companion, and therefore her tale was now closed. Young Stanton lay for a moment in profound meditation, and at length spoke with more composure than he had yet displayed during their interview. "Are a sensible as well as a good young woman, Jeanie Deans, and I will tell you more of my story than I have told to any one story. Did I call it is a tissue of folly, guilt, and misery. But take notice I do it, because I desire your confidence in return, that is that you will act in this dismal matter by my advice and direction. Therefore do I speak. I will do what is fitting for a sister and a daughter and a Christian woman to do," said Jeanie, "but do not tell me any of your secrets. It is not good that I should come into your counsel or listen to the doctrine which causeth to err." "Simple fool," said the young man, "look at me. My head is not horned, my foot is not cloven, my hands are not garnished with talons. And since I am not the very devil himself, what interest can anyone else have in destroying the hopes with which you comfort or fool yourself? Listen to me patiently, and you will find that, when you have heard my counsel, you may go to the seventh heaven with it in your pocket, if you have a mind, and not feel yourself an ounce heavier in the ascent. At the risk of being somewhat heavy, as explanations usually prove, we must here endeavor to combine into a distinct narrative information, which the invalid communicated in a manner at once too circumstantial, and too much broken by passion to admit of our giving his precise words. Part of it, indeed, he read from a manuscript, which he had perhaps drawn up for the information of his relations after his decease. To make my tale short, Thighs, wretched Hagthighs Margaret Murdochson was the wife of a favourite servant of my father's, had been my nurse. Her husband was dead, resided in a cottage near this place, had a daughter who grew up, and was then a beautiful but very giddy girl. Her mother endeavoured to promote her marriage with an old and wealthy churl in the neighbourhood. The girl saw me frequently. She was familiar with me, as our connections seemed to permit, and, in a word, I wronged her cruelly. It was not so bad as your sister's business, but it was sufficiently villainous. Her folly should have been her protection. Soon after this, I was sent abroad to do my father justice. If I have turned out a fiend, it is not his fault. Used the best means. When I returned, I found the wretched mother and daughter had fallen into disgrace, and were chased from this country. My deep share in their shame and misery was discovered. Me father used very harsh language. You quarrelled. I left his house, and led a life of strange adventure, resolving never again to see my father or my father's home. And now comes the story, Jeanie. I put my life into your hands, and not only my own life, which God knows is not worth saving, but the happiness of a respectable old man, and the honor of a family of consideration. My love of low society, as such propensities as I was cursed with are usually termed, was, I think, of an uncommon kind, and indicated a nature which, if not depraved by early debauchery, would have been fit for better things. I did not so much delight in the wild revel, the low humor, the unconfined liberty of those with whom I associated, as in the spirit of adventure, presence of mind, in peril, and sharpness of intellect, which they displayed in prosecuting their maraudings upon the revenue or similar adventures. Have you looked round this rectory? Is it not a sweet and pleasant retreat? Jeanie, alarmed at this sudden change of subject, replied in the affirmative. Well, I wish it had been 10,000 fathoms underground, with its churchlands and tithes, and all that belongs to it. Had it not been for this cursed rectory, I should have been permitted to follow the bent of my own inclinations, and the profession of arms, and half the courage and address that I have displayed among smugglers and deer-stealers would have secured me an honorable rank among my contemporaries. Why did I not go abroad when I left this house? Why did I leave it at all? Why? But it came to that point with me that it is madness to look back and misery to look forward. He paused and then proceeded with more composure. The chances of a wandering life brought me unhappily to Scotland to embroil myself in worse and more criminal actions than I had yet been concerned. And it was now I became acquainted with Wilson, a remarkable man in his station of life, quiet, composed, and resolute, firm in mind, and uncommonly strong in person, gifted with a sort of rough eloquence, which raised him above his companions. Hitherto I had been as dissolute, as desperate, yet through both were seen some sparkles of a better hope. But it was this man's misfortune, as well as mine, that notwithstanding the difference of our rank and education, he acquired an extraordinary and fascinating influence over me, which I can only account for by the calm determination of his character being superior to the less sustained impetuosity of mine. Where he led I felt myself bound to follow, and strange was the courage and address which he displayed in his pursuits, while I was engaged in desperate adventures under so strange, dangerous a preceptor. I became acquainted with your unfortunate sister at some sports of the young people in the suburbs, which she frequented by stealth, and her ruin proved an interlude to the tragic scenes in which I was now deeply engaged. Yet this, let me say, villainy was not premeditated, and I was firmly resolved to do her all the justice which marriage could do so soon as I should be able to extricate myself from my unhappy course of life, and embrace some one more suited to my birth. I had wild visions of conducting her as if to some poor retreat, and introducing her at once to rank and fortune. She never dreamt of a friend at my request, attempted a negotiation with my father, which was protracted for some time, and renewed at different intervals at length. And just when I expected my father's pardon, he learned by some means or other my infamy, painted in even exaggerated colors, which was God knows unnecessary. He wrote me a letter how it found me out. I no note enclosing me a sum of money, and disowning me forever. I became desperate, I became frantic. I readily joined Wilson in a perilous smuggling adventure in which we miscarried, and was willingly blinded by his logic to consider the robbery of the officer of the customs in Fife as a fair and honorable reprisal. Hitherto I had observed a certain line in my criminality, and stood free of assaults upon personal property, but now I felt a wild pleasure in disgracing myself as much as possible. The plunder was no object to me. I abandoned that to my comrades, and only asked the post of danger. I remember well that, when I stood with my drawn sword guarding the door, while they committed the felony, I had not a thought of my own safety. I was only meditating on my sense of supposed wrong from my family, my impotent thirst of vengeance, and how it would sound in the haughty cars of the family of Willingham that one of their descendants, and the heir apparent of their honours, should perish by the hands of the hangman for robbing a Scottish gauger of a sum not equal to 1/5 part of the money I had in my pocketbook. We were taken, I expected, no less. We were condemned. That also I looked for, but death, as he approached nearer, looked grimly, and the recollection of your sister's destitute condition determined me on an effort to save my life. I forgot to tell you that in Edinburgh I again met the woman Murdochson and her daughter. She had followed the camp when young, and had now, under pretense of a trifling traffic, resumed predatory habits, with which she had already been too familiar. Our first meeting was stormy, but I was liberal of what money I had, and she forgot, or seemed to forget, the injury her daughter had received. The unfortunate girl herself seemed hardly even to know her seducer, far less to retain any sense of the injury she had received. Her mind is totally alienated, which, according to her mother's account, is sometimes the consequence of an unfavorable confinement. But it was my doing here was another stone knitted round my neck, to sink me into the pit of perdition. Every look, every word of this poor creature, false spiriture, imperfect recollections, allusions to things which she had forgotten, but which were recorded in my conscience, were stabs of a poniard. Stabs, did I say thee, were tearing with hot pincers, and scalding the raw wound with burning sulphur. Were to be endured, however, and they were endured. I returned to my prison thoughts. It was not the least miserable of them that your sister's time approached. I knew her dread of you and of her father. She often said she would die 1,000 deaths ere you should know her shame. Yet her confinement must be provided, for I knew this woman Murdochson was an infernal hag, but I thought she loved me, and that money would make her true. She had procured a file for Wilson and a springsaw for me, and she undertook readily to take charge of Effie during her illness, in which she had skill enough to give the necessary assistance. I gave her the money which my father had sent me, it was settled that she should receive Effie into her house. In the meantime, and wait for farther directions from me when I should effect my escape, I communicated this purpose, and recommended the old hag to poor Effie by a letter, in which I recollect that I endeavoured to support the character of Mashith, under condemnation a fine gay bold-faced ruffian, who is game to the last such and so. Wretchedly poor was my ambition, yet I had resolved to forsake the courses I had been engaged in should I be so fortunate as to escape the gibbet. My design was to marry your sister and go over to the West Indies. I had still a considerable sum of money left, and I trusted to be able in one way or other to provide for myself and my wife. We made the attempt to escape, and by the obstinacy of Wilson, who insisted upon going first, it totally miscarried the undaunted and self-denied manner in which he sacrificed himself to redeem his error and accomplish my escape from the Talbooth Church. You must have heard awful Scotland rang with it. It was a gallant and extraordinary deed. All men spoke of it, all men, even those who most condemned the habits and crimes of this self-devoted man, praised the heroism of his friendship. I have many vices, but cowardice or want of gratitude are none of the number. I resolved to requite his generosity, and even your sister's safety became a secondary consideration with me. For the time, to effect Wilson's liberation was my principal object, and I doubted not to find the means. Yet I did not forget Effie. Neither the bloodhounds of the law were so close after me that I dared not trust myself near any of my old haunts, but old Murdochson met me by appointment, and informed me that your sister had happily been delivered of a boy. I charged the hag to keep her patient's mind easy and let her want for nothing that money could purchase, and I retreated to Fife, where among my old associates of Wilson's gang I hid myself in those places of concealment where the men engaged in that desperate trade are used to find security for themselves and their unaccustomed goods. Men who are disobedient both to human and divine laws are not always insensible to the claims of courage and generosity. We were assured that the mob of Edinburgh, strongly moved with the hardship of Wilson's situation and the gallantry of his conduct, would back any bold attempt that might be made to rescue him, even from the foot of the gibbet. Desperate as the attempt seemed, upon my declaring myself ready to lead the onset on the guard, I found no want of followers who engaged to stand by me, and returned to Lothian soon, followed by some steady associates prepared to act whenever the occasion might require. I have no doubt I should have rescued him from the very noose that dangled over his head. He continued with animation, which seemed a flash of the interest which he had taken in such exploits. But amongst other precautions, the magistrates had taken one suggested, as we afterwards learned, by the unhappy wretch Porteous, which effectually disconcerted my measures. They anticipated by half an hour the ordinary period for execution, and as it had been resolved amongst us that for fear of observation from officers of justice we should not show ourselves upon the street until the time of action approached, it followed that all was over before our attempt at a rescue commenced. It did commence, however, and I gained the scaffold and cut the rope with my own hand. It was too late. The bold, stout-hearted, generous criminal was no more, and vengeance was all that remained to USA. Vengeance, as I then thought, doubly due from my hand, to whom Wilson had given life and liberty when he could as easily have secured his own. "Oh, sir," said Jeanie, "did the scripture never come into your mind, 'Vengeance is mine, and I will repay it'?" "Scripture? Why, I had not opened a Bible for 5 years," answered Stanton. "Wheeze me, sir," said Jeanie, "and a minister's son, too." "It is natural for you to say so, yet do not interrupt me, but let me finish my most accursed history. The beast Porteous, who kept firing on the people long after it had ceased to be necessary, became the object of their hatred for having overdone his duty, and of mine for having done it too well. We, that is I, and the other determined friends of Wilson, resolved to be avenged, but caution was necessary. I thought I had been marked by one of the officers, and therefore continued to lurk about the vicinity of Edinburgh, but without daring to venture within the walls. At length I visited, at the hazard of my life, the place where I hoped to find my future wife, and my Sonthi were both gone. Dame Murdochson informed me that so soon as Effie heard of the miscarriage of the attempt to rescue Wilson, and the hot pursuit after me, she fell into a brain fever, and that being one day obliged to go out on some necessary business, and leave her alone, She had taken that opportunity to escape, and she had not seen her since I loaded her with reproaches to which she listened. But the most provoking and callous composure for it is one of her attributes, that violent and fierce as she is upon most occasions, there are some in which she shows the most imperturbable calmness. I threatened her with justice. She said I had more reason to fear justice than she had. I felt she was right, and was silenced. I threatened her with vengeance. She replied in nearly the same words, that to judge by injuries received, I had more reason to fear her vengeance than she to dread mine. She was again right, and I was left. Without an answer, I flung myself from her in indignation, and employed a comrade to make inquiry in the neighborhood of St. Leonard's concerning your sister. But ere I received his answer, the opening quest of a well-scented terrier of the law drove me from the vicinity of Edinburgh to a more distant and secluded place of concealment. A secret and trusty emissary at length brought me the account of Portiau's condemnation, and of your sister's imprisonment on a criminal charge, thus astounding one of mine ears while he gratified the other. I again ventured to the pleasance again charged Murdochson with treachery to the unfortunate Effie and her child, though I could conceive no reason save that of appropriating the whole of the money I had lodged with her. Your narrative throws light on this, and shows another motive not less powerful, because less evident, the desire of wreaking vengeance on the seducer of her daughter, the destroyer, at once of her reason and reputation. Great God, how I wish that instead of the revenge she made choice of, she had delivered me up to the cord. But what account did the wretched woman give of Effie and the bairn, said Jeanie, who during this long and agitating narrative had firmness and discernment enough to keep her eye on such points as might throw light on her sister's misfortunes? She would give none, said Stanton. She said the mother made a moonlight flitting from her house with the infant in her arms, that she had never seen either of them since, that the lass might have thrown the child into the North Loch or the quarry holes for what she knew, and it was like enough she had done so. And how came you to believe that she did not speak the fatal truth? Said Jeanie, trembling. Because on this second occasion I saw her daughter, and I understood from her that in fact the child had been removed or destroyed during the illness of the mother, but all knowledge to be got from her is so uncertain and indirect that I could not collect any farther circumstances. Only the diabolical character of old Murdochson makes me augur the worst. The last account agrees with that given by my poor sister, said Jeanie, but gang on why your ain tale, sir. Of this I am certain, said Stanton, that Effie in her senses, and with her knowledge, never injured living creature, but what could I do in her exculpation? Nothing, and therefore my whole thoughts were turned toward her safety. I was under the cursed necessity of suppressing my feelings towards Murdochson. My life was in the hag's hand, that I cared not for, but on my life hung that of your sister. I spoke the wretch fair, I appeared to confide in her, and to me, so far as I was personally concerned, she gave proofs of extraordinary fidelity. I was at first uncertain what measures I ought to adopt for your sister's liberation, when the general rage excited among the citizens of Edinburgh on account of the reprieve of Porteous suggested to me the daring idea of forcing the jail, and at once carrying off your sister from the clutches of the law, and bringing to condign punishment a miscreant who had tormented the unfortunate Wilson even in the hour of death, as if he had been a wild Indian taken captive by a hostile tribe. I flung myself among the multitude in the moment of fermentation. So did others among Wilson's mates, who had like me been disappointed in the hope of glutting their eyes with Portiau's execution. All was organized, and I was chosen for the captain. I felt not, I do not now feel compunction for what was to be done, and has since been executed. O God, forgive ye, sir, and bring ye to a better sense of your ways, exclaimed Jeanie in horror at the avowal of such violent sentiments. Amen, replied Stanton, if my sentiments are wrong, but I repeat that although willing to aid the deed, I could have wished them to have chosen another leader, because I foresaw that the great and general duty of the night would interfere with the assistance which I proposed to render Effie. I gave a commission, however, to a trusty friend to protect her to a place of safety so soon as the fatal procession had left the jail, but for no persuasions which I could use in the hurry of the moment, or which my comrade employed at more length after the mob had taken a different direction, could the unfortunate girl be prevailed upon to leave the prison. his arguments were all wasted upon the infatuated victim, and he was obliged to leave her in order to attend to his own safety. Such was his account, but perhaps he persevered less steadily in his attempts to persuade her than I would have done. Effie was right to remain, said Jeanie, and I love her the better for it. Why will you say so, said Stanton. You cannot understand my reasons, sir, if I should render them, answered Jeanie composedly. They that thirst for the blood of their enemies have no taste for the wellspring of life. My hopes, said Stanton, were thus a second time disappointed. My next efforts were to bring her through her trial by means of yourself, how I urged it, and where you cannot have forgotten, I do not blame you for your refusal. It was founded, I am convinced, on principle, and not on indifference to your sister's fate. For me, judge of me, as a man frantic, I knew not what hand to turn to, and all my efforts were unavailing in this condition, and close, beset on all sides, I thought of what might be done by means of my family and their influence. I fled from Scotland. I reached this place me miserably wasted, and unhappy appearance procured me from my father that pardon which a parent finds it so hard to refuse even to the most undeserving son, and here I have awaited in anguish of mind, which the condemned criminal might envy the event of your sister's trial, without taking any steps for her relief, said Jeanie. To the last I hoped her ease might terminate more favorably, and it is only 2 days since that the fatal tidings reached me. My resolution was instantly taken. I mounted my best horse, with the purpose of making the utmost haste to London, and there compounding with Sir Robert Walpole for your sister's safety, by surrendering to him, in the person of the heir of the family of Willingham, the notorious George Robertson, the accomplice of Wilson, the breaker of the Tolbooth prison, and the well-known leader of the Porteous mob. But would that save my sister, said Jeanie, in astonishment. It would, as I should drive my bargain, said Stanton. Queens love revenge, as well as their subjects little, as you seem to esteem it. It is a poison which pleases all palates, from the prince to the peasant. Prime ministers love no less the power of gratifying sovereigns, by gratifying their passions, the life of an obscure village girl. Why, I might ask the best of the crown jewels for laying the head of such an insolent conspiracy at the foot of her majesty. With certainty of being gratified, all my other plans have failed, but this could not. Heaven is just, however, and would not honor me with making this voluntary atonement for the injury I have done your sister. I had not rode 10 miles when my horse, the best and most sure-footed animal in this country, fell with me on a level piece of road, as if he had been struck by a cannon shot. I was greatly hurt, and was brought back here in the condition in which you now see me. As young Stanton had come to the conclusion, the servant opened the door, and with a voice which seemed intended rather for a signal than merely the announcing of a visit, said, "His Reverence, sir, is coming upstairs to wait upon you." "For God's sake, hide yourself," Jeanie exclaimed. "Stanton, in that dressing closet." "No, sir," said Jeanie, "as I am here, for nay ill I canna take the shame of hiding myself frae the master of the house." "But good heavens," exclaimed George Stanton, "do but consider." Ere he could complete the sentence, his father entered the apartment. Chapter 10. And now will pardon, comfort, kindness draw. The youth from vice will honor, duty, law. Crabbe. Jeanie arose from her seat and made her quiet reverence when the elder Mr. Stanton entered the apartment. His astonishment was extreme at finding his son in such company. "I perceive, madam, I have made a mistake respecting you, and ought to have left the task of interrogating you, and of righting your wrongs to this young man, with whom doubtless you have been formerly acquainted." "It's unwitting on my part that I am here," said Jeanie. "The servant told me his master wished to speak with me." "There goes the purple coat over my ears," murmured Thomas D.N. Her, why must she needs speak the truth, when she could have as well said anything else she had a mind? "George," said Mr. Stanton, "if you are still, as you have ever been, lost to all self-respect, you might at least have spared your father, and your father's house such a disgraceful scene as this." "Upon my life, upon my soul, sir," said George, throwing his feet over the side of the bed, and starting from his recumbent posture. "Your life, sir," interrupted his father, with melancholy sternness. "What sort of life has it been? Your soul, alas! What regard have you ever paid to it? Take care to reform both, ere offering either as pledges of your sincerity. On my honor, sir, you do me wrong, answered George Stanton. I have been all that you can call me, that's bad. But in the present instance, you do me injustice, by my honor you do. Your honor, said his father, and turned from him, with a look of the most upbraiding contempt, to Jeanie. From you, young woman, I neither ask nor expect any explanation, but as a father alike, and as a clergyman, I request your departure from this house if your romantic story has been other than a pretext to find admission into it, which from the society in which you first appeared I may be permitted to doubt. You will find a justice of peace within 2 miles, with whom more properly than with me you may lodge your complaint. This shall not be, said George Stanton, starting up to his feet. Sir, you are naturally kind and human. You shall not become cruel and inhospitable on my account. Turn out that eavesdropping rascal, pointing to Thomas, and get what hartshorn drops, or what better receipt you have against fainting, and I will explain to you in 2 words the connection betwixt this young woman and me. She shall not lose her fair character through me. I have done too much mischief to her family already, and I know too well what belongs to the loss of fame. Leave the room, sir, said the rector to the servant, and when the man had obeyed, he carefully shut the door behind him. Then, addressing his son, he said sternly, now, sir, what new proof of your infamy have you to impart to me? Young Stanton was about to speak, but it was one of those moments when those who, like Jeanie Deans, possess the advantage of a steady courage and unruffled temper, can assume the superiority over more ardent but less determined spirits. Sir, she said to the elder Stanton, ye have an undoubted right to ask your ain son to render a reason of his conduct, but respecting me, I am but a wayfaring traveller, no ways obligated or indebted to you, unless it be for the meal of meat which in my ain country is willingly gene by rich or poor, according to their ability to those who need it, and for which forby that I am willing to make payment, if I didna think it would be an affront to offer siller in a house like thissenly. I dinna ken the fashions of the country. This is all very well, young woman, said the rector, a good deal surprised, and unable to conjecture whether to impute Jeanie's language to simplicity or impertinence. This may be all very well, but let me bring it to a point. Why do you stop this young man's mouth, and prevent his communicating to his father and his best friend an explanation, since he says he has one of circumstances which seem in themselves not a little suspicious? He may tell of his ain affairs what he likes, answered Jeanie, but my family and friends have nae right to hae ony stories told anent them without their express desire, and as they canna be here to speak for themselves, I entreat ye wadna ask Mr. George Stanton, or whatever his name is, ony questions anent me or my folk, for I maun be free to tell you that he will neither have the bearing of a Christian or a gentleman if he answers you against my express desire. This is the most extraordinary thing I ever met with, said the rector, as after fixing his eyes keenly on the placid, yet modest countenance of Jeanie, he turned them suddenly upon his son. What have you to say, sir? That I feel I have been too hasty in my promise, sir, answered George Stanton. I have no title to make any communications respecting the affairs of this young person's family without her assent. The elder Mr. Stanton turned his eyes from one to the other with marks of surprise. This is more and worse, I fear, he said, addressing his son, than one of your frequent and disgraceful connections. I insist upon knowing the mystery. I have already said, sir, replied his son, rather sullenly, that I have no title to mention the affairs of this young woman's family without her consent. And I hae nae mysteries to explain, sir, said Jeanie, but only to pray you as a preacher of the gospel and a gentleman to permit me to go safe to the next public house on the Lunnon road. I shall take care of your safety, said young Stanton. You need ask that favor from no one. Do you say so before my face? Said the justly incensed father. Perhaps, sir, you intend to fill up the cup of disobedience and profligacy by forming a low and disgraceful marriage, but let me bid you beware. If you are feared for a thing happening, why me, sir, said Jeanie, I can only say that not for all the land that lies between the twa ends of the rainbow wad I be the woman that should wed your son. There is something very singular in all this, said the elder Stanton. Follow me into the next room, young woman. Hear me speak first, said the young man. I have but one word to say, I confide entirely in your prudence. Tell my father as much, or as little of these matters, as you will. He shall know neither more nor less from me." His father darted at him a glance of indignation, which softened into sorrow as he saw him sink down on the couch. Exhausted with the scene he had undergone, he left the apartment, and Jeanie followed him, George Stanton raising himself as she passed the doorway and pronouncing the word "remember" in a tone as monitory as it was uttered by Charles Roman I upon the scaffold. The elder Stanton led the way into a small parlor and shut the door. "Young woman," said he, "there is something in your face and appearance that marks both sense and simplicity, and if I am not deceived, innocence also. Should it be otherwise, I can only say you are the most accomplished hypocrite I have ever seen. I ask to know no secret that you have unwillingness to divulge, least of all those which concern my son. His conduct has given me too much unhappiness to permit me to hope comfort or satisfaction from him. If you are such as I suppose, you believe me that whatever unhappy circumstances may have connected you with George Stanton, the sooner you break them through the better." "I think I understand your meaning, sir," replied Jeanie, "and as ye are sae frank as to speak o' the young gentleman in sic a way, I must needs say that it is but the second time of my speaking why him in our lives, and what I hae heard frae him on these twa occasions has been such that I never wish to hear the like again." "Then it is your real intention to leave this part of the country and proceed to London," said the rector. "Certainly, sir, for I may say in one sense that the avenger of blood is behind me, and if I were but assured against mischief by the way." "I have made inquiry," said the clergyman, "after the suspicious characters you described. They have left their place of rendezvous, but as they may be lurking in the neighborhood, and as you say you have special reason to apprehend violence from them, I will put you under the charge of a steady person who will protect you as far as Stamford, and see you into a light coach, which goes from thence to London." "A coach is not for the like of me, sir," said Jeanie, to whom the idea of a stagecoach was unknown, as indeed they were then only used in the neighborhood of London. Mr. Stanton briefly explained that she would find that mode of conveyance more commodious, cheaper, and more safe than traveling on horseback. She expressed her gratitude with so much singleness of heart that he was induced to ask her whether she wanted the pecuniary means of prosecuting her journey. She thanked him, but said she had enough for her purpose, and indeed she had husbanded her stock with great care. This reply served also to remove some doubts, which naturally enough still floated in Mr. Stanton's mind, respecting her character and real purpose, and satisfied him at least that money did not enter into her scheme of deception. If an impostor she should prove, he next requested to know what part of the city she wished to go to. "To a very decent merchant, a cousin o' my ain, a Mrs. Glass, sir, that sells snuff and tobacco at the sign o' the Thistle Sumgate in the town." Jeanie communicated this intelligence with a feeling that a connection so respectable ought to give her consequence in the eyes of Mr. Stanton, and she was a good deal surprised when he answered, "And is this woman your only acquaintance in London, my poor girl, and have you really no better knowledge where she is to be found?" "I was gone to see the Duke of Argyll forby, Mrs. Glass," said Jeanie, "and if your honour thinks it would be best to go there first, and get some of his Grace's folk to show me my cousin's shop." "Are you acquainted with any of the Duke of Argyll's people?" said the rector. "No, sir." "Her brain must be something touched after all, or it would be impossible for her to rely on such introductions. Well, said he aloud, "I must not inquire into the cause of your journey, and so I cannot be fit to give you advice how to manage it, but the landlady of the house where the coach stops is a very decent person, and as I use her house sometimes, I will give you a recommendation to her." Jeanie thanked him for his kindness with her best courtesy, and said that with his honour's line and ain from worthy Mrs. Bycurtain that keeps the 7 Stars at York, she did not doubt to be well taken out in London. "And now," said he, "I presume you will be desirous to set out immediately." "If I had been in an inn, sir, or any suitable resting place," answered Jeanie, "I would not have presumed to use the Lord's day for travelling, but as I am on a journey of mercy, I trust my doing so will not be imputed. You may, if you choose, remain with Mrs. Dalton for the evening, but I desire you will have no farther correspondence with my son, who is not a proper counselor for a person of your age, whatever your difficulties may be." "Your honor speaks o'er truly in that," said Jeanie. "It was not with my will that I spoke why him just now, and not to wish the gentleman onything, but gude I never wish to see him between the een again." "If you please," added the rector, "as you seem to be a seriously disposed young woman, you may attend family worship in the hall this evening." "I thank your honor," said Jeanie, "but I am doubtful if my attendance would be to edification." "How," said the rector, "so young, and already unfortunate enough to have doubts upon the duties of religion?" "God forbid, sir," replied Jeanie, "it is not for that, but I have been bred in the faith of the suffering remnant of the Presbyterian doctrine in Scotland, and I am doubtful if I can lawfully attend upon your fashion of worship, seeing it has been testified against by many precious souls of our kirk, and specially by my worthy father." "Well, my good girl," said the rector, with a good-humoured smile, "far be it from me to put any force upon your conscience, and yet you ought to recollect that the same divine grace dispenses its streams to other kingdoms as well as to Scotland, as it is as essential to our spiritual as water to our earthly wants. Its springs, various in character, yet alike efficacious in virtue, are to be found in abundance throughout the Christian world." "Ah, but," said Jeanie, "though the waters may be alike, yet with your worships leave the blessing upon them may not be equal. It would have been in vain for Naaman the Syrian leper to have bathed in Pharpar and Abana rivers of Damascus, when it was only the waters of Jordan that were sanctified for the cure." "Well," said the rector, "we will not enter upon the great debate betwixt our national churches at present. We must endeavor to satisfy you that at least amongst our errors we preserve Christian charity and a desire to assist our brethren." He then ordered Mrs. Dalton into his presence and consigned Jeanie to her particular charge, with directions to be kind to her, and with assurances that early in the morning a trusty guide and a good horse should be ready to conduct her to Stamford. He then took a serious and dignified, yet kind leave of her, wishing her full success in the objects of her journey, which he said he doubted not were laudable from the soundness of thinking which she had displayed in conversation. Jeanie was again conducted by the housekeeper to her own apartment, but the evening was not destined to pass over without farther torment from young Stanton. A paper was slipped into her hand by the faithful Thomas, which intimated his young master's desire, or rather demand, to see her instantly, and assured her he had provided against interruption. "Tell your young master," said Jeanie openly, and regardless of all the winks and signs by which Thomas strove to make her comprehend that Mrs. Dalton was not to be admitted into the secret of the correspondence, "that I promised faithfully to his worthy father that I would not see him again." "Thomas," said Mrs. Dalton, "I think you might be much more creditably employed, considering the coat you wear, and the house you live in, than to be carrying messages between your young master and girls that chance to be in this house." "Why, Mrs. Dalton, as to that, I was hired to carry messages, and not to ask any questions about them, and it's not for the like of me to refuse the young gentleman's bidding, if he were a little wildish or so. If there was harm meant, there's no harm done, you see." "However," said Mrs. Dalton, "I gie you fair warning, Thomas Ditton, that an I catch thee at this work again, his reverence shall make a clear house of you." Thomas retired abashed, and in dismay the rest of the evening passed away without anything worthy of notice. Jeanie enjoyed the comforts of a good bed and a sound sleep with grateful satisfaction after the perils and hardships of the preceding day, and such was her fatigue that she slept soundly until 6 o'clock, when she was awakened by Mrs. Dalton, who acquainted her that her guide and horse were ready, and in attendance she hastily rose, and after her morning devotions was soon ready to resume her travels. The motherly care of the housekeeper had provided an early breakfast, and after she had partaken of this refreshment, she found herself safe seated on a pillion behind a stout Lincolnshire peasant, who was besides armed with pistols to protect her against any violence which might be offered. They trudged along in silence for a mile or two along a country road, which conducted them by hedge and gateway into the principal highway a little beyond Grantham. At length, her master of the horse asked her whether her name was not Jean or Jane Deans. She answered in the affirmative. With some surprise, then here's a bit of a note. As concerns you, said the man, handing it over his left shoulder. It's from young master, as I judge. And every man about Willingham is fain to pleasure him, either for love or fear for hell, come to be landlord at last, let them say what they like. Jeanie broke the seal of the note, which was addressed to her, and read as follows. You refuse to see me. I suppose you are shocked at my character, but in painting myself such as I am, you should give me credit for my sincerity. I am at least no hypocrite. You refuse, however, to see me, and your conduct may be natural, but is it wise? I have expressed my anxiety to repair your sister's misfortunes at the expense of my honor, me family's honor, me own life. And you think me too debased to be admitted even to sacrifice what I have remaining of honor, fame, and life in her cause. Well, if the offer be despised, the victim is still equally at hand. And perhaps there may be justice in the decree of heaven that I shall not have the melancholy credit of appearing to make this sacrifice out of my own free goodwill. You, as you have declined my concurrence, must take the whole upon yourself. Go then to the Duke of Argyll, and when other arguments fail, you tell him you have it in your power to bring to condign punishment the most active conspirator in the Porteous mob. He will hear you on this topic. Should he be deaf to every other, make your own terms, for they will be at your own making. You know where I am to be found, and you may be assured I will not give you the dark side of the hill. As at Mushat's cairn, I have no thoughts of stirring from the house I was born in. Like the hare, I shall be worried in the seat I started from. I repeat it, make your own terms. I need not remind you to ask your sister's life, for that you will do of course, but make terms of advantage for yourself. Wealth and reward office, and income for Buttlerask. Anything you will get, anything and all, for delivering to the hands of the executioner a man most deserving of his office own, who though young in years is old in wickedness, and whose most earnest desire is after the storms of an unquiet life to sleep and be at rest. This extraordinary letter was subscribed with the initials G.S. Jeanie read it over once or twice with great attention, which the slow pace of the horse, as he stalked through a deep lane, enabled her to do with facility. When she had perused this billet, her first employment was to tear it into as small pieces as possible and disperse these pieces in the air by a few at a time, so that a document containing so perilous a secret might not fall into any other person's hand. The question how far in point of extremity she was entitled to save her sister's life, by sacrificing that of a person who, though guilty towards the state, had done her no injury, formed the next earnest and most painful subject of consideration. In one sense, indeed, it seemed as if denouncing the guilt of Stanton, the cause of her sister's errors and misfortunes, would have been an act of just and even providential retribution. But Jeanie, in the strict and severe tone of morality in which she was educated, had to consider not only the general aspect of a proposed action, but its justness and fitness in relation to the actor before she could be, according to her own phrase, free to enter upon it. What right had she to make a barter between the lives of Stanton and of Effie, and to sacrifice the one for the safety of the other? His guilt, that guilt for which he was amenable to the loss, was a crime against the public indeed, but it was not against her. Neither did it seem to her that his share in the death of Porteous, though her mind revolted at the idea of using violence to anyone, was in the relation of a common murder against the perpetrator, of which every one is called to aid the public magistrate. That violent action was blended with many circumstances which, in the eyes of those in Jeanie's rank of life, if they did not altogether deprive it of the character of guilt, softened at least its most atrocious features. The anxiety of the government to obtain conviction of some of the offenders had but served to increase the public feeling which connected the action, though violent and irregular, with the idea of ancient national independence. The rigorous measures adopted or proposed against the city of Edinburgh, the ancient metropolis of Scotland, extremely unpopular and injudicious measure of compelling the Scottish clergy, contrary to their principles and sense of duty, to promulgate from the pulpit the reward offered for the discovery of the perpetrators of this slaughter, had produced on the public mind the opposite consequences from what were intended, and Jeanie felt conscious that whoever should lodge information concerning that event, and for whatsoever purpose it might be done, it would be considered as an act of treason against the independence of Scotland. With the fanaticism of the Scottish Presbyterians, there was always mingled a glow of national feeling, and Jeanie trembled at the idea of her name being handed down to posterity with that of the Fos Monteith, and one or two others who, having deserted and betrayed the cause of their country, are damned to perpetual remembrance and execration among its peasantry, yet to part with Effie's life once more, when a word spoken might save it, pressed severely on the mind of her affectionate sister. "The Lord support and direct me," said Jeanie, "for it seems to be His will to try me with difficulties far beyond my ain strength." While this thought passed through Jeanie's mind, her guard, tired of silence, began to show some inclination to be communicative. He seemed a sensible, steady peasant, but not having more delicacy or prudence than is common to those in his situation. He, of course, chose the Willingham family as the subject of his conversation. From this man, Jeanie learned some particulars of which she had hitherto been ignorant, and which we will briefly recapitulate for the information of the reader. The father of George Stanton had been bred a soldier, and during service in the West Indies had married the heiress of a wealthy planter. By this lady he had an only child, George Stanton, the unhappy young man who has been so often mentioned in this narrative. He passed the first part of his early youth under the charge of a doting mother, and in the society of Negro slaves whose study it was to gratify his every caprice. His father was a man of worth and sense, but as he alone retained tolerable health among the officers of the regiment he belonged to, he was much engaged with his duty. Besides, Mrs. Stanton was beautiful and willful, and enjoyed but delicate health, so that it was difficult for a man of affection, humanity, and a quiet disposition to struggle with her on the point of her overindulgence to an only child. Indeed, what Mr. Stanton did do towards counteracting the baneful effects of his wife's system only tended to render it more pernicious, for every restraint imposed on the boy in his father's presence was compensated by treble license during his absence, so that George Stanton acquired even in childhood the habit of regarding his father as a rigid censor from whose severity he was desirous of emancipating himself as soon and absolutely as possible. When he was about 10 years old, and when his mind had received all the seeds of those evil weeds, which afterwards grew apace, his mother died, and his father, half heartbroken, returned to England. To sum up her imprudence and unjustifiable indulgence, she had contrived to place a considerable part of her fortune at her son's exclusive control or disposal, in consequence of which management George Stanton had not been long in England till he learned his independence, and how to abuse it. His father had endeavored to rectify the defects of his education by placing him in a well-regulated seminary, but although he showed some capacity for learning, his riotous conduct soon became intolerable to his teachers. He found means too easily afforded to all youths who have certain expectations of procuring such a command of money as enabled him to anticipate in boyhood the frolics and follies of a more mature age, and with these accomplishments he was returned on his father's hands as a profligate boy whose example might ruin 100. The elder Mr. Stanton, whose mind since his wife's death had been tinged with a melancholy which certainly his son's conduct did not tend to dispel, had taken orders, and was inducted by his brother Sir William Stanton into the family living of Willingham. The revenue was a matter of consequence to him, for he derived little advantage from the estate of his late wife, and his own fortune was that of a younger brother. He took his son to reside with him at the rectory, but he soon found that his disorders rendered him an intolerable inmate, and as the young men of his own rank would not endure the purse-proud insolence of the Creole, he fell into that taste for low society which is worse than pressing to death, whipping, or hanging. His father sent him abroad, but he only returned wilder and more desperate than before. It is true, this unhappy youth was not without his good qualities. He had lively wit, good temper, reckless generosity, and manners, which while he was under restraint might pass well in society, but all these availed him nothing. He was so well acquainted with the turf, the gaming table, the cockpit, and every worse rendezvous of folly and dissipation, that his mother's fortune was spent before he was 21, and he was soon in debt and in distress. His early history may be concluded in the words of our British Juvenal when describing a similar character: headstrong, determined in his own career, he thought reproof unjust and truth severe. The soul's disease was to its crisis come. He first abused and then abjured his home, and when he chose a vagabond to be, He made his shame, his glory ill be free. Crabbe's Borough Letter, Roman 12. And yet tease pity on Meester George too, continued the honest boor, for he has an open hand, and winna let a poor body want and he has it. The virtue of profuse generosity, by which indeed they themselves are most directly advantaged, is readily admitted by the vulgar as a cloak for many sins. At Stamford our heroine was deposited in safety by her communicative guide. She obtained a place in the coach, which although termed a light one, and accommodated with no fewer than 6 horses, only reached London on the afternoon of the 2nd day. The recommendation of the elder Mr. Stanton procured Jeanie a civil reception at the inn where the carriage stopped, and by the aid of Mrs. Bycurton's correspondent, she found out her friend and relative Mrs. Glass, by whom she was kindly received and hospitably entertained. Chapter 11th. My name is Argyle, you may well think it strain to live at the court and never to chain. Ballad. Few names deserve more honourable mention in the history of Scotland during this period than that of John Duke of Argyll and Greenwich. His talents as a statesman and a soldier were generally admitted. He was not without ambition, but without the illness that attends it, without that irregularity of thought and aim, which often excites great men in his peculiar situation. For it was a very peculiar one to grasp the means of raising themselves to power at the risk of throwing a kingdom into confusion. Pope has distinguished him as Argyle, the state's whole thunder, born to wield and shake alike the senate and the field. He was alike free from the ordinary vices of statesmen, falsehood, namely, and dissimulation, and from those of warriors, inordinate and violent thirst after self-aggrandizement. Scotland, his native country, stood at this time in a very precarious and doubtful situation. She was indeed united to England, but the cement had not had time to acquire consistence. The irritation of ancient wrongs still subsisted, and betwixt the fretful jealousy of the Scottish and the supercilious disdain of the English, quarrels repeatedly occurred, in the course of which the National League, so important to the safety of both, was in the utmost danger of being dissolved. Scotland had besides the disadvantage of being divided into intestine factions, which hated each other bitterly and waited but a signal to break forth into action. In such circumstances, another man with the talents and rank of Argyle, but without a mind so happily regulated, would have sought to rise from the earth in the whirlwind, and direct its fury. He chose a course more safe and more honourable, soaring above the petty distinctions of faction. His voice was raised, whether in office or opposition, for those measures which were at once just and lenient. His high military talents enabled him, during the memorable year 1715, to render such services to the House of Hanover as perhaps were too great to be either acknowledged or repaid. He had employed too his utmost influence in softening the consequences of that insurrection to the unfortunate gentleman whom a mistaken sense of loyalty had engaged in the affair, and was rewarded by the esteem and affection of his country in an uncommon degree. This popularity with a discontented and warlike people was supposed to be a subject of jealousy at court, where the power to become dangerous is sometimes of itself obnoxious, though the inclination is not united with it. Besides, the Duke of Argyll's independent and somewhat haughty mode of expressing himself in Parliament and acting in public were ill calculated to attract royal favour. He was therefore always respected and often employed, but he was not a favourite of George II, his consort, or his ministers. At several different periods in his life, the Duke might be considered as in absolute disgrace at court, although he could hardly be said to be a declared member of opposition. This rendered him the dearer to Scotland, because it was usually in her cause that he incurred the displeasure of his sovereign. And upon this very occasion of the Porteous mob, the animated and eloquent opposition which he had offered to the severe measures which were about to be adopted towards the city of Edinburgh was the more gratefully received in that metropolis, as it was understood that the Duke's interposition had given personal offence to Queen Caroline. His conduct upon this occasion, as indeed that of all the Scottish members of the legislature, with one or two unworthy exceptions, had been in the highest degree spirited. The popular tradition concerning his reply to Queen Caroline has been given already, and some fragments of his speech against the Porteous Bill are still remembered. He retorted upon the Chancellor Lord Hardwicke the insinuation that he had stated himself in this case, rather as a party. Judge, I appeal, said Argyle to the houseto, the nation, if I can be justly branded, with the infamy of being a jobber or a partisan, have I been a briber of votes, a buyer of boroughs, agent of corruption for any purpose, or on behalf of any party? Consider my life, examine my actions in the field, and in the cabinet, and see where there lies a blot that can attach to my honor. I have shown myself the friend of my country, loyal subject of my king. I am ready to do so again. Without an instant's regard to the frowns or smiles of a court, I have experienced both and am prepared with indifference for either. I have given my reasons for opposing this bill, and have made it appear that it is repugnant to the international treaty of union, to the liberty of Scotland, and reflectively to that of England, to common justice, to common sense, and to the public interest, shall the metropolis of Scotland, the capital of an independent nation, the residence of a long line of monarchs, by whom that noble city was graced and dignified, shall such a city, for the fault of an obscure and unknown body of rioters, be deprived of its honors, and its privileges, its gates, and its guardsmen? Shall a native Scotsman tamely behold the havoc? I glory, my lords, in opposing such unjust rigor, and reckon it my dearest pride and honor to stand up in defense of my native country, while thus laid open to undeserved shame and unjust spoliation. Other statesmen and orators, both Scottish and English, used the same arguments. The bill was gradually stripped of its most oppressive and obnoxious clauses, and at length ended in a fine upon the city of Edinburgh in favor of Porteous' widow, so that, as somebody observed at the time, the whole of these fierce debates ended in making the fortune of an old cookmaid, such having been the good woman's original capacity. The court, however, did not forget the baffle they had received in this affair, and the Duke of Argyll, who had contributed so much to it, was thereafter considered as a person in disgrace. It is necessary to place these circumstances under the reader's observation, both because they are connected with the preceding and subsequent part of our narrative. The Duke was alone in his study when one of his gentlemen acquainted him that a country girl from Scotland was desirous of speaking with his grace. A country girl, and from Scotland, said the Duke. What can have brought the silly fool to London? Some lover pressed and sent to sea, or some stock sank in the South Sea funds, or some such hopeful concern, I suppose. And then nobody to manage the matter but Mac Callamore. Well, this same popularity has its inconveniences, however. Show our countrywoman up. Archibald, it is ill manners to keep her in attendance. A young woman of rather low stature, and whose countenance might be termed very modest and pleasing in expression, though sunburnt, somewhat freckled, and not possessing regular features, was ushered into the splendid library. She wore the tartan plaid of her country, adjusted so as partly to cover her head and partly to fall back over her shoulders. A quantity of fair hair, disposed with great simplicity and neatness, appeared in front of her round and good-humored face, to which the solemnity of her errand and her sense of the Duke's rank and importance gave an appearance of deep awe, but not of slavish fear or fluttered bashfulness. The rest of Jeanie's dress was in the style of Scottish maidens of her own class, but arranged with that scrupulous attention to neatness and cleanliness which we often find united with that purity of mind of which it is a natural emblem. She stopped near the entrance of the room, made her deepest reverence, and crossed her hands upon her bosom. Without uttering a syllable, the Duke of Argyll advanced towards her, and if she admired his graceful deportment and rich dress, decorated with the orders which had been deservedly bestowed on him, his courteous manner and quick and intelligent cast of countenance, he on his part was not less or less deservedly struck with the quiet simplicity and modesty expressed in the dress, manners, and countenance of his humble countrywoman. "Did you wish to speak with me, my bonny lass?" said the Duke, using the encouraging epithet which at once acknowledged the connection betwixt them as countryfolk. "Or did you wish to see the Duchess?" "My business is with your honor, my lord, I mean your lordship's grace." "And what is it, my good girl?" said the Duke in the same mild and encouraging tone of voice. Jeanie looked at the attendant. "Leave us, Archibald," said the Duke, "and wait in the anteroom." The domestic retired. "And now sit down, my good lass," said the Duke. "Take your breath, take your time, and tell me what you have got to say. I guess by your dress you are just come up from poor Scotland. Did you come through the streets in your tartan plaid?" "No, sir," said Jeanie. "A friend brought me in ane o' their street coachesses, very decent woman, she added, her courage increasing, as she became familiar with the sound of her own voice. In such a presence, your lordship's grace kens herits Mrs. Glass, at the sign, O the Thistle. O my worthy snuff merchant, I have always a chat with Mrs. Glass, when I purchase my Scots hydreed well, but your business my bonny woman time, and tide you no wait for no one. Your honour, I beg your lordship's pardon, I mean your grace, for it must be noticed that this matter of addressing the Duke by his appropriate title had been anxiously inculcated upon Jeanie by her friend Mrs. Glass, in whose eyes it was a matter of such importance that her last words as Jeanie left the coach were mine to say your grace, and Jeanie, who had scarce ever in her life spoke to a person of higher quality than the Laird of Dumbardyke's, found great difficulty in arranging her language according to the rules of ceremony. The Duke, who saw her embarrassment, said with his usual affability, "Never mind, my grace lassie, just speak out a plain tale, and show you have a Scots tongue in your head." "Sir, I am muckle obliged, sir. I am the sister of that poor, unfortunate criminal Effie Deans, who is ordered for execution at Edinburgh." "Ah," said the Duke, "I have heard of that unhappy story. I think a case of child murder, under a special Act of Parliament. Duncan Forbes mentioned it at dinner the other day. And I was come up frae the north, sir, to see what could be done for her, in the way of getting a reprieve, or pardon, sir, or the like of that." "Alas, my poor girl," said the Duke, "you have made a long and a sad journey to very little purpose. Your sister is ordered for execution. But I am given to understand that there is law for reprieving her, if it is in the king's pleasure," said Jeanie. "Certainly there is," said the Duke, "but that is purely in the king's breast. The crime has been but too common. Scots crownlers think it is right there should be an example. Then the late disorders in Edinburgh have excited a prejudice in government against the nation at large, which they think can only be managed by measures of intimidation and severity. What argument have you, my poor girl, except the warmth of your sisterly affection, to offer against all this? What is your interest? What friends have you at court?" "None, excepting God and your grace," said Jeanie, still keeping her ground resolutely, however. "Alas," said the Duke, "I could almost say with old Ormond that there could not be any whose influence was smaller with kings and ministers. It is a cruel part of our situation, young woman, I mean of the situation of men in my circumstances, that the public ascribe to them influence which they do not possess, and that individuals are led to expect from them assistance which we have no means of rendering, but candor and plain dealing is in the power of everyone, and I must not let you imagine you have resources in my influence which do not exist to make your distress the heavier. I have no means of averting your sister's fate. She must die." "We must die, sir," said Jeanie. "It is our common doom for our father's transgression, but we shouldna hasten ilk other out o' the world. That's what your honour kens better than me." "My good young woman," said the Duke mildly, "we are all apt to blame the law under which we immediately suffer, but you seem to have been well educated in your line of life, and you must know that it is alike the law of God and man that the murderer shall surely die." "But Sir Effie, that is my poor sister, Sir canna be proved to be a murderer, and if she be not, and the law take her life notwithstanding, wha is it that is the murderer then?" "I am no lawyer," said the Duke, "and I own I think the statute a very severe one." "You are a lawmaker, sir, with your leave, and therefore ye have power over the law," answered Jeanie. "Not in my individual capacity," said the Duke, "though as one of a large body I have a voice in the legislation. But that cannot serve. Yowner have I at present, I care not who knows it, so much personal influence with the sovereign as would entitle me to ask from him the most insignificant favor. What could tempt you, young woman, to address yourself to me?" "It was yourself, sir." "Myself," he replied. "I am sure you have never seen me before." "No, sir, but the world kens that the Duke of Argyll is his country's friend, and that ye fight for the right and speak for the right, and that there's nane like you in our present Israel, and so they that think themselves ranged draw to refuge under your shadow. And if ye want to stir to save the blood of an innocent countrywoman of your ain, what should we expect frae southerns and strangers? And maybe I had another reason for troubling your honour." "And what is that?" asked the Duke. "I hae understood from my father that your honour's house, and especially your gudesire, and his father laid down their lives on the scaffold in the persecuting time, and my father was honored to gie his testimony both in the cage and in the pillory, as is specially mentioned in the books of Peter Walker the Packman, that your honour I dare say kens, for he uses mayest partly the westland of Scotland, and sir there's ane that takes concern in me, that wished me to gang to your grace's presence, for his gudesire had done your gracious gudesire some good turn, as you will see frae these papers. With these words she delivered to the Duke the little parcel which she had received from Butler. He opened it, and in the envelope read, with some surprise, muster-roll of the men serving in the troop of that godly gentleman, Captain Salathiel Bangtext, Obadiah Muggleton. Sin despise double knock standfast in faith, Gyps turn to the right thwackaway. What the deuce is this? A list of praise God Barebones Parliament, I think, or of old Noel's evangelical armith. That last fellow should understand his wheelings to judge by his name, but what does all this mean, my g? It was the other paper, sir, said Jeanie, somewhat abashed at the mistake. Oh, this is my unfortunate grandfather's hand, sure, enough to all who may have friendship for the house of Argyle. These are to certify that Benjamin Butler of Monk's regiment of dragoons, having been under guard, the means of saving my life from 4 English troopers who were about to slay me, I having no other present means of recompense in my power, do give him this acknowledgment, hoping that it may be useful to him or his during these troublesome times, and do conjure my friends, tenants, kinsmen, and whoever will do aught for me either in the Highlands or Lowlands, to protect and assist the said Benjamin Butler and his friends or family on their lawful occasions, giving them such countenance, maintenance, and supply as may correspond with the benefit he hath bestowed on me. Witness my hand lorn. This is a strong injunction. This Benjamin Butler was your grandfather. I suppose you seem too young to have been his daughter. He was nay akin to me, sir, was grandfather to Anito, a neighbour's Santo, a sincere wheelwisher of mine, so dropping her little courtesy as she spoke. Oh, I understand, said the Dukia Truelove, affair, he was the grandsire of one you are engaged to. One I was engaged to, sir, said Jeanie, sighing, but this unhappy business of my poor sister. What, said the Duke hastily, has not deserted you on that account, has he? No, sir, he wad be the last to leave a friend in difficulties, said Jeanie, but I maun think for him as weel as for mysel. He is a clergyman, sir, and it would not beseem him to marry the like of me. Why this disgrace on my kindred? You are a singular young woman, said the Duke. You seem to me to think of every one before yourself. And have you really come up from Edinburgh on foot to attempt this hopeless solicitation for your sister's life? It was not athegither on foot, sir, answered Jeanie, for I sometimes got a cast in a wagon, and I had a horse from Ferrybridge, and then the coach. Well, never mind all, that interrupted the Duke. What reason have you for thinking your sister innocent? Because she has not been proved guilty, as will appear from looking at these papers. She put into his hand a note of the evidence and copies of her sister's declaration. These papers Butler had procured after her departure, and Saddletree had them forwarded to London to Mrs. Glass's care, so that Jeanie found the documents so necessary for supporting her suit lying in readiness at her arrival. Sit down in that chair, my good girl, said the Duke, until I glance over the papers. She obeyed and watched with the utmost anxiety each change in his countenance, as he cast his eye through the papers briefly yet with attention, and making memoranda as he went along. After reading them hastily over, he looked up, and seemed about to speak, yet changed his purpose, as if afraid of committing himself by giving too hasty an opinion, and read over again several passages which he had marked as being most important. All this he did in shorter time than can be supposed by men of ordinary talents, for his mind was of that acute and penetrating character which discovers with the glance of intuition what facts bear on the particular point that chances to be subjected to consideration. At length he rose. After a few minutes' deep reflection, young woman, said he, your sister's case must certainly be termed a hard one. God bless you, sir, for that very word, said Jeanie. It seems contrary to the genius of British law, continued the Duke, to take that for granted which is not proved, or to punish with death for a crime, which for aught the prosecutor has been able to show may not have been committed at all. God bless you, sir, again, said Jeanie, who had risen from her seat, and with clasped hands, eyes glittering through tears, and features which trembled with anxiety drank in every word which the Duke uttered. But alas, my poor girl, he continued, what good will my opinion do you unless I could impress it upon those in whose hands your sister's life is placed by the law? Besides, I am no lawyer, and I must speak with some of our Scottish gentlemen of the gown about the matter. Oh, but sir, what seems reasonable to your honour will certainly be the same to them, answered Jeanie. I do not know that, replied the Duke. Ilka man buckles his belt his ain gate, you know our old Scots proverb, but you shall not have placed this reliance on me altogether in vain. Leave these papers with me, and you shall hear from me tomorrow or next day. Take care to be at home at Mrs. Glass, and ready to come to me at a moment's warning. It will be unnecessary for you to give Mrs. Glass the trouble to attend you on. By the by, you will please to be dressed just as you are at present. I wad hae putten on a cap, sir, said Jeanie, but your honour kens it isna the fashion of my country for single women, and I judged that being sae mony 100 miles frae hame, your grace's heart wad warm to the tartan, looking at the corner of her plaid. You judged quite right, said the Duke. I know the full value of the snood, and Mac Callamore's heart will be as cold as death can make it when it does not warm to the tartan. Now go away, and don't be out of the way when I send. Jeanie replied, there is little fear of that, sir, for I have little heart to go to see sights among this wilderness of black houses. But if I might say to your gracious honour that if he ever condescend to speak to ony ane that is of greater degree than yoursel, though maybe it isna civil in me to say sae, just if you would think there can be nae sic odds between you and them, as between poor Jeanie Deans from St. Leonard's and the Duke of Argyll, and so dinna be chappit back or cast down by the first rough answer. I am not apt, said the Duke, laughing, to mind rough answers. Much do not you hope too much from what I have promised. I will do my best, but God has the hearts of kings in his own hand. Jeanie courtesied reverently and withdrew, attended by the Duke's gentleman, to her hackney coach, with a respect which her appearance did not demand, but which was perhaps paid to the length of the interview with which his master had honoured her. Chapter 12. Ascend. While radiant summer opens all its pride, thy hill delightful sheen here let us sweep the boundless landscape. Thomson. From her kind and officious, but somewhat gossiping friend Mrs. Glass, Jeanie underwent a very close catechism on their road to the Strand, where the thistle of the good lady flourished in full glory, and with its legend of Nemo, me impune, distinguished a shop, then well known to all Scottish folk of high and low degree. And were you sure I to say your grace to him, said the good old lady, for ane should make a distinction between Mac Callamore and the bits o' southern bodies that they ca' lords Herither, are as money o' them, Jeanie, as would gar ane think they maun cost but little fash in the macking some of them. I wadna trust why 6 pennyworth of black rapee some of them. I wadna gie mysel the trouble to put up a happennyworth in brown paper. For but I hope you showed your breeding to the Duke of Argyll, for what sort of folk would he think your friends in London, if you had been lording him and him a duke? He didna seem muckle to mind, said Jeanie, he kenned that I was landward bred. Weel, answered the good lady, his grace kens me weel, so I am the less anxious about it. I never fill his snug box. But he says, how die do good Mrs. Glass, how are all our friends in the north? Or it may be have ye heard from the north lately, and you may be sure I make my best courtesy, and answer my Lord Duke, I hope your grace's noble Duchess and your grace's young ladies are well, and I hope the snuff continues to give your grace satisfaction, and then ye will see the people in the shop begin to look about them. And if there's a Scotsman, as there may be 3 or half a dozen, aff, go the hats and money a look after him, and there goes the Prince of Scotland, God bless him, but ye have not told me yet the very words he said tie. Jeanie had no intention to be quite so communicative. She had, as the reader may have observed, some of the caution and shrewdness, as well as of the simplicity of her country. She answered generally that the Duke had received her very compassionately, and had promised to interest himself in her sister's affair, and to let her hear from him in the course of the next day or the day after. She did not choose to make any mention of his having desired her to be in readiness to attend him, far less of his hint that she should not bring her landlady, so that honest Mrs. Glass was obliged to remain satisfied with the general intelligence above mentioned, after having done all she could to extract more. It may easily be conceived that on the next day Jeanie declined all invitations and inducements, whether of exercise or curiosity to walk abroad, and continued to inhale the close and somewhat professional atmosphere of Mrs. Glass' small parlour, the latter flavour it owed to a certain cupboard, containing, among other articles, a few canisters of real Havana, which, whether from respect to the manufacture or out of a reverend fear of the exciseman Mrs. Glass, did not care to trust in the open shop below, and which communicated to the room a scent that, however fragrant to the nostrils of the connoisseur, was not very agreeable to those of Jeanie. "Dear sir," she said to herself, "I wonder how my cousin's silk manty and her gowd watch, or anything in the world, can be worth sitting sneezing all her life in this little stilling room, and might walk on green braes if she liked." Mrs. Glass was equally surprised at her cousin's reluctance to stir abroad, and her indifference to the fine sights of London. It would always help to pass away the time, she said, to have something to look at though Anne was in distress, but Jeanie was unpersuadable. The day after her interview with the Duke was spent in that hope delayed, which maketh the heart sick. Minutes glided after minute ushers fled, after hours it became too late to have any reasonable expectation of hearing from the Duke that day, yet the hope which she disowned she could not altogether relinquish, and her heart throbbed, and her ears tingled with every casual sound in the shop below. It was in vain the day wore away in the anxiety of protracted and fruitless expectation. The next morning commenced in the same manner, but before noon a well-dressed gentleman entered Mrs. Glass' shop and requested to see a young woman from Scotland. "That will be my cousin Jeanie Deans, Mr. Archibald," said Mrs. Glass, with a courtesy of recognizance. "Have you any message for her from His Grace, the Duke of Argyll?" "Mr. Archibald, I will carry it to her in a moment. I believe I must give her the trouble of stepping down." Mrs. Glass. Jeanie Deans," said Mrs. Glass, screaming at the bottom of the little staircase, which ascended from the corner of the shop to the higher regions. Jeanie Deans, I say, come downstairs instantly. Here is the Duke of Argyll's groom of the chambers, desires to see you directly." This was announced in a voice so loud as to make all who chanced to be within hearing aware of the important communication. It may easily be supposed that Jeanie did not tarry long in adjusting herself to attend the summons, yet her feet almost failed her as she came downstairs. "I must ask the favour of your company a little way," said Archibald with civility. "I am quite ready, sir," said Jeanie. "Is my cousin going out, Mr. Archibald? Then I will hae to go wi' her, no doubt." James Rasperlook to the shop. "James," Mr. Archibald, pushing a jar towards him, "you take His Grace's mixture, I think, please, to fill your box for old acquaintance' sake, while I get on my things." Mr. Archibald transferred a modest parcel of snuff from the jar to his own mull, but said he was obliged to decline the pleasure of Mrs. Glass' company, as his message was particularly to the young person. "Particularly to the young person," said Mrs. Glass, "is not that uncommon, Mr. Archibald, but His Grace is the best judge, and you are a steady person, Mr. Archibald. It is not every one that comes from a great man's house I would trust my cousin with. But Jeanie, you must not go through the streets with Mr. Archibald, with your tartan what d'ye call it there upon your shoulders, as if you had come up with a drove of Highland cattle. Wait till I bring down my silk cloak. Why, well, have the mob after you." "I have a hackney coach in waiting, madam," said Mr. Archibald, interrupting the officious old lady, from whom Jeanie might otherwise have found it difficult to escape, "and I believe I must not allow her time for any change of dress." So saying, he hurried Jeanie into the coach, while she internally praised and wondered at the easy manner in which he shifted off Mrs. Glass' officious offers and inquiries, without mentioning his master's orders or entering into any explanation. On entering the coach, Mr. Archibald seated himself in the front seat opposite to our heroine, and they drove on in silence. After they had driven nearly half an hour without a word on either side, it occurred to Jeanie that the distance and time did not correspond with that which had been occupied by her journey on the former occasion, to and from the residence of the Duke of Argyll. At length, she could not help asking her taciturn companion Wilk way they were going. "My Lord Duke will inform you himself, madam," answered Archibald, with the same solemn courtesy, which marked his whole demeanour almost. As he spoke, the hackney coach drew up, and the coachman dismounted, and opened the door. Archibald got out, and assisted Jeanie to get down. She found herself in a large turnpike road, without the bounds of London, upon the other side of which road was drawn up a plain chariot, and 4 horses, the panels without arms, and the servants without liveries. "You have been punctual, I see, Jeanie," said the Duke of Argyll, as Archibald opened the carriage door. "You must be my companion for the rest of the way. Archibald will remain here with the hackney coach till your return." Ere Jeanie could make answer, she found herself, to her no small astonishment, seated by the side of a duke, in a carriage which rolled forward at a rapid, yet smooth, rate very different in both particulars from the lumbering, jolting vehicle which she had just left, and which lumbering and jolting, as it was conveyed to one who had seldom been in a coach before, a certain feeling of dignity and importance. "Young woman," said the Duke, after thinking as attentively on your sister's case as is in my power, "I continue to be impressed with the belief that great injustice may be done by the execution of her sentence. So are 1 or 2 liberal and intelligent lawyers of both countries, whom I have spoken with. Nay, pray hear me out before you thank me. I have already told you my personal conviction is of little consequence, unless I could impress the same upon others. Now I have done for you what I would certainly not have done to serve any purpose of my own. I have asked an audience of a lady whose interest with the king is deservedly very high. It has been allowed me, and I am desirous that you should see her and speak for yourself. You have no occasion to be abashed. Tell your story simply as you did to me." "I'm much obliged to your grace," said Jeanie, remembering Mrs. Glass's charge, "and I am sure, since I have had the courage to speak to your grace in poor Effie's cause, I have less reason to be shamefaced in speaking to a leddy. But, sir, I would like to ken what to ca' her, whether your grace, or your honour, or your leddyship, as we say to lairds and leddies in Scotland. And I will take care to mind it, for I ken leddies are full mair particular than gentlemen about their titles of honour. You have no occasion to call her anything, but madam, just say what you think is likely to make the best impression. Look at me from time to time, and if I put my hand to my cravat, sashwing her, the motion you will stop. But I shall only do this when you say anything that is not likely to please." "But sir, your grace," said Jeanie, "if it wasna ower muckle trouble, wad it no be better to tell me what I should say, and I could get it by heart?" "No, Jeanie, that would not have the same effect. That would be like reading a sermon, you know, which we good Presbyterians think has less unction than when spoken without book," replied the Duke. "Just speak as plainly and boldly to this lady as you did to me the day before yesterday, and if you can gain her consent, ill wad ye a plack, as we say in the north, that you get the pardon from the king." As he spoke, he took a pamphlet from his pocket and began to read. Jeanie had good sense and tact, which constitute betwixt them that which is called natural good breeding. She interpreted the Duke's manoeuvre as a hint that she was to ask no more questions, and she remained silent accordingly. The carriage rolled rapidly onwards through fertile meadows ornamented with splendid old oaks, and catching occasionally a glance of the majestic mirror of a broad and placid river. After passing through a pleasant village, the equipage stopped on a commanding eminence, where the beauty of English landscape was displayed in its utmost luxuriance. Here the Duke alighted, and desired Jeanie to follow him. They paused for a moment on the brow of a hill, to gaze on the unrivaled landscape, which it presented, a huge sea. A verdure with crossing and intersecting promontories of massive and tufted groves was tenanted by numberless flocks and herds, which seemed to wander unrestrained and unbounded through the rich pastures. The Thames, here turreted with villas, and there garlanded with forests, moved on slowly and placidly like the mighty monarch of the scene, to whom all its other beauties were but accessories, and bore on its bosom 100 barks and skiffs, whose white sails and gaily fluttering pennons gave life to the whole. The Duke of Argyll was of course familiar with this scene, but to a man of taste it must be always new. Yet, as he paused and looked on this inimitable landscape, with the feeling of delight which it must give to the bosom of every admirer of nature, his thoughts naturally reverted to his own more grand and scarce less beautiful domains of Inverary. "This is a fine scene," he said to his companion, curious perhaps to draw out her sentiments. "We have nothing like it in Scotland. It's braw rich feeding for the cows, and they have a fine breed o' cattle here," replied Jeanie. but I like just as weel to look at the craigs of Arthur's Seat, and the sea coming in ayont them, as at a the muckle trees." The Duke smiled at a reply equally professional and national, and made a signal for the carriage to remain where it was then adopting an unfrequented footpath. He conducted Jeanie through several complicated mazes to a postern door in a high brick wall. It was shut, but as the Duke tapped slightly at it, a person in waiting within, after reconnoitring through a small iron grate contrived for the purpose, unlocked the door, and admitted them. They entered, and it was immediately closed and fastened behind them. This was all done quickly, the door so instantly closing, and the person who opened it so suddenly disappearing, that Jeanie could not even catch a glimpse of his exterior. They found themselves at the extremity of a deep and narrow alley carpeted with the most verdant and close-shaven turf, which felt like velvet under their feet, and screened from the sun by the branches of the lofty elms which united over the path, and caused it to resemble in the solemn obscurity of the light, which they admitted, as well as from the range of columnar stems and intricate union of their arched branches, one of the narrow side aisles in an ancient Gothic cathedral. Chapter 30. I beseech you. These tears beseech you, and these chaste hands woo you, that never yet were heaved, but to things holy. Things like yourself, you are a God above us. Be as a God, then full of saving mercy. The bloody brother. Encouraged as she was by the courteous manners of her noble countrymen, it was not without a feeling of something like terror that Jeanie felt herself in a place apparently so lonely, with a man of such high rank, that she should have been permitted to wait on the Duke in his own house, and have been there received to a private interview, was in itself an uncommon and distinguished event in the annals of a life so simple as hers. But to find herself his traveling companion in a journey, and then suddenly to be left alone with him in so secluded a situation, had something in it of awful mystery. A romantic heroine might have suspected and dreaded the power of her own charms, but Jeanie was too wise to let such a silly thought intrude on her mind. Still, however, she had a most eager desire to know where she now was, and to whom she was to be presented. She remarked that the Duke's dress, though still such as indicated rank and fashion, for it was not the custom of men of quality at that time to dress themselves like their own coachmen or grooms, was nevertheless plainer than that in which she had seen him upon a former occasion, and was divested in particular of all those badges of external decoration which intimated superior consequence. In short, he was attired as plainly as any gentleman of fashion could appear in the streets of London in a morning, and this circumstance helped to shake an opinion which Jeanie began to entertain, that perhaps he intended she should plead her cause in the presence of royalty itself. But surely, said she to herself, he wad hae putten on his braw star and garter, and he had thought o' coming before the face of majesty, and, after this, is mair like a gentleman's policy than a royal palace. There was some sense in Jeanie's reasoning, yet she was not sufficiently mistress either of the circumstances of etiquette or the particular relations which existed betwixt the government and the Duke of Argyll to form an accurate judgment. The Duke, as we have said, was at this time in open opposition to the administration of Sir Robert Walpole, and was understood to be out of favour with the royal family to whom he had rendered such important services, but it was a maxim of Queen Caroline to bear herself towards her political friends with such caution as if there was a possibility of their one day being her enemies, and towards political opponents with the same degree of circumspection, as if they might again become friendly to her measures, since Margaret of Anjou, no queen consort, had exercised such weight in the political affairs of England, and the personal address which she displayed on many occasions had no small share in reclaiming from their political heresy many of those determined Tories who, after the reign of the Stuarts had been extinguished in the person of Queen Anne, were disposed rather to transfer their allegiance to her brother, the Chevalier de St. George, than to acquiesce in the settlement of the crown on the Hanover family, her husband, whose most shining quality was courage in the field of battle, and who endured the office of King of England without ever being able to acquire English habits or any familiarity with English dispositions, found the utmost assistance from the address of his partner, and while he jealously affected to do everything according to his own will, and pleasure was in secret prudent enough to take and follow the advice of his more adroit consort, he entrusted to her the delicate office of determining the various degrees of favour necessary to attach the wavering or to confirm such as were already friendly, or to regain those whose goodwill had been lost. With all the winning address of an elegant, and according to the times, an accomplished woman, Queen Caroline possessed the masculine soul of the other sex. She was proud by nature, and even her policy could not always temper her expressions of displeasure, although few were more ready at repairing any false step of this kind. When her prudence came up to the aid of her passions, she loved the real possession of power rather than the show of it, and whatever she did herself that was either wise or popular, she always desired that the king should have the full credit, as well as the advantage of the measure, conscious that by adding to his respectability, she was most likely to maintain her own, and so desirous was she to comply with all his tastes, that when threatened with the gout, she had repeatedly had recourse to checking the fit by the use of the cold bath, thereby endangering her life, that she might be able to attend the king in his walks. It was a very consistent part of Queen Caroline's character to keep up many private correspondences with those to whom in public she seemed unfavorable, or who, for various reasons, stood ill with the court. By this means, she kept in her hands the thread of many a political intrigue, and without pledging herself to anything, could often prevent discontent from becoming hatred and opposition from exaggerating itself into rebellion, if by any accident a correspondence with such persons chanced to be observed or discovered, which she took all possible pains to prevent. It was represented as a mere intercourse of society having no reference to politics, an answer with which even the Prime Minister Sir Robert Walpole was compelled to remain satisfied when he discovered that the Queen had given a private audience to Pulteney, afterwards Earl of Bath, his most formidable and most inveterate enemy. In thus maintaining occasional intercourse with several persons who seemed most alienated from the crown, it may readily be supposed that Queen Caroline had taken care not to break entirely with the Duke of Argyll, his high birth, his great talents, the estimation in which he was held in his own country, the great services which he had rendered the House of Brunswick in 1715, placed him high in that rank of persons who were not to be rashly neglected. He had almost by his single and unassisted talents stopped the eruption of the banded force of all the Highland chiefs. There was little doubt that with the slightest encouragement he could put them all in motion and renew the civil war, and it was well known that the most flattering overtures had been transmitted to the Duke. From the court of St. Germain's, the character and temper of Scotland was still little known, and it was considered as a volcano which might indeed slumber for a series of years, but was still liable at a moment the least expected to break out into a wasteful eruption. It was therefore of the highest importance to retain come hold over so important a personage, as the Duke of Argyll, and Caroline preserved the power of doing so by means of a lady with whom, as wife of George Roman II, she might have been supposed to be on less intimate terms. It was not the least instance of the Queen's address that she had contrived that one of her principal attendants, Lady Suffolk, should unite in her own person the two apparently inconsistent characters of her husband's mistress, and her own very obsequious and complacent confidant. By this dexterous management, the Queen secured her power against the danger which might most have threatened it, thwarting influence of an ambitious rival, and if she submitted to the mortification of being obliged to connive at her husband's infidelity, she was at least guarded against what she might think its most dangerous effects, and was besides at liberty now and then to bestow a few civil insults upon her good Howard, whom, however, in general, she treated with great decorum. See Horace Walpole's Reminiscences. Lady Suffolk lay under strong obligations to the Duke of Argyll for reasons which may be collected from Horace Walpole's Reminiscences of that reign, and through her means the Duke had some occasional correspondence with Queen Caroline, much interrupted, however, since the part he had taken in the debate concerning the Porteous mob, an affair which the Queen, though somewhat unreasonably, was disposed to resent, rather as an intended and premeditated insolence to her own person and authority, than as a sudden ebullition of popular vengeance. Still, however, the communication remained open betwixt them, though it had been of late disused on both sides. These remarks will be found necessary to understand the scene which is about to be presented to the reader. From the narrow alley which they had traversed, the Duke turned into one of the same character, but broader and still longer. Here, for the first time, Since they had entered these gardens, Jeanie saw persons approaching them. They were two ladies, one of whom walked a little behind the other, yet not so much as to prevent her from hearing and replying to whatever observation was addressed to her by the lady who walked foremost, and that without her having the trouble to turn her person as they advanced very slowly. Jeanie had time to study their features and appearance. The Duke also slackened his pace, as if to give her time to collect herself, and repeatedly desired her not to be afraid. The lady, who seemed the principal person, had remarkably good features, though somewhat injured by the smallpox, that venomous scourge, which each village Esculapius, thanks to Jenner, can now tame as easily as their tutelary deity subdued the python. The lady's eyes were brilliant, her teeth good, and her countenance formed to express at will either majesty or courtesy. Her form, though rather embonpoint, was nevertheless graceful, and the elasticity and firmness of her step gave no room to suspect what was actually the case, that she suffered occasionally from a disorder, the most unfavorable to pedestrian exercise. Her dress was rather rich than gay, and her manner commanding and noble. Her companion was of lower stature, with light brown hair and expressive blue eyes. Her features, without being absolutely regular, were perhaps more pleasing than if they had been critically handsome. A melancholy, or at least a pensive expression, for which her lot gave too much cause, predominated when she was silent, but gave way to a pleasing and good-humored smile when she spoke to anyone. When they were within 12 or 15 yards of these ladies, the Duke made a sign that Jeanie should stand still, and stepping forward himself with the grace which was natural to him, made a profound obeisance, which was formally yet, in a dignified manner, returned by the personage whom he approached. "I hope," she said, with an affable and condescending smile, "that I see so great a stranger at court, as the Duke of Argyll has been of late in as good health as his friends there and elsewhere could wish him to enjoy." The Duke replied that he had been perfectly well, and added that the necessity of attending to the public business before the House, as well as the time occupied by a late journey to Scotland, had rendered him less assiduous in paying his duty at the levee and drawing-room than he could have desired. "When your Grace can find time for a duty so frivolous," replied the Queen, "you are aware of your title to be well received. I hope my readiness to comply with the wish which you expressed yesterday to Lady Suffolk is a sufficient proof that one of the royal family at least has not forgotten ancient and important services in resenting something which resembles recent neglect." This was said apparently with great good humor, and in a tone which expressed a desire of conciliation. The Duke replied that he would account himself the most unfortunate of men if he could be supposed capable of neglecting his duty in modes and circumstances when it was expected, and would have been agreeable. He was deeply gratified by the honor which Her Majesty was now doing to him personally, and he trusted she would soon perceive that it was in a matter essential to His Majesty's interest that he had the boldness to give her this trouble. "You cannot oblige me more, my Lord Duke," replied the Queen, "than by giving me the advantage of your lights and experience on any point of the King's service. Your Grace is aware that I can only be the medium through which the matter is subjected to His Majesty's superior wisdom. But if it is a suit which respects your Grace personally, it shall lose no support by being preferred through me." "It is no suit of mine, madam," replied the Duke, "nor have I any to prefer for myself personally, although I feel in full force my obligation to your Majesty. It is a business which concerns His Majesty as a lover of justice and of mercy, and which I am convinced may be highly useful in conciliating the unfortunate irritation which at present subsists among His Majesty's good subjects in Scotland." There were two parts of this speech disagreeable to Caroline. In the first place, it removed the flattering notion she had adopted that Argyll designed to use her personal intercession in making his peace with the administration and recovering the employments of which he had been deprived. And next, she was displeased that he should talk of the discontents in Scotland as irritations to be conciliated rather than suppressed. Under the influence of these feelings, she answered hastily that His Majesty has good subjects in England, my Lord Duke. He is bound to thank God and the loss that he has subjects in Scotland. I think he may thank God and his sword. The Duke, though a courtier, colored slightly, and the Queen, instantly sensible of her error, added, without displaying the least change of countenance, and as if the words had been an original branch of the sentence and the swords of those real Scotchmen who are friends to the House of Brunswick, particularly that of his Grace of Argyll. My sword, madam, replied the Duke, like that of my father's, has been always at the command of my lawful king, and of my native country I trust. It is impossible to separate their real rights and interests, but the present is a matter of more private concern, and respects the person of an obscure individual. What is the affair, my lord? Said the Queen. Let us find out what we are talking about, lest we should misconstrue and misunderstand each other. The matter, madam, answered the Duke of Argyll, regards the fate of an unfortunate young woman in Scotland, now lying under sentence of death for a crime of which I think it highly probable that she is innocent, and my humble petition to your majesty is to obtain your powerful intercession with the king for a pardon. It was now the Queen's turn to colour, and she did so over cheek and brow, neck and bosom. She paused a moment, as if unwilling to trust her voice with the first expression of her displeasure, and on assuming the air of dignity and an austere regard of control, she at length replied, My Lord Duke, I will not ask your motives for addressing to me a request which circumstances have rendered such an extraordinary one. Your road to the king's closet as a peer, and a privy councillor entitled to request an audience, was open. Without giving me the pain of this discussion, I at least have had enough of Scotch pardons. The Duke was prepared for this burst of indignation, and he was not shaken by it. He did not attempt a reply while the Queen was in the first heat of displeasure, but remained in the same firm yet respectful posture which he had assumed during the interview. The Queen, trained from her situation to self-command, instantly perceived the advantage she might give against herself by yielding to passion, and added, in the same condescending and affable tone in which she had opened the interview, You must allow me some of the privileges of the sex, my lord, and do not judge uncharitably of me, though I am a little moved at the recollection of the gross insult and outrage done in your capital city to the royal authority at the very time when it was vested in my unworthy person. Your Grace cannot be surprised that I should both have felt it at the time and recollected it now. It is certainly a matter not speedily to be forgotten, answered the Duke. My own poor thoughts of it have been long before your majesty, and I must have expressed myself very ill if I did not convey my detestation of the murder, which was committed under such extraordinary circumstances. I might indeed be so unfortunate as to differ with his majesty's advisers on the degree in which it was either just or politic to punish the innocent instead of the guilty, but I trust your majesty will permit me to be silent on a topic in which my sentiments have not the good fortune to coincide with those of more able men. We will not prosecute a topic on which we may probably differ, said the Queen. One word, however, I may say in private. You know, our good Lady Suffolk is a little deaf. The Duke of Argyll, when disposed to renew his acquaintance with his master and mistress, will hardly find many topics on which we should disagree. Let me hope, said the Duke, bowing profoundly to so flattering an intimation, that I shall not be so unfortunate as to have found one on the present occasion. I must first impose on your Grace the duty of confession, said the Queen, before I grant you absolution. What is your particular interest in this young woman? She does not seem. And she scanned Jeanie, as she said this, with the eye of a connoisseur much qualified to alarm my friend, the Duchess' jealousy. I think your majesty, replied the Duke, smiling in his turn, will allow my taste may be a pledge for me on that score. Then, though she has not much the air d'une grande dame, I suppose, she is some 30th cousin in the terrible chapter of Scottish genealogy. No, madam, said the Duke, but I wish some of my nearer relations had half her worth, honesty and affection. Her name must be Campbell at least, said Queen Caroline. No, madam, her name is not quite so distinguished, if I may be permitted to say so, answered the Duke. Ah, but she comes from Inverary or Argyllshire, said the sovereign. She has never been farther north in her life than Edinburgh, madam. Then my conjectures are all ended, said the Queen, and your Grace must yourself take the trouble to explain the affair of your protégé. With that precision and easy brevity which is only acquired by habitually conversing in the higher ranks of society, and which is the diametrical opposite of that protracted style of disquisition, which squires call pater, and which men call prose. The Duke explained the singular law under which Effie Deans had received sentence of death, and detailed the affectionate exertions which Jeanie had made in behalf of a sister for whose sake she was willing to sacrifice all but truth and conscience. Queen Caroline listened with attention. She was rather fond, it must be remembered, of an argument, and soon found matter in what the Duke told her for raising difficulties to his request. "It appears to me, my lord," she replied, "that this is a severe law, but still, it is adopted upon good grounds, I am bound to suppose, as the law of the country, and the girl has been convicted under it. The very presumptions which the law construes into a positive proof of guilt exist in her case, and all that your grace has said concerning the possibility of her innocence may be a very good argument for annulling the Act of Parliament, but cannot, while it stands good, be admitted in favor of any individual convicted upon the statute." The Duke saw and avoided the snare, for he was conscious that by replying to the argument he must have been inevitably led to a discussion in the course of which the Queen was likely to be hardened in her own opinion, until she became obliged, out of mere respect to consistency, to let the criminal suffer. Jeanie and Queen Caroline. "If your Majesty," he said, "would condescend to hear my poor countrywoman herself, perhaps she may find an advocate in your own heart more able than I am to combat the doubts suggested by your understanding." The Queen seemed to acquiesce, and the Duke made a signal for Jeanie to advance from the spot where she had hitherto remained, watching countenances which were too long accustomed to suppress all apparent signs of emotion, to convey to her any interesting intelligence. Her Majesty could not help smiling at the awestruck manner in which the quiet, demure figure of the little Scotchwoman advanced towards her, and yet more at the first sound of her broad northern accent. But Jeanie had a voice low and sweetly toned, an admirable thing in woman, and eke besought her ladyship to have pity on a poor misguided young creature, in tones so affecting that, like the notes of some of her native songs, provincial vulgarity was lost in pathos. "Stand up, young woman," said the Queen, but in a kind tone, "and tell me what sort of a barbarous people your countryfolk are, where child murder is become so common as to require the restraint of laws like yours." "If your ladyship pleases," answered Jeanie, "there are many places besides Scotland where mothers are unkind to their ain flesh and blood." It must be observed that the disputes between George II and Frederick, Prince of Wales, were then at the highest, and that the good-natured part of the public laid the blame on the Queen. She coloured highly and darted a glance of a most penetrating character first at Jeanie and then at the Duke. Both sustained it unmoved, Jeanie from total unconsciousness of the offence she had given, and the Duke from his habitual composure. But in his heart he thought, "My unlucky protégée has, with this luckless answer, shot dead by a kind of chance-a-medley her only hope of success." Lady Suffolk good-humouredly and skilfully interposed. "In this awkward crisis, you should tell this lady," she said to Jeanie, "the particular causes which render this crime common in your country. Some thinks it's the succession that is it's fights the cutter-stool, if your ladyship pleases," said Jeanie, looking down and courtesying. "The what?" said Lady Suffolk, to whom the phrase was new, and who besides was rather deaf. "That's the stool of repentance, madam, if it please your ladyship," answered Jeanie, for light life and conversation, and for breaking the seventh command. Here she raised her eyes to the Duke, saw his hand at his chin, and, totally unconscious of what she had said out of joint, gave double effect to the innuendo by stopping short and looking embarrassed. As for Lady Suffolk, she retired like a covering party which, having interposed betwixt their retreating friends and the enemy, have suddenly drawn on themselves a fire unexpectedly severe. "The deuce take the lass," thought the Duke of Argyll to himself, "there goes another shot, and she has hit with both barrels right and left." Indeed, the Duke had himself his share of the confusion, for having acted as master of ceremonies to this innocent offender, he felt much in the circumstances of a country squire, who, having introduced his spaniel into a well-appointed drawing-room, is doomed to witness the disorder and damage which arises to China, and to dress gowns in consequence of its untimely frolics. Jeanie's last chance hit, however, obliterated the ill impression which had arisen from the first, for her Majesty had not so lost the feelings of a wife in those of a queen, but that she could enjoy a jest at the expense of her good Suffolk. She turned towards the Duke of Argyll with a smile which marked that she enjoyed the triumph, and observed the Scotch are a rigidly moral people. Then again, applying herself to Jeanie, she asked how she travelled up from Scotland. "Upon my foot, mostly, madam," was the reply. "What, all that immense way upon foot? How far can you walk in a day?" 25 miles, and a bittock. "And a what?" said the Queen, looking towards the Duke of Argyll. "And about 5 miles more," replied the Duke. "I thought I was a good walker," said the Queen, "but this shames me sadly." "May your ladyship never hae sae weary a heart, that ye canna be sensible of the weariness of the limbs," said Jeanie. "That came better off," thought the Duke. "It's the first thing she has said to the purpose. And I didna just athegither walk the hale way neither, for I had whiles the cast of a cart, and I had the cast of a horse from Ferrybridge and divers other easements," said Jeanie, cutting short her story, for she observed the Duke made the sign he had fixed upon. "With all these accommodations," answered the Queen, "you must have had a very fatiguing journey, and I fear to little purpose, since, if the King were to pardon your sister, in all probability it would do her little good, for I suppose your people of Edinburgh would hang her out of spite." "She will sink herself now outright," thought the Duke. But he was wrong. The shoals on which Jeanie had touched in this delicate conversation lay underground, and were unknown to her. This rock was above water, and she avoided it. She was confident, she said, that baith town and country wad rejoice to see His Majesty taking compassion on a poor unfriended creature. "His Majesty has not found it so in a late instance," said the Queen, "but I suppose my Lord Duke would advise him to be guided by the votes of the rabble themselves, who should be hanged and who spared." "No, madam," said the Duke, "but I would advise His Majesty to be guided by his own feelings and those of his royal consort, and then I am sure punishment will only attach itself to guilt, and even then with cautious reluctance." "Well, my lord," said Her Majesty, "all these fine speeches do not convince me of the propriety of so soon showing any mark of favour to your, I suppose, I must not say rebellious, but, at least, your very disaffected and intractable metropolis. Why, the whole nation is in a league to screen the savage and abominable murderers of that unhappy man. Otherwise how is it possible but that of so many perpetrators, and engaged in so public an action for such a length of time, one at least must have been recognized. Even this wench, for aught I can tell, may be a depositary of the secret. Hark you, young woman, had you any friends engaged in the Porteous?" "No, madam," answered Jeanie, happy that the question was so framed that she could with a good conscience answer it in the negative. "But I suppose," continued the Queen, "if you were possessed of such a secret, you would hold it a matter of conscience to keep it to yourself." "I would pray to be directed and guided what was the line of duty, madam," answered Jeanie. "Yes, and take that which suited your own inclinations," replied Her Majesty. "If it like you, madam," said Jeanie, "I would hae gone to the end of the earth to save the life of John Porteous or any other unhappy man in his condition. But I might lawfully doubt how far I am called upon to be the avenger of his blood, though it may become the civil magistrate to do so. He is dead and gane to his place, and they that have slain him must answer for their ain act. But my sister, my pure sister, Effie, still lives, though her days and hours are numbered. She still lives, and a word of the King's mouth might restore her to a broken-hearted old man that never in his daily and nightly exercise forgot to pray that His Majesty might be blessed with a long and a prosperous reign, and that his throne and the throne of his posterity might be established in righteousness. O madam, if ever ye kenned what it was to sorrow for, and with a sinning and a suffering creature whose mind is sae tossed that she can be neither cad fit to live or die, have some compassion on our misery. Save an honest house from dishonour, and an unhappy girl not 18 years of age from an early and dreadful death. Alas, it is not when we sleep soft and wake merrily ourselves that we think on other people's sufferings. Our hearts are waxed light within us then, and we are for righting our ain wrangs and fighting our own battles. But when the hour of trouble comes to the mind, or to the body, and seldom may it visit your ladyship, and when the hour of death comes that comes to high and lowling, and late may it be yours, O my lady, then it isna what we hae doon for ourselves, but what we hae doon for others, that we think on mayest pleasantly. And the thoughts that ye hae intervened to spare the pure thing's life will be sweeter in that hour come, when it may, than if a word of your mouth could hang the hale porteous mob at the tail of I toe. Tear followed tear down Jeanie's cheeks, as her features glowing and quivering with emotion, she pleaded her sister's cause with a pathos which was at once simple and solemn. "This is eloquent," said Her Majesty to the Duke of Argyll. "Young woman," she continued, addressing herself to Jeanie, "I cannot grant a pardon to your sister, but you shall not want my warm intercession with His Majesty. Take this housewife case." She continued, putting a small embroidered needle case into Jeanie's hands. "Do not open it now, but at your leisure will find something in it, which will remind you that you have had an interview with Queen Caroline." Jeanie, having her suspicions thus confirmed, dropped on her knees, and would have expanded herself in gratitude, but the Duke, who was upon thorns, lest she should say more or less than just enough, touched his chin once more. "Our business is, I think, ended for the present, my Lord Duke," said the Queen, "and I trust to your satisfaction. Hereafter I hope to see your Grace more frequently, both at Richmond and St. James. Come, Lady Suffolk, we must wish his Grace good morning." They exchanged their parting reverences, and the Duke, so soon as the ladies had turned their backs, assisted Jeanie to rise from the ground, and conducted her back through the avenue, which she trod with the feeling of one who walks in her sleep. Chapter 14. "So soon as I can win the offended king, I will be known your advocate. Cymbeline." The Duke of Argyll led the way in silence to the small postern by which they had been admitted into Richmond Park, so long the favourite residence of Queen Caroline. It was opened by the same half-seen janitor, and they found themselves beyond the precincts of the royal domain. Still not a word was spoken on either side. The Duke probably wished to allow his rustic protégé time to recruit her faculties, dazzled and sunk with colloquy sublime, and betwixt what she had guessed, had heard, and had seen, Jeanie Dean's mind was too much agitated to permit her to ask any questions. They found the carriage of the Duke in the place where they had left it, and when they resumed their places soon began to advance rapidly on their return to town. "I think, Jeanie," said the Duke, breaking silence, "you have every reason to congratulate yourself on the issue of your interview with Her Majesty." "And that lady was the Queen herself," said Jeanie. "I misdoubted it when I saw that your honour didna put on your hat hand, yet I can hardly believe it, even when I heard her speak it herself." "It was certainly Queen Caroline," replied the Duke. "Have you no curiosity to see what is in the little pocket-book?" "Do you think the pardon will be in it, sir?" said Jeanie, with the eager animation of hope. "Why, no," replied the Duke. "That is unlikely. They seldom carry these things about them, unless they were likely to be wanted. And besides, Her Majesty told you it was the king, not she, who was to grant it." "That is true too," said Jeanie, "but I am so confused in my mind. But does your honour think there is a certainty of Effie's pardon?" Then continued she, still holding in her hand the unopened pocket-book. "Why, kings are kittle cattle to shoe behind, as we say in the north," replied the Duke. "But his wife knows his trim, and I have not the least doubt that the matter is quite certain." "Oh, God be praised, God be praised," ejaculated Jeanie, "and may the gude leddy never want the heart's ease she has gien me at this moment. And God bless you too, my lord. Without your help, I wad near hae one near her." The Duke let her dwell upon this subject for a considerable time, curious perhaps to see how long the feelings of gratitude would continue to supersede those of curiosity, but so feeble was the latter feeling in Jeanie's mind that his Grace, with whom perhaps it was for the time a little stronger, was obliged once more to bring forward the subject of the Queen's present. It was opened accordingly. In the inside of the case was the usual assortment of silk and needles, with scissors, tweezers, etc., and in the pocket was a bank bill for £50. The Duke had no sooner informed Jeanie of the value of this last document, for she was unaccustomed to see notes for such sums, than she expressed her regret at the mistake which had taken place, for the hussy itself, she said, was a very valuable thing for a keepsake, with the Queen's name written in the inside, with her ain hand doubtless Carolinia's plain, as could be, and a crown drawn aboon it. She therefore tendered the bill to the Duke, requesting him to find some mode of returning it to the royal owner. "No, no, Jeanie," said the Duke, "there is no mistake in the case. Her Majesty knows you have been put to great expense, and she wishes to make it up to you." "I am sure she is even o'ergued," said Jeanie, "and it glads me muckle that I can pay back Dumbadykes his siller without distressing my father honest man." "Dumbadykes, what a freeholder of Mid-Lothian is he not?" said his Grace, whose occasional residence in that county made him acquainted with most of the heritors, as landed persons are termed in Scotland. "He has a house not far from Dalkeith, wears a black wig and a laced hat." "Yes, sir," answered Jeanie, who had her reasons for being brief in her answers upon this topic. "Ah, my old friend Dumby," said the Duke, "I have thrice seen him foo, and only once heard the sound of his voice. Is he a cousin of yours, Jeanie?" "No, sir, me lord." "Then he must be a well-wisher, I suspect." "Yes, me lord, sir," answered Jeanie, blushing, and with hesitation. "Aha, then, if the laird starts, I suppose my friend Butler must be in some danger." "Oh no, sir," answered Jeanie much more readily, but at the same time blushing much more deeply. "Well, Jeanie," said the Duke, "you are a girl, may be safely trusted with your own matters, and I shall inquire no farther about them. But as to this same pardon, I must see to get it passed through the proper forms, and I have a friend in office who will for auld lang syne do me so much favour, and then, Jeanie, as I shall have occasion to send an express down to Scotland, who will travel with it safer and more swiftly than you can do, I will take care to have it put into the proper channel. Meanwhile, you may write to your friends by post of your good success." "And does your honour think," said Jeanie, "that will do as weel as if I were to take my tap in my lap and slip my ways hame again on my ain errand?" "Much better, certainly," said the Duke. "You know the roads are not very safe for a single woman to travel." Jeanie internally acquiesced in this observation. "And I have a plan for you, besides one of the Duchess' attendants, and one of Mynheer acquaintance Archibald going down to Inverary in a light calash with 4 horses I have bought, and there is room enough in the carriage for you to go with them as far as Glasgow, where Archibald will find means of sending you safely to Edinburgh, and, in the way, I beg you will teach the woman as much as you can of the mystery of cheese-making, for she is to have a charge in the dairy, and I dare swear you are as tidy about your milk-pill as about your dress." "Does your honour like cheese?" said Jeanie, with a gleam of conscious delight, as she asked the question. "Like it," said the Duke, whose good nature anticipated what was to follow. "Cakes and cheese are a dinner for an emperor, let alone a Highlandman." "Because," said Jeanie, with modest confidence and great and evident self-gratulation, "we have been thought so particular in making cheese that some folk think it as good as the real Dunlop. And if your honour's Grace wad but accept a stain or twa blithe and fain and proud it wad make us, but maybe ye may like the ewe milk, that is the Buckholmside cheese, better, or maybe the gate milk, as ye come frae the Highland sand. I canna pretend just to the same skill o' them, but my cousin Jean, that lives at Lockermatches in Lammermuir, I could speak to her, and the hilly pastures of Buckholm, which the author now surveys not in the frenzy of a dreamer's ire, famed for producing the best ewe milk cheese in the south of Scotland." "Quite unnecessary," said the Duke. "The Dunlop is the very cheese of which I am so fond, and I will take it as the greatest favour you can do me to send one to Caroline Park. But remember, be on honour with it, Jeanie, and make it all yourself, for I am a real good judge." "I am not feared," said Jeanie confidently, "that I may please your honour, for I am sure you look as if you could hardly find fault wi' onybody that did their best and weel. Is it my part, I trow, to do mine?" This discourse introduced a topic upon which the two travellers, though so different in rank and education, found each a good deal to say. The Duke, besides his other patriotic qualities, was a distinguished agriculturist, and proud of his knowledge in that department, he entertained Jeanie with his observations on the different breeds of cattle in Scotland and their capacity for the dairy, and received so much information from her practical experience in return that he promised her a couple of Devonshire cows in reward for the lesson. In short, his mind was so transported back to his rural employments and amusements that he sighed when his carriage stopped opposite to the old hackney coach, which Archibald had kept in attendance at the place where they had left it, while the coachman again bridled his lean cattle, which had been indulged with a bite of musty hay. The Duke cautioned Jeanie not to be too communicative to her landlady concerning what had passed there, is, he said, no use of speaking of matters till they are actually settled, and you may refer the good lady to Archibald. If she presses you hard with questions, she is his old acquaintance, and he knows how to manage with her. He then took a cordial farewell of Jeanie, and told her to be ready in the ensuing week to return to Scotland, saw her safely established in her hackney coach, and rolled off in his own carriage, humming a stanza of the ballad which he is said to have composed. At the sight of Dumbarton once again, "I'll cock up my bonnet and march amain, with my claymore hanging down to my heel, to wang at the bannocks of barley meal." Perhaps one ought to be actually a Scotsman to conceive how ardently, under all distinctions of rank and situation, they feel their mutual connection with each other as natives of the same country. There are, I believe, more associations common to the inhabitants of a rude and wild than of a well-cultivated and fertile country. Their ancestors have more seldom changed their place of residence. Their mutual recollection of remarkable objects is more accurate. The high and the low are more interested in each other's welfare. The feelings of kindred and relationship are more widely extended. And in a word, the bonds of patriotic affection, always honorable, even when a little too exclusively strained, have more influence on men's feelings and actions. The rumbling hackney coach, which tumbled over the then execrable London pavement at a rate very different from that which had conveyed the ducal carriage to Richmond, at length deposited Jeanie Deans and her attendant at the national sign of the Thistle. Mrs. Glass, who had been in long and anxious expectation, now rushed full of eager curiosity and open-mouthed interrogation upon our heroine, who was positively unable to sustain the overwhelming cataract of her questions, which burst forth with the sublimity of a grand gardelue. Had she seen the Duke, God bless him, the Duchess? Young ladies, had she seen the King, God bless him, the Queen, the Prince of Wales, Princesser, any of the rest of the royal family? Had she got her sister's pardon? Was it out and auteur? Was it only a commutation of punishment? How far had she gone to her? Had she driven to him? Had she seen what had been said? What had kept her so long? Such were the various questions huddled upon each other by a curiosity so eager that it could hardly wait for its own gratification. Jeanie would have been more than sufficiently embarrassed by this overbearing tide of interrogations, had not Archibald, who had probably received from his master a hint to that purpose, advanced to her rescue. Mrs. Glass said, "Archibald, his Grace, desired me particularly to say that he would take it as a great favor if you would ask the young woman no questions, as he wishes to explain to you more distinctly than she can do how her affairs stand, and consult you on some matters which she cannot altogether so well explain. The Duke will call at the Thistle tomorrow or next day for that purpose." "His Grace is very condescending," said Mrs. Glass, her zeal for inquiry slaked for the present by the dexterous administration of this sugar plum. "His Grace is sensible that I am in a manner accountable for the conduct of my young kinswoman, and no doubt his Grace is the best judge how far he should entrust her or me with the management of her affairs." "His Grace is quite sensible of that," answered Archibald with national gravity, "and will certainly trust what he has to say to the most discreet of the two. And therefore, Mrs. Glass, his Grace relies you will speak nothing to Mrs. Jean Deans, either of her own affairs or her sister's, until he sees you himself. He desired me to assure you in the meanwhile that all was going on as well as your kindness could wish." Mrs. Glass, "His Grace is very kind, very considerate. Certainly, Mr. Archibald, his Grace's commands shall be obeyed. And but you have had a far drive, Mr. Archibald, as I guess by the time of your absence. And I guess, with an engaging smile, you winna be the war o' a glass of the right Rosa Solis." "I thank you, Mrs. Glass," said the great man's great man, but I am under the necessity of returning to my lord directly, and making his adieus civilly to both cousins, he left the shop of the Lady of the Thistle. "I am glad your affairs have prospered so well, Jeanie, my love," said Mrs. Glass, though indeed there was little fear of them so soon as the Duke of Argyll was so condescending as to take them into hand. "I will ask you no questions about them, because his Grace, who is most considerate and prudent in such matters, intends to tell me all that you can yourself, dear, and doubtless a great deal more, so that anything that may lie heavily on your mind may be imparted to me in the meantime. As you see, it is his Grace's pleasure that I should be made acquainted with the whole matter forthwith, and whether you or he tells it will make no difference in the world. He can, if I ken what he is going to say beforehand, I will be much more ready to give my advice, and whether you or he tell me about it cannot much signify after all, my dear, so you may just say whatever you like, only mind, I ask you no questions about it." Jeanie was a little embarrassed. She thought that the communication she had to make was perhaps the only means she might have in her power to gratify her friendly and hospitable kinswoman, but her prudence instantly suggested that her secret interview with Queen Caroline, which seemed to pass under a certain sort of mystery, was not a proper subject for the gossip of a woman like Mrs. Glass, of whose heart she had a much better opinion than of her prudence. She therefore answered in general that the Duke had had the extraordinary kindness to make very particular inquiries into her sister's bad affair, and that he thought he had found the means of putting it straight again, but that he proposed to tell all that he thought about the matter to Mrs. Glass herself. This did not quite satisfy the penetrating mistress of the Thistle. Searching as her own small rapine, she, in spite of her promise, urged Jeanie with still farther questions. Had she been at that time at Argyll House? Was the Duke with her the whole time? And had she seen the Duchess? And had she seen the young ladies, and specially Lady Caroline Campbell? To these questions Jeanie gave the general reply that she knew so little of the town that she could not tell exactly where she had been, that she had not seen the Duchess to her knowledge, that she had seen two ladies, one of whom she understood bore the name of Caroline, and more she said she could not tell about the matter. "It would be the Duke's eldest daughter, Lady Caroline Campbell. There is no doubt of that," said Mrs. Glass, "but doubtless I shall know more particularly through his Grace, and so as the cloth is laid in the little parlour above stairs, and it is past 3 o'clock, for I have been waiting this hour for you, and I have had a snack myself. And as they used to say in Scotland in my time, I do not ken if the word be used now, there is ill talking between a full body and a fasting." Chapter 15. Heaven first taught letters for some wretch's aid, some banished lover or some captive maid. Globe. By dint of unwanted labour, with the pen Jeanie Deans contrived to indite and give to the charge of the postman on the ensuing day no less than 3 letters, an exertion altogether strange to her habits, insomuch so that if milk had been plenty, she would rather have made thrice as many Dunlop cheeses. The first of them was very brief. It was addressed to George Stanton Esk, at the Rectory, Willingham, by Grantham, the address being part of the information she had extracted from the communicative peasant who rode before her to Stamford. It was in these words: "So to prevent farther mischiefs, whereof there hath been enough, comes these, sir, I have my sister's pardon from the Queen's Majesty, whereof I do not doubt you will be glad, having had to say naught of matters whereof you know the purport. So, sir, I pray for your better welfare in body and soul, and that it will please the physician to visit you in his good time. Always, sir, I pray you will never come again to see my sister, whereof there has been too much, and so wishing you no evil, but even your best good, that you may be turned from your iniquity. For why sold ye die, I rest your humble servant to command ye ken wha." The next letter was to her father. It is too long altogether for insertion, so we only give a few extracts. It commenced: "Dearest and truly honored father, this comes with my duty to inform you that it has pleased God to redeem that captivity of my poor sister, in respect the Queen's blessed Majesty, for whom we are ever bound to pray, hath redeemed her soul from the slayer, granting the ransom of her whilk is ain pardon or reprieve, and I spoke with the Queen face to face, and yet live, for she is not muckle differing from other grand leddies, saying that she has a stately presence, and e'en like a blue huntin. Hawks wilk gied through, and through me like a Highland dirk and all. This good was alway under the great giver, to whom all are but instruments wrought forth for us, by the Duck of Argyll is ain native. True-hearted Scotsman, and not prideful like other folk we ken offend. Likewise skeely eno and bestial, whereof he has promised to gie me twa. Devonshire Kai, of which he is enamoured, although I do still haud by the real Hawlet Ayrshire breed, and I have promised him a cheese, and I wad. Was he if Gowans the Brocket cow has a quay that she sold suck her fill of milk, as I am given to understand, he has none of that breed, and is not scornful, but will take a thing frae a pure body that it may lighten their heart of the loading of debt, that they owe him also his honour. The Duke will accept ane of our Dunlop cheeses, and it sall be my faut if a better was ever yearned in Loudon. Here follow some observations respecting the breed of cattle and the produce of the dairy, which it is our intention to forward to the Board of Agriculture. Nevertheless, these are but matters of the after-harvest, in respect of the great good which Providence hath gifted us with, and in especial poor Effie's life, and oh my dear father, since it hath pleased God to be merciful to her, let her not want your free pardon. Wilk will make her mate to be ane vessel of grace, and also a comfort to your ane greyer hairs. Dear father, will ye let the laird ken that we have had friends strangely raised up to us, and that the talent whilk he lent me will be thankfully repaid. I hae some of it to the fore, and the rest of it is not knotted up in ane purse or napkin, but in ane wee bit paper, as is the fashion ere whilk, I am assured, is gued for the siller, and dear father, through Mr. Butler's means, I hae gued friendship with the Duke, for there had been kindness between their forbears in the auld troublesome time bypast, and Mrs. Glass has been kind like my very mother. She has a braw house here, and lives by en, and warm wy twa servant lasses, and a man and a callant in the shop, and she is to send you down a pound of her hedrid, and some other tobacco, and we maun think of some propine for her, since her kindness hath been great, and the Duck is to send the pardon down by an express messenger, in respect that I canna travel sae fast, and I am to come down wy twa of his honour's servants. That is John Archibald, a decent, elderly gentleman, that says he has seen you lang syne, when you were buying beasts in the West Fray, the Laird of Ottermuggetibut. Maybe you winna mind him any way. He's a civil man, and Mrs. Dolly Dutton, that is to be dairymaid at Inverara, and they bring me on as far as Glasgow. Wilk will make it nae pinch to win hame. Wilk, I desire of all things, may the giver of all good things keep ye in your outgoings and incomings, whereof devoutly prayeth your loving daughter, Jane Danes. The third letter was to Butler, and its tenor as follows. Master Butler, sir, it will be pleasure to you to ken that all I came for is thanks be to God we'll doon, and to the gude end, and that your forbear's letter was right welcome to the Duke of Argyll, and that he wrote your name down with a Kylevine pen in a leathern book, whereby it seems like he will do for you either why a skule or a kirk. He has eno of baith, as I am assured, and I have seen the Queen, which gave me a hussy case out of her own hand. She had not her crown and sceptre, but they are laid by for her, like the bairn's best clays, to be worn when she needs them, and they are keep it in a tour. Wilk is not like the tour of Liberton, nor yet Craigmiller, but mair like to the castle of Edinburgh, if the buildings were teen, and set down in the midst of the Norloch. Also the Queen was very bounteous, giving me a paper worth £50, as I am assured to pay my expenses here and back agin. Sae, Master Butler, as we were I neighbours bairns, forby onything else that may hae been spoken between us, I trust you winna scrimp yoursel. For what is needful for your health, since it signifies not muckle wilk. O us has the siller if the other wants it, and mind, this is no meant to. Haud ye to onything wilk ye wad, rather forget, if ye sold get a charge. Of a kirk or a skule, as above said only, I hope it will be a skule, and not a kirk, because of these difficulties, anent aiths and patronages. Wilk might gang ill down why my honest father, only, if ye could compass a harmonious call, frae the parish of Scrigmaded, as ye ains had hope. Of I trow it wad please him weel, since I hae heard him say that the root of the matter was mair deeply hafted in that wild muirland parish than in the Canongate of Edinburgh. I wish I had whatten books he wanted, Mr. Butler, for they hae hale houses of them here, and they are obliged to set some out in the street wilk, are sound cheap doubtless to get them out of the weather. It is a muckle place, and I hae seen sae muckle of it that my poor head turns round, and ye ken langsyne I am nae great penwoman, and it is near 11 o'clock o' the night I am coming down. In good company and safiend, I had troubles in gone up wilk makes me blither of travelling weekend folk. My cousin Mrs. Glass has a braw house here, but a thing is sae poisoned why snuff, that I am like to be scomfished whiles, but what signifies these things in comparison of the great deliverance wilk has been vouchsafed to my father's house in wilk you as our old and dear well-wisher will I doubt not rejoice and be exceedingly glad, and I am dear Mr. Butler your sincere well-wisher in temporal and eternal things. J. Roman 500. After these labors of an unwanted kind, Jeanie retired to her bed, yet scarce could sleep a few minutes together, so often was she awakened by the heart-stirring consciousness of her sister's safety, and so powerfully urged to deposit her burden of joy where she had before laid her doubts and sorrows, in the warm and sincere exercises of devotion. All the next and all the succeeding day Mrs. Glass fidgeted about her shop in the agony of expectation, like a pea, to use a vulgar simile which her profession renders appropriate, upon one of her own tobacco pipes. With the third morning came the expected coach, with 4 servants clustered behind on the footboard, in dark brown and yellow liveries, the Duke in person, with laced coat, gold-headed cane star, and garter, all, as the storybook says, very grand. He inquired for his little countrywoman of Mrs. Glass, but without requesting to see her, probably because he was unwilling to give an appearance of personal intercourse betwixt them, which scandal might have misinterpreted. The Queen, he said to Mrs. Glass, had taken the case of her kinswoman into her gracious consideration, and being specially moved by the affectionate and resolute character of the elder sister, had condescended to use her powerful intercession with His Majesty, in consequence of which a pardon had been dispatched to Scotland to Effie Deans, on condition of her banishing herself forth of Scotland for 14 years. The King's advocate had insisted, he said, upon this qualification of the pardon, having pointed out to His Majesty's ministers that within the course of only 7 years, 21 instances of child murder had occurred in Scotland. Weary on him, said Mrs. Glass, what for needed he to have telled that of his ain country, and to the English folk, abune, I used to think the advocate a deuce decent man, but it is an ill bird begging your grace's pardon for speaking of such a coarse byword. It's an ill bird that fouls its own pest. And then, what is the poor lassie to do in a foreign land? Why, wheeze me, it's just sending her to play the same pranks o'er again, out of sight or guidance of her friends. Pooh-pooh, said the Duke, that need not be anticipated. Why, she may come up to London, or she may go over to America, and marry well for all that is come and gone. In troth, and so she may, as your grace is pleased to intimate, replied Mrs. Glass. And now I think upon it, there is my old correspondent in Virginia, Ephraim Buckskin, that has supplied the Thistle this 40 years with tobacco, and it is not a little that serves our turn, and he has been writing to me this 10 years to send him out a wife. The carle is not above 60, and hale and hearty, and well to pass in the world, and a line from my hand would settle the matter, and Effie Dean's misfortune forby, that there is no special occasion to speak about it would be thought little of there. "Is she a pretty girl?" said the Duke. "Her sister does not get beyond a good comely sonsy lass." "Oh, far prettier is Effie than Jeanie," said Mrs. Glass, "though it is long since I saw her mysel. But I hear of the Deanses by all my Loudon friends, when they come Grace kens we Scots are clannish bodies." "So much the better for us," said the Duke, "and the worse for those who meddle with us, as your good old-fashioned sign," says Mrs. Glass. "And now I hope you will approve of the measures I have taken for restoring your kinswoman to her friends." These he detailed at length, and Mrs. Glass gave her unqualified approbation with a smile and a courtesy at every sentence. "And now, Mrs. Glass, you must tell Jeanie, I hope she will not forget my cheese when she gets down to Scotland. Archibald has my orders to arrange all her expenses." "Begging your Grace's humble pardon," said Mrs. Glass, "it is a pity to trouble yourself about them. The Deanses are wealthy people in their way, and the lass has money in her pocket." "That's all very true," said the Duke, "but you know where Mac Callamore travels, he pays all. It is our Highland privilege to take from all what we want, and to give to all what they want." "Your Grace is better at giving than taking," said Mrs. Glass. "To show you the contrary," said the Duke, "I will fill my box out of this canister without paying you a bawbee." And again, desiring to be remembered to Jeanie with his good wishes for her safe journey, he departed, leaving Mrs. Glass uplifted in heart and in countenance, the proudest and happiest of tobacco and snuff dealers. Reflectively, his Grace's good humor and affability had a favorable effect upon Jeanie's situation. Her kinswoman, though civil and kind to her, had acquired too much of London breeding to be perfectly satisfied with her cousin's rustic and national dress, and was besides something scandalized at the cause of her journey to London. Mrs. Glass might therefore have been less sedulous in her attentions towards Jeanie, but for the interest which the foremost of the Scottish nobles, for such in all men's estimation, was the Duke of Argyll, seemed to take in her fate. Now, however, as a kinswoman whose virtues and domestic affections had attracted the notice and approbation of royalty itself, Jeanie stood to her relative in a light very different and much more favorable, and was not only treated with kindness, but with actual observance and respect. It depended on herself alone to have made as many visits and seen as many sights as lay within Mrs. Glass' power to compass, but excepting that she dined abroad with one or two faraway kinsfolk, and that she paid the same respect on Mrs. Glass' strong urgency to Mrs. Deputy Dabby, wife of the worshipful Mr. Deputy Dabby of Farringdon, without she did not avail herself of the opportunity, as Mrs. Dabby was the second lady of great rank whom Jeanie had seen in London. She used sometimes afterwards to draw a parallel betwixt her and the Queen, in which she observed that Mrs. Dabby was dressed twice as grand, and was twice as big, and spoke twice as loud and twice as muckle as the Queen did, but she hadna the same gosh-shock glance that makes the skin creep and the knee bend. And though she had very kindly gifted her with a loaf of sugar and twa puns of tea, yet she hadna athegither the sweet look that the Queen had when she put the needle-book into her hand. Jeanie might have enjoyed the sights and novelties of this great city more, had it not been for the qualification added to her sister's pardon, which greatly grieved her affectionate disposition on this subject. However, her mind was somewhat relieved by a letter which she received in return of post in answer to that which she had written to her father with his affectionate blessing. It brought his full approbation of the step which she had taken as one inspired by the immediate dictates of heaven, and which she had been thrust upon in order that she might become the means of safety to a perishing household. If ever a deliverance was dear and precious, this, said the letter, is a dear and precious deliverance. If life saved can be made more sweet and savory, it is when it cometh by the hands of those whom we hold in the ties of affection. And do not let your heart be disquieted within you, that this victim who is rescued from the horns of the altar whereuntil she was fast bound by the chains of human law, is now to be driven beyond the bounds of our land. Scotland is a blessed land to those who love the ordinances of Christianity, and it is a fair land to look upon, and dear to them who have dwelt in it their days and weal, said that judicious Christian worthy John Livingstone, a sailor in Barrowstunis. As the famous Patrick Walker reporteth his words, that howbeit he thought Scotland was a Gehenna of wickedness when he was at home, yet when he was abroad, he accounted it ane paradise for the evils of Scotland. he found everywhere, and the good of Scotland he found nowhere. But we are to hold in remembrance that Scotland, though it be our native land, and the land of our fathers, is not like Goshen in Egypt on Wilk the son of the heavens, and of the gospel shineth Alenarly and leaveth the rest of the world in utter darkness therefore, and also because this increase of profit at St. Leonard's Crags may be a cold waft of wind blowing from the frozen land of earthly self, where never plant of grace took root or grew, and because my concerns make me take something o'er muckle a grip of the gear of the world in mine arms, I received this dispensation and then Effie, as a call to depart out of Haran as righteous Abraham of old, and leave my father's kindred and my mother's house, and the ashes and mold of them who have gone to sleep before me, and which wait to be mingled with these old crazed bones of mine own. And my heart is lightened to do this, when I call to mind the decay of active and earnest religion in this land, and survey the height and the depth, the length and the breadth of national defections, and how the love of many is waxing lukewarm and cold. And I am strengthened in this resolution to change my domicile likewise, as I hear that store farms are to be set at an easy mail in Northumberland, where there are many precious souls that are of our true, though suffering persuasion, and sick part of the kye or stock, as I judge it fit to keep may be driven thither, without incommoditisse about wooler or that. Gatekeeping I eschowther to the hillsand, the rest may be sold to gude profit and advantage, if we had grace wheel to use and guide these gifts of the world. The laird has been a true friend on our unhappy occasions, and I have paid him back the siller for Effie's misfortune, whereof Mr. Nishelnovit returned him no balance as the laird, and I did expect he wad hae done, but law licks up, as the common folk say. I have had the siller to borrow out of Sack's purses, Mr. Saddletree advised, to give the laird of Lounspeck a charge on his hand for 1,000 merks, but I hae nae brew of charges since that awful morning, that a tout of a horn at the cross of Edinburgh blew half the faithful ministers of Scotland out of their pulpits. However, I saw raise an adjudication whilk Mr. Saddletree says comes instead of the old apprisings, and will not lose wheel one gear with the like of him, if it may be helped. As for the Queen, and the credit that she hath done to a poor man's daughter, and the mercy and the grace he found with her, I can only pray for her well-being here and hereafter, for the establishment of her house now, and for ever upon the throne of these kingdoms. I doubt not, but what you told her Majesty, that I was the same David Deans of whom there was a sport at the Revolution, when I anointed thegither the heads of twa false prophets, these ungracious graces, the prelates, as they stood on the high street, after being expelled from the Convention Parliament. Note P. Expulsion of the Scotch bishops. The Duke of Argyll is a noble and true-hearted nobleman, who pleads the cause of the poor, and those who have none to help them. Verily his reward shall not be lacking unto him. I have been writing of many things, but not of that whilk lies nearest mine heart. I have seen the misguided thing she will be at freedom, the morn on enacted caution, that she shall leave Scotland in 4 weeks. Her mind is in an evil frame, casting her eye backward on Egypt, I doubt, as if the bitter waters of the wilderness were harder to endure than the brick furnaces, by the side of which there were savory fleshpots. I need not bid you make haste down, for you are accepting always my great master. My only comfort in these straits, I charge you to withdraw your feet from the delusion of that vanity fair in Wilk. Ye are a sojourner, and not to go to their worship. Wilk is an ill-mumbled mass, as it was weel termed by James the Sext, though he afterwards, with his unhappy son, strove to bring it o'er back and belly into his native kingdom, wherethrough their race have been cut off as foam upon the water, and shall be as wanderers among the nations. See the prophecies of Hosea 9th and 17th, and the same 10th and 7th. But us and our house, let us say with the same prophet, let us return to the Lord, for he hath torn, and he will heal us. He hath smitten, and he will bind us up. He proceeded to say that he approved of her proposed mode of returning by Glasgow, and entered into sundry minute particulars, not necessary to be quoted, a single line in the letter, but not the least frequently read by the party to whom it was addressed, intimated that Reuben Butler had been as a son to him in his sorrows, as David Deans scarce ever mentioned Butler before without some jibe more or less direct, either at his carnal gifts and learning, or at his grandfather's heresy. Jeanie drew a good omen from no such qualifying clause being added to this sentence respecting him. A lover's hope resembles the bean in the nursery tale. It once take root, and it will grow so rapidly that in the course of a few hours the giant imagination builds a castle on the top, and by comes disappointment with the curtal axe, and hews down both the plant and the superstructure. Jeanie's fancy, though not the most powerful of her faculties, was lively enough to transport her to a wild farm in Northumberland, well stocked with milk cows yield beasts, and sheep a meeting house hard by frequented by serious Presbyterians who had united in a harmonious call to Reuben Butler to be their spiritual guide. Effie restored, not to gaiety, but to cheerfulness at least their father, with his grey hairs smoothed down and spectacles on his nose, herself, with the maiden snood, exchanged for a matron's kirchholl arranged in a pew in the said meeting house, listening to words of devotion rendered sweeter and more powerful by the affectionate ties which combined them with the preacher. She cherished such visions from day to day until her residence in London began to become insupportable and tedious to her, and it was with no ordinary satisfaction that she received a summons from Argyle House, requiring her in 2 days to be prepared to join their northward party. Chapter 16. One was a female who had grievous ill, wrought in revenge, and she enjoyed it still. Sullen she was, and threatening in her eye glared the stern triumph that she dared to die. Crabbe. The summons of preparation arrived after Jeanie Deans had resided in the metropolis about 3 weeks. On the morning appointed, she took a grateful farewell of Mrs. Glass, as that good woman's attention to her particularly required, placed herself and her movable goods, which purchases and presents had greatly increased, in a hackney coach, and joined her travelling companions in the housekeeper's apartment at Argyle House. While the carriage was getting ready, she was informed that the Duke wished to speak with her, and being ushered into a splendid saloon, she was surprised to find that he wished to present her to his lady and daughters. "I bring you my little countrywoman, Duchess." These were the words of the introduction, "with an army of young fellows as gallant and steady as she is, and a good cause, I would not fear 2 to 1. "Ah, Papa," said a lively young lady, about 12 years old, "remember, you were full 1 to 2 at Sheriffmuir, and yet singing the well-known ballad. Some say that we won, and some say that they won, and some say that nane wanted a man, but of I thing I am sure that on Sheriffmuir a battle there was that I saw man. What little Mary turned Tory on my hands, this will be fine news for our countrywoman to carry down to Scotland. We may all turn Tories, for the thanks we have got for remaining Whigs," said the second young lady. "Well, hold your peace, you discontented monkeys, and go dress your babies, and as for the Bob of Dunblane, if it wasna weel, bob it weel, bob it weel, bob it. If it wasna weel, bob it, well, bob it again." "Papa's wit is running low," said Lady Mary. "The poor gentleman is repeating himself." He sang that on the field of battle, when he was told the Highlanders had cut his left wing to pieces with their claymores. A pull by the hair was the repartee to this sally. "Ah, brave Highlanders and bright claymores," said the Duke, "well do I wish them, for the ill they've done me, yet, as the song goes, but come madcaps, say a civil word to your countrywoman. I wish ye had half her canny hamely sense. I think you may be as leal and true-hearted." The Duchess advanced, and in a few words in which there was as much kindness as civility, assured Jeanie of the respect which she had for a character so affectionate and yet so firm, and added, "When you get home, you will perhaps hear from me." "And from me, and from me, and from me, Jeanie," added the young ladies one after the other, "for you are a credit to the land we love so well." Jeanie, overpowered by these unexpected compliments, and not aware that the Duke's investigation had made him acquainted with her behavior on her sister's trial, could only answer by blushing and courtesying round, and uttering at intervals, "Money, thanks, money, thanks." "Jeanie," said the Duke, "you must have Doc and Dorach, or you will be unable to travel." There was a salver with cake and wine on the table. He took up a glass, drank to all true hearts that load Scotland, and offered a glass to his guest. Jeanie, however, declined it, saying that she had never tasted wine in her life. "How comes that, Jeanie?" said the Duke. "Wine maketh glad the heart, you know." "Aye, sir, but my father is like Jonadab, the son of Rechab, who charged his children that they should drink no wine." "I thought your father would have had more sense," said the Duke, unless indeed he prefers brandy, but however, Jeanie, if you will not drink, you must eat to save the character of my house." He thrust upon her a large piece of cake, nor would he permit her to break off a fragment and lay the rest on a salver. "Put it in your pouch," Jeanie said he, "you will be glad of it before you see St. Giles steeple. I wish to heaven I were to see it as soon as you, and so my best service to all my friends at and about Old Reekie, and a blithe journey to you." And mixing the frankness of a soldier with his natural affability, he shook hands with his protégé, and committed her to the charge of Archibald, satisfied that he had provided sufficiently for her, being attended to by his domestics, from the unusual attention with which he had himself treated her. Accordingly, in the course of her journey, she found both her companions disposed to pay her every possible civility, so that her return, in point of comfort and safety, formed a strong contrast to her journey to London. Her heart also was disburdened of the weight of grief, shame, apprehension, and fear which had loaded her before her interview with the Queen at Richmond. But the human mind is so strangely capricious that when freed from the pressure of real misery, it becomes open and sensitive to the apprehension of ideal calamities. She was now much disturbed in mind that she had heard nothing from Reuben Butler, to whom the operation of writing was so much more familiar than it was to herself. "It would have cost him sae little fash," she said to herself, "for I hae seen his pen gan as fast o'er the paper as ever it did o'er the water when it was in the grey goose's wing. Wheeze me, maybe he may be badly, but then my father wad likely hae said something about it, or maybe he may hae teen the rue and kensna how to let me wot of his change of mind. He needna be at muckle fash about itch," went on, drawing herself up, though the tear of honest pride and injured affection gathered in her eye as she entertained the suspicion Jeanie Deans is no the last to pull him by the sleeve, or put him in mind of what he wishes to forget. I shall wish him weel and happy o' the same. And if he has the luck to get a kirk in our country, I saw gang and hear him just the very same, to show that I bear nae malice." And as she imagined the scene, the tear stole over her eye. In these melancholy reveries, Jeanie had full time to indulge herself, for her travelling companions' servants, in a distinguished and fashionable family, had of course many topics of conversation, in which it was absolutely impossible she could have either pleasure or portion. She had therefore abundant leisure for reflection, and even for self-tormenting during the several days, which, indulging the young horses, the Duke was sending down to the north. With sufficient ease and short stages, they occupied in reaching the neighbourhood of Carlisle. In approaching the vicinity of that ancient city, they discerned a considerable crowd upon an eminence at a little distance from the high road, and learned from some passengers who were gathering towards that busy scene from the southward that the cause of the concourse was the laudable public desire to see a doomed Scotch witch and thief get half of her due upo haribibru yonder, for she was only to be hanged, she should hae been borned a loive and cheap aunt. "Dear Mr. Archibald," said the dame of the dairy, "elect I never seed a woman hanged in a my life, and only 4 men as made a goodly spectacle." Mr. Archibald, however, was a Scotchman, and promised himself no exuberant pleasure in seeing his countrywoman undergo the terrible behests of law. Moreover, he was a man of sense and delicacy in his way, and the late circumstances of Jeanie's family with the cause of her expedition to London were not unknown to him, so that he answered dryly it was impossible to stop, as he must be early at Carlisle on some business of the Duke's, and he accordingly bid the postilions get on. The road at that time passed at about a quarter of a mile's distance from the eminence called Haribi or Haribebro, which, though it is very moderate in size and height, is nevertheless seen from a great distance around, owing to the flatness of the country through which the Eden flows. Here many an outlaw and border rider of both kingdoms had wavered in the wind during the wars, and scarce less hostile truces between the two countries upon Haribee in latter days. Other executions had taken place with as little ceremony as compassion for these frontier provinces remained long unsettled, and even at the time of which we write were ruder than those in the centre of England. The postilions drove on wheeling, as the Penrith road led them round the verge of the rising ground, yet still the eyes of Mrs. Dolly Dutton, which with the head and substantial person to which they belonged, were all turned towards the scene of action, could discern plainly the outline of the gallows tree relieved against the clear sky, the dark shade formed by the persons of the executioner and the criminal upon the light rounds of the tall aerial ladder, until one of the objects launched into the air gave unequivocal signs of mortal agony, though appearing in the distance not larger than a spider dependent at the extremity of his invisible thread, while the remaining form descended from its elevated situation and regained with all speed an undistinguished place among the crowd. This termination of the tragic scene drew forth, of course, a squall from Mrs. Dutton, and Jeanie, with instinctive curiosity, turned her head in the same direction. The sight of a female culprit, in the act of undergoing the fatal punishment from which her beloved sister had been so recently rescued, was too much not perhaps for her nerves, but for her mind and feelings. She turned her head to the other side of the carriage with a sensation of sickness of loathing, and of fainting. Her female companion overwhelmed her with questions, with proffers of assistance, with requests that the carriage might be stopped, that a doctor might be fetched, that drops might be gotten, that burnt feathers and a saffeted of fair water and hartshorn might be procured all at once. And without one instant's delay, Archibald, more calm and considerate, only desired the carriage to push forward. And it was not till they had got beyond sight of the fatal spectacle that, seeing the deadly paleness of Jeanie's countenance, he stopped the carriage, and jumping out himself, went in search of the most obvious and most easily procured of Mrs. Dutton's pharmacopoeia draught, namely of fair water. While Archibald was absent on this good-natured piece of service, damming the ditches which produced nothing but mud, and thinking upon the 1,000 bubbling springlets of his own mountains, the attendants on the execution began to pass the stationary vehicle in their way back to Carlisle. From their half-heard and half-understood words, Jeanie, whose attention was involuntarily riveted by them, as that of children is by ghost stories, though they know the pain with which they will afterwards remember them, Jeanie, I say, could discern that the present victim of the law had died game, as it is termed by those unfortunates, that is sullen, reckless, and impenitent, neither fearing God nor regarding man. A stewardwife and a dower, said one Cumbrian peasant, as he clattered by in his wooden brogues, with a noise like the trampling of a dray horse. She has gone to hoe master with hoe's name in her mouth, said another. Shame, the country should be harried, why Scotch witches and Scotch bitches this gate, but I say hang and drown. I gaffer tramp take, I yielden take, I low hang the witch, and there will be less scathe among us. Mine ozen hae been reckon this tomont. And mine bairns hae been crining to moan, replied his neighbour. Silence, why your fuel tongues, ye churls, said an old woman who hobbled past them as they stood talking near the carriage. This was nae witch, but a bluidy-fingered thief and murderess. I was it in Sae Dame Hinchup, said one in a civil tone, and stepping out of his place to let the old woman pass along the footpath. Nay, you know best sure, but at ony rate we hae but tint a Scot of her, and that's a thing better lost than found. The old woman passed on without making any answer. Aye, neighbour, said Gaffer Tramp, seest thou how one witch will speak for t'other Scots or English, the same to them? His companion shook his head, and replied in the same subdued tone, Aye, when a Sarkfoot wife gets on her broomstick, the dames of Allonby are ready to mount just as sure as the byword gangs o' the hills. If Skiddaw hath a cap, Criffle Watts full wheel of that. But continued Gauger Tramp, thinkest thou the daughter o' yon hangit body isna as rank a witch as hoe? I canna clearly, returned the fellow, but the folk are speaking o' swimming her i' the Eden, and they passed on their several roads, after wishing each other good morning. Just as the clowns left the place, and as Mr. Archibald returned with some fair water, a crowd of boys and girls, and some of the lower rabble of more mature age, came up from the place of execution, grouping themselves, with many a yell of delight, around a tall female fantastically dressed, who was dancing, leaping, and bounding in the midst of them. A horrible recollection pressed on Jeanie as she looked on this unfortunate creature, and the reminiscence was mutual, for, by a sudden exertion of great strength and agility, Madge Wildfire broke out of the noisy circle of tormentors who surrounded her, and clinging fast to the door of the calash, uttered, in a sound betwixt laughter and screaming, A die ken Jeanie Deans, they hae hangit our mother. Then suddenly changing her tone to that of the most piteous entreaty, she added, O gar them, let me gang to cut her down, let me, but cut her down. She's my mother, if she was war than the deal, and shall be nae mair kenspeckel than half-hangit Maggie Dixon, that cried sout money a day after she had been hangit. Her voice was rupit and hoarse, and her neck was a wee aggie, or ye wad hae kenned nae odds on her frae ony other sot wife. Note Q half-hanged Maggie Dixon. Mr. Archibald, embarrassed by the madwoman's clinging to the carriage, and detaining around them her noisy and mischievous attendants, was all this while looking out for a constable or beadle to whom he might commit the unfortunate creature, but seeing no such person of authority, he endeavoured to loosen her hold from the carriage, that they might escape from her by driving on. This, however, could hardly be achieved without some degree of violence. Madge held fast, and renewed her frantic entreaties to be permitted to cut down her mother. It was but a tenpenny toe loss, she said, and what was that to a woman's life? There came up, however, a parcel of savage-looking fellows, butchers and graziers, chiefly among whose cattle there had been of late a very general and fatal distemper, which their wisdom imputed to witchcraft. They laid violent hands on Madge, and tore her from the carriage, exclaiming, "What doest stop folk, O king's highway? Hast no done mischief? Ye know already why thy murders and thy witcherings." "O Jeanie Deans," exclaimed the poor maniac, "save my mother, and I will take ye to the interpreter's house again, and I will teach ye a my bonny sangsand. I will tell ye what came o' the rest of her entreaties were drowned in the shouts of the rabble." "Save her, for God's sake, save her from those people," exclaimed Jeanie to Archibald. "She is mad, but quite innocent. She is mad, gentlemen," said Archibald. "Do not use her ill. Take her before the mayor." "I wees hae care eno on her," answered one of the fellows. "Gang thou thy gate, man, and mind thine own matters." "He's a Scot by his tongue," said another, "and he will come out o' his whirligig there isse jye him, his tartan plaid fou o' broken banes." It was clear nothing could be done to rescue Madge, and Archibald, who was a man of humanity, could only bid the postilions hurry on to Carlisle, that he might obtain some assistance to the unfortunate woman. As they drove off, they heard the hoarse roar with which the mob preface acts of riot or cruelty, yet even above that deep and dire note, they could discern the screams of the unfortunate victim. They were soon out of hearing of the cries, but had no sooner entered the streets of Carlisle than Archibald, at Jeanie's earnest and urgent entreaty, went to a magistrate to state the cruelty which was likely to be exercised on this unhappy creature. In about an hour and a half, he returned and reported to Jeanie that the magistrate had very readily gone in person with some assistance to the rescue of the unfortunate woman, and that he had himself accompanied him, that when they came to the muddy pool in which the mob were ducking her according to their favorite mode of punishment, the magistrate succeeded in rescuing her from their hands, but in a state of insensibility owing to the cruel treatment which she had received. He added that he had seen her carried to the workhouse, and understood that she had been brought to herself, and was expected to do well. This last averment was a slight alteration, in point of fact, for Madge Wildfire was not expected to survive the treatment she had received, but Jeanie seemed so much agitated that Mr. Archibald did not think it prudent to tell her the worst at once. Indeed, she appeared so fluttered and disordered by this alarming accident, that although it had been their intention to proceed to Longton that evening, her companions judged it most advisable to pass the night at Carlisle. This was particularly agreeable to Jeanie, who resolved, if possible, to procure an interview with Madge Wildfire, connecting some of her wild flights with the narrative of George Stanton. She was unwilling to omit the opportunity of extracting from her, if possible, some information concerning the fate of that unfortunate infant which had cost her sister so dear. Her acquaintance with the disordered state of poor Madge's mind did not permit her to cherish much hope that she could acquire from her any useful intelligence. But then, since Madge's mother had suffered her deserts and was silent forever, it was her only chance of obtaining any kind of information, and she was loath to lose the opportunity. She colored her wish to Mr. Archibald by saying that she had seen Madge formerly, and wished to know, as a matter of humanity, how she was attended to under her present misfortunes. That complacent person immediately went to the workhouse or hospital in which he had seen the sufferer lodged, and brought back for reply that the medical attendants positively forbade her seeing anyone when the application for admittance was repeated. Next day Mr. Archibald was informed that she had been very quiet, and composed insomuch that the clergyman who acted as chaplain to the establishment thought it expedient to read prayers beside her bed, but that her wandering fit of mind had returned soon after his departure. However her countrywoman might see her, if she chose it, she was not expected to live above an hour or two. Jeanie had no sooner received this information than she hastened to the hospital. Her companions attending her, they found the dying person in a large ward where there were 10 beds, of which the patient's was the only one occupied. Madge was singing when they entered, singing her own wild snatches of songs and obsolete airs, with a voice no longer overstrained by false spirits, but softened, saddened, and subdued by bodily exhaustion. She was still insane, but was no longer able to express her wandering ideas in the wild notes of her former state of exalted imagination. There was death in the plaintive tones of her voice, which yet in this moderated and melancholy mood had something of the lulling sound with which a mother sings her infant asleep. As Jeanie entered, she heard first the air, and then a part of the chorus and words of what had been perhaps the song of a jolly harvest home. Our work is over now. The goodman wipes his weary brow. The last long wane wends slow away, and we are free to sport and play. The night comes on when sets the sun, and labor ends when day is done. When autumn's gone and winter's come, we hold our jovial harvest home. Jeanie advanced to the bedside when the strain was finished and addressed Madge by her name, but it produced no symptoms of recollection. On the contrary, the patient, like one provoked by interruption, changed her posture, and called out with an impatient tone, "Nurse, nurse, turn my face to the wall, that I may never answer to that name, any mair, and never see mair of a wicked world." The attendant on the hospital arranged her in her bed, as she desired, with her face to the wall and her back to the light. So soon as she was quiet in this new position, she began again to sing in the same low and modulated strains, as if she was recovering the state of abstraction, which the interruption of her visitants had disturbed. The strain, however, was different, and rather resembled the music of the Methodist hymns, though the measure of the song was similar to that of the former. When the fight of grace is fought, when the marriage vest is wrought, when faith hath chased cold doubt away, and hope but sickens at delay, when charity, imprisoned here, longs for a more expanded sphere, doff thy robes of sin and clay, Christian, rise and come away. The strain was solemn and affecting, sustained as it was by the pathetic warble of a voice, which had naturally been a fine one, and which weakness, if it diminished its power, had improved in softness. Archibald, though a follower of the court and a procurante by profession, was confused, if not affected. The dairymaid blubbered, and Jeanie felt the tears rise spontaneously to her eyes. Even the nurse, accustomed to all modes in which the spirit can pass, seemed considerably moved. The patient was evidently growing weaker, as was intimated by an apparent difficulty of breathing, which seized her from time to time, and by the utterance of low, listless moans, intimating that nature was succumbing in the last conflict, but the spirit of melody, which must originally have so strongly possessed this unfortunate young woman, seemed at every interval of ease to triumph over her pain and weakness, and it was remarkable that there could always be traced in her songs something appropriate, though perhaps only obliquely or collaterally, so to her present situation. Her next seemed the fragment of some old ballad. Cold is my bed, Lord Archibald, and sad my sleep of sorrow, but thine soul be as sad and cold, my faw's true love tomorrow. And weep ye not, my maidens free, though death your mistress borrow, for he for whom I die today shall die for me tomorrow. Again she changed the tune to one wilder, less monotonous, and less regular, but of the words only a fragment or two could be collected by those who listened to this singular scene. Proud Macy is in the wood, walking so early. Sweet robin sits on the bush, singing so rarely. Tell me, thou bonny bird, when shall I marry me? When 6 broad gentlemen Kirkward shall carry ye. Who makes the bridal bed? Birdie, say truly, The grey-headed sexton, that delves the grave duly, the glowworm o'er grave and stone, shall light thee steady. The owl from the steeple sing, welcome, proud lady. Her voice died away with the last notes, and she fell into a slumber from which the experienced attendant assured them that she never would awake at all or only in the death agony. The nurse's prophecy proved true. The poor maniac parted with existence without again uttering a sound of any kind. But our travelers did not witness this catastrophe. They left the hospital as soon as Jeanie had satisfied herself that no elucidation of her sister's misfortunes was to be hoped from the dying person. Note our Madge Wildfire. Chapter 17th. Wilt thou go on with me? The moon is bright, the sea is calm, and I know well the ocean paths. Thou wilt go on with me. Thalabu. The fatigue and agitation of these various scenes had agitated Jeanie so much, notwithstanding her robust strength of constitution, that Archibald judged it necessary that she should have a day's repose at the village of Longtown. It was in vain that Jeanie protested against any delay. The Duke of Argyll's man of confidence was of course consequential, and as he had been bred to the medical profession in his youth, at least, he used this expression to describe his having 30 years before pounded for 6 months in the mortar of old Mungo Mangleman, the surgeon at Greenock. He was obstinate whenever a matter of health was in question. In this case he discovered febrile symptoms, and having once made a happy application of that learned phrase to Jeanie's case, all farther resistance became in vain, and she was glad to acquiesce and even to go to bed and drink water gruel in order that she might possess her soul in quiet and without interruption. Mr. Archibald was equally attentive in another particular. He observed that the execution of the old woman and the miserable fate of her daughter seemed to have had a more powerful effect upon Jeanie's mind than the usual feelings of humanity might naturally have been expected to occasion. Yet she was obviously a strong-minded, sensible young woman, and in no respect subject to nervous affections, and therefore Archibald, being ignorant of any special connection between his master's protégé and these unfortunate persons, excepting that she had seen Madge formerly in Scotland, naturally imputed the strong impression these events had made upon her to her associating them with the unhappy circumstances in which her sister had so lately stood. He became anxious, therefore, to prevent anything occurring which might recall these associations to Jeanie's mind. Archibald had speedily an opportunity of exercising this precaution. A pedlar brought to Longtown that evening, amongst other wares, a large broadside sheet, giving an account of the last speech and execution of Margaret Murdochson, and of the barbarous murder of her daughter Magdalene, or Madge Murdochson, called Madge Wildfire, and of her pious conversation with his Reverence Archdeacon Fleming, which authentic publication had apparently taken place on the day they left Carlisle, and being an article of a nature peculiarly acceptable to such countryfolk as were within hearing of the transaction, the itinerant bibliopolist had forthwith added them to his stock in trade. He found a merchant sooner than he expected, for Archibald, much applauding his own prudence, purchased the whole lot for 2 shillings and 9pence, and the pedlar, delighted with the profit of such a wholesale transaction, instantly returned to Carlisle to supply himself with more. The considerate Mr. Archibald was about to commit his whole purchase to the flames, but it was rescued by the yet more considerate Damsel, who said very prudently, it was a pity to waste so much paper which might crepe hair pin-up bonnets and serve many other useful purposes, and who promised to put the parcel into her own trunk and keep it carefully out of the sight of Mrs. Jeanie Deans, though by the by she had no great notion of folk being so very nice. Mrs. Deans might have had enough to think about the gallows all this time to endure a sight of it, without all this to do about it. Archibald reminded the dame of the dairy of the Duke's particular charge, that they should be attentive and civil to Jeanie, as also that they were to part company soon, and consequently would not be doomed to observing anyone's health or temper during the rest of the journey, with which answer Mrs. Dolly Dutton was obliged to hold herself satisfied. On the morning they resumed their journey, and prosecuted it successfully, travelling through Dumfriesshire and part of Lanarkshire, until they arrived at the small town of Rutherglen, within about 4 miles of Glasgow. Here, an express brought letters to Archibald from the principal agent of the Duke of Argyll in Edinburgh. He said nothing of their contents that evening, but when they were seated in the carriage the next day, the faithful squire informed Jeanie that he had received directions from the Duke's factor, to whom his Grace had recommended him to carry her, if she had no objection for a stage or two beyond Glasgow. Some temporary causes of discontent had occasioned tumults in that city and the neighbourhood, which would render it unadvisable for Mrs. Jeanie Deans to travel alone and unprotected betwixt that city and Edinburgh, whereas, by going forward a little farther, they would meet one of his Grace's subfactors, who was coming down from the Highlands to Edinburgh with his wife, and under whose charge she might journey with comfort and in safety. Jeanie remonstrated against this arrangement. She had been lang, she said, frae hame her father, and her sister behoved to be very anxious to see her. There were other friends she had that were na weel in health. She was willing to pay for man and horse at Glasgow, and surely nobody wad meddle, why sae harmless and feckless a creature, as she was muckle obliged by the offer, but never hunted deer langed for its resting place, as I do to find myself at St. Leonard's. The groom of the chambers exchanged a look with his female companion, which seemed so full of meaning, that Jeanie screamed aloud, "O Mr. Archibald, Mrs. Dutton, if ye ken of onything that has happened at St. Leonard's, for God's sake, for pity's sake, tell me and dinna keep me in suspense." "I really know nothing, Mrs. Deans," said the groom of the chambers. "And I am sure I knows as little," said the dame of the dairy, while some communication seemed to tremble on her lips, which at a glance of Archibald's eye she appeared to swallow down, and compressed her lips thereafter into a state of extreme and vigilant firmness, as if she had been afraid of its bolting out before she was aware. Jeanie saw there was to be something concealed from her, and it was only the repeated assurances of Archibald that her father, her sister, all her friends were, as far as he knew, well and happy, that had all pacified her alarm. From such respectable people as those with whom she travelled, she could apprehend no harm, and yet her distress was so obvious that Archibald, as a last resource, pulled out and put into her hand a slip of paper on which these words were written: "Jeanie Deans, you will do me a favour by going with Archibald and my female domestic a day's journey beyond Glasgow, and asking them no questions, which will greatly oblige your friend Argyll Greenwich." Although this laconic epistle from a nobleman to whom she was bound by such inestimable obligations silenced all Jeanie's objections to the proposed route, it rather added to than diminished the eagerness of her curiosity. The proceeding to Glasgow seemed now no longer to be an object with her fellow travellers. On the contrary, they kept the left-hand side of the River Clyde, and travelled through 1,000 beautiful and changing views down the side of that noble stream, till, ceasing to hold its inland character, it began to assume that of a navigable river. "You are not forgone until Glasgow, then," said Jeanie, as she observed that the drivers made no motion for inclining their horses' heads towards the ancient bridge, which was then the only mode of access to St. Mungo's capital. "No," replied Archibald, "there is some popular commotion, and as our Duke is in opposition to the court, perhaps we might be too well received, or they might take it in their heads to remember that the captain of Carrick came down upon them with his Highland men in the time of Shawfield's mob in 1725, and then we would be too ill received, and at any rate it is best for us, and for me in particular, who may be supposed to possess his Grace's mind upon many particulars, to leave the good people of the Gorbals to act according to their own imaginations, without either provoking or encouraging them by my presence." In 1725, there was a great riot in Glasgow on account of the maltax among the troops brought in to restore order. Was one of the independent companies of Highlanders levied in Argyllshire, and distinguished, in a lampoon of the period, as Campbell of Carrick, and his Highland thieves. It was called Shawfield's mob, because much of the popular violence was directed against Daniel Campbell-esque of Shawfield, Roman 1000 p. provost of the town. To reasoning of such tone and consequence, Jeanie had nothing to reply, although it seemed to her to contain fully as much self-importance as truth. The carriage meantime rolled on the river, expanded itself, and gradually assumed the dignity of an estuary or arm of the sea, the influence of the advancing and retiring tides became more and more evident, and in the beautiful words of him of the laurel wreath, the river waxed a broader and yet broader stream. The cormorant stands upon its shoals, his black and dripping wings half opened to the wind. From Southeast Thalaba, Book, Roman 11, stanza 36. Which way lies Inverary, said Jeanie, gazing on the dusky ocean of Highland hills, which now piled above each other and intersected by many a lake, stretched away on the opposite side of the river to the northward, is yon high castle, the Duke's House. That Mrs. Dean's Lud help thee, replied Archibald, that's the old castle of Dumbarton, the strongest place in Europe. Be the other what it may, Sir William Wallace was governor of it in the old war with the English, and his grace is governor just now. It is always entrusted to the best man in Scotland. And does the Duke live on that high rock, then? Demanded Jeanie. No, he has his deputy governor, who commands in his absence. He lives in the White House you see at the bottom of the rock. His Grace does not reside there himself. I think not indeed, said the dairywoman, upon whose mind the road, since they had left Dumfries, had made no very favourable impression, for if he did he might go whistle for a dairywoman, and he were the only duke in England. I did not leave my place and my friends to come down to see cows starved to death upon hills, as they be at that pigsty of Elfinfoot, as you call it, Mr. Archibald, or to be perched upon the top of a rock, like a squirrel in his cage, hung out of a 3 pair of stairs window. Inwardly chuckling that these symptoms of recalcitration had not taken place until the fair malcontent was, as he mentally termed it, under his thumb, Archibald coolly replied that the hills were none of his making, nor did he know how to mend them. But as to lodging, they would soon be in a house of the Duke's, in a very pleasant island called Roseneath, where they went to wait for shipping to take them to Inverary, and would meet the company with whom Jeanie was to return to Edinburgh. An island, said Jeanie, who in the course of her various and adventurous travels had never quitted terra firma. Then I am doubting we maun gang in ane of these boats, they look unco sma, and the waves are something rough, and— Mr. Archibald, said Mrs. Dutton, I will not consent to it. I was never engaged to leave the country, and I desire you will bid the boys drive round the other way to the Duke's house. There is a safe pinnace, belonging to his Grace Mom Close, by replied Archibald, and you need be under no apprehensions whatsoever. But I am under apprehensions, said the damsel, and I insist upon going round by land, Mr. Archibald, were it 10 miles about. I am sorry, I cannot oblige you, madam, as Roseneath happens to be an island. If it were 10 islands, said the incensed dame, that's no reason why I should be drowned in going over the seas to it. No reason why you should be drowned, certainly, ma'am, answered the unmoved groom of the chambers, but an admirable good one why you cannot proceed to it by land, and fixed his master's mandates to perform. He pointed with his hand, and the drivers, turning off the highroad, proceeded towards a small hamlet of fishing huts, where a shallop somewhat more gaily decorated than any which they had yet seen, having a flag, which displayed a boar's head crested with a ducal coronet, waited with 2 or 3 seamen, and as many Highlanders. The carriage stopped, and the men began to unyoke their horses, while Mr. Archibald gravely superintended the removal of the baggage from the carriage to the little vessel. Has the Caroline been long arrived, said Archibald to one of the seamen. She has been here in 5 days from Liverpool, and she's lying down at Greenock, answered the fellow. Let the horses and carriage go down to Greenock, then, said Archibald, and be embarked there for Inverary, when I send notice thee may stand in my cousin's Duncan. Archibald, the stabler's ladies, he added, I hope you will get yourselves ready, we must not lose the tide. Mrs. Dean, said the cowslip of Inverary, you may do as you please, but I will sit here all night rather than go into that there painted eggshell fellow. This was addressed to a Highlander, who was lifting a travelling trunk. That trunk is mine, and that there bandbox, and that pillion mail, and those 7 bundles, and the paper bag, and if you venture to touch one of them, it shall be at your peril. The Celt kept his eye fixed on the speaker, then turned his head towards Archibald, and receiving no countervailing signal, he shouldered the portmanteau, and without farther notice of the distressed damsel, or paying any attention to remonstrances, which probably he did not understand, and would certainly have equally disregarded whether he understood them or not, moved off with Mrs. Dutton's wearables, and deposited the trunk containing them safely in the boat. The baggage being stowed in safety, Mr. Archibald handed Jeanie out of the carriage, and not without some tremor on her part, she was transported through the surf, and placed in the boat. He then offered the same civility to his fellow-servant, but she was resolute in her refusal to quit the carriage in which she now remained in solitary state, threatening all concerned or unconcerned with actions for wages and boardwages, damages and expenses, and numbering on her fingers the gowns and other habiliments from which she seemed in the act of being separated for ever. Mr. Archibald did not give himself the trouble of making many remonstrances, which indeed seemed only to aggravate the damsel's indignation, but spoke 2 or 3 words to the Highlanders in Gaelic and the wily mountaineers. Approaching the carriage cautiously, and without giving the slightest intimation of their intention, at once seized the recusant so effectually fast that she could neither resist nor struggle, and hoisting her on their shoulders, in nearly a horizontal posture, rushed down with her to the beach, and through the surf, and with no other inconvenience than ruffling her garments a little, deposited her in the boat, but in a state of surprise, mortification, and terror at her sudden transportation, which rendered her absolutely mute for 2 or 3 minutes. The men jumped in themselves. One tall fellow remained till he had pushed off the boat, and then tumbled in upon his companions. They took their oars and began to pull from the shore, then spread their sail and drove merrily across the firth. "You Scotch villain," said the infuriated damsel to Archibald, "how dare you use a person like me in this way?" "Madam," said Archibald with infinite composure, "it's high time you should know you are in the Duke's country, and that there is not one of these fellows but would throw you out of the boat as readily as into it, if such were his Grace's pleasure." "Then the Lord have mercy on me," said Mrs. Dutton. "If I had had any on myself, I would never have engaged with you." "It's something of the latest to think of that now, Mrs. Dutton," said Archibald, "but I assure you, you will find the Highlands have their pleasures. You will have a dozen of Calmulkers under your own authority at Inverary, and you may throw any of them into the lake, if you have a mind, for the Duke's head people are almost as great as himself." "This is a strange business, to be sure, Mr. Archibald," said the lady, "but I suppose I must make the best on't. Are you sure the boat will not sink? It leans terribly to one side, in my poor mind." "Fear nothing," said Mr. Archibald, taking a most important pinch of snuff. "This same ferry on Clyde knows us very well, or we know it, which is all the same. No fear of any of our people meeting with any accident. We should have crossed from the opposite shore, but for the disturbances at Glasgow, which made it improper for his Grace's people to pass through the city." "Are you not afeard, Mrs. Deans?" said the derive, still addressing Jeanie, who sat not in the most comfortable state of mind, by the side of Archibald, who himself managed the helm. "Are you not afeard of these wild men with their naked knees, and of this nutshell of a thing that seems bobbing up and down like a skimming dish in a milk pail?" "No, madam," answered Jeanie with some hesitation, "I am not feared, for I hae seen Highland men before, though never was sae near them. And for the danger of the deep waters, I trust there is a providence by sea as well as by land." "Well," said Mrs. Dutton, "it is a beautiful thing to have learned to write and read, for one can always say such fine words, whatever should befall them." Archibald, rejoicing in the impression which his vigorous measures had made upon the intractable dairymaid, now applied himself as a sensible and good-natured man to secure by fair means the ascendancy which he had obtained by some wholesome violence, and he succeeded so well in representing to her the idle nature of her fears, and the impossibility of leaving her upon the beach enthroned in an empty carriage, that the good understanding of the party was completely revived ere they landed at Roseneath. Chapter 18. Did fortune guide, or rather destiny, our bark, to which we could appoint no port to this best place? Fletcher. The islands in the Firth of Clyde, which the daily passage of so many smoke-penned steamboats now renders so easily accessible, were in our fathers' time secluded spots, frequented by no travellers and few visitants of any kind. They are of exquisite, yet varied beauty, Erin, a mountainous region or alpine island, abounds with the grandest and most romantic scenery butte, is of a softer and more woodland character the Cumbres as if to exhibit. Contrast to both are green level and bare forming the links of a sort of natural bar, which is drawn along the mouth of the firth, leaving large intervals however of ocean roseneath. A smaller isle lies much higher up the firth, and towards its western shore near the opening of the lake called the Gare Loch, and not far from Loch Long and Loch Scant, or the Holy Loch, which wind from the mountains of the western Highlands to join the estuary of the Clyde. In these isles, the severe frost winds, which tyrannize over the vegetable creation during a Scottish spring, are comparatively little felt, nor excepting the gigantic strength of Arran, are they much exposed to the Atlantic storms lying landlocked and protected to the westward by the shores of Ayrshire. Accordingly, the weeping willow, the weeping birch, and other trees of early and pendulous shoots flourish in these favored recesses in a degree unknown in our eastern districts, and the air is also said to possess that mildness which is favorable to consumptive cases. The picturesque beauty of the island of Roseneath in particular had such recommendations that the Earls and Dukes of Argyll from an early period made it their occasional residence, and had their temporary accommodation in a fishing or hunting lodge, which succeeding improvements have since transformed into a palace. It was in its original simplicity when the little bark, which we left traversing the firth at the end of last chapter, approached the shores of the isle. When they touched the landing place, which was partly shrouded by some old low but wide-spreading oak trees intermixed with hazel bushes, 2 or 3 figures were seen, as if awaiting their arrival. To these Jeanie paid little attention, so that it was with a shock of surprise, almost electrical, that upon being carried by the rowers out of the boat to the shore, she was received in the arms of her father. It was too wonderful to be believed, too much like a happy dream, to have the stable feeling of reality. She extricated herself from his close and affectionate embrace, and held him at arm's length to satisfy her mind that it was no illusion, but the form was indisputable. Deuce. David Deans himself in his best light blue Sunday's coat, with broad metal buttons, and waistcoat and breeches of the same, his strong gramashes or leggings of thick grey cloth, very copper buckless, broad lowland blue bonnet thrown back, as he lifted his eyes to heaven in speechless gratitude at grey locks that straggled from beneath it down his weather-beaten half-its bald and furrowed forehead, clear blue eye that undimmed by years gleamed bright and pale from under its shaggy grey penthouse, features usually so stern and stoical, now melted into the unwonted expression of rapturous joy. Affection and gratitude were all those of David Deans, and so happily did they assort together that should I ever again see my friends Wilkie or Allen, I will try to borrow or steal from them a sketch of this very scene. Jeanie and Jeanie, bist my mayest dutiful bairn, Lord of Israel be thy father, for I am hardly worthy of thee. Thou hast redeemed our captivity, brought back the honor of our house. Bless thee, my bairn, with mercies promised and purchased, but he has blessed thee in the good of which he has made thee the instrument. These words broke from him, not without tears, though David was of no melting mood. Archibald had with delicate attention withdrawn the spectators from the interview, so that the wood and setting sun alone were witnesses of the expansion of their feelings. And Effie, dear father, was an eager interjectional question, which Jeanie repeatedly threw in among her expressions of joyful thankfulness. Ye will hear, said David hastily, and over and anon renewed his grateful acknowledgments to heaven for sending Jeanie safe down from the land of prelatic deadness and schismatic heresy, and had delivered her from the dangers of the way and the lions that were in the path. And Effie repeated her affectionate sister again and again, and fain would she have said butler, but she modified the direct inquiry and Mr. and Mrs. Saddletree and Dumbadykes and a friends. A wheel, praise to his name. And Mr. Butler wasna weel when I gied awa. He is quite mended, quite weel, replied her father. Thank God, but, oh dear father, Effie. You will never see her mair, my bairn, answered Deans in a solemn tone. You are the eye and only leaf left now on the auld tree hill, be your portion. She is dead, she is slain, it has come o'er late, exclaimed Jeanie, wringing her hands. No, Jeanie, returned Deans in the same grave, melancholy tone. She lives in the flesh, and is at freedom from earthly restraint if she were as much alive in faith, and as free from the bonds of Satan. The Lord protect us, said Jeanie. Can the unhappy bairn hae left you for that villain? It is o'er truly spoken, said Deans. She has left her old father, that has wept and prayed for her. She has left her sister, that travailed and twiled for her like. A mother, she has left the bones of her mother, and the land of her people. And she is o'er the march. Why, that son of Belial, she has made a moonlight flitting of it. He paused, for a feeling betwixt sorrow and strong resentment choked his utterance. And why, that man, that fearful man, said Jeanie, and she has left us to gang, af why him o Effie wha, could hae thought it after sick a deliverance, as you had been gifted. Why? She went out from us, my bairn, because she was not of us, replied David. She is a withered branch, will never bear fruit of gracia, scapegoat gone forth into the wilderness of the world to carry why her, as I trust the sins of our little congregation, the peace of the world gang why her, and a better peace, when she has the grace to turn to it, if she is of his elected, his ain hour will come. What would her mother have said, that famous and memorable matron Rebecca Macnaught, whose memory is like a flower of sweet savour in Newbattle, and a pot of frankincense in Lugton, but be it saylet her partlet her gang her gatelet her bite on her ain bridle, the Lord kens, his time she was the bairn of prayers, and may not prove an utter castaway, but never, Jeanie, never more let her name be spoken between you and me. She hath passed from us like the brook which vanisheth, when the summer waxeth warm as patient Job saith, let her pass and be forgotten. There was a melancholy pause, which followed these expressions. Jeanie would fain have asked more circumstances relating to her sister's departure, but the tone of her father's prohibition was positive. She was about to mention her interview with Stanton at his father's rectory, but on hastily running over the particulars in her memory, she thought that on the whole they were more likely to aggravate than diminish his distress of mind. She turned therefore the discourse from this painful subject, resolving to suspend farther inquiry until she should see Butler, from whom she expected to learn the particulars of her sister's elopement. But when was she to see Butler was a question she could not forbear asking herself, especially while her father, as if eager to escape from the subject of his youngest daughter, pointed to the opposite shore of Dumbartonshire, and asking Jeanie if it were not a pleasant abode, declared to her his intention of removing his earthly tabernacle to that country. In respect, he was solicited by his Grace, the Duke of Argyll, as one well skilled in country labour, and of that appertained to flocks and herds, to superintend a store farm, whilk his Grace had ta'en into his ain hand for the improvement of stock. Jeanie's heart sunk within her at this declaration. She allowed it was a goodly and pleasant land, and sloped bonnily to the western sun, and she doubtedna that the pasture might be very gude, for the grass looked green, for as drouthy as the weather had been, but it was far frae hame, and she thought she wad be often thinking on the bonny spots of turf, sae fu of gowans and yellow kingcups, amming the crags at St. Leonard's. Dinna speak on't, Jeanie, said her father. I wish never to hear it named mair. That is after the rouping is o'er and the bills paid, but I brought the beasts o'er be, that I thought ye wad like best. There is gowans, and there's your ain brocket cow, and the wee hawket ain, that ye cad. I needna tell ye how ye cad it, but I couldna bid them sell the petted creature, though the sight o' it may sometimes gie us a sair heart. It's no the poor dumb creatures, fault-and ain or twa beasts mair I hae reserved, and I caused them to be driven before the other beasts, that men might say, as when the son of Jesse returned from battle, this is David's spoil. Upon more particular inquiry, Jeanie found new occasion to admire the active beneficence of her friend, the Duke of Argyll, while establishing a sort of experimental farm on the skirts of his immense Highland estates. He had been somewhat at a loss to find a proper person in whom to vest the charge of it. The conversation his Grace had upon country matters with Jeanie Deans during their return from Richmond had impressed him with a belief that the father whose experience and success she so frequently quoted must be exactly the sort of person whom he wanted, when the condition annexed to Effie's pardon rendered it highly probable that David Deans would choose to change his place of residence. This idea again occurred to the Duke more strongly, and as he was an enthusiast equally in agriculture and in benevolence, he imagined he was serving the purposes of both when he wrote to the gentleman in Edinburgh, entrusted with his affairs, to inquire into the character of David Dean's Cowfeeder, and so forth at St. Leonard's Crags, and if he found him such as he had been represented, to engage him without delay, and on the most liberal terms, to superintend his fancy farm in Dumbartonshire. The proposal was made to old David by the gentleman so commissioned on the second day after his daughter's pardon had reached Edinburgh. His resolution to leave St. Leonard's had been already formed. The honour of an express invitation from the Duke of Argyll to superintend a department where so much skill and diligence was required was in itself extremely flattering, and the more so because honest David, who was not without an excellent opinion of his own talents, persuaded himself that by accepting this charge he would in some sort repay the great favour he had received at the hands of the Argyll family. The appointments, including the right of sufficient grazing for a small stock of his own, were amply liberal, and David's keen eye saw that the situation was convenient for trafficking to advantage in Highland cattle. There was risk of hership from the neighbouring mountains indeed, but the awful name of the Duke of Argyll would be a great security, and a trifle of blackmail would, David was aware, assure his safety. Hership, a Scottish word which may be said to be now obsolete, because fortunately the practice of plundering by armed force, which is its meaning, does not require to be commonly spoken of. Still, however, there were 2 points on which he haggled. The first was the character of the clergyman with whose worship he was to join, and on this delicate point he received, as we will presently show the reader, perfect satisfaction. The next obstacle was the condition of his youngest daughter, obliged, as she was to leave Scotland for so many years. The gentleman of the law smiled, and said there was no occasion to interpret that clause very strictly, that if the young woman left Scotland for a few months or even weeks, and came to her father's new residence by sea from the western side of England, nobody would know of her arrival, or at least nobody who had either the right or inclination to give her disturbance. The extensive heritable jurisdictions of his Grace excluded the interference of other magistrates with those living on his estates, and they who were in immediate dependence on him would receive orders to give the young woman no disturbance. Living on the verge of the Highlands, she might indeed be said to be out of Scotland, that is, beyond the bounds of ordinary law and civilization. Old Deans was not quite satisfied with this reasoning, but the elopement of Effie, which took place on the 3rd night after her liberation, rendered his residence at St. Leonard's so detestable to him that he closed at once with the proposal which had been made him, and entered with pleasure into the idea of surprising Jeanie, as had been proposed by the Duke. To render the change of residence more striking to her, the Duke had apprised Archibald of these circumstances, with orders to act according to the instructions he should receive from Edinburgh, and by which accordingly he was directed to bring Jeanie to Roseneath. The father and daughter communicated these matters to each other, now stopping, now walking slowly towards the lodge, which showed itself among the trees at about half a mill's distance from the little bay in which they had landed. As they approached the house, David Deans informed his daughter with somewhat like a grim smile, which was the utmost advance he ever made towards a mirthful expression of visage, that there was baith a worshipful gentleman, and ane reverend gentleman residing therein. The worshipful gentleman was his honour the Laird of Knocktarlity, who was bailey of the lordship under the Duke of Argyll, ane Highland gentleman tad. Why the same stick David doubted, as many of them, namely a hasty and choleric temper, and a neglect of the higher things that belong to salvation, and also a gripping unto the things of this world, without muckle distinction of property, but however ane gude hospitable gentleman, with whom it would be a part of wisdom to live on a gude understanding, for Highland men were hasty or hasty. As for the reverend person of whom he had spoken, he was candidate by favour of the Duke of Argyll, for David would not for the universe have called him presentee for the kirk of the parish in which their farm was situated, and he was likely to be highly acceptable unto the Christian souls of the parish, who were hungering for spiritual manna, having been fed but upon sour Highland sowins by Mr. Duncan MacDonald, the last minister, who began the morning duly Sunday and Saturday with a muchkin of usquebaugh. But I need say the less about the present lad, said David, again grimly grimacing, as I think ye may hae seen him afore, and here he is come to meet us. She had indeed seen him before, for it was no other than Reuben Butler himself. Chapter 19th. No more shalt thou behold thy sister's face. Thou hast already had her last embrace. Elegy on Mrs. Anne Killigrew. This second surprise had been accomplished for Jeanie Deans by the rod of the same benevolent enchanter, whose power had transplanted her father from the crags of St. Leonard's to the banks of the Gare. Locke, the Duke of Argyll, was not a person to forget the hereditary debt of gratitude which had been bequeathed to him by his grandfather in favor of the grandson of old Bible Butler. He had internally resolved to provide for Reuben Butler in this kirk of nocturnality, of which the incumbent had just departed this life. Accordingly, his agent received the necessary instructions for that purpose, under the qualifying condition, always, that the learning and character of Mr. Butler should be found proper for the charge upon inquiry. These were found as highly satisfactory as had been reported in the case of David Deans himself. By this preferment, the Duke of Argyll more essentially benefited his friend and protégé Jeanie than he himself was aware of, since he contributed to remove objections in her father's mind to the match, which he had no idea had been in existence. We have already noticed that Deans had something of a prejudice against Butler, which was perhaps in some degree owing to his possessing a sort of consciousness that the poor usher looked with eyes of affection upon his eldest daughter. This, in David's eyes, was a sin of presumption, even although it should not be followed by any overt act or actual proposal, but the lively interest which Butler had displayed in his distresses since Jeanie set forth on her London expedition, and which therefore he ascribed to personal respect for himself, individually, had greatly softened the feelings of irritability with which David had sometimes regarded him, and while he was in this good disposition towards Butler, another incident took place which had great influence on the old man's mind. So soon as the shock of Effie's second elopement was over, it was Dean's early care to collect and refund to the Laird of Dumbardick's the money which he had lent for Effie's trial, and for Jeanie's travelling expenses. The Laird, the pony, the cocked hat, and the tobacco pipe had not been seen at St. Leonard's Crags for many a day, so that in order to pay this debt David was under the necessity of repairing in person to the mansion of Dumbardick's. He found it in a state of unexpected bustle. There were workmen pulling down some of the old hangings and replacing them with others, altering, repairing, scrubbing, painting, and whitewashing. There was no knowing the old house, which had been so long the mansion of sloth and silence. The Laird himself seemed in some confusion, and his reception, though kind, lacked something of the reverential cordiality with which he used to greet David Deans. There was a change. Also, David did not very well know of what nature about the exterior of this landed proprietor, an improvement in the shape of his garments, a spruceness in the air with which they were put on, that were both novelties. Even the old hat looked smarter. The cock had been newly pointed, the lace had been refreshed, and instead of slouching backward or forward on the Laird's head, as it happened to be thrown on, it was adjusted with a knowing inclination over one. David Deans opened his business and told down the cash. Dumbardick's steadily inclined his ear to the one, and counted the other with great accuracy, interrupting David, while he was talking of the redemption of the captivity of Judah, to ask him whether he did not think one or two of the guineas looked rather light. When he was satisfied on this point, had pocketed his money, and had signed a receipt, he addressed David with some little hesitation. "Jeanie, wad be writing ye something Gudeman?" "About the Scylla," replied David. "Nae doubt, she Roman 999. "And did she say nae mair about me?" asked the Laird. "Nae mair but kind and Christian wishes what sold, she hae said," replied David, fully expecting that the Laird's long courtship, if his dangling after Jeanie deserves so active a name, was now coming to a point. And so indeed it was, but not to that point which he wished or expected. "Aweel she kens her ain mind best, Gudeman. I hae made a clean house o' Jenny Balcristy and her niece. They were a bad packstealed meat, and malt and loot. The carters mag the coals to be married the morn, and kirk it on Sunday." Whatever David felt, he was too proud and too steady-minded to show any unpleasant surprise in his countenance and manner. "I was he happy, sir, through him, that Jai's happiness marriage is an honourable state. And I am wedding into an honourable house." David the Laird of Lickpelf's youngest daughter sits next us in the kirk, and that's the way I came to think on't." There was no more to be said, but again to wish the Laird joy to taste a cup of his liquor, and to walk back again to St. Leonard's musing on the mutability of human affairs and human resolutions. The expectation that one day or other Jeanie would be Lady Dumbardyke's had, in spite of himself, kept a more absolute possession of David's mind than he himself was aware of. At least it had hitherto seemed a union at all times within his daughter's reach, whenever she might choose to give her silent lover any degree of encouragement, and now it was vanished for ever. David returned therefore in no very gracious humour for so good a man. He was angry with Jeanie for not having encouraged the Laird, was angry with the Laird for requiring encouragement, and he was angry with himself for being angry at all on the occasion. On his return, he found the gentleman who managed the Duke of Argyll's affairs was desirous of seeing him with a view to completing the arrangement between them. Thus, after a brief repose, he was obliged to set off anew for Edinburgh, so that old May Hetley declared that this was to end with the master just walking himself off his feet. When the business respecting the farm had been talked over and arranged, the professional gentleman acquainted David Deans, in answer to his inquiries concerning the state of public worship, that it was the pleasure of the Duke to put an excellent young clergyman called Reuben Butler into the parish, which was to be his future residence. "Reuben Butler," exclaimed David. "Reuben Butler, the usher at Liberton?" "The very same," said the Duke's commissioner. "His Grace has heard an excellent character of him, and has some hereditary obligations to him. Besides, few ministers will be so comfortable as I am directed to make Mr. Butler." "Obligations, the Duke obligations to Reuben Butler?" "Reuben Butler, a placed minister of the Kirk of Scotland," exclaimed David in interminable astonishment, for somehow he had been led by the bad success which Butler had hitherto met with in all his undertakings to consider him as one of those stepsons of fortune whom she treats with unceasing rigor, and ends with disinheriting altogether. There is perhaps no time at which we are disposed to think so highly of a friend as when we find him standing higher than we expected in the esteem of others. When assured of the reality of Butler's change of prospects, David expressed his great satisfaction at his success in life, which he observed was entirely owing to himself. "David," I advised his pure grandmother, who was but a silly woman, to breed him up to the ministry, and I prophesied that with a blessing on his endeavours, he would become a polished shaft in the temple. He may be something o'er proud o' his carnal learning, but a gude lad, and has the root of the matter as ministers gang now, where ye'll find ane better, ye'll find 10 war than Reuben Butler." He took leave of the man of business, and walked homeward, forgetting his weariness in the various speculations to which this wonderful piece of intelligence gave rise. Honest David had now, like other great men, to go to work to reconcile his speculative principles with existing circumstances, and like other great men, when they set seriously about that task, he was tolerably successful. Ought Reuben Butler, in conscience, to accept of this preferment in the Kirk of Scotland, subject, as David at present thought, that establishment was to the Erastian encroachments of the civil power? This was the leading question, and he considered it carefully. The Kirk of Scotland was shorn of its beams, and deprived of its full artillery and banners of authority, but still it contained zealous and fructifying pastors, attentive congregations, and with all her spots and blemishes, the like of this Kirk was nowhere else to be seen upon earth. David's doubts had been too many and too critical to permit him ever unequivocally to unite himself with any of the dissenters who, upon various accounts, absolutely seceded from the national church. He had often joined in communion with such of the established clergy as approached nearest to the old Presbyterian model and principles of 1640, and although there were many things to be amended in that system, yet he remembered that he, David Deans, had himself ever been an humble pleader for the good old cause in a legal way, but without rushing into right-hand excesses, divisions, and separations. But as an enemy to separation, he might join the right hand of fellowship with a minister of the Kirk of Scotland in its present model. Ergo, Reuben Butler might take possession of the parish of Knocktarlity without forfeiting his friendship or favour. QE Roman 500. but secondly came the trying point of lay patronage, which David Deans had ever maintained to be a coming in by the window, and over the wall, a cheating and starving the souls of a whole parish for the purpose of clothing the back and filling the belly of the incumbent. This presentation, therefore, from the Duke of Argyll, whatever was the worth and high character of that nobleman, was a limb of the brazen image, a portion of the evil thing, and with no kind of consistency could David bend his mind to favor such a transaction. But if the parishioners themselves joined in a general call to Reuben Butler to be their pastor, it did not seem quite so evident that the existence of this unhappy presentation was a reason for his refusing them the comforts of his doctrine if the presbytery admitted him to the kirk in virtue rather of that act of patronage than of the general call of the congregation that might be their error, and David allowed it was a heavy one. But if Reuben Butler accepted of the cure as tendered to him by those whom he was called to teach, and who had expressed themselves desirous to learn David, after considering and reconsidering, the matter came through the great virtue of if to be of opinion that he might safely so act in that matter. There remained a third stumbling block: oaths to government exacted from the established clergymen, in which they acknowledge an Erastian king and parliament, and homologate the incorporating union between England and Scotland, through which the latter kingdom had become part and portion of the former, wherein prelacy, the sister of popery, had made fast her throne, and elevated the horns of her mitre. These were symptoms of defection, which had often made David cry out, "My bowels, me bowels, I am pained at the very heart," and he remembered that a godly bowhead matron had been carried out of the Tolbooth church, in a swoon beyond the reach of brandy and burnt feathers, merely on hearing these fearful words: "It is enacted by the Lords spiritual and temporal," pronounced from a Scottish pulpit in the proem to the Porteous Proclamation. These oaths were therefore a deep compliance and dire abomination, a sin, and a snare, and a danger, and a defection. But this shibboleth was not always exacted. Ministers had respect to their own tender consciences and those of their brethren, and it was not till a later period that the reins of discipline were taken up tight by the general assemblies and presbyteries. The peacemaking particle came again to David's assistance, if an incumbent was not called upon to make such compliances, and if he got a right entry into the church without intrusion and by orderly appointment. Why, upon the whole, David Deans came to be of opinion that the said incumbent might lawfully enjoy the spirituality and temporality of the cure of souls at nocturnity, with stipend manse glebe, and all thereunto appertaining. The best and most upright-minded men are so strongly influenced by existing circumstances that it would be somewhat cruel to inquire too nearly what weight parental affection gave to these ingenious trains of reasoning. Let David Dean's situation be considered. He was just deprived of one daughter, and his eldest, to whom he owed so much, was cut off by the sudden resolution Dumberdike's from the high hope, which David had entertained, that she might one day be mistress of that fair lordship. Just while this disappointment was bearing heavy on his spirits, Butler comes before his imagination no longer the half-starved threadbare usher, but fat and sleek, and fair the beneficed minister of nocturnity, beloved by his congregation exemplary in his life perful, his doctrine doing the duty of the kirk, as never Highland minister did before, returning sinners, as a collie dog turns sheep, a favourite of the Duke of Argyll, and drawing a stipend of 800 punds Scots, and 4 chalders of victual here, was a match making up in David's mind, in a tenfold degree, the disappointment in the case of Dumberdike's, in so far as the goodman of St. Leonard's held a powerful minister in much greater admiration than a mere landed proprietor. It did not occur to him, as an additional reason in favor of the match, that Jeanie might herself have some choice in the matter, for the idea of consulting her feelings never once entered into the honest man's head any more than the possibility that her inclination might perhaps differ from his own. The result of his meditations was that he was called upon to take the management of the whole affair into his own hand, and give, if it should be found possible, without sinful compliance or backsliding or defection of any kind, a worthy pastor to the kirk of nocturnity. Accordingly, by the intervention of the honest dealer in buttermilk, who dwelt in Liberton, David summoned to his presence Reuben Butler. Even from this worthy messenger, he was unable to conceal certain swelling emotions of dignity, insomuch that when the carter had communicated his message to the usher, he added that certainly the gudeman of St. Leonard's had some grand news to tell him, for he was as uplifted as a midden cock upon pattens. Butler, it may readily be conceived, immediately obeyed the summons. He was a plain character, in which worth and good sense and simplicity were the principal ingredients, but love on this occasion gave him a certain degree of address. He had received an intimation of the favour designed him by the Duke of Argyll, with what feelings those only can conceive who have experienced a sudden prospect of being raised to independence and respect from penury and toil. He resolved, however, that the old man should retain all the consequence of being, in his own opinion, the first to communicate the important intelligence. At the same time, he also determined that in the expected conference he would permit David Deans to expatiate at length upon the proposal in all its bearings, without irritating him either by interruption or contradiction. This last was the most prudent plan he could have adopted, because although there were many doubts which David Deans could himself clear up to his own satisfaction, yet he might have been by no means disposed to accept the solution of any other person, and to engage him in an argument would have been certain to confirm him at once and forever in the opinion which Butler chanced to impugn. He received his friend with an appearance of important gravity, which real misfortune had long compelled him to lay aside, and which belonged to those days of awful authority in which he predominated over widow Butler, and dictated the mode of cultivating the crofts of Beersheba. He made known to Reuben with great prolixity the prospect of his changing his present residence for the charge of the Duke of Argyll's stock farm in Dumbartonshire, and enumerated the various advantages of the situation with obvious self-congratulation, but assured the patient hearer that nothing had so much moved him to acceptance as the sense that by his skill in bestial he could render the most important services to his Grace, the Duke of Argyll, to whom, in the late unhappy circumstance, here a tear dimmed the sparkle of pride in the old man's eye, he had been muckle obliged to put a rude Hielandman into sic a charge. He continued what could be expected, but that he sold be sic a chiefest herdsman as wicked dogue the Edomite, whereas, while this grey head is to the fore not a clute o' them, but Saul be as weel cared for as if they were the fatted kine of Pharaoh. And now, Reuben, lad, seeing we maun remove our tent to a strange country, ye will be casting a doleful look after us, and thinking with whom ye are to hold counsel anent your government in these slippery and backsliding times, and nay doubt remembering that the old man David Deans was made the instrument to bring you out of the mire of schism and heresy, wherein your father's house delighted to wallow. Aften also nay doubt, when ye are pressed by ensnaring trials and temptations, and heart plagues you that are like a recruit that is marching for the first time to the tack of drum, will miss the old bold and experienced veteran soldier that has felt the brunt of money a foul day, and heard the bullets whistle as aften as he has hairs left on his old pow. It is very possible that Butler might internally be of opinion that the reflection on his ancestors' peculiar tenets might have been spared, or that he might be presumptuous enough even to think that at his years, and with his own lights, he might be able to hold his course without the pilotage of honest David. But he only replied by expressing his regret that anything should separate him from an ancient, tried, and affectionate friend. "But how can it be helped, man?" said David, twisting his features into a sort of smile. "How can we help it, I trow? Ye canna tell me that ye maun leave, that to ither folkto the Duke of Argyll and me, Reuben, it's a gude thing to hae friends in this world, how muckle better to hae an interest beyond it." And David, whose piety, though not always quite rational, was as sincere as it was habitual and fervent, looked reverentially upward, and paused. Mr. Butler intimated the pleasure with which he would receive his friend's advice on a subject so important, and David resumed. "What think ye now, Reuben, of a kirk, a regular kirk, under the present establishment were sick, offered to ye, wad ye be free to accept it, and under whilk provisions I am speaking, but by way of query?" Butler replied that if such a prospect were held out to him, he would probably first consult whether he was likely to be useful to the parish he should be called to, and if there appeared a fair prospect of his proving so, his friend must be aware that in every other point of view it would be highly advantageous for him. "Right, Reuben, very right, lad," answered the monitor. "Your ain conscience is the first thing to be satisfied for, how Saul he teach others that has himself, sae ill, learn the scriptures, as to grip for the lucre of foul earthly preferment sick as gear, and man's money and victual, that which is not his. In a spiritual sensia, Wa makes his kirk a stalking horse, from behind which he may tack aim at his stipend. But I look for better things of youand, specially, ye maun be minded not to act altogether on your ain judgment, for therethrough comes sair mistakes, backslidings, and defections on the left. And on the right, if there were sick, a day of trial put to you, Reuben, you, who are a young lad, although it may be ye are gifted by the carnal tongues, and those whilk were spoken at Rome whilk, is now the seat of the scarlet abomination, and by the Greeks to whom the gospel was as foolishness yet. Nevertheless, ye may be entreated by your weel-wisher to take the counsel of those prudent and resolved and weather-withstanding professors, wha hae kenned what it was to lurk on banks, and in mosses, in bogs, and in caverns, and to risk the peril of the head, rather than renounce the honesty of the heart. Butler replied that certainly possessing such a friend as he hoped and trusted he had in the goodman himself, who had seen so many changes in the preceding century, he should be much to blame if he did not avail himself of his experience and friendly counsel. Enug, said Reuben, said David Deans, with internal exultation, and say that ye were in the predicament, whereof I hae spoken of a surety, I would deem it my duty to gang to the root o' the matter, and lay bare to you the ulcers and imposthumes, and the sores, and the leprosies of this our time, crying aloud and sparing not. David Deans was now in his element. He commenced his examination of the doctrines and belief of the Christian Church, with the very culdees from whom he passed to John Knox, from John Knox to the recusants in James, the sixth time Bruce Black Blair Livingstone, from them to the brief, and at length triumphant period of the Presbyterian Church's splendor, until it was overrun by the English independence. Then followed the dismal times of prelacy, the indulgences 7 in number with all their shades and bearings, until he arrived at the reign of King James II, in which he himself had been in his own mind neither an obscure actor nor an obscure sufferer. Then was Butler doomed to hear the most detailed and annotated edition of what he had so often heard before David Deans's confinement, namely in the iron cage in the Canongate Tolbooth, and the cause thereof. We should be very unjust to our friend David Deans if we should pretermito use his own expression a narrative, which he held essential to his fame. A drunken trooper of the Royal Guards, Francis Gordon by name, had chased 5 or 6 of the skulking Whigs, among whom was our friend David, and after he had compelled them to stand, and was in the act of brawling with them, one of their number fired a pocket pistol and shot him dead. David used to sneer and shake his head when anyone asked him whether he had been the instrument of removing this wicked persecutor from the face of the earth. In fact, the merit of the deed lay between him and his friend, Patrick Walker, the peddler, whose words he was so fond of quoting. Neither of them cared directly to claim the merit of silencing Mr. Francis Gordon of the Life Guards, there being some wild cousins of his about Edinburgh who might have been even yet addicted to revenge, but yet neither of them chose to disown or yield to the other the merit of this active defense of their religious rights. David said that if he had fired a pistol, then it was what he never did after or before, and as for Mr. Patrick Walker, he has left it upon record that his great surprise was that so small a pistol could kill so big a man. These are the words of that venerable biographer, whose trade had not taught him by experience that an inch was as good as an ell. He, Francis Gordon, got a shot in his head out of a pocket pistol, rather fit for diverting a boy than killing such a furious, mad, brisk man, which notwithstanding killed him dead. Note S. Death of Francis Gordon. Upon the extensive foundation which the history of the Kirk afforded. During its short-lived triumph and long tribulation, David, with length of breath and of narrative which would have astounded anyone but a lover of his daughter, proceeded to lay down his own rules for guiding the conscience of his friend as an aspirant to serve in the ministry. Upon this subject, the good man went through such a variety of nice and casuistical problems, supposed so many extreme cases, made the distinctions so critical and nice betwixt the right hand and the left hand, betwixt compliance and defection, holding back and stepping a side-slipping and stumbling snares, and errors that at length after, having limited the path of truth to a mathematical line, he was brought to the broad admission that each man's conscience, after he had gained a certain view of the difficult navigation which he was to encounter, would be the best guide for his pilotage. He stated the examples and arguments for and against the acceptance of a kirk on the present revolution model with much more impartiality to Butler than he had been able to place them before his own view, and he concluded that his young friend ought to think upon these things and be guided by the voice of his own conscience, whether he could take such an awful trust as the charge of souls without doing injury to his own internal conviction of what is right or wrong. When David had finished his very long harangue, which was only interrupted by monosyllables, or little more on the part of Butler, the orator himself was greatly astonished to find that the conclusion at which he very naturally wished to arrive seemed much less decisively attained than when he had argued the case in his own mind. In this particular, David's current of thinking and speaking only illustrated the very important and general proposition concerning the excellence of the publicity of debate, for under the influence of any partial feeling, it is certain that most men can more easily reconcile themselves to any favorite measure when agitating it in their own mind, than when obliged to expose its merits to a third party, when the necessity of seeming impartial procures for the opposite arguments a much more fair statement than that which he affords it in tacit meditation. Having finished what he had to say, David thought himself obliged to be more explicit in point of fact, and to explain that this was no hypothetical case, but one on which, by his own influence, and that of the Duke of Argyll, Reuben Butler would soon be called to decide. It was even with something like apprehension that David Deans heard Butler announce, in return to this communication, that he would take that night to consider on what he had said with such kind intentions, and return him an answer the next morning. The feelings of the father mastered David on this occasion. He pressed Butler to spend the evening with him. He produced, most unusual at his meals, 1 nay 2 bottles of aged, strong ale. He spoke of his daughter off, her meriture housewifery thrifter affection. He led Butler so decidedly up to a declaration of his feelings towards Jeanie that before nightfall it was distinctly understood she was to be the bride of Reuben Butler, and if they thought it indelicate to abridge the period of deliberation which Reuben had stipulated, it seemed to be sufficiently understood betwixt them that there was a strong probability of his becoming minister of nocturnality, providing the congregation were as willing to accept of him as the Duke to grant him the presentation. The matter of the oaths they agreed. It was time enough to dispute about whenever the shibboleth should be tendered. Many arrangements were adopted that evening, which were afterwards ripened by correspondence with the Duke of Argyll's man of business, who entrusted Deans and Butler with the benevolent wish of his principal that they should all meet with Jeanie on her return from England at the Duke's hunting lodge in Roseneath. This retrospect, so far as the placid loves of Jeanie Deans and Reuben Butler are concerned, forms a full explanation of the preceding narrative up to their meeting on the island, as already mentioned. Chapter 20th. I come, he said, my love, my life. Amnature's dearest, name me wife. Thy father's house and friends resign. My home, my friends, my sire, are thine. Logan. The meeting of Jeanie and Butler, under circumstances promising to crown an affection so long delayed, was rather affecting from its simple sincerity than from its uncommon vehemence of feeling. David Deans, whose practice was sometimes a little different from his theory, appalled them at first by giving them the opinion of sundry of the suffering preachers and champions of his younger days that marriage, though honorable by the laws of Scripture, was yet a state over-rashly coveted by professors, and specially by young ministers, whose desire, he said, was at whiles too inordinate for kirk stipends and wives, which had frequently occasioned over-ready compliance with the general defections of the times. He endeavored to make them aware also that hasty wedlock had been the bane of many a savory professor, that the unbelieving wife had too often reversed the text and perverted the believing husband that, when the famous Donald Cargill being then hiding in Leawood in Lanarkshire, it being killing time did upon importunity marry Robert Marshall of Starry Shaw, he had thus expressed himself, what hath induced Robert to marry this woman, her ill will overcome his good, will not keep the way long his thriving days are done to the sad accomplishment of which prophecy David said he was himself a living witness, for Robert Marshall, having fallen into foul compliances with the enemy, went home, and heard the curates declined into other steps of defection, and became lightly esteemed. Indeed, he observed that the great upholders of the standard Cargill, Pedden, Cameron, and Renwick had less delight in tying the bonds of matrimony than in any other piece of their ministerial work, and although they would neither dissuade the parties nor refuse their office, they considered the being called to it as an evidence of indifference on the part of those between whom it was solemnized to the many grievous things of the day. Notwithstanding, however, that marriage was a snare unto many, David was of opinion, as indeed he had showed in his practice, that it was in itself honorable, especially if times were such that honest men could be secure against being shot, hanged, or banished, and had ain competent livelihood to maintain themselves and those that might come after them. And therefore, as he concluded, something abruptly addressing Jeanie and Butler, who, with faces as high-coloured as crimson, had been listening to his lengthened argument, for and against the holy state of matrimony, I will leave you to your ain cracks. As their private conversation, however interesting to themselves, might probably be very little so to the reader so far as it respected their present feelings and future prospects, we shall pass it over and only mention the information which Jeanie received from Butler concerning her sister's elopement, which contained many particulars that she had been unable to extract from her father. Jeanie learned, therefore, that, for 3 days after her pardon had arrived, Effie had been the inmate of her father's house at St. Leonard's, that the interviews betwixt David and his erring child, which had taken place before she was liberated from prison, had been touching in the extreme, but Butler could not suppress his opinion that, when he was freed from the apprehension of losing her in a manner so horrible, her father had tightened the bands of discipline, so as in some degree to gall the feelings and aggravate the irritability of a spirit naturally impatient and petulant, and now doubly so from the sense of merited disgrace. On the 3rd night, Effie disappeared from St. Leonard's, leaving no intimation whatever of the route she had taken. Butler, however, set out in pursuit of her, and with much trouble traced her towards a little landing place formed by a small brook, which enters the sea betwixt Musselburgh and Edinburgh. This place, which has been since made into a small harbour surrounded by many villas and lodging-houses, is now termed Portobello. At this time, it was surrounded by a waste common covered with furze and unfrequented, save by fishing boats, and now and then a smuggling lugger. A vessel of this description had been hovering in the Firth at the time of Effie's elopement, and as Butler ascertained, a boat had come ashore in the evening on which the fugitive had disappeared, and had carried on board a female. As the vessel made sail immediately and landed no part of their cargo, there seemed little doubt that they were accomplices of the notorious Robertson, and that the vessel had only come into the Firth to carry off his pair. This was made clear by a letter which Butler himself soon afterwards received by post, signed E. Roman 500, but without bearing any date of place or time. It was miserably ill written and spelt seasickness, having apparently aided the derangement of Effie's very irregular orthography and mode of expression in this epistle. However, as in all that unfortunate girl said or did, there was something to praise as well as to blame. She said in her letter that she could not endure that her father and her sisters should go into banishment, or be partakers of her shammeth, that, if her burden was a heavy one, it was of her own binding, and she had the more right to bear it alone, that in future they could not be a comfort to her or she to them, since every look and word of her father put her in mind of her transgression, and was like to drive her mad, that she had nearly lost her judgment during the 3 days she was at St. Leonard's. Her father meant weal by her and all men, but he did not know the dreadful pain he gave her in casting up her sins. If Jeanie had been at hame, it might hae dune better. Jeanie was ane like the angels in heaven, that rather weep for sinners than reckon their transgressions, but she should never see Jeanie ony mair, and that was the thought that gave her the sairst heart of her that had come and gane. Yet on her bended knees would she pray for Jeanie night and day baith for what she had done, and what she had scorned to do in her behalf, for what a thought would it have been to her at that moment, O time, if that upright creature had made a fault to save her. She desired her father would give Jeanie a the gear her ain Roman one, Effie's mother's, and she had made a deed giving up her right. And it was in Mr. Novit's hand world's gear, was henceforward the least of her care, nor was it likely to be muckle her mister. She hoped this would make it easy for her sister to settle, and immediately after this expression, she wished Butler himself all good things in return for his kindness to her. For herself, she said she kenned her lot would be a weesome ain, but it was of her own framing sae she desired the less pity, but for her friends' satisfaction, she wished them to know that she was gone nae ill. Gaddeth that they who had done her mayest wrong were now willing to do her what justice was in their power, and she would in some worldly respects be far better off than she deserved, but she desired her family to remain satisfied with this assurance, and give themselves no trouble in making farther inquiries after her. To David Deans and to Butler this letter gave very little comfort for what was to be expected from this unfortunate girl's uniting her fate to that of a character so notorious as Robertson, who they readily guessed was alluded to in the last sentence, excepting that she should become the partner and victim of his future crimes. Jeanie, who knew George Stanton's character and real rank, saw her sister's situation under a ray of better hope. She augured well of the haste he had shown to reclaim his interest in Effie, and she trusted he had made her his wife, if so it seemed improbable that with his expected fortune and high connections he should again resume the life of criminal adventure which he had led, especially since, as matters stood, his life depended upon his keeping his own secret, which could only be done by an entire change of his habits, and particularly by avoiding all those who had known the heir of Willingham under the character of the audacious criminal and condemned Robertson. She thought it most likely that the couple would go abroad for a few years and not return to England until the affair of Porteous was totally forgotten. Jeanie therefore saw more hopes for her sister than Butler or her father had been able to perceive, but she was not at liberty to impart the comfort which she felt in believing that she would be secure from the pressure of poverty and in little risk of being seduced into the paths of guilt. She could not have explained this without making public what it was essentially necessary for Effie's chance of comfort, to conceal the identity, namely of George Stanton and George Robertson. After all, it was dreadful to think that Effie had united herself to a man condemned for felony and liable to trial for murder, whatever might be his rank in life, and the degree of his repentance besides. It was melancholy to reflect that she herself, being in possession of the whole dreadful secret, it was most probable he would, out of regard to his own feelings and fear for his safety, never again permit her to see poor Effie. After perusing and reperusing her sister's valedictory letter, she gave ease to her feelings in a flood of tears, which Butler in vain endeavored to check by every soothing attention in his power. She was obliged, however, at length to look up and wipe her eyes for her father, thinking he had allowed the lovers time enough for conference, was now advancing towards them from the lodge, accompanied by the captain of Knockdunder, or as his friends called him for brevity's sake, Duncan Knock, a title which some youthful exploits had rendered peculiarly appropriate. This Duncan of Knockdunder was a person of first-rate importance in the island of Roseneath, and the continental parishes of Knocktarlady, Kilmun, and so forth. Nay, his influence extended as far as Cowell, where, however, it was obscured by that of another factor. This is, more correctly speaking, a peninsula. The Tower of Knockdunder still occupies with its remains a cliff overhanging the holy loch. Duncan swore it had been a royal castle. If so, it was one of the smallest, the space within only forming a square of 16 feet, and bearing therefore a ridiculous proportion to the thickness of the walls, which was 10 feet at least. Such as it was, however, it had long given the title of captain, equivalent to that of chatelaine, to the ancestors of Duncan, who were retainers of the House of Argyll, and held a hereditary jurisdiction under them of little extent indeed, but which had great consequence in their own eyes, and was usually administered with a vigor somewhat beyond the law. The present representative of that ancient family was a stout short man, about 50, whose pleasure it was to unite in his own person the dress of the Highlands and Lowlands, wearing on his head a black tuig surmounted by a fierce cocked hat, deeply guarded with gold lace. While the rest of his dress consisted of the plaid and philabeg, Duncan superintended a district which was partly Highland, partly Lowland, and therefore might be supposed to combine their national habits in order to show his impartiality to Trojan or Tyrian. The incongruity, however, had a whimsical and ludicrous effect, as it made his head and body look as if belonging to different individuals, or as someone said, who had seen the executions of the insurgent prisoners in 1715, it seemed as if some Jacobite enchanter, having recalled the sufferers to life, had clapped in his haste an Englishman's head on a Highlander's body to finish the portrait. The bearing of the gracious Duncan was brief, bluff, and consequential, and the upward turn of his short copper-colored nose indicated that he was somewhat addicted to wrath and usquebaugh. When this dignitary had advanced up to Butler, and to Jeanie, "I take the freedom, Mr. Deans," he said, in a very consequential manner, "to salute your daughter Wilk. I presume this young lass to be I kiss every pretty girl that comes to Roseneath in virtue of my office." Having made this gallant speech, he took out his quid, saluted Jeanie with a hearty smack, and bade her welcome to Argyll's country. Then, addressing Butler, he said, "Ye maun gang ower, and meet the Carl ministers yonder the morn, for they will want to do your job, and send it down with usquebaugh. Doubtless thee seldom make dry work in this kintra." And the laird said, "David Deans," addressing Butler in farther explanation. "The captain, man," interrupted Duncan, "folk winna ken wha ye are speaking aboot, unless ye gie gentlemens their proper title." The captain then said, "David assures me that the call is unanimous on the part of the parishioners, a real harmonious call, Reuben." "I believe," said Duncan, "it was as harmonious as could be expected when the half o' the bodies were clavering Sassenach, and the t'other skirting Gaelic like Seymours and Clackgees, before a storm ain wad hae needed the gift of tongues to ken precisely what they said. But I believe the best end of it was long live Mac Callumore and Knockdunder. And as to its being an unanimous call, I wad be glad to ken fat business. The carls have to call ony thing or ony body, but what the Duke and mysel likes." "Nevertheless," said Mr. Butler, "if any of the parishioners have any scruples, which sometimes happen in the mind of sincere professors, I should be happy of an opportunity of trying to remove." "Never fash your paired about it, man," interrupted Duncan. "Knock leave it, to me scruple deal ane o' them has been bred up to scruple onything that they're a bidden to do, and if sic a thing suld happen as ye speak o', ye sall see the sincere professor, as ye ca him towed the stern of my boat, for a few furlongs ill try, if the water of the Holly Loch winna wash off scruples as weel as Fleascott Tam." The rest of Duncan's threat was lost in a growling, gargling sort of sound which he made in his throat, and which menaced recusants with no gentle means of conversion. David Deans would certainly have given battle in defense of the right of the Christian congregation to be consulted in the choice of their own pastor, which in his estimation was one of the choicest and most inalienable of their privileges. But he had again engaged in close conversation with Jeanie, and with more interest than he was in use to take in affairs foreign alike to his occupation and to his religious tenets, was inquiring into the particulars of her London journey. This was perhaps fortunate for the new-formed friendship betwixt him and the captain of Knockdunder, which rested in David's estimation upon the proofs he had given of his skill in managing stock, but in reality upon the special charge transmitted to Duncan from the Duke, and his agent to behave with the utmost attention to Deans and his family. "And now, sirs," said Duncan in a commanding tone, "I am to pray ye to come in to your supper, for yonder is Mr. Archibald half famished, and a Saxon woman that looks as if her een were fleeing out o' her head, why fear and wonder, as if she had never seen a gentleman in a philabeg peffor." "And Reuben Butler," said David, "will doubtless desire instantly to retire, that he may prepare his mind for the exercise of tomorrow, that his work may suit the day, and be an offering of a sweet savour in the nostrils of the reverend presbytery." "Hout tout, man, it's but little ye ken about them," interrupted the captain Tail. "Ane o' them wad gie the savour of the hot venison pasty, which I smell turning his squab nose up in the air, o' the way frae the lodge, for that Mr. Butler or you either can say to them." David groaned, but judging he had to do with a Gallio, as he said, did not think it worth his while to give battle. They followed the captain to the house, and arranged themselves with great ceremony round a well-odored subplots. The only other circumstance of the evening worthy to be recorded is that Butler pronounced the blessing, that Knockdunder found it too long, and David Deans censured it as too short, from which the charitable reader may conclude it was exactly the proper length. Chapter 21st. Now turn the psalms of David o'er, and lilt why holy clangers of double verse come joyous for, and skirl up the Bangor Burns. The next was the important day, when according to the forms and ritual of the Scottish Kirk Reuben Butler was to be ordained minister of Knocktarlity by the presbytery of, and so eager were the whole party that all excepting Mrs. Dutton, the destined cowslip of Inverary, were stirring at an early hour. Their host, whose appetite was as quick and keen as his temper, was not long in summoning them to a substantial breakfast, where there were at least a dozen of different preparations, of milk plenty, of cold meat scores boiled, and roasted eggs, a huge kag of butter half a firkin, herrings boiled and broiled fresh, and salt and tea and coffee for them that liked it, which, as their landlord assured them, with a nod and a wink, pointing at the same time to a little cutter, which seemed dodging under the lee of the island, cost them little beside the fetching ashore. Is the contraband trade permitted here so openly, said Butler? I should think it very unfavourable to the people's morals. The Duke, Mr. Butler, has Jeanie orders concerning the putting of it down, said the magistrate, and seemed to think that he had said all that was necessary to justify his connivance. Butler was a man of prudence, and aware that real good can only be obtained by remonstrance, when remonstrance is well-timed, so for the present he said nothing more on the subject. When breakfast was half over, in flounced Mrs. Dolly, as fine as a blue sack, and cherry-coloured ribbons could make her. Good morrow to you, madam, said the master of ceremonies. I trust your early rising will not scathe ye. The dame apologized to Captain Knockdunder, as she was pleased to term their entertainer, but as we say in Cheshire, she added, I was like the mayor of Altrincham, who lies in bed, while his breeches are mending, for the girl did not bring up the right bundle to my room, till she had brought up all the others, by mistake one after t'other. Well, I suppose we are all for church today, as I understand. Pray, may I be so bold as to ask if it is the fashion for your north country gentlemen to go to church in your petticoats, Captain Knockdunder? Captain of Knockdunder, madam, if you please, for I knock under to no man, and in respect of my garb, I shall go to church as I am at your service, madam, for if I were to lie in bed like your Major What d'ye call'em, till my breeches were mended, I might be there all my life, seeing I never had a pair of them on my person, but twice in my life, which I am bound to remember it being when the Duke brought his Duchess here, when her Grace behoved to be pleasured. So I e'en borrowed the minister's trews for the 2 days his Grace was pleased to stay, but I will put myself under sick confinement again, for no man on earth, or woman either, but her Grace being always excepted, as in duty bound. The mistress of the milking pail stared, but making no answer to this round declaration, immediately proceeded to show that the alarm of the preceding evening had in no degree injured her appetite. When the meal was finished, the captain proposed to them to take boat in order that Mrs. Jeanie might see her new place of residence, and that he himself might inquire whether the necessary preparations had been made there, and at the manse, for receiving the future inmates of these mansions. The morning was delightful, and the huge mountain shadows slept upon the mirrored wave of the Firth, almost as little disturbed as if it had been an inland lake. Even Mrs. Dutton's fears no longer annoyed her. She had been informed by Archibald that there was to be some sort of junketing after the sermon, and that was what she loved dearly. And as for the water, it was so still that it would look quite like a pleasuring on the Thames. The whole party being embarked, therefore, in a large boat, which the captain called his coach and six, and attended by a smaller one, termed his gig, the gallant Duncan steered straight upon the little tower of the old-fashioned church of Knocktarlity, and the exertions of 6 stout rowers sped them rapidly on their voyage. As they neared the land, the hills appeared to recede from them, and a little valley formed by the descent of a small river from the mountains evolved itself, as it were, upon their approach. The style of the country on each side was simply pastoral, and resembled in appearance and character the description of a forgotten Scottish poet, which runs nearly thus. The water gently down a level slid, with little din, but coothie what it made. On ilka side the trees grew thick and lang, and why the wild birds' notes were in sang. On either side a full bowshot and mare. The green was even gowany and fair, with easy slope on every hand the braes. To the hills' feet with scattered bushes raise, with goats and sheep aboon and kye below. The bonny banks all in a swarm did go. Ross Fortunate Shepherdess Edit, 1778, p. 23. They landed in this Highland Arcadia at the mouth of the small stream, which watered the delightful and peaceable valley. Inhabitants of several descriptions came to pay their respects to the captain of Knockdunder, a homage which he was very peremptory in exacting, and to see the new settlers. Some of these were men after David Deance, own heart elders of the Kirk-session, zealous professors from the Lennox, Lanarkshire, and Ayrshire, to whom the preceding Duke of Argyll had given rooms in this corner of his estate, because they had suffered for joining his father, the unfortunate Earl, during his ill-fated attempt in 1686. These were cakes of the right leaven for David regaling himself with, and had it not been for this circumstance, he has been heard to say that the captain of Knockdunder would have swore him out of the country in 24 hours. Sae awesome, it was to any thinking soul to hear his imprecations upon the slightest temptation that crossed his humour. Besides these, there were a wilder set of parishioners, mountaineers from the upper glen and adjacent hill, who spoke Gaelic, went about armed, and wore the Highland dress. But the strict commands of the Duke had established such good order in this part of his territories that the Gael and Saxons lived upon the best possible terms of good neighbourhood. They first visited the manse, as the parsonage is termed in Scotland. It was old, but in good repair, and stood snugly embosomed in a grove of sycamore, with a well-stocked garden in front, bounded by the small river, which was partly visible from the windows, partly concealed by the bushes, trees, and bounding hedge within the house. Looked less comfortable than it might have been, for it had been neglected by the late incumbent, but workmen had been labouring under the directions of the captain of Knockdunder, and at the expense of the Duke of Argyll, to put it into some order. The old plenishing had been removed and neat, but plain household furniture had been sent down by the Duke in a brig of his own, called the Caroline, and was now ready to be placed in order in the apartments. The gracious Duncan, finding matters were at a stand among the workmen, summoned before him the delinquents, and impressed all who heard him with a sense of his authority by the penalties with which he threatened them for their delay, mulcting them in half their charge. He assured them would be the least of it, for if they were to neglect his pleasure, and the Duke's, he would be tammed if he paid them the t'other half either, and they might seek law for it where they could get it. The workpeople humbled themselves before the offended dignitary, and spake him soft and fair, and at length, upon Mr. Butler recalling to his mind that it was the ordination day, and that the workmen were probably thinking of going to church, Knockdunder agreed to forgive them out of respect to their new minister. But an I catch them neglecting my duty again, Mr. Butler, the tale p in me, if the kirk shall be an excuse for what has the like o' them rapparees to do at the kirk ony day, put Sundays, or then either if the Duke and I has the necessitous uses for them. It may be guessed with what feelings of quiet satisfaction and delight Butler looked forward to spending his days, honoured and useful as he trusted to be in this sequestered valley, and how often an intelligent glance was exchanged betwixt him and Jeanie, whose good-humoured face looked positively handsome from the expression of modesty and at the same time of satisfaction which she wore when visiting the apartments of which she was soon to call herself mistress. She was left at liberty to give more open indulgence to her feelings of delight and admiration. When leaving the manse, the company proceeded to examine the destined habitation of David Deans. Jeanie found with pleasure that it was not above a musket-shot from the manse, for it had been a bar to her happiness to think she might be obliged to reside at a distance from her father, and she was aware that there were strong objections to his actually living in the same house with Butler, but this brief distance was the very thing which she could have wished. The farmhouse was on the plan of an improved cottage, and contrived with great regard to convenience, an excellent little garden and orchard, and a set of offices complete according to the best ideas of the time combined to render it a most desirable habitation for the practical farmer and far superior to the hovel at Woodend and the small house at St. Leonard's Crags. The situation was considerably higher than that of the manse, and fronted to the west. The windows commanded an enchanting view of the little vale, over which the mansion seemed to preside the windings of the stream, and the Firth with its associated lakes and romantic islands. The hills of Dumbartonshire, once possessed by the fierce clan of Macfarlanes, formed a crescent behind the valley, and far to the right was seen the dusky and more gigantic mountains of Argyllshire, with a seaward view of the shattered and thunder-splitten peaks of Arran. But to Jeanie, whose taste for the picturesque, if she had any by nature, had never been awakened or cultivated, the sight of the faithful old May Hetley, as she opened the door to receive them in her clean toy Sunday's russet gown and blue apron, nicely smoothed down before her, was worth the whole varied landscape. The raptures of the faithful old creature at seeing Jeanie were equal to her own, as she hastened to assure her that both the gudeman and the beasts had been as weel seen after as she possibly could contrive, separating her from the rest of the company. May then hurried her young mistress to the offices that she might receive the compliments she expected for her care of the cows. Jeanie rejoiced in the simplicity of her heart to see her charge once more, and the mute favourites of our heroine Gowans and the others acknowledged her presence by lowing, turning round their broad and decent brows when they heard her well-known my lady, my woman, and by various indications known only to those who have studied the habits of the milky mothers, showing sensible pleasure as she approached to caress them in their turn. "The very brute beasts are glad to see ye again," said May, "but nae wonder, Jeanie, for ye were aye kind to beast and body, and I maun learn to ca' ye mistress now, Jeanie, since ye hae been up to Lunnon, and seen the Duke and the King, and of the braw folk. But wha kens," added the old dame slyly, "what ill hae to ca' ye forby mistress, for I am thinking it wanna lang be Dean's. Ca' me your ain Jeanie May, and then ye can never gang wrang." In the cowhouse which they examined, there was one animal which Jeanie looked at, till the tears gushed from her eyes. May, who had watched her with a sympathizing expression, immediately observed, in an undertone, the gudeman eye sorts that beast himself, and is kinder to it than ony beast in the byre, and I noticed he was that way e'en when he was angriest, and had mayest cause to be angry, sirs, a parent's heart's a queer thing. Money a warsel he has had for that pure lassie. I am thinking he petitions mair for her than for yoursel hinny. For what can he plead for you but just to wish you the blessing ye deserve? And when I sleep it ayont the Hallan, when we came first here, he was often earnest a night, and I could hear him come o'er and o'er again. Why, Effie, pure blinded misguided thing, it was I, Effie, if that pure wandering lamb camina into the sheepfold in the shepherd's ain time, it will be an unco wonder, for I wot she has been a child of prayers. Oh, if the pure prodigal wad return sae blithely, as the goodman wad, kill the fatted calf, though Brocky's calf will no be fit for killing this 3 weeks yet. And then, with the discursive talent of persons of her description, she got once more afloat in her account of domestic affairs, and left this delicate and affecting topic. Having looked at everything in the offices and the dairy, and expressed her satisfaction with the manner in which matters had been managed in her absence, Jeanie rejoined the rest of the party, who were surveying the interior of the house, all excepting David, Deans and Butler, who had gone down to the church to meet the kirk-session and the clergymen of the presbytery and arrange matters for the duty of the day. In the interior of the cottage all was clean, neat, and suitable to the exterior. It had been originally built and furnished by the Duke as a retreat for a favourite domestic of the higher class who did not long enjoy it, and had been dead only a few months, so that everything was in excellent taste and good order. But in Jeanie's bedroom was a neat trunk, which had greatly excited Mrs. Dutton's curiosity, for she was sure that the direction for Mrs. Jean Deans at Auchingoa parish of Knocktarlity was the writing of Mrs. Semple. The Duchess' own woman, May Hetley, produced the key in a sealed parcel, which bore the same address, and attached to the key was a label intimating that the trunk and its contents were a token of remembrance to Jeanie Deans from her friends, the Duchess of Argyll, and the young ladies. The trunk, hastily opened, as the reader will not doubt, was found to be full of wearing apparel of the best quality suited to Jeanie's rank in life, and to most of the articles the names of the particular donors were attached, as if to make Jeanie sensible not only of the general, but of the individual interest she had excited in the noble family. To name the various articles by their appropriate names would be to attempt things unattempted, yet in prose or rhyme besides, that the old-fashioned terms of manteaus, sacks, kissing strings, and so forth would convey but little information even to the milliners of the present day. I shall deposit, however, an accurate inventory of the contents of the trunk with my kind friend Miss Martha Buskbuddy, who has promised, should the public curiosity seem interested in the subject, to supply me with a professional glossary and commentary. Suffice it to say that the gift was such as became the donors, and was suited to the situation of the receiver, that everything was handsome and appropriate, and nothing forgotten which belonged to the wardrobe of a young person in Jeanie's situation in life, the destined bride of a respectable clergyman. Article after article was displayed, commented upon, and admired to the wonder of May, who declared she didna think the Queen had mair or better clays, and somewhat to the envy of the northern cowslip. This unamiable but not very unnatural disposition of mind broke forth in sundry unfounded criticisms to the disparagement of the articles as they were severally exhibited, but it assumed a more direct character when at the bottom of all was found a dress of white silk very plainly made, but still of white silk and French silk to boot, with a paper pinned to it, bearing that it was a present from the Duke of Argyll to his travelling companion, to be worn on the day when she should change her name. Mrs. Dutton could forbear no longer, but whispered into Mr. Archibald's ear that it was a clever thing to be a Scotchwoman. She supposed all her sisters, and she had half a dozen, might have been hanged without anyone sending her a present of a pocket handkerchief, or without your making any exertion to save them. Mrs. Darley, answered Archibald dryly, but I am surprised we do not hear the bell yet, said he, looking at his watch. Fat ta deal, Mr. Archibald, answered the captain of Knockdunder Wad. Ye hae them ring the bell before I am ready to gang to Kirkye Wad. Gur the bedral eat the bell rope, if he took ony sick freedom. But if ye want to hear the bell, I will just show mysel on the no-head, and it will begin jowing forthwith. Accordingly, so soon as they sallied out, and that the gold-laced hat of the captain was seen rising like Hesper above the dewy verge of the rising ground, the clash, for it was rather a clash than a clang of the bell, was heard from the old moss-grown tower, and the clapper continued to thump its cracked sides all the while they advanced towards the Kirk Duncan, exhorting them to take their own time for tale ony sport wad be till he came. Note tea tolling to service in Scotland. Accordingly, the bell only changed to the final and impatient chime when they crossed the stile and rang in that is concluded its mastooned summons when they had entered the Duke's seat in the little kirk, where the whole party arranged themselves with Duncan at their head, excepting David Deans, who already occupied a seat among the elders. The business of the day, with a particular detail of which it is unnecessary to trouble the reader, was gone through according to the established form, and the sermon pronounced upon the occasion had the good fortune to please even the critical David Deans, though it was only an hour and a quarter long, which David termed a short allowance of spiritual provender. The preacher, who was a divine that held many of David's opinions, privately apologized for his brevity, by saying that he observed the captain was gaunting grievously, and that if he had detained him longer, there was no knowing how long he might be in paying the next term's victual stipend. David groaned to find that such carnal motives could have influence upon the mind of a powerful preacher. He had indeed been scandalized by another circumstance during the service. So soon as the congregation was seated after prayers, and the clergyman had read his text, the gracious Duncan, after rummaging the leathern purse, which hung in front of his petticoat, produced a short tobacco pipe made of iron, and observed almost aloud, I hae forgotten my spluchin lachlin gang down to the clachan, and bring me up a pennyworth of twist 6 arms, the nearest within reach, presented with an obedient start as many tobacco pouches to the man of office. He made choice of one with a nod of acknowledgement, filled his pipe, lighted it with the assistance of his pistol flint, and smoked with infinite composure during the whole time of the sermon. When the discourse was finished, he knocked the ashes out of his pipe, replaced it in his sparran, returned the tobacco pouch or spluchin to its owner, and joined in the prayer with decency and attention. The captain of Knockdunder At the end of the service, when Butler had been admitted minister of the Kirk of Knocktarlity, with all its spiritual immunities and privileges, David, who had frowned, groaned, and murmured at Knockdunder's irreverent demeanour, communicated his plain thoughts of the matter to Isaac. Makelehose, one of the elders, with whom a reverential aspect and huge grizzle wig had especially disposed him to seek fraternization, it didna become a wild Indian David, said, much less a Christian and a gentleman, to sit in the kirk puffing tobacco-reek as if he were in a change-house. Makelehose shook his head, and allowed it was far frae beseeming, but what will ye say, the captain's a queer hand, and to speak to him about that or onything else that crosses the maggot wad be to set the kiln alow. He keeps a high hand o'er the country, and we couldna deal why the Highland men without his protection, sin o' the keys o' the kintray hings at his belt, and he's no an ill body in the main, and maistry ye ken maws the meadows down. That may be very true, neighbour, said David, but Reuben Butler isna the man I take him to be, if he disna learn the captain to fuff his pipe some other gate than in God's house or the quarter be o'er. Fair and softly, gangs far, said Makelehose, and if a fuel may jye a wise man, a counsel I wad hae him think twice or he mells with Knockdunder, he old hae a Langshinkit spoon that wad sup Kyle why the deal, but they are away to their dinner to the change house, and if we dinna mend our pace, well come short at mealtime. David accompanied his friend without answer, but began to feel from experience that the glen of Knocktarlity, like the rest of the world, was haunted by its own special subjects of regret, and discontent. His mind was so much occupied by considering the best means of converting Duncan of Knock to a sense of reverend decency during public worship that he altogether forgot to inquire whether Butler was called upon to subscribe the oaths to government. Some have insinuated that his neglect on this head was in some degree intentional, but I think this explanation inconsistent with the simplicity of my friend David's character. Neither have I ever been able, by the most minute inquiries, to know whether the formula at which he so much scrupled had been exacted from Butler, aye or no. The books of the Kirk session might have thrown some light on this matter, but unfortunately they were destroyed in the year 1746 by one Donacha Dhu na Duneg at the instance, it was said, or at least by the connivance of the gracious Duncan of Knock, who had a desire to obliterate the recorded foibles of a certain Kate Finlayson. Chapter 20. Now Butt and Ben, the change house fills. Why Yilcop, commentators. Here's crying out for bakes and gills. And there the pinstoop clatters. Why thick and thrang and loud and lang? Why logic and why scripture? They raise a din that, in the end, is like to breed a rupture. O wrath that day burns. A plentiful entertainment at the Duke of Argyll's cost regaled the reverend gentlemen who had assisted at the ordination of Reuben Butler, and almost all the respectable part of the parish. The feast was indeed such as the country itself furnished for plenty of all the requisites for a rough and round dinner were always at Duncan of Knock's command. There was the beef and mutton on the braes, the fresh and saltwater fish in the lochs, the brooks and firth game of every kind from the deer to the leveret were to be had for the killing in the dukes. Forests, moors, heaths and mosses, and for liquor homebrewed ale flowed as freely as water, brandy and usquebaugh, both were had in those happy times. Without duty even white wine and claret were got for nothing, since the Duke's extensive rights of admiralty gave him a title to all the wine in cask, which is drifted ashore on the western coast and isles of Scotland, when shipping have suffered by severe weather. In short, as Duncan boasted, the entertainment did not cost Mac Callamore a plack out of his sparran, and was nevertheless not only liberal but overflowing. The Duke's health was solemnized in a bona fide bumper, and David Deans himself added perhaps the first huzzah that his lungs had ever uttered to swell the shout with which the pledge was received. Nay, so exalted in heart was he upon this memorable occasion, and so much disposed to be indulgent, that he expressed no dissatisfaction when 3 bagpipers struck up. The Campbells are coming. The health of the Reverend Minister of Knocktarlity was received with similar honours, and there was a roar of laughter when one of his brethren slyly subjoined, addition of a good wife to our brother to keep the manse in order on this occasion, David Deans, was delivered of his firstborn joke, and apparently the parturition was accompanied with many throes, for sorely did he twist about his physiognomy, and much did he stumble in his speech before he could express his idea that the lad being now wedded to his spiritual bride, it was hard to threaten him with ane temporal spouse in the same day. He then laughed a hoarse and brief laugh, and was suddenly grave and silent, as if abashed at his own vivacious effort. After another toast or two, Jeanie, Mrs. Darley, and such of the female natives as had honoured the feast with their presence, retired to David's new dwelling at Auchingoa, and left the gentlemen to their potations. The feast proceeded with great glee. The conversation, where Duncan had it under his direction, was not indeed always strictly canonical, but David Deans escaped any risk of being scandalized by engaging with one of his neighbours in a recapitulation of the sufferings of Ayrshire and Lanarkshire during what was called the invasion of the Highland host, the prudent Mr. Makeleyhose cautioning them from time to time to lower their voices, for that Duncan Knock's father had been at that onslaught, and brought back muckle gude plenishing, and that Duncan was no unlikely to hae been there himself, for what he kenned. Meanwhile, as the mirth grew fast and furious, the graver members of the party began to escape, as well as they could. David Deans accomplished his retreat, and Butler anxiously watched an opportunity to follow him. Knocked under, however desirous, he said, of knowing what stuff was in the new minister, had no intention to part with him so easily, but kept him pinned to his side, watching him sedulously, and with obliging violence, filling his glass to the brim as often as he could seize an opportunity of doing so. At length, as the evening was wearing late, a venerable brother chanced to ask Mr. Archibald when they might hope to see the Duke Tam Carum Caput, as he would venture to term him, at the lodge of Roseneath. Duncan of Knock, whose ideas were somewhat conglomerated, and who, it may be believed, was no great scholar, catching up some imperfect sound of the words, conceived the speaker was drawing a parallel between the Duke and Sir Donald Gorm of Sleat, and being of opinion that such comparison was odious, snorted thrice, and prepared himself to be in a passion. To the explanation of the venerable divine, the captain answered, "I heard the word Gorm myself, sir, with my ain ears. Think I do not know Gaelic from Latin." Apparently not, sir. So the clergyman, offended in his turn, and taking a pinch of snuff, answered with great coolness. The copper nose of the gracious Duncan now became heated like the bull of Phalaris, and while Mr. Archibald mediated betwixt the offended parties, and the attention of the company was engaged by their dispute, Butler took an opportunity to effect his retreat. He found the females at Auchingoa very anxious for the breaking up of the convivial party, for it was a part of the arrangement that although David Deans was to remain at Auchingoa, and Butler was that night to take possession of the manse, yet Jeanie, for whom complete accommodations were not yet provided in her father's house, was to return for a day or two to the lodge at Roseneath, and the boats had been held in readiness accordingly. They waited therefore for Knockdunder's return, but twilight came, and they still waited in vain. At length Mr. Archibald, who was a man of decorum, had taken care not to exceed in his conviviality, made his appearance, and advised the females strongly to return to the island under his escort, observing that from the humour in which he had left the captain it was a great chance whether he budged out of the public-house that night, and it was absolutely certain that he would not be very fit company for ladies. The gig was at their disposal, he said, and there was still pleasant twilight for a party on the water. Jeanie, who had considerable confidence in Archibald's prudence, immediately acquiesced in this proposal, but Mrs. Darley positively objected to the small boat. If the big boat could be gotten, she agreed to set out, otherwise she would sleep on the floor rather than stir a step. Reasoning with Darley was out of the question, and Archibald did not think the difficulty so pressing as to require compulsion. He observed it was not using the captain very politely to deprive him of his coach and six, but as it was in the ladies' service, he gallantly said he would use so much freedom. Besides, the gig would serve the captain's purpose better, as it could come off at any hour of the tide. The large boat should therefore be at Mrs. Darley's service. They walked to the beach, accordingly accompanied by butler. It was some time before the boatmen could be assembled, and ere they were well embarked, and ready to depart, the pale moon was come over the hill, and flinging a trembling reflection on the broad and glittering waves, but so soft and pleasant was the night that butler, in bidding farewell to Jeanie, had no apprehension for her safety, and what is yet more extraordinary, Mrs. Darley felt no alarm for her own. The air was soft, and came over the cooling wave with something of summer fragrance. The beautiful scene of headlands and capes and bays around them, with the broad blue chain of mountains, were dimly visible in the moonlight, while every dash of the oars made the waters glance and sparkle with the brilliant phenomenon called the sea fire. This last circumstance filled Jeanie with wonder, and served to amuse the mind of her companion, until they approached the little bay, which seemed to stretch its dark and wooded arms into the sea as if to welcome them. The usual landing place was at a quarter of a mile's distance from the lodge, and although the tide did not admit of the large boat coming quite close to the jetty of loose stones, which served as a pier, Jeanie, who was both bold and active, easily sprung ashore, but Mrs. Darley positively refusing to commit herself to the same risk, the complacent Mr. Archibald ordered the boat round to a more regular landing place at a considerable distance along the shore. He then prepared to land himself, that he might in the meanwhile accompany Jeanie to the lodge, but as there was no mistaking the woodland lane which led from thence to the shore, and as the moonlight showed her one of the white chimneys rising out of the wood, which embosomed the building, Jeanie declined this favour with thanks, and requested him to proceed with Mrs. Darley, who, being in a country where the ways were so strange to her, had mere need of countenance. This indeed was a fortunate circumstance, and might even be said to save poor Cowslip's life, if it was true, as she herself used solemnly to aver, that she must positively have expired for fear, if she had been left alone in the boat, with 6 wild Highlanders in kilts. The night was so exquisitely beautiful that Jeanie, instead of immediately directing her course towards the lodge, stood looking after the boat, as it again put off from the side, and rowed into the little bay, the dark figures of her companions growing less and less distinct as they diminished in the distance, and the joram or melancholy boat song of the rowers coming on the ear with softened and sweeter sound, until the boat rounded the headland and was lost to her observation. Still Jeanie remained in the same posture, looking out upon the sea. It would, she was aware, be some time ere her companions could reach the lodge, as the distance, by the more convenient landing place, was considerably greater than from the point where she stood, and she was not sorry to have an opportunity to spend the interval by herself. The wonderful change which a few weeks had wrought in her situation from shame and grief and almost despair to honor, joy, and a fair prospect of future happiness passed before her eyes with a sensation which brought the tears into them, yet they flowed at the same time from another source, as human happiness is never perfect, and as well-constructed minds are never more sensible of the distresses of those whom they love than when their own situation forms a contrast with them. Jeanie's affectionate regrets turned to the fate of her poor sister, the child of so many hopes, the fondled nursling of so many years' snow and exile, and what was worse, dependent on the will of a man of whose habits she had every reason to entertain the worst opinion, and who even in his strongest paroxysms of remorse had appeared too much a stranger to the feelings of real penitence. While her thoughts were occupied with these melancholy reflections, a shadowy figure seemed to detach itself from the copsewood on her right hand. Jeanie started, and the stories of apparitions and wraiths seen by solitary travellers in wild situations at such times, and in such an hour, suddenly came full upon her imagination. The figure glided on, and as it came betwixt her and the moon, she was aware that it had the appearance of a woman. A soft voice twice repeated, "Jeanie, Jeanie." Was it indeed? Could it be the voice of her sister? Was she still among the living, or had the grave given up its tenant ere she could state these questions to her own mind? Effie, alive and in the body, had clasped her in her arms and was straining her to her bosom and devouring her with kisses. "I have wandered here," she said like a gayest, "to see you, and nae wonder you take me for ane I thought, but to see you gang by, or to hear the sound of your voice, but to speak to yoursel again, Jeanie, was mair than I deserved, and mair than I durst pray for. Oh, Effie, how came ye here alone, and at this hour, and on the wild sea beach? Are you sure it's your ain living sel?" There was something of Effie's former humour in her practically answering the question by a gentle pinch, more beseeming the fingers of a fairy than of a ghost, and again, the sisters embraced and laughed and wept by turns. But ye maun gang up wi me to the lodge, Effie, said Jeanie, and tell me your story. I hae gude folk there that will make ye welcome for my sake. Nunna, Jeanie, replied her sister sorrowfully, I hae forgotten what I am, a banished outlawed creature scarce, escaped the gallows by your being the baldest and the best sister that ever lived ilgi near nane o your grand friends, even if there was nae danger to me. There is nae danger, there shall be nae danger, said Jeanie eagerly. O Effie, dinna be Wilfube guided, for Antsu will be sae happy o' the gither. I have the happiness I deserve on this side of the grave now that I hae seen you, answered Effie, and whether there were danger to mysel or no, nobody shall ever say that I come with my cheat the gallows face to shame my sister among her grand friends. I hae nae grand friends, said Jeanie, nae friends, but what a friends of yours, Reuben Butler, and my father, o unhappy lassie, dinna be dour, and turn your back on your happiness again. We wanna see another acquaintance come hame to us. Your ain dearest friend sits better sheltering under an old hedge than under a new planted wood. It's in vain speaking, Jeanie, I maun drink, as I hae brewed. I am married, and I maun follow my husband for better for worse. Married, Effie, exclaimed Jeanie, misfortunate creature, and to that awful. Hush, hush, said Effie, clapping one hand on her mouth, and pointing to the thicket with the other. He is yonder. She said this in a tone which showed that her husband had found means to inspire her with awe as well as affection at this moment. A man issued from the wood. It was young Stanton. Even by the imperfect light of the moon, Jeanie could observe that he was handsomely dressed and had the air of a person of rank. Effie, he said, our time is well nigh spent. The skiff will be aground in the creek, and I dare not stay longer. I hope your sister will allow me to salute her. But Jeanie shrunk back from him with a feeling of internal abhorrence. Well, he said, it does not much signify if you keep up the feeling of ill will, at least you do not act upon it, and I thank you for your respect to my secret, when a word which in your place I would have spoken at once would have cost me my life. People say you should keep from the wife of your bosom the secret that concerns your neck. Me wife and her sister both know mine, and I shall not sleep a wink the less sound. But are you really married to my sister, sir? Asked Jeanie in great doubt, and anxiety, for the haughty, careless tone in which he spoke seemed to justify her worst apprehensions. I really am legally married, and by my own name, replied Stanton more gravely. And your father and your friends? And my father and my friends must just reconcile themselves to that which is done and cannot be undone, replied Stanton. However, it is my intention, in order to break off dangerous connections, and to let my friends come to their temper, to conceal my marriage for the present, and stay abroad for some years, so that you will not hear of us for some time. If ever you hear of us again at all, it would be dangerous. You must be aware to keep up the correspondence, for all would guess that the husband of Effie was Thewhat. Shall I call myself the slayer of Porteous? Hard-hearted light man, thought Jeanie. What a character! She has entrusted her happiness. She has sown the wind, and maun reap the whirlwind. Dinna think ill o' him, said Effie, breaking away from her husband, and leading Jeanie a step or two out of hearing. Dinna think very ill o' him. Skewed to me, Jeanie is gude, as I deserve, and he is determined to jye up his bad courses. Sae, after a dinner greet for Effie, she is better off than she has wrought for. But yow, how can you be happy, Enug? Never, till ye get to heaven, where a body is as gude as yoursel, Jeanie. If I live and thrive, ye shall hear of Maif, not just forget that sic a creature ever lived to vex. Ye fare ye weel, fare ye weel. She tore herself from her sister's arms, rejoined her husband. Thee plunged into the copsewood, and she saw them no more. The whole scene had the effect of a vision, and she could almost have believed it such, but that very soon after they quitted her, she heard the sound of oars, and a skiff was seen on the firth pulling swiftly towards the small smuggling sloop, which lay in the offing. It was on board of such a vessel that Effie had embarked at Portobello, and Jeanie had no doubt that the same conveyance was destined, as Stanton had hinted, to transport them to a foreign country. Although it was impossible to determine whether this interview, while it was passing, gave more pain or pleasure to Jeanie Deans, yet the ultimate impression which remained on her mind was decidedly favourable. Effie was married maid, according to the common phrase, an honest woman. That was one main point. It seemed also as if her husband were about to abandon the path of gross vice in which he had run so long, and so desperately. That was another for his final and effectual conversion. He did not want understanding, and God knew his own hour. Such were the thoughts with which Jeanie endeavoured to console her anxiety respecting her sister's future fortune. On her arrival at the lodge, she found Archibald in some anxiety at her stay, and about to walk out in quest of her. A headache served as an apology for retiring to rest in order to conceal her visible agitation of mind from her companions. By this secession also she escaped a scene of a different sort, for as if there were danger in all gigs, whether by sea or land, that of Knockdunder had been run down by another boat, an accident owing chiefly to the drunkenness of the captain, his crew, and passengers. Knockdunder, and 2 or 3 guests whom he was bringing along with him to finish the conviviality of the evening at the lodge, got a sound ducking, but being rescued by the crew of the boat, which endangered them, there was no ultimate loss, excepting that of the captain's laced hat, which greatly to the satisfaction of the Highland part of the district, as well as to the improvement of the conformity of his own personal appearance, he replaced by a smart Highland bonnet. Next day many were the vehement threats of vengeance, which on the succeeding morning the gracious Duncan threw out against the boat which had upset him. But as neither she nor the small smuggling vessel to which she belonged was any longer to be seen in the Firth, he was compelled to sit down with the affront. This was the more hard, he said, as he was assured the mischief was done on purpose, these scoundrels having lurked about after they had landed every drop of brandy and every bag of tea they had on board, and he understood the coxswain had been on shore making particular inquiries concerning the time when his boat was to cross over and to return, and so forth. "Put the next time they meet me on the Firth," said Duncan with great majesty, "I will teach the moonlight rapscallions and vagabonds to keep their ain side of the road, and pay tam to them." Chapter 23. Lord who would live turmoiled in a court, and may enjoy such quiet walks as these. Shakespeare. Within a reasonable time after Butler was safely and comfortably settled in his living, and Jeanie had taken up her abode at Auchingar with her father, the precise extent of which interval we request each reader to settle according to his own sense of what is decent and proper upon the occasion, and, after due proclamation of banns and all other formalities, the long wooing of this worthy pair was ended by their union in the holy bands of matrimony. On this occasion David Deans stoutly withstood the iniquities of pipes, fiddles, and promiscuous dancing, to the great wrath of the captain of Knockdunder, who said, if he had guessed it was to be sick a tammed Quakers meeting, he wad hae seen them pay out the cairn before he wad hae darkened their doors. And so much rancour remained on the spirits of the gracious Duncan upon this occasion, that various piquirings, as David called them, took place upon the same and similar topics, and it was only in consequence of an accidental visit of the Duke to his lodge at Roseneath that they were put a stop to. But upon that occasion, Grace showed such particular respect to Mr. and Mrs. Butler, and such favour even to old David, that Knockdunder held it prudent to change his course towards the latter. He in future used to express himself among friends concerning the minister and his wife as very worthy decent folk, just a little over strict in their notions, but it was pest for thee plack cattle to err on the safe side, and respecting David he allowed that he was an excellent judge of nowt and sheep, and a sensible enug, Carl, and it werena, for his tammed Cameronian nonsense whilk, it is not worth while of a gentleman to knock out of an old silly head, either by force of reason or otherwise, so that by avoiding topics of dispute, the personages of our tale lived in great good habits with the gracious Duncan, only that he still grieved David's soul, and set a perilous example to the congregation, by sometimes bringing his pipe to the church during a cold winter day, and almost always sleeping during sermon in the summer time. Mrs. Butler, whom we must no longer, if we can help it, term by the familiar name of Jeanie, brought into the married state the same firm mind and affectionate disposition, same natural and homely good sense, and spirit of useful exertion, in a word, all the domestic good qualities of which she had given proof during her maiden life, she did not indeed rival Butler in learning, but then no woman more devoutly venerated the extent of her husband's erudition. She did not pretend to understand his expositions of divinity, but no minister of the presbytery had his humble dinner so well arranged his clothes and linen in equal good order his fireside, so neatly swept his parlor so clean, and his books so well dusted. If he talked to Jeanie of what she did not understand and, for the man was mortal, and had been a schoolmaster, he sometimes did harangue more scholarly and wisely than was necessarish listened in placid silence, and whenever the point referred to common life, and was such as came under the grasp of a strong natural understanding, her views were more forcible, and her observations more acute than his own in acquired politeness of manners. When it happened that she mingled a little in society, Mrs. Butler was of course judged deficient, but then she had that obvious wish to oblige, and that real and natural good breeding depending on good sense and good humor, which joined to a considerable degree of archness and liveliness of manner, rendered her behavior acceptable to all with whom she was called upon to associate. Notwithstanding her strict attention to all domestic affairs, she always appeared the clean, well-dressed mistress of the house, never the sordid household drudge, when complimented on this occasion by Duncan Knock, who swore that he thought the fairies must help her, since her house was always clean, and nobody ever saw anybody sweeping it, she modestly replied that much might be done by timing ane's turns. Duncan replied he heartily wished she could teach that art to the hussies at the lodge, for he could never discover that the house was washed at a except now, and then by breaking his shins over the pale cot tam the jawds. Of lesser matters there is not occasion to speak much. It may easily be believed that the Duke's cheese was carefully made, and so graciously accepted that the offering became annual remembrances and acknowledgments of past favors were sent to Mrs. Bycurton and Mrs. Glass, and an amicable intercourse maintained from time to time with these two respectable and benevolent persons. It is especially necessary to mention that in the course of 5 years, Mrs. Butler had 3 children, 2 boys, and a girl, all stout healthy babes of grace, fair-haired, blue-eyed, and strong-limbed. The boys were named David and Reuben, an order of nomenclature, which was much to the satisfaction of the old hero of the Covenant, and the girl, by her mother's special desire, was christened Euphemia, rather contrary to the wish both of her father and husband, who nevertheless loved Mrs. Butler too well, and were too much indebted to her for their hours of happiness to withstand any request which she made with earnestness, and as a gratification to herself. But from some feeling, I know not of what kind, the child was never distinguished by the name of Effie, but by the abbreviation of Femi, which in Scotland is equally commonly applied to persons called Euphemia. In this state of quiet and unostentatious enjoyment, there were besides the ordinary rubs and ruffles, which disturb even the most uniform life, 2 things which particularly checkered Mrs. Butler's happiness. Without these, she said to our informer, her life would have been but too happy, and perhaps, she added, she had need of some crosses in this world to remind her that there was a better to come behind it. The first of these related to certain polemical skirmishes betwixt her father and her husband, which, notwithstanding the mutual respect and affection they entertained for each other, and their great love for her, notwithstanding also their general agreement in strictness and even severity of Presbyterian principally, often threatened unpleasant, whether between them David Deans, as our readers must be aware, was sufficiently opinionative and intractable, and having prevailed on himself to become a member of a succession under the established church, he felt doubly obliged to evince that in so doing he had not compromised any whit of his former professions, either in practice or principle. Now Mr. Butler, doing all credit to his father-in-law's motives, was frequently of opinion that it were better to drop out of memory points of division and separation, and to act in the manner most likely to attract and unite all parties who were serious in religion. Moreover, he was not pleased as a man and a scholar to be always dictated to by his unlettered father-in-law, and as a clergyman he did not think it fit to seem for ever under the thumb of an elder of his own succession. A proud but honest thought carried his opposition now and then a little farther than it would otherwise have gone. My brethren, he said, will suppose I am flattering and conciliating the old man for the sake of his succession. if I defer, and give way to him on every occasion. And besides, there are many on which I neither can nor will conscientiously yield to his notions. I cannot be persecuting old women for witches, or ferreting out matter of scandal among the young ones, which might otherwise have remained concealed. From this difference of opinion, it happened that in many cases of nicety, such as in owning certain defections, and failing to testify against certain backslidings of the time, in not always severely tracing forth little matters of scandal and fama clamosa, which David called a loosening of the reins of discipline, and in failing to demand clear testimonies in other points of controversy, which had as it were drifted to leeward with the change of times, Butler incurred the censure of his father-in-law, and sometimes the disputes betwixt them became eager and almost unfriendly. In all such cases, Mrs. Butler was a mediating spirit, who endeavored by the alkaline smoothness of her own disposition to neutralize the acidity of theological controversy. To the complaints of both she lent an unprejudiced and attentive ear, and sought always rather to excuse than absolutely to defend the other party. She reminded her father that Butler had not his experience of the old and wrestling times when folk were gifted with a far look into eternity to make up for the oppressions whilk they suffered here below in time. She freely allowed that many devout ministers and professors in times past had enjoyed downright revelation, like the blessed Pedden and Lundy and Cameron and Renwick, and John cared the Tinkler Wa entered into the secrets, and Elizabeth Melville, Lady Culross, Wa prayed in her bed, surrounded by a great many Christians in a large room in Wilk. It was placed on purpose, and that for 3 hours' time, with wonderful assistance, and Lady Robertland Wilk got 6 sure out gates of grace and money other in times past, and of especially Mr. John Scrimgeour, minister of Kinghorn, who having a beloved child sick to death of the cruels, was free to expostulate with his Maker with such impatience of displeasure, and complaining so bitterly, that at length it was said unto him that he was heard for this time, but that he was requested to use no such boldness in time coming, so that when he returned, he found the child sitting up in the bed hale and fair, with all its wounds closed, and supping its parish Wilk babe he had left at the time of death. But though these things might be true in these needful times, she contended that those ministers who had not seen such vouchsafed and especial mercies were to seek their rule in the records of ancient times, and therefore Reuben was careful both to search the scriptures and the books written by wise and good men of old, and sometimes in this way it wad happen that twa precious saints might poo sundry wise, like twa cows riving at the same haben. To this David used to reply with a sigh, "Ah, hinny, thou kenst little aught, but that Psalm John Scrimgeour that blew open the gates of heaven, as in it had been why a sackspund cannonball used devoutly to wish that most part of books were burnt, except the Bible. Reuben's a gude lad, and a kind eye have I allowed, that but as to his not allowing inquiry, anent the scandal of Marjorie Kittlesides and Rory Macrand under pretence that they have sothered sin, why marriage, it's clear in the Christian discipline o' the kirk. And then there's Eily Mac Clure of Defugue, that practices her abominations, spacing folks' fortunes, why eggshells and muttonbanes and dreams and divinations Wilk is a scandal to ony Christian land, to suffer sick a wretch to live and ill uphaud that in adjudicatures civil or ecclesiastical. I dare say ye are very right, father, was the general style of Jeanie's answer, but ye maun come down to the manse to your dinner, the day, the bits o' bairns pure things are wearying to see their lucky dad, and Reuben never sleeps weel, nor I neither when you and he hae had ony bit outcast. Nay, outcast, Jeanie, God forbid I sold cast out why thee or aught that is dear to thee, and he put on his Sunday's coat, and came to the manse accordingly. With her husband, Mrs. Butler had a more direct conciliatory process. Reuben had the utmost respect for the old man's motives and affection for his person, as well as gratitude for his early friendship, so that upon any such occasion of accidental irritation, it was only necessary to remind him with delicacy of his father-in-law's age, of his scanty education, strong prejudices, and family distresses. The least of these considerations always inclined Butler to measures of conciliation, in so far as he could accede to them without compromising principle, and thus our simple and unpretending heroine had the merit of those peacemakers to whom it is pronounced as a benediction that they shall inherit the earth. The second crook in Mrs. Butler's lot, to use the language of her father, was the distressing circumstance that she had never heard of her sister's safety, or of the circumstances in which she found herself, though betwixt 4 and 5 years had elapsed since they had parted on the beach of the island of Roseneath. Frequent intercourse was not to be expected, not to be desired perhaps, in their relative situations, but Effie had promised that if she lived and prospered her sister should hear from her, she must then be no more or sunk into some abyss of misery. Since she had never redeemed her pledge, her silence seemed strange and portentous, and wrung from Jeanie, who could never forget the early years of their intimacy, the most painful anticipation concerning her fate. At length, however, the veil was drawn aside. One day, as the captain of Knockdunder had called in at the manse on his return from some business in the Highland part of the parish, and had been accommodated according to his special request with a mixture of milk, brandy, honey, and water, which he said Mrs. Butler compounded potter than ever a woman in Scotland, for, in innocent matters, she studied the taste of every one around her, said to Butler Pye, the Pye minister, "I have a letter here either for your canny pody of a wife, or you which I got when I was last at Glasgow. The postage comes to 4pence, which you may either pay me forthwith, or give me tubal or quits in a hit at backgammon." The playing at backgammon and draughts had been a frequent amusement of Mr. Wackburn Butler's principal, when at Liberton School. The minister therefore still piqued himself on his skill at both games, and occasionally practiced them as strictly canonical, although David Deans, whose notions of every kind were more rigorous, used to shake his head and groan grievously when he espied the tables lying in the parlour, or the children playing with the dice boxes or backgammon men. Indeed, Mrs. Butler was sometimes chidden for removing these implements of pastime into some closet or corner, out of sight. "Let them be where they are, Jeanie," would Butler say upon such occasions. "I am not conscious of following this or any other trifling relaxation to the interruption of my more serious studies, and still more serious duties. I will not therefore have it supposed that I am indulging by stealth and against my conscience in an amusement which, using it so little as I do, I may well practice openly, and without any check of mind. Nil conscier sibi Jeanie, that is my motto, which signifies my love, the honest and open confidence which a man ought to entertain when he is acting openly and without any sense of doing wrong." Such being Butler's humour, he accepted the captain's defiance to a twopenny hit at backgammon, and handed the letter to his wife, observing the postmark was York. But if it came from her friend Mrs. Bickerton, she had considerably improved her handwriting, which was uncommon at her years. Leaving the gentlemen to their game, Mrs. Butler went to order something for supper, for Captain Duncan had proposed kindly to stay the night with them, and then carelessly broke open her letter. It was not from Mrs. Bickerton, and after glancing over the first few lines, she soon found it necessary to retire to her own bedroom to read the document at leisure. Chapter 20. "Happy thou art then, happy be, nor envy me my lot. Thy happy state I envy thee, and peaceful cart." Lady Charlotte Campbell. The letter which Mrs. Butler, when retired into her own apartment, perused with anxious wonder, was certainly from Effie, although it had no other signature than the letter E, and although the orthography, style, and penmanship were very far superior not only to anything which Effie could produce, who, though a lively girl, had been a remarkably careless scholar, but even to her more considerate sister's own powers of composition and expression. The manuscript was a fair Italian hand, though something stiff and constrained spelling, and the diction that of a person who had been accustomed to read good composition and mix in good society. The tenor of the letter was as follows: "My dearest sister, at many risks, I venture to write to you to inform you that I am still alive, and as to worldly situation that I rank higher than I could expect or merit. If wealth and distinction and an honorable rank could make a woman happy, I have them all, but you, Jeanie, whom the world might think placed far beneath me in all these respects, are far happier than I am. I have had means of hearing of your welfare, my dearest Jeanie, from time to time. I think I should have broken my heart otherwise. I have learned with great pleasure of your increasing family. We have not been worthy of such a blessing. 2 infants have been successively removed, and we are now childless. God's will be done. But if we had a child, it would perhaps divert him from the gloomy thoughts, which make him terrible to himself, and others. Yet do not let me frighten you, Jeanie. He continues to be kind, and I am far better off than I deserve. You will wonder at my better scholarship, but when I was abroad, I had the best teachers, and I worked hard, because my progress pleased him. He is kind, Jeanie, only he has much to distress him, especially when he looks backward. When I look backward myself, I have always a ray of comfort. It is in the generous conduct of a sister who forsook me not. When I was forsaken, by everyone you have had your reward. You live happy in the esteem and love of all who know you, and I drag on the life of a miserable impostor. Indebted for the marks of regard I receive to a tissue of deceit, and lies which the slightest accident may unravel, he has produced me to his friends. Since the estate opened to him, as a daughter of a Scotchman of rank, banished on account of the Viscount of Dundee's Warstat, is our FRS old friend Clavers, you know, and he says, I was educated in a Scotch convent. Indeed, I lived in such a place long enough to enable me to support the character, but when a countryman approaches me and begins to talk, as they all do, of the various families engaged in Dundee's affair, and to make inquiries into my connections, and when I see his eye bent on mine with such an expression of agony, my terror brings me to the very risk of detection. Good nature and politeness have hitherto saved me, as they prevented people from pressing on me with distressing questions. But how long, oh how long will this be the case? And if I bring this disgrace on him, he will hate me, will kill me, for as much as he loves me, he is as jealous of his family honor now as ever he was careless about it. I have been in England 4 months, and have often thought of writing to you, and yet such are the dangers that might arise from an intercepted letter that I have hitherto forborne. But now I am obliged to run the risk. Last week I saw your great friend, the Roman 500 of A. He came to my box, and sate by me, and something in the play put him in mind of you. Gracious heaven, he told over your whole London journey to all who were in the box, but particularly to the wretched creature who was the occasion of it all. If he had known, if he could have conceived, beside whom he was sitting, and to whom the story was told, I suffered with courage like an Indian at the stake, while they are rending his fibers and boring his eyes, and while he smiles applause at each well-imagined contrivance of his torturers. It was too much for me. At last, Jeanie, I fainted, and my agony was imputed partly to the heat of the place, and partly to my extreme sensibility. And hypocrite all over, I encouraged both opinions anything but discovery. Luckily, he was not there, but the incident has more alarms. I am obliged to meet your great man often, and he seldom sees me without talking of E. Roman 500, and J. Roman 500, and R.B., and Roman 500, Roman 500, as persons in whom my amiable sensibility is interested, my amiable sensibility. And then the cruel tone of light indifference with which persons in the fashionable world speak together on the most affecting subjects, to hear my guilt, my folly, my agony, the foibles and weaknesses of my friend. 7. Your heroic exertions, Jeanie, spoken of in the drolling style, which is the present tone in fashionable life. Scarce all that I formerly endured is equal to this state of irritation. Then it was blows and stab snow. It is pricking to death with needles and pins. I mean the Roman 500 goes down next month to spend the shooting season in Scotland. He says he makes a point of always dining one day at the Manseb on your guard. And do not betray yourself. Should he mention me yourself, alas, you have nothing to betray, nothing to fear. You, the pure, the virtuous, the heroine of unstained faith, unblemished purity, what can you have to fear from the world or its proudest minions? It is he whose life is once more in your hands. It is he whom you are to save from being plucked of her borrowed plumes, discovered, branded, and trodden down first by him, perhaps, who has raised her to this dizzy pinnacle. The enclosure will reach you twice. Eardo, not refuse it. It is out of my own allowance, and may be twice as much when you want it. With you it may do good, with me it never can. Write to me soon, Jeanie, or I shall remain in the agonizing apprehension that this has fallen into wrong hands. Address simply to Roman 50s, under cover to the Reverend George Whiterose in the Minster Close, York. He thinks I correspond with some of my noble Jacobite relations who are in Scotland. How high church and Jacobitical zeal would burn in his checks if he knew he was the agent not of Euphemia Seton of the Honourable House of Winton, but of Roman 500. Daughter of a Cameronian Cowfeeder Jeanie, I can laugh, yet sometimes but God protect you from such mirth. My father, I mean your father, would say it was like the idle crackling of thorns. But the thorns keep their poignancy, they remain unconsumed. Farewell, my dearest Jeanie, do not show this even to Mr. Butler, much less to anyone else. I have every respect for him, but his principles are over strict, and my case will not endure severe handling. I rest your affectionate sister E. In this long letter, there was much to surprise as well as to distress Mrs. Butler, that Effie, her sister Effie, should be mingling freely in society, and apparently on not unequal terms with the Duke of Argyll, sounded like something so extraordinary that she even doubted, if she read truly, not was it less marvelous that in the space of 4 years her education should have made such progress. Jeanie's humility readily allowed that Effie had always, when she chose it, been smarter at her book than she herself was, but then she was very idle, and upon the whole had made much less proficiency. Love or fear or necessity, however, had proved an able schoolmistress, and completely supplied all her deficiencies. What Jeanie least liked in the tone of the letter was a smothered degree of egotism. We should have heard little about her, said Jeanie to herself, but that she was feared the Duke might come to learn wha she was, and about her pure friends here. But Effie, pure thing, I looks her ain way, and folk that do that think mair o' themselves than of their neighbours. I am no clear about keeping her siller, she added, taking up a L note, which had fallen out of the paper to the floor. We hae enug, and it looks unco like theft boot or hush money, as they ca' it. She might hae been sure that I wad say neithing wad harm her for the gowd in Lunnon, and I maun tell the minister about it. I dinna see that she sold be sae feared for her ain bonny bargain o' a gudeman, and that I shouldna reverence Mr. Butler just as much, and sae ill e'en tell him, when that tippling body, the captain, has teen boat in the morning. But I wonder at my ain state of mind, she added, turning back, after she had made a step or two to the door, to join the gentleman. Surely I am no sic a fool as to be angry that Effie's a braw lady, while I am only a minister's wife, and yet I am as petted as a bairn, when I should bless God that has redeemed her from shame and poverty and guilt, as o'er likely she might hae been plunged into. Sitting down upon a stool at the foot of the bed, she folded her arms upon her bosom, saying within herself, from this place will I not rise till I am in a better frame of mind, and so placed, by dint of tearing the veil from the motives of her little temporary spleen against her sister, she compelled herself to be ashamed of them, and to view as blessings the advantages of her sister's lot, while its embarrassments were the necessary consequences of errors long since committed. And thus she fairly vanquished the feeling of pique, which she naturally enough entertained at seeing Effie so long the object of her care, and her pity soar suddenly so high above her in life, as to reckon amongst the chief objects of her apprehension the risk of their relationship being discovered. When this unwonted burst of amour proper was thoroughly subdued, she walked down to the little parlour, where the gentlemen were finishing their game, and heard from the captain a confirmation of the news intimated in her letter, that the Duke of Argyll was shortly expected at Roseneath. He'll find plenty of moorfowls and plackcock on the moors of Auchingar, and he'll be nae doubt for taking a late dinner and a ped at the manse, as he has done before now. He has a gude right, captain, said Jeanie. Tell ain Potter to Ani ped in the Kintra, answered the captain, and he had Potter tell your father pure body to get his beasts in order, and put his tammed Cameronian nonsense out o' his head for 2 or 3 days. If he can be so obliging for Fan, I speak to him about Prout Pestil. He answers me out o' the Pibble Wilk is not using a gentleman wheel, unless it be a person of your cloth, Mr. Butler. No one understood better than Jeanie the merit of the soft answer which turneth away wrath, and she only smiled, and hoped that his grace would find everything that was under her father's care to his entire satisfaction. But the captain, who had lost the whole postage of the letter at backgammon, was in the pouting mood not unusual to losers, and which says the proverb must be allowed to them. And Master Butler, though you know I never meddle with the things of your kirk sessions, yet I must be allowed to say that I will not be pleased to allow Ailey Mac Clure of Defugue to be punished as a witch in respect. She only spars fortunes, and does not lame or plind or pedevil any persons or cadgers carts or any sort of mischief, but only tells people good fortunes as anent our potes, killing so many seals and dugfishes whilk, is very pleasant to hear. The woman, said Butler, is I believe no witch but a cheat, and it is only on that head that she is summoned to the Kirk-session to cause her to desist in future from practicing her impostures upon ignorant persons. I do not know, replied the gracious Duncan, what her practices or postures are, but I believe that if the poys take hood on her to duck her in the clachan pern, it will be a very sorry practice, and I believe moreover, that if I come in thirdsman among you at the Kirk-sessions, you will be all in a tammed pad posture indeed. Without noticing this threat, Mr. Butler replied that he had not attended to the risk of elusage which the poor woman might undergo at the hands of the rabble, and that he would give her the necessary admonition in private, instead of bringing her before the assembled session. This, Duncan said, was speaking like a reasonable gentleman, and so the evening passed peaceably off. Next morning, after the captain had swallowed his morning draught of atoll brose and departed in his coach, and Mrs. Butler anew deliberated upon communicating to her husband her sister's letter, but she was deterred by the recollection that in doing so she would unveil to him the whole of a dreadful secret, of which perhaps his public character might render him an unfit depositary. Butler already had reason to believe that Effie had eloped with that same Robertson who had been a leader in the Porteous mob, and who lay under sentence of death for the robbery at Kirkcaldy, but he did not know his identity with George Stanton, a man of birth and fortune, who had now apparently reassumed his natural rank in society. Jeanie had respected Stanton's own confession as sacred, and upon reflection, she considered the letter of her sister as equally so, and resolved to mention the contents to no one. On reperusing the letter, she could not help observing the staggering and unsatisfactory condition of those who have risen to distinction by undue paths, and the outworks and bulwarks of fiction and falsehood, by which they are under the necessity of surrounding and defending their precarious advantages. But she was not called upon, she thought, to unveil her sister's original historiette, would restore no right to anyone, for she was usurping nonite, would only destroy her happiness, and degrade her in the public estimation. Had she been wise, Jeanie thought she would have chosen seclusion and privacy in place of public life and gaiety. But the power of choice might not be hers. The money, she thought, could not be returned without her seeming haughty and unkind. She resolved, therefore, upon reconsidering this point, to employ it as occasion should serve, either in educating her children better than her own means could compass, or for their future portion. Her sister had enough, was strongly bound to assist Jeanie by any means in her power, and the arrangement was so natural and proper that it ought not to be declined out of fastidious or romantic delicacy. Jeanie accordingly wrote to her sister, acknowledging her letter and requesting to hear from her as often as she could in entering into her own little details of news, chiefly respecting domestic affairs. She experienced a singular vacillation of ideas, for sometimes she apologized for mentioning things unworthy the notice of a lady of rank, and then recollected that everything which concerned her should be interesting to Effie. Her letter, under the cover of Mr. Whiterose, she committed to the post office at Glasgow by the intervention of a parishioner who had business at that city. The next week brought the Duke to Roseneath, and shortly afterwards he intimated his intention of sporting in their neighborhood and taking his bed at the manse, an honor which he had once or twice done to its inmates on former occasions. Effie proved to be perfectly right in her anticipations. The Duke had hardly set himself down at Mrs. Butler's right hand and taken upon himself the task of carving the excellent barndoor chuckie which had been selected as the high dishes upon this honorable occasion, before he began to speak of Lady Stanton of Willingham in Lincolnshire, and the great noise which her wit and beauty made in London. For much of this Jeanie was in some measure prepared, but Effie's wit that would never have entered into her imagination, being ignorant how exactly raillery in the higher rank resembles flippancy among their inferiors. She has been the ruling belleth blazing star, the universal toast of the winter, said the Duke, and is really the most beautiful creature that was seen at court upon the birthday. The birthday and at court Jeanie was annihilated, remembering well her own presentation, all its extraordinary circumstances, and particularly the cause of it. I mention this, lady, particularly to you, Mrs. Butler, said the Duke, because she has something in the sound of her voice and cast of her countenance that reminded me of Yaunot, when you look so pale though you have overfatigued yourself you must pledge me in a glass of wine. She did so, and Butler observed it was dangerous flattery in his grace to tell a poor minister's wife that she was like a court beauty. "Oh, Mr. Butler," said the Duke, "I find you are growing jealous, but it's rather too late in the day, for you know how long I have admired your wife. But seriously, there is betwixt them one of those inexplicable likenesses which we see in countenances that do not otherwise resemble each other." The perilous part of the compliment has flown off, thought Mr. Butler. His wife, feeling the awkwardness of silence, forced herself to say that perhaps the lady might be her countrywoman, and the language might have made some resemblance. "You are quite right," replied the Duke. "She is a Scotchwoman, and speaks with a Scotch accent, and now and then a provincial word drops out so prettily that it is quite Doric, Mr. Butler." "I should have thought," said the clergyman, "that would have sounded vulgar in the great city." "Not at all," replied the Duke. "You must suppose it is not the broad coarse Scotch that is spoken in the Cowgate of Edinburgh or in the Gorbals. This lady has been very little in Scotland. In fact, she was educated in a convent abroad, and speaks that pure court Scotch which was common in my younger days, but it is so generally disused now that it sounds like a different dialect, entirely distinct from our modern patois." Notwithstanding her anxiety, Jeanie could not help admiring within herself how the most correct judges of life and manners can be imposed on by their own preconceptions, while the Duke proceeded thus: "She is of the unfortunate house of Winton, I believe, but being bred abroad, she had missed the opportunity of learning her own pedigree, and was obliged to me for informing her that she must certainly come of the Setons of Windigal. I wish you could have seen how prettily she blushed at her own ignorance amidst her noble and elegant manners. There is now and then a little touch of bashfulness and conventual rusticity, if I may call it so, that makes her quite enchanting. You see at once the rose that had bloomed untouched amid the chaste precincts of the cloister." Mr. Butler. True to the hint, Mr. Butler failed not to start with his "Ut flows inceptis secretus nascitur hortis," etc., while his wife could hardly persuade herself that all this was spoken of Effie Deans, and by so competent a judge as the Duke of Argyll, and had she been acquainted with Catullus, would have thought the fortunes of her sister had reversed the whole passage. She was, however, determined to obtain some indemnification for the anxious feelings of the moment by gaining all the intelligence she could, and therefore ventured to make some inquiry about the husband of the lady his Grace admired so much. "He is very rich," replied the Duke, "of an ancient family, and has good manners, but he is far from being such a general favorite as his wife. Some people say he can be very pleasant. I never saw him so, but should rather judge him reserved and gloomy and capricious. He was very wild in his youth, they say, and has bad health. Yet he is a good-looking man, enough a great friend of your Lord High Commissioner of the Kirk, Mr. Butler." "Then he is the friend of a very worthy and honorable nobleman," said Butler. "Does he admire his lady as much as other people do?" said Jeanie in a low voice. "Who, Sir George, they say he is very fond of her," said the Duke, "but I observe she trembles a little when he fixes his eye on her, and that is no good sign. But it is strange how I am haunted by this resemblance of yours to Lady Stanton in look and tone of voice. One would almost swear you were sisters." Jeanie's distress became uncontrollable and beyond concealment. The Duke of Argyll was much disturbed, good-naturedly ascribing it to his having unwittingly recalled to her remembrance her family misfortunes. He was too well-bred to attempt to apologize, but hastened to change the subject, and arrange certain points of dispute which had occurred betwixt Duncan of Knock and the minister, acknowledging that his worthy substitute was sometimes a little too obstinate as well as too energetic in his executive measures. Mr. Butler admitted his general merits, but said he would presume to apply to the worthy gentleman the words of the poet to Marusinus Asinius: "Manu non bel uteris in joco at vino." The discourse being thus turned on parish business, nothing farther occurred that can interest the reader. Chapter 25. Upon my head they placed a fruitless crown, and put a barren sceptre in my gripe. Thence to be wrenched by an unlineal hand. No son of mine succeeding. Macbeth. After this period, but under the most strict precautions against discovery, the sisters corresponded, occasionally exchanging letters about twice every year. Those of Lady Stanton spoke of her husband's health and spirits as being deplorably uncertain. Her own seemed also to be sinking, and one of the topics on which she most frequently dwelt was their want of family. Sir George Stanton, always violent, had taken some aversion at the next heir, whom he suspected of having irritated his friends against him during his absence, and he declared he would bequeath Willingham and all its lands to an hospitable heir, that Fetch and Carry Telltale should inherit an acre of it. Had he but a child, said the unfortunate wife, or had that luckless infant survived, it would be some motive for living and for exertion, but heaven has denied us a blessing which we have not deserved. Such complaints in varied form, but turning frequently on the same topic, filled the letters which passed from the spacious but melancholy halls of Willingham to the quiet and happy parsonage at Knocktarledy. Years meanwhile rolled on. Amid these fruitless repinings, John Duke of Argyll and Greenwich died in the year 1743, universally lamented, but by none more than by the butlers to whom his benevolence had been so distinguished. He was succeeded by his brother Duke Archibald, with whom they had not the same intimacy, but who continued the protection which his brother had extended towards them. This indeed became more necessary than ever, for after the breaking out and suppression of the rebellion in 1745, the peace of the country adjacent to the Highlands was considerably disturbed. Marauders, or men that had been driven to that desperate mode of life, quartered themselves in the fastnesses nearest to the lowlands, which were their scene of plunder, and there is scarce a glen in the romantic and now peaceable Highlands of Perth, Stirling, and Dumbartonshire, where one or more did not take up their residence. The prime pest of the parish of Knocktarledy was a certain Donnacha Dhu na Duneg, or Black Duncan, the mischievous, whom we have already casually mentioned. This fellow had been originally a tinkler or caird, many of whom stroll about these districts, but when all police was disorganized by the Civil War, he threw up his profession, and from half-thief became whole robber, and being generally at the head of 3 or 4 active young fellows, and he himself artful, bold, and well acquainted with the passes, he plied his new profession with emolument to himself and infinite plague to the country. All were convinced that Duncan of Knock could have put down his namesake, Donnacha, any morning. He had a mind, for there were in the parish a set of stout young men who had joined Argyll's banner in the war under his old friend, and behaved very well on several occasions. And as for their leader, as no one doubted his courage, it was generally supposed that Donnacha had found out the mode of conciliating his favor, a thing not very uncommon in that age and country. This was the more readily believed, as David Dean's cattle, being the property of the Duke, were left untouched when the minister's cows were carried off by the thieves. Another attempt was made to renew the same act of rapine, and the cattle were in the act of being driven off, when Butler, laying his profession aside in a case of such necessity, put himself at the head of some of his neighbors and rescued the Krieg, an exploit at which Deans attended in person, notwithstanding his extreme old age, mounted on a Highland pony, and girded with an old broadsword, likening himself, for he failed not to arrogate the whole merit of the expedition to David the son of Jesse, when he recovered the spoil of Ziklag from the Amalekites. This spirited behavior had so far a good effect that Donnacha Dhu Duneg kept his distance for some time to come, and though his distant exploits were frequently spoken of, he did not exercise any depredations in that part of the country. He continued to flourish, and to be heard of occasionally, until the year 1751, when, if the fear of the second David had kept him in check, fate released him from that restraint, for the venerable patriarch of St. Leonard's was that year gathered to his fathers. David Deans died full of years and of honor. He is believed, for the exact time of his birth is not known, to have lived upwards of 90 years, for he used to speak of events as falling under his own knowledge, which happened about the time of the Battle of Bothwell Bridge. It was said that he even bore arms. Therefore once, when a drunken Jacobite laird wished for a Bothwell brig wig, that he might stow the lugs out of his head, David informed him with a peculiar austerity of countenance that if he liked to try such a prank, there was one at his elbow, and it required the interference of Butler to preserve the peace. He expired in the arms of his beloved daughter, thankful for all the blessings which Providence had vouchsafed to him, while in this valley of strife and toiland, thankful also for the trials he had been visited with, having found them, he said, needful to mortify that spiritual pride and confidence in his own gifts, which was the side on which the wily enemy did most sorely beset him. He prayed in the most affecting manner for Jeanie, her husband, and her family, and that her affectionate duty to the pure old man might purchase her length of days here and happiness hereafter. Then, in a pathetic petition, too well understood by those who knew his family circumstances, he besought the shepherd of souls, while gathering his flock, not to forget the little one that had strayed from the fold, and even then might be in the hands of the ravening wolf. He prayed for the national Jerusalem, that peace might be in her land and prosperity in her palace, for the welfare of the honourable house of Argyll, and for the conversion of Duncan of Knockdunder. After this, he was silent, being exhausted, nor did he again utter anything. Distinctly he was heard, indeed, to mutter something about national defections, right-hand extremes, and left-hand failings off, but as May Hetley observed, his head was carried at the time, and it is probable that these expressions occurred to him merely out of general habit, and that he died in the full spirit of charity with all men about an hour afterwards. He slept in the Lord. Notwithstanding her father's advanced age, his death was a severe shock to Mrs. Butler. Much of her time had been dedicated to attending to his health and his wishes, and she felt as if part of her business in the world was ended when the good old man was no more. His wealth, which came nearly to £1,500 in disposable capital, served to raise the fortunes of the family at the manse. How to dispose of this sum for the best advantage of his family was matter of anxious consideration to Butler. If we put it on heritable bond, we shall maybe lose the interest, for there's that bond over Lownspec's land. Your father could neither get principal nor interest for it. If we bring it into the funds, we shall maybe lose the principal, and all as many did in the South Sea scheme. The little estate of Craigster is in the Marketeat, lies within 2 miles of the manse, and Knox says his grace has no thought to buy it, but they ask and they may, for it is worth the money, and were I to borrow the balance, the creditor might call it up suddenly, or in case of my death, my family might be distressed. And so if we had mere siller, we might buy that bonny pasture reground where the grass comes so early. Asked Jeanie. Certainly, my dear, and Knockdunder, who is a good judge, is strongly advising me to it. To be sure, it is his nephew that is selling it. Aweel, Reuben, said Jeanie, ye maun just look up a text in Scripture, as ye did when ye wanted siller before. Just look up a text in the Bible. Ah, Jeanie, said Butler, laughing and pressing her hand at the same time, the best people in these times can only work miracles once. We will see, said Jeanie composedly, and going to the closet in which she kept her honey, her sugar, her pots of jelly, her vials of the more ordinary medicines, and which served her, in short, as a sort of storeroom, she jangled vials and gallipots, till from out the darkest nook, well flanked by a triple row of bottles and jars, which she was under the necessity of displacing, she brought a cracked brown can with a piece of leather tied over the top. Its contents seemed to be written papers thrust in disorder into this uncommon secretaire. But from among these Jeanie brought an old clasped Bible, which had been David Deant's companion in his earlier wanderings, and which he had given to his daughter when the failure of his eyes had compelled him to use one of a larger print. This she gave to Butler, who had been looking at her motions with some surprise, and desired him to see what that book could do for him. He opened the clasps, and to his astonishment, a parcel of banknotes dropped out from betwixt the leaves, where they had been separately lodged, and fluttered upon the floor. I didna think to hae told you o' my wealth, Reuben, said his wife, smiling at his surprise, till on my deathbed, or maybe on some family pinch. But it wad be better laid out on yon bonny grass homes than lying useless here in this old pit. How on earth came ye by that siller, Jeanie? Why, here is more than £1,000, said Butler, lifting up and counting the notes. If it were 10,000, it's a honestly come by, said Jeanie, and troth, I kenna how muckle there is aught, but it's a there that ever I got, and as for how I came by it, Reuben, it's weel come by, and honestly, as I said before, and it's mair folks' secret than mine, or ye wad hae kenned about it lang syne. and as for anything else, I am not free to answer mere questions about it, and ye maun just ask me nane. Answer me but one, said Butler, is it all freely and indisputably your own property to dispose of it, as you think fit? Is it possible no one has a claim in so large a sum except you? It was mine free to dispose of it, as I like, answered Jeanie, and I have disposed of it already, for now it is yours. Reuben, you are Bible Butler now as well as your forbear, that my pure father had sick and ill will at only if he like, I wad wish Femi to get a gude share on't when we are gane. Certainly it shall be as you choose, but who on earth ever pitched on such a hiding place for temporal treasures? That is just ane o' my old-fashioned gates, as you ca' them, Reuben. I thought, if Donacha Dhu was to make an outbreak upon us, the Bible was the last thing in the house he wad meddle wi, but an ony mere siller should drap in, as it is not unlikely I shall e'en pay it o'er to you, and ye may lay it out your ain way. And I positively must not ask you how you have come by all this money, said the clergyman. Indeed, Reuben, you must not, for if you were asking me very sair, I wad maybe tell you, and then I am sure I would do wrong. But tell me, said Butler, is it anything that distresses your own mind? There is baith weal and woe come I why world's gear, Reuben, but ye maun ask me neething mair. This siller binds me to neething, and can never be speared back again. Surely, said Mr. Butler, when he had again counted over the money, as if to assure himself that the notes were real, there was never man in the world had a wife like Minnie. A blessing seems to follow her. Never, said Jeanie, since the enchanted princess in the bairn's fairy tale that camed gold nobles out o' the tea-side of her half-it locks, and Dutch dollars out o' the t'other, but gang away now, minister, and put by the siller and dinner, keep the notes wampishing in your hand, that gate, or I shall wish them in the brown pig again, for fear we get a black cast about them were o'er near the hills in these times, to be thought to hae siller in the house. And besides, ye maun gree why knocked under, that has the selling o' the lands, and dinna you be simple, and let him ken o' this winfa, but keep him to the very lowest penny, as if he had to borrow siller to make the price up. In the last admonition, Jeanie showed distinctly that although she did not understand how to secure the money which came into her hands otherwise than by saving and hoarding it, yet she had some part of her father David's shrewdness, even upon worldly subjects, and Reuben Butler was a prudent man, and went, and did even as his wife had advised him. The news quickly went abroad into the parish that the minister had bought Craigster, and some wished him joy and some were sorry it had gane out of the old name. However, his clerical brethren, understanding that he was under the necessity of going to Edinburgh about the ensuing Whit-Sunday to get together David Dean's cash to make up the purchase money of his new acquisition, took the opportunity to name him their delegate to the General Assembly or Convocation of the Scottish Church, which takes place usually in the latter end of the month of May. Chapter 26. But who is this, what thing of sea or land? Female of sex, it seems, that so bedecked, ornate, and gay, comes this way sailing. Milton. Not long after the incident of the Bible and the banknotes, Fortune showed that she could surprise Mrs. Butler as well as her husband, the minister, in order to accomplish the various pieces of business which his unwanted visit to Edinburgh rendered necessary, had been under the necessity of setting out from home in the latter end of the month of February, concluding justly that he would find the space betwixt his departure and the term of Whit-Sunday 24th May short enough for the purpose of bringing forward those various debtors of old David Dean's, out of whose purses a considerable part of the price of his new purchase was to be made good. Jeanie was thus in the unwanted situation of inhabiting a lonely house, and she felt yet more solitary from the death of the good old man who used to divide her cares with her husband. Her children were her principal resource, and to them she paid constant attention. It happened a day or two after Butler's departure that while she was engaged in some domestic duties, she heard a dispute among the young folk, which being maintained with obstinacy appeared to call for her interference. All came to their natural umpire with their complaints. Femi, not yet 10 years old, charged Davy and Ruby with an attempt to take away her book by force, and David and Reuben replied the elder that it was not a book for Femi to read, and Reuben that it was about a bad woman. "Where did you get the book, ye little hempie?" said Mrs. Butler. "How dare ye touch Papa's books when he is away?" But the little lady, holding fast a sheet of crumpled paper, declared it was nane o' Papa's books, and May Hetley had taken it off the muckle cheese which came from Inverara, for as was very natural to suppose, a friendly intercourse, with interchange of mutual civilities, was kept up from time to time between Mrs. Dolly Dutton, now Mrs. Mac Corkindale, and her former friends. Jeanie took the subject of contention out of the child's hand to satisfy herself of the propriety of her studies, but how much was she struck when she read upon the title of the broadside sheet, "The Last Speech Confession and Dying Words of Margaret Macraw or Murdochson, executed on Harrowby Hill, near Carlisle, the day of 1737. It was indeed one of those papers which Archibald had bought at Longtown when he monopolized the peddler's stock, which Dolly had thrust into her trunk out of sheer economy. One or two copies, it seems, had remained in her repositories at Inverary, till she chanced to need them in packing a cheese, which as a very superior production was sent in the way of civil challenge to the dairy at Knocktarlity. The title of this paper, so strangely fallen into the very hands from which, in well-meant respect to her feelings, it had been so long detained, was of itself sufficiently startling, but the narrative itself was so interesting that Jeanie, shaking herself loose from the children, ran upstairs to her own apartment and bolted the door to peruse it without interruption. The narrative, which appeared to have been drawn up, or at least corrected, by the clergyman who attended this unhappy woman, stated the crime for which she suffered to have been her active part in that atrocious robbery and murder committed near 2 years since near Haltwhistle, for which the notorious Frank Levitt was committed for trial at Lancaster Assizes. It was supposed the evidence of the accomplice Thomas Tuck, commonly called Tyburn Tom, upon which the woman had been convicted, would weigh equally heavy against him, although many were inclined to think it was Tuck himself who had struck the fatal blow, according to the dying statement of Meg Murdochson. After a circumstantial account of the crime for which she suffered, there was a brief sketch of Margaret's life. It was stated that she was a Scotchwoman by birth, and married a soldier in the Cameronian regiment, that she long followed the camp, and had doubtless acquired, in fields of battle and similar scenes, that ferocity and love of plunder for which she had been afterwards distinguished, that her husband, having obtained his discharge, became servant to a beneficed clergyman of high situation and character in Lincolnshire, and that she acquired the confidence and esteem of that honourable family. She had lost this many years after her husband's death. It was stated, in consequence of conniving at the irregularities of her daughter with the heir of the family, added to the suspicious circumstances attending the birth of a child, which was strongly suspected to have met with foul play, in order to preserve, if possible, the girl's reputation. After this, she had led a wandering life, both in England and Scotland, under colour sometimes of telling fortunes, sometimes of driving a trade in smuggled wares, but in fact receiving stolen goods, and occasionally actively joining in the exploits by which they were obtained. Many of her crimes she had boasted of after conviction, and there was one circumstance for which she seemed to feel a mixture of joy and occasional compunction when she was residing in the suburbs of Edinburgh. During the preceding summer, a girl who had been seduced by one of her confederates was entrusted to her charge, and in her house delivered of a male infant, her daughter, whose mind was in a state of derangement ever since she had lost her own child, according to the criminal's account, carried off the poor girl's infant, taking it for her own, of the reality of whose death she at times could not be persuaded. Margaret Murdochson stated that she for some time believed her daughter had actually destroyed the infant in her mad fits, and that she gave the father to understand so, but afterwards learned that a female stroller had got it from her. She showed some compunction at having separated mother and child, especially as the mother had nearly suffered death, being condemned on the Scotch law for the supposed murder of her infant. When it was asked what possible interest she could have had in exposing the unfortunate girl to suffer for a crime she had not committed, she asked if they thought she was going to put her own daughter into trouble to save another. She did not know what the Scotch law would have done to her for carrying the child away. This answer was by no means satisfactory to the clergyman, and he discovered by close examination that she had a deep and revengeful hatred against the young person whom she had thus injured. But the paper intimated that whatever besides she had communicated upon this subject was confided by her in private to the worthy and reverend archdeacon, who had bestowed such particular pains in affording her spiritual assistance. The broadside went on to intimate that after her execution, of which the particulars were given her daughter, the insane person mentioned more than once, and who was generally known by the name of Madge Wildfire, had been very illused by the populace under the belief that she was a sorceress and an accomplice in her mother's crimes, and had been with difficulty rescued by the prompt interference of the police. Such for we omit moral reflections, and all that may seem unnecessary to the explanation of our story was the tenor of the broadside to Mrs. Butler. It contained intelligence of the highest importance, since it seemed to afford the most unequivocal proof of her sister's innocence. Respecting the crime for which she had so nearly suffered, it is true neither she nor her husband, nor even her father, had ever believed her capable of touching her infant with an unkind hand when in possession of her reason, but there was a darkness on the subject, and what might have happened in a moment of insanity was dreadful to think upon besides. Whatever was their own conviction, they had no means of establishing Effie's innocence to the world, which, according to the tenor of this fugitive publication, was now at length completely manifested by the dying confession of the person chiefly interested in concealing it. After thanking God for a discovery so dear to her feelings, Mrs. Butler began to consider what use she should make of it. To have shown it to her husband would have been her first impulse, but besides that he was absent from home, and the matter too delicate to be the subject of correspondence by an indifferent penwoman, Mrs. Butler recollected that he was not possessed of the information necessary to form a judgment upon the occasion, and that, adhering to the rule which she had considered as most advisable, she had best transmit the information immediately to her sister, and leave her to adjust with her husband the mode in which they should avail themselves of it. Accordingly, she dispatched a special messenger to Glasgow with a packet enclosing the confession of Margaret Murdochson, addressed as usual under cover to Mr. Whiterose of York. She expected with anxiety an answer, but none arrived in the usual course of post, and she was left to imagine how many various causes might account for Lady Stanton's silence. She began to be half sorry that she had parted with the printed paper, both for fear of its having fallen into bad hands, and from the desire of regaining the document which might be essential to establish her sister's innocence. She was even doubting whether she had not better commit the whole matter to her husband's consideration, when other incidents occurred to divert her purpose. Jeanie, she is a favorite, and we beg her pardon for still using the familiar title, had walked down to the seaside with her children one morning after breakfast, when the boys, whose sight was more discriminating than hers, exclaimed that the captain's coach and six was coming right for the shore with ladies in it. Jeanie instinctively bent her eyes on the approaching boat, and became soon sensible that there were two females in the stern, seated beside the gracious Duncan, who acted as pilot. It was a point of politeness to walk towards the landing place in order to receive them, especially as she saw that the captain of Knockdunder was upon honor and ceremony. His piper was in the bow of the boat, sending forth music, of which one half sounded the better that the other was drowned by the waves and the breeze. Moreover, he himself had his brigadier wig newly frizzed, his bonnet. He had abjured the cocked hat decorated with St. George's red cross, his uniform mounted as a captain of militia, the Duke's flag, with the boar's head displayed, all intimated parade and gala. As Mrs. Butler approached the landing place, she observed the captain hand the ladies ashore with marks of great attention, and the parties advanced towards her, the captain a few steps before the two ladies, of whom the taller and elder leaned on the shoulder of the other, who seemed to be an attendant or servant. As they met, Duncan, in his best, most important, and deepest tone of Highland civility, begged leave to introduce to Mrs. Butler Lady I hae forgotten your ladyship's name. Never mind my name, sir, said the lady. I trust Mrs. Butler will be at no loss the Duke's letter, and, as she observed Mrs. Butler look confused, she said again to Duncan something sharply. Did you not send the letter last night, sir? In troth, and I didna, and I crave your ladyship's pardon. But you see, madam, I thought it would do as weel told pecos Mrs. Butler is never teen out ossorts never, and the coach was out fishing, and the gig was gane to Greenock, for a kag of brandy and put here's his grace's letter. Give it me, sir, said the lady, taking it out of his hand. Since you have not found it convenient to do me the favor to send it before me, I will deliver it myself. Mrs. Butler looked with great attention and a certain dubious feeling of deep interest on the lady who thus expressed herself with authority over the man of authority, and to whose mandates he seemed to submit, resigning the letter with a just as your ladyship is pleased to order it. The lady was rather above the middle size, beautifully made, though something embonpoint, with a hand and arm exquisitely formed. Her manner was easy, dignified, and commanding, and seemed to evince high birth and the habits of elevated society. She wore a travelling dresser, grey beaver hat, and a veil of Flanders lace. Two footmen in rich liveries who got out of the barge and lifted out a trunk and portmanteau appeared to belong to her suite. As you did not receive the letter, madam, which should have served for my introduction, for I presume you are Mrs. Butler, I will not present it to you till you are so good as to admit me into your house without it. To be sure, madam, said Knockdunder, ye canna doubt Mrs. Butler will do that. Mrs. Butler, this is Lady these tammed southern names rin out o' my head like a stain trolling down Hillput. I believe she is a Scottish woman, pornth, mare our credit, and I presume her ladyship is of the house of. The Duke of Argyll knows my family very well, sir, said the lady in a tone which seemed designed to silence Duncan, or at any rate which had that effect completely. There was something about the whole of this stranger's address and tone and manner which acted upon Jeanie's feelings like the illusions of a dream that tease us with a puzzling approach to reality. Something there was of her sister in the gait and manner of the stranger, as well as in the sound of her voice, and something also when lifting her veil she showed features to which, changed as they were in expression and complexion, she could not but attach many remembrances. The stranger was turned of 30 certainly, but so well were her personal charms, assisted by the power of dress and arrangement of ornament, that she might well have passed for 21, and her behavior was so steady and so composed that as often as Mrs. Butler perceived anew some point of resemblance to her unfortunate sister, so often the sustained self-command and absolute composure of the stranger destroyed the ideas which began to arise in her imagination. She led the way silently towards the manse, lost in a confusion of reflections, and trusting the letter with which she was to be there entrusted would afford her satisfactory explanation of what was a most puzzling and embarrassing scene. The lady maintained in the meanwhile the manners of a stranger of rank. She admired the various points of view like one who has studied nature, and the best representations of art. At length she took notice of the children. These are two fine young mountaineers, yours, madam, I presume. Jeanie replied in the affirmative. The stranger sighed, and sighed once more as they were presented to her by name. Come here, Femi, said Mrs. Butler, and hold your head up. What is your daughter's name, madam, said the lady. Euphemia, madam, answered Mrs. Butler. I thought the ordinary Scottish contraction of the name had been Effie, replied the stranger in a tone which went to Jeanie's heart, for in that single word there was more of her sister, more of lang syne ideas than in all the reminiscences which her own heart had anticipated, or the features and manner of the stranger had suggested. When they reached the manse, the lady gave Mrs. Butler the letter which she had taken out of the hands of Knockdunder, and as she gave it, she pressed her hand, adding aloud, perhaps, madam, you will have the goodness to get me a little milk. And me a drap of the grapeyard, if you please, Mrs. Butler, added Duncan. Mrs. Butler withdrew, but deputing to May Hetley and to David the supply of the stranger's wants, she hastened into her own room to read the letter. The envelope was addressed in the Duke of Argyll's hand, and requested Mrs. Butler's attentions and civility to a lady of rank, a particular friend of his late brother, Lady Stanton of Willingham, who, being recommended to drink goat's whey by the physicians, was to honour the lodge at Roseneath with her residence, while her husband made a short tour in Scotland. But within the same cover, which had been given to Lady Stanton unsealed, was a letter from that lady intended to prepare her sister for meeting her, and which, but for the captain's negligence, she ought to have received on the preceding evening. It stated that the news in Jeanie's last letter had been so interesting to her husband that he was determined to inquire farther into the confession made at Carlisle and the fate of that poor innocent, and that, as he had been in some degree successful, she had by the most earnest entreaties extorted rather than obtained his permission, under promise of observing the most strict incognito, to spend a week or two with her sister or in her neighborhood, while he was prosecuting researches to which, though it appeared to her very vainly, he seemed to attach some hopes of success. There was a postscript desiring that Jeanie would trust to Lady S. the management of their intercourse, and be content with assenting to what she should propose. After reading and again reading the letter, Mrs. Butler hurried downstairs, divided betwixt the fear of betraying her secret and the desire to throw herself upon her sister's neck. Effie received her with a glance at once affectionate and cautionary, and immediately proceeded to speak. "I have been telling Mr. Captain, this gentleman, Mrs. Butler, that if you could accommodate me with an apartment in your house and a place for Ellis to sleep, and for the 2 men, it would suit me better than the lodge which His Grace has so kindly placed at my disposal. I am advised I should reside as near where the goats feed as possible." "I have been assuring my lady Mrs. Butler," said Duncan, "that though it could not discommode you to receive any of His Grace's visitors or mine, yet she had much better stay at the lodge. And for the gates, the creatures can be fetched there. In respect, it is mere fitting they sold weight upon her ladyship, than she upon the like owe them." "By no means derange the goats for me," said Lady Stanton. "I am certain the milk must be much better here." And this she said with languid negligence, as one whose slightest intimation of humor is to bear down all argument. Mrs. Butler hastened to intimate that her house, such as it was heartily at the disposal of Lady Stanton, but the captain continued to remonstrate. "The Duke," he said, "had written, 'I will settle all that with His Grace,' and there were the things had been sent down frae Glasgow. Anything necessary might be sent over to the parsonage. She would beg the favor of Mrs. Butler to show her an apartment, and of the captain to have her trunks, etc., sent over from Roseneath." So she courtesied off poor Duncan, who departed, saying in his secret soul, "Cot tam her English impudence takes possession of the minister's house, as in it were her ain, and speaks to gentlemens as if they were pounden servants, and patam to her, and there's the deer that was shot too, but we will send it o'er to the manse wilk, will P put civil seeing, I hae prot worthy Mrs. Butler sick a fliskmahoy," and with these kind intentions, he went to the shore to give his orders accordingly. In the meantime, the meeting of the sisters was as affectionate as it was extraordinary, and each evinced her feelings in the way proper to her character. Jeanie was so much overcome by wonder and even by awe that her feelings were deep, stunning, and almost overpowering. Effie, on the other hand, wept, laughed, sobbed, screamed, and clapped her hands for joy, all in the space of 5 minutes, giving way at once, and without reserve, to a natural excessive vivacity of temper, which no one, however, knew better how to restrain under the rules of artificial breeding. After an hour had passed like a moment in their expressions of mutual affection, Lady Stanton observed the captain walking with impatient steps below the window. "That tiresome Highland fool has returned upon our hands," she said. "I will pray him to grace us with his absence." Hout no," said Mrs. Butler in a tone of entreaty. "Ye maunna affront the captain." "Affront," said Lady Stanton. "Nobody is ever affronted at what I do or say, my dear. However, I will endure him, since you think it proper." The captain was accordingly graciously requested by Lady Stanton to remain during dinner. During this visit, his studious and punctilious complaisance towards the lady of rank was happily contrasted by the cavalier air of civil familiarity in which he indulged towards the minister's wife. "I have not been able to persuade Mrs. Butler," said Lady Stanton to the captain during the interval when Jeanie had left the parlor, "to let me talk of making any recompense for storming her house and garrisoning it in the way I have done." "Doubtless, madam," said the captain, "it wad ill peckham Mrs. Butler wa is a very decent pody to make any such charge to a lady who comes from my house or His Grace's, which is the same thing. And speaking of garrisons, in the year '45 I was put with a garrison of 20 of my lads in the house of Inver Gary Wilk, had near been unhappily for—" "I beg your pardon, sir, but I wish I could think of some way of indemnifying this good lady. Oh, no need of indemnifying at all, no trouble for her, nothing at all, so peeing in the house of Invergary, and the people about it being uncanny, I doubted the worst. And do you happen to know, sir, said Lady Stanton, if any of these two lads, these young butlers, I mean, show any turn for the army? Could not say, indeed, my lady, replied Knockdunder, so I knowing the people to pee unchancy, and not to lippen to, and hearing a pibroch in the wood I pegan, to pid my lads look to their flints, and then. For said Lady Stanton, with the most ruthless disregard to the narrative which she mangled by these interruptions, if that should be the case it should cost Sir George, but the asking a pair of colours for one of them at the War Office, since we have always supported government, and never had occasion to trouble ministers. And if you please, my lady, said Duncan, who began to find some savour in this proposal, as I hae a braw weel-grown lad of a never cad Duncan MacGilligan, that is as pig as paith, the putler pairns putten, the gither Sir George could ask a pair for him at the same time, and it wad pe put I asking for a. Lady Stanton only answered this hint with a well-bred stare, which gave no sort of encouragement. Jeanie, who now returned, was lost in amazement at the wonderful difference betwixt the helpless and despairing girl whom she had seen stretched on a flock in a dungeon, expecting a violent and disgraceful death, and last, as a forlorn exile upon the midnight beach, with the elegant, well-bred, beautiful woman before her. The features, now that her sister's veil was laid aside, did not appear so extremely different as the whole manner, expression, look, and bearing in outside show. Lady Stanton seemed completely a creature too soft and fair for sorrow to have touched so much, accustomed to have all her whims complied with by those around her, that she seemed to expect she should even be saved the trouble of forming them, and so totally unacquainted with contradiction that she did not even use the tone of self-will, since to breathe a wish was to have it fulfilled. She made no ceremony of ridding herself of Duncan as soon as the evening approached, but complimented him out of the house under pretext of fatigue, with the utmost nonchalance. When they were alone, her sister could not help expressing her wonder at the self-possession with which Lady Stanton sustained her part. I dare say you are surprised at it, said Lady Stanton composedly, for you, my dear Jeanie, have been truth itself from your cradle upwards, but you must remember that I am a liar of 15 years' standing, and therefore must by this time be used to my character. In fact, during the feverish tumult of feelings excited during the 2 or 3 first days, Mrs. Butler thought her sister's manner was completely contradictory of the desponding tone which pervaded her correspondence. She was moved to tears, indeed, by the sight of her father's grave, marked by a modest stone, recording his piety and integrity, but lighter impressions and associations had also power over her. She amused herself with visiting the dairy in which she had so long been assistant, and was so near discovering herself to May Hetley by betraying her acquaintance with the celebrated receipt for Dunlop cheese, that she compared herself to Bedreddin Hassan, whom the vizier, his father-in-law, discovered by his superlative skill in composing cream tarts with pepper in them. But when the novelty of such avocations ceased to amuse her, she showed to her sister, but too plainly, that the gaudy colouring with which she veiled her unhappiness afforded as little real comfort as the gay uniform of the soldier when it is drawn over his mortal wound. There were moods and moments in which her despondence seemed to exceed even that which she herself had described in her letters, and which too well convinced Mrs. Butler how little her sister's lot, which in appearance was so brilliant, was in reality to be envied. There was one source, however, from which Lady Stanton derived a pure degree of pleasure, gifted in every particular with a higher degree of imagination than that of her sister. She was an admirer of the beauties of nature, a taste which compensates many evils to those who happen to enjoy it. Here her character of a fine lady stopped short, where she ought to screamed at ilk Klug and screeched at ilka how, as loud as she had seen the Warwicow. On the contrary, with the 2 boys for her guides, she undertook long and fatiguing walks among the neighbouring mountains to visit glens, lakes, waterfalls, or whatever scenes of natural wonder or beauty lay concealed among their recesses. It is Wordsworth, I think, who, talking of an old man under difficulties, remarks, with a singular attention to nature, Whether it was care that spurred him, God only knows, but to the very last, he had the lightest foot in Edinburgh. In the same manner, languid, listless, and unhappy within doors, at times even indicating something which approached near to contempt of the homely accommodations of her sister's house, although she instantly endeavored, by 1,000 kindnesses, to atone for such ebullitions of spleen. Lady Stanton appeared to feel interest and energy while in the open air and traversing the mountain landscapes in society with the two boys, whose ears she delighted with stories of what she had seen in other countries and what she had to show them at Willingham Manor, and they, on the other hand, exerted themselves in doing the honours of Dumbartonshire to the lady, who seemed so kind insomuch that there was scarce a glen in the neighbouring hills to which they did not introduce her. Upon one of these excursions, while Reuben was otherwise employed, David alone acted as Lady Stanton's guide, and promised to show her a cascade in the hills grander and higher than any they had yet visited. It was a walk of 5 long miles, and over rough ground, varied, however, and cheered by mountain views and peeps, now of the Firth and its islands, now of distant lakes, now of rocks and precipices. The scene itself, too, when they reached it, amply rewarded the labor of the walk. A single chute carried a considerable stream over the face of a black rock, which contrasted strongly in color with the white foam of the cascade, and at the depth of about 20 feet, another rock intercepted the view of the bottom of the fall, the water wheeling out far beneath swept round the crag, which thus bounded their view, and tumbled down the rocky glen in a torrent of foam. Those who love nature always desire to penetrate into its utmost recesses, and Lady Stanton asked David whether there was not some mode of gaining a view of the abyss at the foot of the fall. He said that he knew a station on a shelf on the farther side of the intercepting rock from which the whole waterfall was visible, but that the road to it was steep and slippery and dangerous. Bent, however, on gratifying her curiosity, she desired him to lead the way, and accordingly he did so over crag and stone, anxiously pointing out to her the resting places where she ought to step, for their mode of advancing soon ceased to be walking and became scrambling. In this manner, clinging like seabirds to the face of the rock, they were enabled at length to turn round it, and came full in front of the fall, which here had a most tremendous aspect, boiling, roaring, and thundering with unceasing din into a black cauldron, 100 feet at least below them, which resembled the crater of a volcano. The noise, the dashing of the waters, which gave an unsteady appearance to all around them, the trembling even of the huge crag on which they stood, the precariousness of their footing, for there was scarce room for them to stand on the shelf of rock, which they had thus attained, had so powerful an effect on the senses and imagination of Lady Stanton that she called out to David she was falling, and would in fact have dropped from the crag had he not caught hold of her. The boy was bold and stout of his age still. He was but 14 years old, and as his assistance gave no confidence to Lady Stanton, she felt her situation become really perilous. The chance was that, in the appalling novelty of the circumstances, he might have caught the infection of her panic, in which case it is likely that both must have perished. She now screamed with terror, though without hope of calling anyone to her assistance. To her amazement, the scream was answered by a whistle from above of a tone so clear and shrill that it was heard even amid the noise of the waterfall. In this moment of terror and perplexity, a human face, black and having grizzled hair hanging down over the forehead and cheeks and mixing with mustaches, and a beard of the same color, and as much matted and tangled, looked down on them from a broken part of the rock above. "It is the enemy," said the boy, who had very nearly become incapable of supporting Lady Stanton. "No, no," she exclaimed, inaccessible to supernatural terrors, and restored to the presence of mind of which she had been deprived by the danger of her situation. "It is a man. For God's sake, my friend, help us." The face glared at them, but made no answer. In a second or two afterwards, another, that of a young lad, appeared beside the first, equally swart and begrimed, but having tangled black hair descending in elf-locks, which gave an air of wildness and ferocity to the whole expression of the countenance. Lady Stanton repeated her entreaties, clinging to the rock with more energy, as she found that, from the superstitious terror of her guide, he became incapable of supporting her. Her words were probably drowned in the roar of the falling stream, for though she observed the lips of the young being whom she supplicated move, as he spoke in reply, not a word reached her ear. Moment afterwards it appeared he had not mistaken the nature of her supplication, which indeed was easy to be understood from her situation and gestures. The younger apparition disappeared, and immediately after lowered a ladder of twisted osiers about 8 feet in length, and made signs to David to hold it fast, while the lady ascended. Despair gives courage, and finding herself in this fearful predicament, Lady Stanton did not hesitate to risk the ascent by the precarious means which this accommodation afforded, and carefully assisted by the person who had thus providentially come to her aid, she reached the summit in safety. She did not, however, even look around her, until she saw her nephew lightly and actively follow her examples, although there was now no one to hold the ladder fast. When she saw him safe, she looked round, and could not help shuddering at the place and company in which she found herself. They were on a sort of platform of rock, surrounded on every side by precipices or overhanging cliffs, and which it would have been scarce possible for any research to have discovered, as it did not seem to be commanded by any accessible position. It was partly covered by a huge fragment of stone, which, having fallen from the cliffs above, had been intercepted by others in its descent, and jammed so as to serve for a sloping roof to the farther part of the broad shelf or platform on which they stood. A quantity of withered moss and leaves strewed beneath this rude and wretched shelter showed the Lairsthy could not be termed the bedsoff. Those who dwelt in this eyrie, for it deserved no other name of these two, were before Lady Stanton. One, the same who had afforded such timely assistance, stood upright before them, a tall lathy young savage, his dress a tattered plaid and philabeg, no shoes, no stockings, no hat or bonnet, the place of the last being supplied by his hair twisted and matted like the glib of the ancient wild Irish, and like theirs forming a natural thickset stout enough to bear off the cut of a sword. Yet the eyes lad were keen and sparkling, his gesture free and noble like that of all savages. He took little notice of David Butler, but gazed with wonder on Lady Stanton, as a being different probably in dress and superior in beauty to anything he had ever beheld. The old man whose face they had first seen remained recumbent in the same posture as when he had first looked down on them, only his face was turned towards them as he lay, and looked up with a lazy and listless apathy which belied the general expression of his dark and rugged features. He seemed a very tall man, but was scarce better clad than the younger. He had on a loose lowland greatcoat, and ragged tartan trews or pantaloons. All around looked singularly wild and unpropitious beneath the brow of the incumbent. Rock was a charcoal fire, on which there was a still working with bellows, pincers, hammers, a movable anvil, and other smith's tools. 3 guns, with 2 or 3 sacks and barrels, were disposed against the wall of rock, under shelter of the superincumbent crag. Dirk and 2 swords, and a Lochaber axe lay scattered around the fire, of which the red glare cast a ruddy tinge on the precipitous foam and mist of the cascade. The lad, when he had satisfied his curiosity with staring at Lady Stanton, fetched an earthen jar and a horncup, into which he poured some spirits apparently hot from the still, and offered them successively to the lady and to the boy. Both declined, and the young savage quaffed off the draught, which could not amount to less than 3 ordinary glasses. He then fetched another ladder from the corner of the cavern, if it could be termed so, adjusted it against the transverse rock, which served as a roof, and made signs for the lady to ascend it, while he held it fast below. She did so, and found herself on the top of a broad rock near the brink of the chasm, into which the brook precipitates itself. She could see the crest of the torrent flung loose down the rock, like the mane of a wild horse, but without having any view of the lower platform from which she had ascended. David was not suffered to mount so easily. The lad, from sport or love of mischief, shook the ladder a good deal as he ascended, and seemed to enjoy the terror of young Butler, so that when they had both come up, they looked on each other with no friendly eyes. Neither, however, spoke. The young caird or tinker or gypsy, with a good deal of attention, assisted Lady Stanton up a very perilous ascent which she had still to encounter, and they were followed by David Butler, until all 3 stood clear of the ravine on the side of a mountain, whose sides were covered with heather and sheets of loose shingle. So narrow was the chasm out of which they ascended, that unless, when they were on the very verge, the eye passed to the other side, without perceiving the existence of a rent so fearful, and nothing was seen of the cataract, though its deep hoarse voice was still heard. Lady Stanton, freed from the danger of rock and river, had now a new subject of anxiety. Her 2 guides confronted each other with angry countenances, for for David, though younger by 2 years at least, and much shorter, was a stout, well-set, and very bold boy. "You are the Blackcoat's son of Noctarlity," said the young caird. "If you come here again, I'll pitch you down the linn like a football." "Aye, lad, ye are very short to be sae lang," retorted young Butler undauntedly, and measuring his opponent's height, with an undismayed "I am thinking you are a gillie of black denature. If you come down the glen, we'll shoot you like a wild buck." "You may tell your father," said the lad, "that the leaf on the timber is the last he shall see. We'll hae amends for the mischief he has done to us." "I hope he will live to see money simmers, and do ye muckle mair," answered David. More might have passed, but Lady Stanton stepped between them with her purse in her hand, and taking out a guinea of which it contained several visible through the network, as well as some silver in the opposite end, offered it to the caird. "The white siller, lady, white siller," said the young savage, to whom the value of gold was probably unknown. Lady Stanton poured what silver she had into his hand, and the juvenile savage snatched it greedily, and made a sort of half-inclination of acknowledgment and adieu. "Let us make haste, now, Lady Stanton," said David, "for there will be little peace with them, since they hae seen your purse." They hurried on as fast as they could, but they had not descended the hill 100 yards or two before they heard a halloo behind them, and looking back saw both the old man and the young one pursuing them with great speed, the former with a gun on his shoulder, very fortunately, at this moment, a sportsman, a gamekeeper of the Duke, who was engaged in stalking deer, appeared on the face of the hill. The bandits stopped on seeing him, and Lady Stanton hastened to put herself under his protection. He readily gave them his escort home, and it required his athletic form and loaded rifle to restore to the lady her usual confidence and courage. Donald listened with much gravity to the account of their adventure, and answered with great composure to David's repeated inquiries, whether he could have suspected that the cairds had been lurking there. "Indeed, Master Tavy, I might hae had some guess that they were there, or thereabout, though maybe I had nane, but I am aften on the hill, and they are like wasps, these stang only them that fashes them. Sae, for my part, I make a point not to see them, unless I were ordered out on the precise errand by Mac Callamore or Knockdunder Wilk, is a clean different case." They reached the manse late, and Lady Stanton, who had suffered much both from fright and fatigue, never again permitted her love of the picturesque to carry her so far among the mountains without a stronger escort than David, though she acknowledged he had won the stand of colours by the intrepidity he had displayed so soon as assured he had to do with an earthly antagonist. "I couldna maybe hae made muckle o' a bargain wi' yon lang callant," said David, when thus complimented on his valour, "but when ye deal wi' thief folk, it's tine heart tine." Chapter 20. "What see you there, that hath so cowarded and chased your blood out of appearance?" Henry V. We are under the necessity of returning to Edinburgh, where the General Assembly was now sitting. It is well known that some Scottish nobleman is usually deputed as High Commissioner to represent the person of the King in this convocation, that he has allowances for the purpose of maintaining a certain outward show and solemnity, and supporting the hospitality of the representative of Majesty, whoever are distinguished by rank or office in or near the capital, usually attend the morning levees of the Lord Commissioner, and walk with him in procession to the place where the assembly meets. The nobleman who held this office chanced to be particularly connected with Sir George Stanton, and it was in his train that he ventured to tread the high street of Edinburgh for the first time since the fatal night of Porteou's execution, walking at the right hand of the representative of sovereignty, covered with lace and embroidery, and with all the paraphernalia of wealth and rank. The handsome, though wasted figure of the English stranger attracted all eyes who could have recognized in a form so aristocratic the plebeian convict that, disguised in the rags of Madge Wildfire, had led the formidable rioters to their destined revenge. There was no possibility that this could happen even if any of his ancient acquaintances, a race of men whose lives are so brief, had happened to survive the span commonly allotted to evildoers. Besides, the whole affair had long fallen asleep with the angry passions in which it originated. Nothing is more certain than that persons known to have had a share in that formidable riot, and to have fled from Scotland on that account, had made money abroad, returned to enjoy it in their native country, and lived and died, undisturbed by the law. See Arnott's Criminal Trials 4 to ed. p. 235. The forbearance of the magistrate was in these instances wise certainly, and just for what good impression could be made on the public mind by punishment, when the memory of the offence was obliterated, and all that was remembered was the recent inoffensive or perhaps exemplary conduct of the offender. Sir George Stanton might therefore tread the scene of his former audacious exploits free from the apprehension of the law, or even of discovery or suspicion, but with what feelings his heart that day throbbed must be left to those of the reader to imagine. It was an object of no common interest, which had brought him to encounter so many painful remembrances. In consequence of Jeanie's letter to Lady Stanton transmitting the confession, he had visited the town of Carlisle, and had found Archdeacon Fleming still alive, by whom that confession had been received. This reverend gentleman, whose character stood deservedly very high, he so far admitted into his confidence as to own himself the father of the unfortunate infant which had been spirited away by Madge Wildfire, representing the intrigue as a matter of juvenile extravagance on his own part, for which he was now anxious to atone by tracing, if possible, what had become of the child. After some recollection of the circumstances, the clergyman was able to call to memory that the unhappy woman had written a letter to George Stanton-esque younger Rectory, Willingham, by Grantham, that he had forwarded it to the address accordingly, and that it had been returned with a note from the Reverend Mr. Stanton, rector of Willingham, saying he knew no such person as him to whom the letter was addressed, as this had happened just at the time when George had for the last time absconded from his father's house to carry off Effie. He was at no loss to account for the cause of the resentment under the influence of which his father had disowned him. This was another instance in which his ungovernable temper had occasioned his misfortune. Had he remained at Willingham but a few days longer, he would have received Margaret Murdochson's letter, in which were exactly described the person and haunts of the woman Annapol Bailsou, to whom she had parted with the infant. It appeared that Meg Murdochson had been induced to make this confession less from any feelings of contrition than from the desire of obtaining through George Stanton or his father's means protection and support for her daughter. Madge, her letter to George Stanton, said that while the writer lived, her daughter would have needed naught from anybody, and that she would never have meddled in these affairs, except to pay back the ill that George had done to her and hers. But she was to die, and her daughter would be destitute, and without reason to guide her. She had lived in the world long enough to know that people did nothing for nothing, so she had told George Stanton all he could wish to know about his wean, in hopes he would not see the demented young creature he had ruined perish for want. As for her motives for not telling them sooner, she had a long account to reckon for in the next world, and she would reckon for that too. The clergyman said that Meg had died in the same desperate state of mind, occasionally expressing some regret about the child which was lost, but oftener sorrow that the mother had not been hanged. Her mind at once a chaos of guilt, rage, and apprehension for her daughter's future safety, that instinctive feeling of parental anxiety, which she had in common with the Shulf and Lioness, being the last shade of kindly affection that occupied a breast equally savage. The melancholy catastrophe of Madge Wildfire was occasioned by her taking the confusion of her mother's execution as affording an opportunity of leaving the workhouse to which the clergyman had sent her, and presenting herself to the mob in their fury to perish in the way we have already seen. When Dr. Fleming found the convict's letter was returned from Lincolnshire, he wrote to a friend in Edinburgh to inquire into the fate of the unfortunate girl whose child had been stolen, and was informed by his correspondent that she had been pardoned, and that with all her family she had retired to some distant part of Scotland or left the kingdom entirely, and here the matter rested until at Sir George Stanton's application the clergyman looked out and produced Margaret Murdochson's returned letter and the other memoranda which he had kept concerning the affair. Whatever might be Sir George Stanton's feelings in ripping up this miserable history and listening to the tragical fate of the unhappy girl whom he had ruined, he had so much of his ancient willfulness of disposition left as to shut his eyes on everything save the prospect which seemed to open itself of recovering his son. It was true it would be difficult to produce him without telling much more of the history of his birth and the misfortunes of his parents than it was prudent to make known. But let him once be found, and being found let him but prove worthy of his father's protection. And many ways might be fallen upon to avoid such risk. Sir George Stanton was at liberty to adopt him as his heir, if he pleased, without communicating the secret of his birth, or an act of Parliament might be obtained declaring him legitimate, and allowing him the name and arms of his father. He was, indeed, already a legitimate child, according to the law of Scotland, by the subsequent marriage of his parents. Wilful in everything, Sir George's sole desire now was to see this son, even should his recovery bring with it a new series of misfortunes as dreadful as those which followed on his being lost. But where was the youth who might eventually be called to the honours and estates of this ancient family? On what heath was he wandering, and shrouded by what mean disguise did he gain his precarious bread? By some petty trade, by menial toil, by violence, or by theft? These were questions on which Sir George's anxious investigations could obtain no light. Many remembered that Annapol Bailzou wandered through the country as a beggar and fortuneteller or speewife. Some remembered that she had been seen with an infant in 1737 or 1738, but for more than 10 years she had not travelled that district, and that she had been heard to say she was going to a distant part of Scotland, of which country she was a native to Scotland. Therefore came Sir George Stanton, having parted with his lady at Glasgow, and his arrival at Edinburgh happening to coincide with the sitting of the General Assembly of the Kirk. His acquaintance with the nobleman who held the office of Lord High Commissioner forced him more into public than suited either his views or inclinations. At the public table of this nobleman, Sir George Stanton was placed next to a clergyman of respectable appearance and well-bred though plain demeanour, whose name he discovered to be Butler. It had been no part of Sir George's plan to take his brother-in-law into his confidence, and he had rejoiced exceedingly in the assurances he received from his wife that Mrs. Butler, the very soul of integrity and honour, had never suffered the account he had given of himself at Willingham Rectory to transpire even to her husband. But he was not sorry to have an opportunity to converse with so near a connection without being known to him, and to form a judgment of his character and understanding. He saw much and heard more to raise Butler very high in his opinion. He found he was generally respected by those of his own profession, as well as by the laity who had seats in the assembly. He had made several public appearances in the assembly, distinguished by good sense, candour, and ability, and he was followed and admired as a sound, and at the same time an eloquent preacher. This was all very satisfactory to Sir George Stanton's pride, which had revolted at the idea of his wife's sister being obscurely married. He now began, on the contrary, to think the connection so much better than he expected that if it should be necessary to acknowledge it in consequence of the recovery of his son, it would sound well enough that Lady Stanton had a sister, who in the decayed state of the family had married a Scottish clergyman, high in the opinion of his countrymen, and a leader in the church. It was with these feelings that when the Lord High Commissioner's company broke up, Sir George Stanton, under pretence of prolonging some inquiries concerning the constitution of the Church of Scotland, requested Butler to go home to his lodgings in the Lawnmarket and drink a cup of coffee. Butler agreed to wait upon him, providing Sir George would permit him in passing to call at a friend's house where he resided and make his apology for not coming to partake her tea. They proceeded up the High Street, entered the Crames, and passed the begging-box place to remind those at liberty of the distresses of the poor prisoners. Sir George paused there one instant, and next day a L-note was found in that receptacle for public charity. When he came up to Butler again, he found him with his eyes fixed on the entrance of the Tolbooth, and apparently in deep thought. "That seems a very strong door," said Sir George by way of saying something. "It is so, sir," said Butler, turning off and beginning to walk forward, "but it was my misfortune at one time to see it prove greatly too weak." At this moment, looking at his companion, He asked him whether he felt himself ill, and Sir George Stanton admitted that he had been so foolish as to eat ice, which sometimes disagreed with him with kind officiousness that would not be gainsaid. And ere he could find out where he was going, Butler hurried Sir George into the friend's house near to the prison in which he himself had lived, since he came to town, being indeed no other than that of our old friend Bartoline Saddletree, in which Lady Stanton had served a short novitiate as a shopmaid. This recollection rushed on her husband's mind, and the blush of shame which it excited overpowered the sensation of fear which had produced his former paleness. Good Mrs. Saddletree, however, bustled about to receive the rich English baronet as the friend of Mr. Butler, and requested an elderly female in a black gown to sit still in a way which seemed to imply a wish that she would clear the way for her betters. In the meanwhile, understanding the state of the case, she ran to get some cordial waters, sovereign of course in all cases of faintishness whatsoever. During her absence, her visitor, the female in black, made some progress out of the room, and might have left it altogether without particular observation, had she not stumbled at the threshold, so near Sir George Stanton that he, in point of civility, raised her, and assisted her to the door. "Mrs. Porteous is turned very doited now, pure body," said Mrs. Saddletree, as she returned with her bottle in her hand. "She is no sae old, but she got a sair backcast. Why the slaughter o' her husbandy had some trouble about that job. Mr. Butler, I think, sir, to Sir George, ye had better drink out the hale glass, for to my een ye look waur than when ye came in." And indeed, he grew as pale as a corpse on recollecting who it was that his arm had so lately supported, the widow, whom he had so large a share in making such. "It is a prescribed job, that case of Porteous now," said old Saddletree, who was confined to his chair by the goutlian, prescribed and out of date. "I am not clear of that, neighbour," said Plumdamas, "for I have heard them say 20 years should rin, and this is but the 50 Porteous mob was in threat of 7. Ye'll no teach me law, I think, neighbour, that has 4 gone, please, and might hae had 14, and it hadna been the gudewife. I tell ye, if the foremost of the Porteous mob were standing there, where that gentleman stands, the king's advocate wadna meddle, why him it fars under the negative prescription." "Haud your din, Carl," said Mrs. Saddletree, "and let the gentleman sit down and get a dish of comfortable tea." But Sir George had had quite enough of their conversation, and Butler, at his request, made an apology to Mrs. Saddletree, and accompanied him to his lodgings. Here they found another guest waiting Sir George Stanton's return. This was no other than our reader's old acquaintance Ratcliffe. This man had exercised the office of turnkey with so much vigilance, acuteness, and fidelity that he gradually rose to be governor or captain of the Tolbooth, and it is yet to be remembered in tradition that young men who rather sought amusing than select society in their merry meetings used sometimes to request Ratcliffe's company in order that he might regale them with legends of his extraordinary feats in the way of robbery and escape. There seems an anachronism in the history of this person. Ratcliffe, among other escapes from justice, was released by the Porteous mob when under sentence of death, and he was again under the same predicament when the Highlanders made a similar jail delivery in 1745. He was too sincere a Whig to embrace liberation at the hands of the Jacobites, and in reward was made one of the keepers of the Tolbooth, so at least runs constant tradition. But he lived and died without resuming his original vocation, otherwise than in his narratives over a bottle. Under these circumstances, he had been recommended to Sir George Stanton by a man of the law in Edinburgh, as a person likely to answer any questions he might have to ask about Annapol Bailzu, who, according to the colour which Sir George Stanton gave to his cause of inquiry, was supposed to have stolen child in the west of England, belonging to a family in which he was interested. The gentleman had not mentioned his name, but only his official title, so that Sir George Stanton, when told that the captain of the Tolbooth was waiting for him in his parlour, had no idea of meeting his former acquaintance, Jem Ratcliffe. This therefore was another new and most unpleasant surprise, for he had no difficulty in recollecting this man's remarkable features. The change, however, from George Robertson to Sir George Stanton baffled even the penetration of Ratcliffe, and he bowed very low to the baronet and his guest, hoping Mr. Butler would excuse his recollecting that he was an old acquaintance. "And once rendered my wife a piece of great service," said Mr. Butler, "for which she sent you a token of grateful acknowledgment, which I hope came safe, and was welcome." "Deil a doubt on't," said Ratcliffe with a knowing nod, "but ye are muckle changed for the better, since I saw ye, Maister Butler. So much so, that I wonder you knew me." "Ah, then deil a face I see I ever forget," said Ratcliffe, while Sir George Stanton, tied to the stake, and incapable of escaping, internally cursed the accuracy of his memory. "And yet sometimes," continued Ratcliffe, "the sharpest hand will be ta'en in there is a face, in this very room, if I might presume to be sae bald, that if I didna ken the honourable person it belangs to I might think it had some cut of an old acquaintance." "I should not be much flattered," answered the baronet sternly, and roused by the risk in which he saw himself placed, "if it is to me you mean to apply that compliment." "By no manner of means, sir," said Ratcliffe, bowing very low. "I am come to receive your honour's commands, and no to trouble your honour why my poor observations." "Well, sir," said Sir George, "I am told you understand police matters, so do Roman 1 to convince you, of which here are 10 guineas of retaining fee. I make them 50, when you can find me certain notice of a person living or dead, whom you will find described in that paper. I shall leave town presently. You may send your written answer to me, to the care of Mr. naming his highly respectable agent, or of his Grace, the Lord High Commissioner." Ratcliffe bowed, and withdrew. "I have angered the proud Pete, now," he said to himself, "by finding out a likeness. But if George Robertson's father had lived within a mile of his mother, d.n. me, if I should not know what to think, for as high as he carries his head." When he was left alone with Butler, Sir George Stanton ordered tea and coffee, which were brought by his valet, and then, after considering with himself for a minute, asked his guest whether he had lately heard from his wife and family. Butler, with some surprise at the question, replied that he had received no letter for some time. His wife was a poor penwoman. Then said Sir George Stanton, "I am the first to inform you there has been an invasion of your quiet premises since you left home. My wife, whom the Duke of Argyll had the goodness to permit to use Roseneath Lodge, while she was spending some weeks in your country, has sallied across and taken up her quarters in the manse, as she says to be nearer the goats whose milk she is using, but I believe in reality, because she prefers Mrs. Butler's company to that of the respectable gentleman who acts as seneschal on the Duke's domains." Mr. Butler said he had often heard the late Duke and the present speak with high respect of Lady Stanton, and was happy if his house could accommodate any friend of theirs. It would be but a very slight acknowledgment of the many favours he owed them. "That does not make Lady Stanton and myself the less obliged to your hospitality, sir," said Sir George. "May I inquire if you think of returning home soon?" In the course of 2 days, Mr. Butler answered his duty in the assembly would be ended, and the other matters he had in town being all finished, he was desirous of returning to Dumbartonshire as soon as he could, but he was under the necessity of transporting a considerable sum in bills and money with him, and therefore wished to travel in company with 1 or 2 of his brethren of the clergy. "My escort will be more safe," said Sir George Stanton, "and I think of setting off tomorrow or next day. If you will give me the pleasure of your company, I will undertake to deliver you and your charge safe at the manse, provided you will admit me along with you." Mr. Butler gratefully accepted of this proposal. The appointment was made accordingly, and by dispatches with one of Sir George's servants, who was sent forward for the purpose, the inhabitants of the manse of Knocktarlity were made acquainted with the intended journey, and the news rung through the whole vicinity that the minister was coming back, why a braw English gentleman, and of the siller that was to pay for the estate of Craigster. This sudden resolution of going to Knocktarlity had been adopted by Sir George Stanton in consequence of the incidents of the evening. In spite of his present consequence, he felt he had presumed too far in venturing so near the scene of his former audacious acts of violence, and he knew too well from past experience the acuteness of a man like Ratcliffe again to encounter him the next 2 days. He kept his lodgings under pretence of indisposition, and took leave by writing of his noble friend, the High Commissioner, alleging the opportunity of Mr. Butler's company as a reason for leaving Edinburgh sooner than he had proposed. he had a long conference with his agent on the subject of Anapil Bailzu, and the professional gentleman, who was the agent also of the Argyll family, had directions to collect all the information which Ratcliffe or others might be able to obtain concerning the fate of that woman and the unfortunate child, and so soon as anything transpired which had the least appearance of being important, that he should send an express with it instantly to Knocktarlity. These instructions were backed with a deposit of money, and a request that no expense might be spared, so that Sir George Stanton had little reason to apprehend negligence on the part of the persons entrusted with the commission. The journey which the brothers made in company was attended with more pleasure even to Sir George Stanton than he had ventured to expect. His heart lightened in spite of himself when they lost sight of Edinburgh, and the easy, sensible conversation of Butler was well calculated to withdraw his thoughts from painful reflections. He even began to think whether there could be much difficulty in removing his wife's connections to the rectory of Willingham. It was only on his part procuring some still better preferment for the present incumbent, and on Butler's that he should take orders according to the English Church, to which he could not conceive a possibility of his making objection. And then he had them residing under his wing, no doubt. There was pain in seeing Mrs. Butler acquainted, as he knew her to be, with the full truth of his evil history. But then her silence, though he had no reason to complain of her indiscretion hitherto, was still more absolutely ensured it would keep his lady also both in good temper and in more subjection, for she was sometimes troublesome to him by insisting on remaining in town when he desired to retire to the country, alleging the total want of society at Willingham. Madam, your sister, is there, would he thought be a sufficient answer to this ready argument. He sounded Butler on this subject, asking what he would think of an English living of £1,200 yearly, with the burden of affording his company now and then to a neighbor whose health was not strong or his spirits equal. He might meet, he said, occasionally a very learned and accomplished gentleman who was in orders as a Catholic priest, but he hoped that would be no insurmountable objection to a man of his liberality of sentiment. What, he said, would Mr. Butler think of as an answer if the offer should be made to him? Simply that I could not accept of it, said Mr. Butler. I have no mind to enter into the various debates between the churches, but I was brought up in mine own, have received her ordination, am satisfied of the truth of her doctrines, and will die under the banner I have enlisted to. What may be the value of your preferment, said Sir George Stanton, unless I am asking an indiscreet question? Probably 100 ire 1 year, with another besides my glebe and pasture ground. And you scruple to exchange that for 1200 ire, without alleging any damning difference of doctrine betwixt the two churches of England and Scotland. On that, sir, I have reserved my judgment. There may be much good, and there are certainly saving means in both, but every man must act according to his own lights. I hope I have done and am in the course of doing my master's work in this Highland parish, and it would ill become me, for the sake of lucre, to leave my sheep in the wilderness, but even in the temporal view which you have taken of the matter, Sir George, this £100 ire of stipend hath fed and clothed us, and left us nothing to wish for my father-in-law's succession, and other circumstances have added a small estate of about twice as much more, and how we are to dispose of it, I do not know, so I leave it to you, sir, to think, if I were wise, not having the wish or opportunity of spending 300 ire to covet the possession of 4 times that sum. This is philosophy, said Sir George. I have heard of it, but I never saw it before. It is common sense, replied Butler, which accords with philosophy and religion more frequently than pedants or zealots are apt to admit. Sir George turned the subject, and did not again resume it, although they travelled in Sir George's chariot. He seemed so much fatigued with the motion that it was necessary for him to remain for a day at a small town called Mid-Lothian, which was their first stage from Edinburgh. Glasgow occupied another day, so slow were their motions. They travelled on to Dumbarton, where they had resolved to leave the equipage, and to hire a boat to take them to the shores near the manse, as the Gairloch lay betwixt them and that point, besides the impossibility of travelling in that district, with wheelcarriages. Sir George's valet, a man of trust, accompanied them, as also a footman. The grooms were left with the carriage, just as this arrangement was completed, which was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. An express arrived from Sir George's agent in Edinburgh with a packet which he opened and read with great attention, appearing much interested and agitated by the contents. The packet had been dispatched very soon after their leaving Edinburgh, but the messenger had missed the travellers by passing through Mid-Calder in the night and overshot his errand by getting to Roseneath before them. He was now on his return, after having waited more than 24 hours. Sir George Stanton instantly wrote back an answer, and rewarding the messenger, liberally desired him not to sleep till he placed it in his agent's hands. At length they embarked in the boat which had waited for them some time during their voyage, which was slow, for they were obliged to row the whole way, and often against the tide. Sir George Stanton's inquiries ran chiefly on the subject of the Highland banditti who had infested that country since the year 1745. Butler informed him that many of them were not native Highlanders, but gypsies, tinkers, and other men of desperate fortunes, who had taken advantage of the confusion introduced by the Civil War, the general discontent of the mountaineers, and the unsettled state of police, to practice their plundering trade with more audacity. Sir George next inquired into their lives, their habits, whether the violences which they committed were not sometimes atoned for by acts of generosity, and whether they did not possess the virtues as well as the vices of savage tribes. Butler answered that certainly they did sometimes show sparks of generosity, of which even the worst class of malefactors are seldom utterly divested, but that their evil propensities were certain and regular principles of action, while any occasional burst of virtuous feeling was only a transient impulse, not to be reckoned upon, and excited probably by some singular and unusual concatenation of circumstances. In discussing these inquiries, which Sir George pursued with an apparent eagerness that rather surprised Butler, the latter chanced to mention the name of Donatcha Dhu na Duneg, with which the reader is already acquainted. Sir George caught the sound up eagerly, and as if it conveyed particular interest to his ear, he made the most minute inquiries concerning the man whom he mentioned, the number of his gang, and even the appearance of those who belonged to it. Upon these points, Butler could give little answer. The man had a name among the lower class, but his exploits were considerably exaggerated. He had always 1 or 2 fellows with him, but never aspired to the command of above 3 or 4. In short, he knew little about him, and the small acquaintance he had had by no means inclined him to desire more. Nevertheless, I should like to see him some of these days. That would be a dangerous meeting, Sir George, unless you mean we are to see him receive his deserts from the law, and then it were a melancholy one. Use every man according to his deserts, Mr. Butler, and who shall escape whipping? But I am talking riddles to you. I will explain them more fully to you when I have spoken over the subject with Lady Stanton. Pull away, my lads, he added, addressing himself to the rowers. The clouds threaten us with a storm. In fact, the dead and heavy closeness of the air, the huge piles of clouds which assembled in the western horizon and glowed like a furnace under the influence of the setting sun, that awful stillness in which nature seems to expect the thunderburst as a condemned soldier waits for the platoon fire which is to stretch him on the earth, all betokened a speedy storm. Large, broad drops fell from time to time and induced the gentlemen to assume the boat cloaks, but the rain again ceased, and the oppressive heat, so unusual in Scotland in the end of May, inclined them to throw them aside. There is something solemn in this delay of the storm, said Sir George. It seems as if it suspended its peal till it solemnized some important event in the world below. Alas, replied Butler, what are we that the laws of nature should correspond in their march with our ephemeral deeds or sufferings? The clouds will burst when surcharged with the electric fluid. Whether a goat is falling at that instant from the cliffs of Arran, or a hero expiring on the field of battle, he has won. The mind delights to deem it otherwise, said Sir George Stanton, and to dwell on the fate of humanity, as on that which is the prime central movement of the mighty machine. We love not to think that we shall mix with the ages that have gone before us, as these broad black raindrops mingle with the waste of waters, making a trifling and momentary eddy, and are then lost forever. Forever we are not, we cannot be lost. Forever, said Butler, looking upward. Death is to us change, not consummation, and the commencement of a new existence, corresponding in character to the deeds which we have done in the body. While they agitated these grave subjects, to which the solemnity of the approaching storm naturally led them, their voyage threatened to be more tedious than they expected, for gusts of wind, which rose and fell with sudden impetuosity, swept the bosom of the Firth, and impeded the efforts of the rowers. They had now only to double a small headland in order to get to the proper landing place in the mouth of the little river. But in the state of the weather, and the boat being heavy, this was like to be a work of time, and in the meanwhile they must necessarily be exposed to the storm. Could we not land on this side of the headland, asked Sir George, and so gain some shelter? Butler knew of no landing place, at least none affording a convenient or even practicable passage up the rocks which surrounded the shore. Think again, said Sir George Stanton, the storm will soon be violent. Hout, I said one of the boatmen, there's the Caird's Cove, but we dinna tell the minister about it, and I am no sure if I can steer the boat to it. The bay is sae far o' shoals and sunk rocks. Try, said Sir George, and I will give you half a guinea. The old fellow took the helm, and observed that if they could get in there was a steep path up from the beach, and half an hour's walk from thence to the manse. Are you sure you know the way, said Butler to the old man. I maybe kenned it a wee better 15 years syne, when Dandy Wilson was in the Firth. Why, his clean-ganging lugger, I mind Dandy, had a wild young Englisher wy him that they cad. If you chatter so much, said Sir George Stanton, you will have the boat on the grindstone, bring that white rock in a line with the steeple. By G, said the veteran, staring, I think your honour kens the bay as weel as me. Your honour's nose has been on the grindstone ere now, I am thinking. As they spoke thus, they approached the little cove, which, concealed behind crags and defended on every point by shallows and sunken rocks, could scarce be discovered or approached, except by those intimate with the navigation. An old shattered boat was already drawn up on the beach within the cove, close beneath the trees, and with precautions for concealment. Upon observing this vessel, Butler remarked to his companion, It is impossible for you to conceive, Sir George, the difficulty I have had with my poor people in teaching them the guilt and the danger of this contraband trade. Yet they have perpetually before their eyes all its dangerous consequences. I do not know anything that more effectually depraves and ruins their moral and religious principles. Sir George forced himself to say something in a low voice about the spirit of adventure natural to youth, and that unquestionably many would become wiser as they grew older. Too seldom, sir, replied Butler, if they have been deeply engaged, and especially if they have mingled in the scenes of violence and blood, to which their occupation naturally leads, I have observed that sooner or later they come to an evil end. Experience, as well as Scripture, teaches us, Sir George, that mischief shall hunt the violent man, and that the bloodthirsty man shall not live half his days. But take my arm to help you ashore. Sir George needed assistance, for he was contrasting in his altered thought the different feelings of mind and frame with which he had formerly frequented the same place. As they landed, a low growl of thunder was heard at a distance. That is ominous, Mr. Butler, said Sir George. Intonuit leviumit is ominous of good, then answered Butler, smiling. The boatmen were ordered to make the best of their way round the headland to the ordinary landing place. The two gentlemen, followed by their servant, sought their way by a blind and tangled path through a close copsewood to the manse of Knocktarlity, where their arrival was anxiously expected. The sisters in vain had expected their husband's return on the preceding day, which was that appointed by Sir George's letter. The delay of the travellers at Calder had occasioned this breach of appointment. The inhabitants of the manse began even to doubt whether they would arrive on the present day. Lady Stanton felt this hope of delay as a brief reprieve, for she dreaded the pangs which her husband's pride must undergo at meeting with a sister-in-law to whom the whole of his unhappy and dishonorable history was too well known. She knew whatever force or constraint he might put upon his feelings in public, that she herself must be doomed to see them display themselves in full vehemence in secret, consume his health, destroy his temper, and render him at once an object of dread and compassion again. And again, she cautioned Jeanie to display no tokens of recognition, but to receive him as a perfect stranger. And again, Jeanie renewed her promise to comply with her wishes. Jeanie herself could not fail to bestow an anxious thought on the awkwardness of the approaching meeting, but her conscience was ungalladand. Then she was cumbered with many household cares of an unusual nature, which joined to the anxious wish once more to see Butler after an absence of unusual length, made her extremely desirous that the travellers should arrive as soon as possible. And should I disguise the truth of her? And anon a thought stole across her mind that her gala dinner had now been postponed for 2 days, and how few of the dishes, after every art of her simple cuisine had been exerted to dress them, could with any credit or propriety appear again upon the third. And what was she to do with the rest? Upon this last subject she was saved the trouble of farther deliberation by the sudden appearance of the captain at the head of half a dozen stout fellows, dressed and armed in the Highland fashion. "Good morrow morning to ye, Lady Stanton, and I hope I hae the pleasure to see you weel, and good morrow to you, good Mrs. Butler. I do beg you will order some victuals and ale, and brandy for the lads, for we hae been out on firth and moor since afore daylight, and to no purpose, neither caught tam." So saying, he sate down, pushed back his brigadier wig, and wiped his head with an air of easy importance, totally regardless of the look of well-bred astonishment by which Lady Stanton endeavoured to make him comprehend that he was assuming too great a liberty. "It is some comfort when one has had a sair tussle," continued the captain, addressing Lady Stanton with an air of gallantry, "that it is in a fair lady's service, or in the service of a gentleman whilk has a fair lady whilk is the same thing, since serving the husband is serving the wife, as Mrs. Butler does very weel know." "Really, sir," said Lady Stanton, "as you seem to intend this compliment for me, I am at a loss to know what interest Sir George or I can have in your movements this morning." "O cot tamthais is too cruel, my lady, as if it was not by special express from his Grace's honourable agent and commissioner at Edinburgh, with a warrant conform that I was to seek for and apprehend Denacha dhu na Duneg, and preeing him peffer myself and Sir George Stanton that he may have his deserts, that is to say the gallows whilk he has doubtless deserved pie, being the means of frightening your ladyship, as weel as for something of less importance." "Frightening me," said her ladyship, "why I never wrote to Sir George about my alarm at the waterfall." "Then he must have heard it otherwise, for what else can give him sick an earnest tesker to see this rapscallion, that I maun ripe the hale mosses and muirs in the country for him, as if I were to get something for finding him, when the pest ought might be a pole through my prains. Can it be really true that it is on Sir George's account that you have been attempting to apprehend this fellow?" "I caught it is for no other cause, that I know than his honour's pleasure for the creature might hae gone on in a decent quiet way for me sae lang, as he respected the Duke's pounds, but reason goot he sold beteen and hang it to poet, if it may pleasure ony honourable gentleman, that is the Duke's friend sae. I got the express overnight, and I caused warn half a score of pretty lads, and was up in the morning for the sun, and I gad the lads take their kilts and short coats." "I wonder you did that, Captain," said Mrs. Butler, "when you know the Act of Parliament against wearing the Highland dress." "How tout near fash your thumb, Mrs. Butler, the law is put 23 years old yet, and is ower young to hae come our length, and besides, how is the lads to climb the prees why thee tammed breekins on them? It makes me sick to see them put ony. How I thought I kenned Denacha's haunt jay and wheel, and I was at the place where he had rested yestreen, for I saw the leaves the limmers had lain on, and the ashes of them. By the same token, there was a pit greeshock perning, yet I am thinking they got some word out o' the island. What was intended I sought every glen and clench, as if I had been deer-stalking, but tail a want of his coat-tail could I see caught. "Hell be away down the firth to Cowles," said David, and Reuben, who had been out early that morning, annotting, observed that he had seen a boat making for the Cairds Cove, a place well known to the boys, though their less adventurous father was ignorant of its existence. "Picot," said Duncan, "then I will stay here no longer than to drink this very horn of brandy and water, for it's very possible they will pee in the wood. Denacha's a clever fellow, and Mape thinks it best to sit next the chimley. When the lum reeks, he thought nobody would look for him sae near hand. I peg your ladyship will excuse my abrupt departure, as I will return forthwith, and I will either preying you denature in life, or else his head wilk, I dare to say, will be as satisfactory, and I hope to pass a pleasant evening with your ladyship, and I hope to have mine revenges on Mr. Putler at backgammon for the 4 pennies wilk he won, for he will be surely at home soon, or else he will have a wet journey, seeing it is about to be a scud. Thus saying, with many scrapes and bows and apologies for leaving them, which were very readily received, and reiterated assurances of his speedy return, of the sincerity whereof Mrs. Butler entertained no doubt, so long as her best greybeard of brandy was upon duty, Duncan left the manse, collected his followers, and began to scour the close and entangled wood which lay between the little glen and the Caird's Cove. David, who was a favourite with the captain on account of his spirit and courage, took the opportunity of escaping to attend the investigations of that great man. Chapter 28. I did send for thee, that Talbot's name might be in thee revived, when sapless age and weak unable limbs should bring thy father to his drooping chair. But O malignant and ill-boding stars! First part of Henry VI. Duncan and his party had not proceeded very far in the direction of the Caird's Cove before they heard a shot, which was quickly followed by 1 or 2 others, some tammed villains among the roe deer. Said Duncan, look sharp out, lads. The clash of swords was next heard, and Duncan and his myrmidons, hastening to the spot, found Butler and Sir George Stanton's servant in the hands of 4 ruffians. Sir George himself lay stretched on the ground with his drawn sword in his hand. Duncan, who was as brave as a lion, instantly fired his pistol at the leader of the band, unsheathed his sword, cried out to his men Claymore, and run his weapon through the body of the fellow whom he had previously wounded, who was no other thou Denacha Dhu na Duneg himself. The other banditti were speedily overpowered, excepting 1 young lad who made wonderful resistance for his years, and was at length secured with difficulty. Death of Sir George Stanton. Butler, so soon as he was liberated from the ruffians, ran to raise Sir George Stanton, but life had wholly left him. A great misfortune, said Duncan. I think it will be pest that I go forward to intimate it to the coot. Lady Tavy, my dear, you hay smelled powther for the first time this day. Take my sword and hack off Denacha's head wilk. Will be coot practice for you against the time you may wish to do the same kindness to a living gentlemanhood. As your father does not approve, you may leave it alone, as he will be a greater object of satisfaction to Lady Stanton to see him entire, and I hope she will do me the credit to believe that I can avenge a gentleman's blood very speedily and well. Such was the observation of a man too much accustomed to the ancient state of manners in the Highlands to look upon the issue of such a skirmish as anything worthy of wonder or emotion. We will not attempt to describe the very contrary effect which the unexpected disaster produced upon Lady Stanton when the bloody corpse of her husband was brought to the house, where she expected to meet him alive, and well, all was forgotten, but that he was the lover of her youth, and whatever were his faults to the world that he had towards her, exhibited only those that arose from the inequality of spirits and temper incident to a situation of unparalleled difficulty. In the vivacity of her grief, she gave way to all the natural irritability of her temper. Shriek followed shriek, and swoon succeeded to swoon. It required all Jeanie's watchful affection to prevent her from making known in these paroxysms of affliction much which it was of the highest importance that she should keep secret. At length silence and exhaustion succeeded to frenzy, and Jeanie stole out to take counsel with her husband, and to exhort him to anticipate the captain's interference by taking possession in Lady Stanton's name of the private papers of her deceased husband. To the utter astonishment of Butler, she now, for the first time, explained the relation betwixt herself and Lady Stanton, which authorized, nay demanded, that he should prevent any stranger from being unnecessarily made acquainted with her family affairs. It was in such a crisis that Jeanie's active and undaunted habits of virtuous exertion were most conspicuous, while the captain's attention was still engaged by a prolonged refreshment and a very tedious examination in Gaelic and English of all the prisoners and every other witness of the fatal transaction. she had the body of her brother-in-law undressed and properly disposed. It then appeared from the crucifix, the beads, and the shirt of hair which he wore next his person, that his sense of guilt had induced him to receive the dogmata of a religion which pretends by the maceration of the body to expiate the crimes of the soul in the packet of papers which the express had brought to Sir George Stanton from Edinburgh, and which Butler, authorized by his connection with the deceased, did not scruple to examine. He found new and astonishing intelligence, which gave him reason to thank God he had taken that measure. Ratcliffe, to whom all sorts of misdeeds and misdoers were familiar, instigated by the promised reward, soon found himself in a condition to trace the infant of these unhappy parents. The woman to whom Meg Murdochson had sold that most unfortunate child had made it the companion of her wanderings and her beggary until he was about 7 or 8 years old, when, as Ratcliffe learned from a companion of hers, then in the correction house of Edinburgh, she sold him in her turn to Donatcha Dhu na Duneg. This man, to whom no act of mischief was unknown, was occasionally an agent in a horrible trade, then carried on betwixt Scotland and America, for supplying the plantations with servants by means of kidnapping, as it was termed, both men and women, but especially children under age. Here Ratcliffe lost sight of the boy, but had no doubt but Donatcha Dhu could give an account of him. The gentleman of the law, so often mentioned, dispatched therefore an express with a letter to Sir George Stanton, and another covering a warrant for apprehension of Donatcha, with instructions to the captain of Knockdunder to exert his utmost energy for that purpose. Possessed of this information, and with a mind agitated by the most gloomy apprehensions, Butler now joined the captain, and obtained from him with some difficulty a sight of the examinations. These, with a few questions to the elder of the prisoners, soon confirmed the most dreadful of Butler's anticipations. We give the heads of the information without descending into minute details. Donatcha Dhu had indeed purchased Effie's unhappy child with the purpose of selling it to the American traders, whom he had been in the habit of supplying with human flesh. But no opportunity occurred for some time, and the boy, who was known by the name of the Whistler, made some impression on the heart and affections even of this rude savage, perhaps because he saw in him flashes of a spirit as fierce and vindictive as his own. When Donatcha struck or threatened him, a very common occurrence, did not answer with complaints and entreaties like other children, but with oaths and efforts at revenge, had all the wild merit too, by which Waggerwolf's arrow-bearing page won the hard heart of his master. Like a wild cub reared at the ruffian's feet, he could say biting jests, bold ditties sing, and quaff his foaming bumper at the board, with all the mockery of a little man's. Ethwald. In short, as Donatcha Dhu said, the Whistler was a born imp of Satan, and therefore he should never leave him. Accordingly, from his 11th year forward, he was one of the band, and often engaged in acts of violence. The last of these was more immediately occasioned by the researches which the Whistler's real father made after him, whom he had been taught to consider. As such, Donatcha Dhu's fears had been for some time excited by the strength of the means which began now to be employed against persons of his description. He was sensible he existed only by the precarious indulgence of his namesake Duncan of Knockdunder, who was used to boast that he could put him down or string him up. When he had a mind, he resolved to leave the kingdom by means of one of those sloops which were engaged in the traffic of his old kidnapping friends, and which was about to sail for America, but he was desirous first to strike a bold stroke. The ruffian's cupidity was excited by the intelligence that a wealthy Englishman was coming to the manse, had neither forgotten the Whistler's report of the gold he had seen in Lady Stanton's purse, nor his old vow of revenge against the minister, and to bring the whole to a point, he conceived the hope of appropriating the money which, according to the general report of the country, the minister was to bring from Edinburgh to pay for his pew purchase. While he was considering how he might best accomplish his purpose, he received the intelligence from one quarter that the vessel in which he proposed to sail was to sail immediately from Greenock, from another that the minister and a rich English lord with a great many £1,000 were expected the next evening at the manse, and from a third that he must consult his safety by leaving his ordinary haunts as soon as possible, for that the captain had ordered out a party to scour the glens for him at break of day. Donaccia laid his plans. With promptitude and decision, he embarked with the whistler and 2 others of his band, whom, by the by, he meant to sell to the kidnappers, and set sail for the Caird's Cove he intended to lurk till nightfall in the wood adjoining to this place, which he thought was too near the habitation of men to excite the suspicion of Duncan Knock, then break into Butler's peaceful habitation, and flesh at once his appetite for plunder and revenge. When his villainy was accomplished, his boat was to convey him to the vessel, which, according to previous agreement with the master, was instantly to set sail. This desperate design would probably have succeeded, but for the ruffians being discovered in their lurking place by Sir George Stanton and Butler in their accidental walk from the Caird's Cove towards the manse, finding himself detected, and at the same time observing that the servant carried a casket or strongbox. Donaccia conceived that both his prize and his victims were within his power, and attacked the travelers without hesitation. Shots were fired, and swords drawn on both sides. Sir George Stanton offered the bravest resistance, till he fell, as there was too much reason to believe, by the hand of a son so long sought, and now at length so unhappily met. While Butler was half-stunned with this intelligence, the hoarse voice of Knockdunder added to his consternation. "I will take the liberty to take down the pell-ropes, Mr. Butler, as I must be taking order to hang these idle people up tomorrow morning, to teach them more consideration in their doings in future." Butler entreated him to remember the Act abolishing the heritable jurisdictions, and that he ought to send them to Glasgow or Inverary to be tried by the circuit. Duncan scorned the proposal. The Jurisdiction Act, he said, had nothing to do with the rebels, and specially not with Argyll's country, and he would hang the men up all 3 in one row before Coot Lady Stanton's windows, which would be a great comfort to her in the morning to see that the Coot gentleman, her husband, had been suitably avenged. And the utmost length that Butler's most earnest entreaties could prevail was that he would reserve the 2 pig carles for the circuit, but as for him, they cad the fussler, he should try how he could fussle in a swinging tow for it. Suldna be said that a gentleman friend to the Duke was killed in his country, and his people didna take at least 2 lives for ane. Butler entreated him to spare the victim for his soul's sake, but Knockdunder answered that the soul of such a scum had been long the Teffel's property, and that cot tam he was determined to give the Teffel his due. All persuasion was in vain, and Duncan issued his mandate for execution on the succeeding morning. The child of guilt and misery was separated from his companions, strongly pinioned, and committed to a separate room, of which the captain kept the key. In the silence of the night, however, Mrs. Butler arose, resolved, if possible, to avert, at least to delay, the fate which hung over her nephew, especially if upon conversing with him she should see any hope of his being brought to better temper. She had a master key that opened every lock in the house, and at midnight, when all was still, she stood before the eyes of the astonished young savage. As hard bound with cords he lay like a sheep designed for slaughter upon a quantity of the refuse of flax, which filled a corner in the apartment, amid features sunburnt, tawny, grimed with dirt, and obscured by his shaggy hair. Of a rusted black color, Jeanie tried in vain to trace the likeness of either of his very handsome parents, yet how could she refuse compassion to a creature so young, and so wretched, so much more wretched than even he himself could be aware of, since the murder he had too probably committed with his own hand, but in which he had at any rate participated, was in fact a parricide. She placed food on a table near him, raised him, and slacked the cords on his arms so as to permit him to feed himself. He stretched out his hands, still smeared with blood, perhaps that of his father, and he ate voraciously and in silence. "What is your first name?" said Jeanie, by way of opening the conversation. "The Whistler." "But your Christian name, by which you were baptized?" "I never was baptized, that I know of. I have no other name than the Whistler." "Poor unhappy abandoned lad," said Jeanie, "what would ye do if you could escape from this place, and the death you are to die tomorrow morning? Join why Rob Roy, or why Sergeant Moore Cameron, noted freebooters at that time, and revenge Donaccia's death on all and sundry." "Oh, ye unhappy boy," said Jeanie, "do ye ken What will come o ye when ye die? I shall neither feel cold nor hunger more, said the youth doggedly. To let him be execute in this dreadful state of mind would be to destroy both body and soul, and to let him gang I dare not what will be done. But he is my sister's son, me own nephew of flesh and blood, and his hands and feet are yerked as tight as cords can be drawn. Whistler, do the cords hurt you? Very much. But if I were to slacken them, you would harm me. No, I would not. You never harmed me or mine. There may be good in him, yet, thought Jeanie, I will try fair play with him. She cut his bonge, stood upright, looked round with a laugh of wild exultation, clapped his hands together, and sprung from the ground, as if in transport on finding himself at liberty. He looked so wild that Jeanie trembled at what she had done. Let me out, said the young savage. I wanna unless you promise. Then ill make you glad to let us both out. He seized the lighted candle and threw it among the flax, which was instantly in a flame. Jeanie screamed and ran out of the room. The prisoner rushed past her, through open a window in the passage, jumped into the garden, sprung over its enclosure, bounded through the woods like a deer, and gained the seashore. Meantime the fire was extinguished, but the prisoner was sought in vain. As Jeanie kept her own secret, the share she had in his escape was not discovered, but they learned his fate some time afterwards. It was as wild as his life had hitherto been. The anxious inquiries of Butler at length learned that the youth had gained the ship in which his master Donacha had designed to embark, but the avaricious shipmaster, inured by his evil trade to every species of treachery, and disappointed of the rich booty which Donacha had proposed to bring aboard, secured the person of the fugitive, and having transported him to America, sold him as a slave or indented servant to a Virginian planter far up the country. When these tidings reached Butler, he sent over to America a sufficient sum to redeem the lad from slavery, with instructions that measures should be taken for improving his mind, restraining his evil propensities, and encouraging whatever good might appear in his character. But this aid came too late. The young man had headed a conspiracy in which his inhuman master was put to death, and had then fled to the next tribe of wild Indians. He was never more heard of, and it may therefore be presumed that he lived and died after the manner of that savage people with whom his previous habits had well fitted him to associate. All hopes of the young man's reformation being now ended, Mr. and Mrs. Butler thought it could serve no purpose to explain to Lady Stanton a history so full of horror. She remained their guest more than a year, during the greater part of which period her grief was excessive. In the latter months, it assumed the appearance of listlessness and low spirits, which the monotony of her sister's quiet establishment afforded no means of dissipating. Effie, from her earliest youth, was never formed for a quiet low content. Far different from her sister, she required the dissipation of society to divert her sorrow or enhance her joy. She left the seclusion of nocturnality with tears of sincere affection, and after heaping its inmates with all she could think of that might be valuable in their eyes, but she did leave it, and when the anguish of the parting was over, her departure was a relief to both sisters. The family at the manse of nocturnality, in their own quiet happiness, heard of the well-doed and beautiful Lady Stanton resuming her place in the fashionable world. They learned it by more substantial proofs, for David received a commission, and as the military spirit of Bible Butler seemed to have revived in him, his good behavior qualified the envy of 500 young Highland cadets, come of good houses, who were astonished at the rapidity of his promotion. Reuben followed the law and rose more slowly, yet surely. Euphemia Butler, whose fortune, augmented by her aunt's generosity and added to her own beauty, rendered her no small prize, married a Highland laird, who never asked the name of her grandfather, and was loaded on the occasion with presents from Lady Stanton, which made her the envy of all the beauties in Dumbarton and Argyll shires. After blazing nearly 10 years in the fashionable world and hiding, like many of her compeers, an aching heart, with a gay demeanor, after declining repeated offers of the most respectable kind for a second matrimonial engagement, Lady Stanton betrayed the inward wound by retiring to the continent and taking up her abode in the convent where she had received her education. She never took the veil, but lived and died in severe seclusion. and in the practice of the Roman Catholic religion in all its formal observances, vigils, and austerities. Jeanie had so much of her father's spirit as to sorrow bitterly for this apostasy, and Butler joined in her regret. Yet any religion, however imperfect, he said, was better than cold skepticism or the hurrying din of dissipation, which fills the ears of worldlings until they care for none of these things. Meanwhile, happy in each other, in the prosperity of their family, and the love and honor of all who knew them, this simple pair lived beloved and died lamented. Jeanie Dean's Cottage. Reader, this tale will not be told in vain if it shall be found to illustrate the great truth that guilt, though it may attain temporal splendor, can never confer real happiness, that the evil consequences of our crimes long survive their commission, and like the ghosts of the murdered forever haunt the steps of the malefactor, and that the paths of virtue, though seldom those of worldly greatness, are always those of pleasantness and peace. L'Envoi, by Jedediah Cleshbotham. Thus concludeth the tale of the heart of Mid-Lothian, which hath filled more pages than I opine. The heart of Mid-Lothian is now no more, or rather, it is transferred to the extreme side of the city, even as the seer Jean-Baptiste Poquelin hath it in his pleasant comedy called La Médecine malgré lui, where the simulated doctor wittily replieth to a charge that he had placed the heart on the right side, instead of the left. Cella edate autrefois ainsi, mais nous avons changed tout cela, of which witty speech, if any reader shall demand the purport, I have only to respond that I teach the French, as well as the classical tongues, at the easy rate of 5 shillings per quarter, as my advertisements are periodically making known to the public. Notes to the heart of Mid-Lothian. Note author's connection with Quakerism. It is an old proverb that many a true word is spoken in jest. The existence of Walter Scott, third son of Sir William Scott of Harden, is instructed, as it is called by a charter, under the great seal domino Willielmo Scott de Harden Militi, et Waltero Scott, seu filio legitimo tertio genito terrarum de Roberton. See Douglas Baronage, page 215. The munificent old gentleman left all his 4 sons considerable estates, and settled those of Eilrig and Reburn, together with valuable possessions around Lesuden, upon Walter, his 3rd son, who is ancestor of the Scots of Reburn, and of the author of Waverley. He appears to have become a convert to the doctrine of the Quakers or Friends, and a great asserter of their peculiar tenets. This was probably at the time when George Fox, the celebrated apostle of the sect, made an expedition into the south of Scotland about 1657, on which occasion he boasts that as he first set his horse's feet upon Scottish ground, he felt the seed of grace to sparkle about him like innumerable sparks of fire. Upon the same occasion, probably Sir Gideon Scott of Highchester, 2nd son of Sir William, immediate elder brother of Walter, and ancestor of the author's friend and kinsman, the present representative of the family of Harden, also embraced the tenets of Quakerism. This last convert, Gideon, entered into a controversy with the Rev. James Kirkton, author of The Secret and True History of the Church of Scotland, which is noticed by my ingenious friend Mr. Charles Kirkpatrick Sharp, in his valuable and curious edition of that work, 4 to 1817, Sir William Scott, eldest of the brothers, remained amid the defection of his 2 younger brethren, an orthodox member of the Presbyterian Church, and used such means for reclaiming Walter of Reburn from his heresy as savored far more of persecution than persuasion. In this, he was assisted by Mac Dougal of Mackerston, brother to Isabella Mac Dougal, the wife of the said Walter, and who, like her husband, had conformed to the Quaker tenets. The interest possessed by Sir William Scott and Mackerston was powerful enough to procure the 2 following acts of the Privy Council of Scotland, directed against Walter of Reburn as an heretic, and convert to Quakerism, appointing him to be imprisoned first in Edinburgh jail, and then in that of Jedburgh, and his children to be taken by force from the society and direction of their parents, and educated at a distance from them, besides the assignment of a sum for their maintenance sufficient in those times to be burdensome to a moderate Scottish estate. Apud Edin Vidsimo Junii 1665. The Lords of His Majesty's Privy Council having received information that Scott of Reburn and Isabel MacDougall, his wife being infected with the error of Quakerism, do endeavour to braid and trains up William Walter and Isabel Scots their children in the same profession do, therefore, give order and command to Sir William Scott of Harden, the said Reburn's brother, to separate and take away the said's children from the custody and society of the said's parents, and to cause educate and bring them up in his own house or any other convenient place, and ordains letters to be direct at the said Sir William's instance against Reburn for a maintenance to the said's children, and that the said Sir W.M. give an account of his diligence with all conveniency. Edinburgh, 5th July 1666. Anent a petition presented by Sir W.M. Scott of Harden for himself, and in name and behalf of the 3 children of Walter Scott of Reburn his brother, showing that the Lords of Council, by an act of the 22d day of Jeanie 1665, did grant power and warrant to the petitioner to separate and take away Reburn's children from his family and education, and to breed them in some convenient place where they might be free from all infection in their younger years from the principles of Quakerism, and for maintenance of the said's children did ordain letters to be direct against Reburn, and seeing the petitioner in obedience to the said order did take away the said's children, being 2 sons and a daughter. And after some pains taken upon them in his own family, he sent them to the city of Glasgow to be bred at schools, and there to be principled with the knowledge of the true religion, and that it is necessary the council determine what shall be the maintenance for which Reburn's 3 children may be charged, as likewise that Reburn himself being now in the Tolbooth of Edinburgh, where he daily converses with all the Quakers who are prisoners there, and others daily resort to them, whereby he is hardened in his pernicious opinions and principles, without all hope of recovery, unless he be separate from such pernicious company. Humbly therefore disarrange that the council might determine upon the sum of money to be paid by Reburn for the education of his children to the petitioner, who will be countable therefore, and that, in order to his conversion, the place of his imprisonment may be changed. The lords of his Maj Privy Council, having at length heard and considered the foresaid petition, do modify the sum of £2,000 Scots to be paid yearly at the terms of Whitsunday be the said Walter Scott of Reburn, firth of his estate, to the petitioner for the entertainment and education of the said children, beginning the first term's payment thereof at Whitsunday last for the half year preceding, and so forth yearly at the said term of Whitsunday in Tim coming till further orders, and ordains the said Walter Scott of Reburn to be transported from the Tolbooth of Edinburgh to the prison of Jedburgh, where his friends and others may have occasion to convert him, and to the effect he may be secured from the practice of other Quakers. The said lords do hereby discharge the magistrates of Jedburgh to suffer any persons suspect of these principles to have access to him, and in case any contravene, that they secure the persons till they be therefore punished, and ordains letters to be direct thereupon in form as effies. Both the sons, thus harshly separated from their father, proved good scholars. The eldest William, who carried on the line of Reburn, was, like his father, a deep Orientalist. The younger Walter became a good classical scholar, a great friend and correspondent of the celebrated Dr. Pitcairn, and a Jacobite so distinguished for zeal that he made a vow never to shave his beard till the restoration of the exiled family. This last Walter Scott was the author's great-grandfather. There is yet another link betwixt the author and the simple-minded and excellent society of friends, through a proselyte of much more importance than Walter Scott of Reburn, the celebrated John Swinton of Swinton, 19th Baron, in descent of that ancient and once powerful family was with Sir William Lockhart, the person whom Cromwell chiefly trusted in the management of the Scottish affairs during his usurpation. After the Restoration, Swinton was devoted as a victim to the new order of things, and was brought down in the same vessel which conveyed the Marquis of Argyll to Edinburgh, where that nobleman was tried and executed. Swinton was destined to the same fate. He had assumed the habit and entered into the society of the Quakers, and appeared as one of their number before the Parliament of Scotland. He renounced all legal defence, though several pleas were opened to him, and answered in conformity to the principles of his sect, that at the time these crimes were imputed to him, he was in the gall of bitterness and bond of iniquity, but that God Almighty, having since called him to the light, he saw and acknowledged these errors, and did not refuse to pay the forfeit of them, even though in the judgment of the Parliament it should extend to life itself. Respect to fallen greatness, and to the patience and calm resignation with which a man once in high power expressed himself under such a change of fortune, found Swinton friends, family connections, and some interested considerations of Middleton. The commissioner joined to procure his safety, and he was dismissed, but after a long imprisonment and much dilapidation of his estates. It is said that Swinton's admonitions while confined in the castle of Edinburgh had a considerable share in converting to the tenets of the Friends Colonel David Barclay, then lying there in the garrison. This was the father of Robert Barclay, author of the celebrated Apology for the Quakers. It may be observed among the inconsistencies of human nature that Kirkton Wodrow and other Presbyterian authors, who have detailed the sufferings of their own sect for nonconformity with the established church, censure the government of the time for not exerting the civil power against the peaceful enthusiasts we have treated of, and some express particular chagrin at the escape of Swinton. Whatever might be his motives for assuming the tenets of the Friends, the old man retained them faithfully till the close of his life. Jean Swinton, granddaughter of Sir John Swinton, son of Judge Swinton, as the Quaker was usually termed, was mother of Anne Rutherford, the author's mother. And thus, as in the play of the Anti-Jacobin, the ghost of the author's grandmother having arisen to speak the epilogue, it is full time to conclude, lest the reader should remonstrate that his desire to know the author of Waverley never included a wish to be acquainted with his whole ancestry. Note B. Tombstone to Helen Walker. On Helen Walker's tombstone in Irongray Churchyard, Dumfriesshire, there is engraved the following epitaph written by Sir Walter Scott. This stone was erected by the author of Waverley to the memory of Helen Walker, who died in the year of God, 1791. This humble individual practiced, in real life, the virtues with which fiction has invested the imaginary character of Jeanie Deans, refusing the slightest departure from veracity, even to save the life of a sister. She nevertheless showed her kindness and fortitude in rescuing her from the severity of the law, at the expense of personal exertions, which the time rendered as difficult as the motive was laudable. Respect the grave of poverty, when combined with love of truth and dear affection. Erected October 1831. Note Roman 100, the Old Tolbooth. The ancient Tolbooth of Edinburgh, situated as described in this chapter, was built by the citizens in 1561 and destined for the accommodation of Parliament as well as of the High Courts of Justice, and at the same time for the confinement of prisoners for debt or on criminal charges. Since the year 1640, when the present Parliament House was erected, the Tolbooth was occupied as a prison only. This is not so certain. Few persons now living are likely to remember the interior of the old Tolbooth, with narrow staircase, thick walls, and small apartments, nor to imagine that it could ever have been used for these purposes. Robert Chambers, in his Minor Antiquities of Edinburgh, has preserved ground plans or sections, which clearly show this largest hall was on the second floor, and measuring 27 feet by 20 and 12 feet high. it may have been intended for the meetings of town council, while the Parliament assembled after 1560 in what was called the Upper Talbooth, that is the southwest portion of the Collegiate Church of St. Giles, until the year 1640, when the present Parliament House was completed, being no longer required for such a purpose. It was set apart by the Town Council on the 24th December 1641 as a distinct church with the name of the Talbooth Parish, and therefore could not have derived the name from its vicinity to the Talbooth as usually stated. Gloomy and dismal, as it was, the situation in the centre of the High Street rendered it so particularly well-aired that when the plague laid waste the city in 1645, it affected none within these melancholy precincts. The Talbooth was removed, with the mass of buildings in which it was incorporated, in the autumn of the year 1817. At that time, the kindness of his old schoolfellow and friend Robert Johnstone, Esquire, then Dean of Guild of the city, with the liberal acquiescence of the persons who had contracted for the work, procured for the author of Waverley the stones which composed the gateway, together with the door and its ponderous fastenings, which he employed in decorating the entrance of his kitchen court at Abbotsford. To such base offices may we return the application of these relies of the heart of Mid-Lothian to serve as the postern gate to a court of modern offices, may be justly ridiculed as whimsical, but yet it is not without interest that we see the gateway through which so much of the stormy politics of a rude age and the vice and misery of later times had found their passage, now occupied in the service of rural economy. Last year, to complete the change, a tomtit was pleased to build her nest within the lock of the Talbooth. A strong temptation to have committed a sonnet had the author, like Tony Lumpkin, been in a concatenation accordingly. It is worth mentioning that an act of beneficence celebrated the demolition of the heart of Mid-Lothian. A subscription raised and applied by the worthy magistrate above mentioned procured the manumission of most of the unfortunate debtors confined in the old jail, so that there were few or none transferred to the new place of confinement. The figure of a heart upon the pavement between St. Giles Church and the Edinburgh County Hall now marks the site of the old Talbooth. Note D. Porteous Mob. The following interesting and authentic account of the inquiries made by Crown Counsel into the affair of the Porteous Mob seems to have been drawn up by the Solicitor General. The office was held in 1737 by Charles Erskine Esk. I owe this curious illustration to the kindness of a professional friend. It throws indeed little light on the origin of the tumult, but shows how profound the darkness must have been which so much investigation could not dispel. Upon the 7th of September last, when the unhappy wicked murder of Captain Porteous was committed, His Majesty's advocate and solicitor were out of town, the first beyond Inverness, and the other in Annandale, not far from Carlisle. Neither of them knew anything of the reprieve, nor did they in the least suspect that any disorder was to happen. When the disorder happened, the magistrates and other persons concerned in the management of the town seemed to be all struck of a heap, and whether from the great terror that had seized all the inhabitants they thought an immediate inquiry would be fruitless, or whether, being a direct insult upon the prerogative of the Crown, they did not care rashly to intermeddle, but no proceedings was had by them. Only soon after an express was sent to His Majesty's solicitor, who came to town as soon as was possible for him. But in the meantime, the persons who had been most guilty had either ran off, or at least kept themselves upon the wing, until they should see what steps were taken by the government. When the solicitor arrived, he perceived the whole inhabitants under a consternation. He had no materials furnished him, nay, the inhabitants were so much afraid of being reputed informers that very few people had so much as the courage to speak with him on the streets. However, having received Her Majesty's orders by a letter from the Duke of Newcastle, he resolved to set about the matter in earnest, and entered upon an inquiry. Groping in the dark, he had no assistance from the magistrates worth mentioning, but called witness after witness in the privatest manner before himself in his own house, and for 6 weeks' time, from morning to evening, went on in the inquiry without taking the least diversion or turning his thoughts to any other business. He tried at first what he could do by declarations, by engaging secrecy so that those who told the truth should never be discovered made use of no clerk, but wrote all the declarations with his own hand to encourage them to speak out. After all, for some time, he could get nothing but ends of stories which when pursued broke off, and those who appeared and knew anything of the matter were under the utmost terror, lest it should take air that they had mentioned any one man as guilty. During the course of the inquiry, the run of the town, which was strong for the villainous actors, begun to alter a little, and when they saw the king's servants in earnest to do their best, the generality who before had spoke very warmly in defense of the wickedness began to be silent, and at that period more of the criminals began to abscond. At length the inquiry began to open a little, and the solicitor was under some difficulty how to proceed. He very well saw that the first warrant that was issued out would start the whole gang, and as he had not come at any of the most notorious offenders, he was unwilling upon the slight evidence he had to begin. However, upon notice given him by General Moyle that one King, a butcher in the Canongate, had boasted in presence of Bridget Nell, a soldier's wife, the morning after Captain Porteous was hanged, that he had a very active hand in the mob, a warrant was issued out, and King was apprehended and imprisoned in the Canongate tolbooths. This obliged the solicitor immediately to take up those against whom he had any information by a signed declaration. William Sterling, apprentice to James Sterling, merchant in Edinburgh, was charged as having been at the Netherbow after the gates were shut with a lochaber or halbert in his hand, and having begun a huzzah marched upon the head of the mob towards the guard. James Braidwood, son to a candlemaker in town, was by a signed declaration charged as having been at the Tolbooth door giving directions to the mob about setting fire to the door, and that the mob named him by his name and asked his advice. By another declaration, one Stoddart, a journeyman smith, was charged of having boasted publicly in a smith's shop at Leith that he had assisted in breaking open the Tolbooth. Peter Trail, a journeyman wright, by one of the declarations, was also accused of having locked the Netherbow port when it was shut by the mob. His Majesty's solicitor, having these informations, implored privately such persons as he could best rely on, and the truth was there were very few in whom he could repose confidence, but he was indeed faithfully served by one Webster, a soldier in the Welsh Fusiliers, recommended him by Lieutenant Ashton, who with very great address informed himself and really run some risque in getting his information concerning the places where the persons informed against used to haunt, and how they might be seized, in consequence of which a party of the guard from the Canongate was agreed on to march up at a certain hour, when a message should be sent. The solicitor wrote a letter and gave it to one of the town officers ordered to attend Captain Maitland, one of the town captains promoted to that command since the unhappy accident, who indeed was extremely diligent and active throughout the whole, and having got Sterling and Braidwood apprehended, dispatched the officer with the letter to the military in the Canongate, who immediately begun their march, and by the time the solicitor had half examined the said two persons in the borough-room, where the magistrates were present, a party of 50 men, drums beating, marched into the Parliament Close, and drew up, which was the first thing that struck a terror, and from that time forward the insolence was succeeded by fear. Sterling and Braidwood were immediately sent to the castle, and imprisoned. That same night Stoddart the smith was seized, and he was committed to the castle also, as was likewise Trail, the journeyman wright, who were all severally examined, and denied the least accession. In the meantime the inquiry was going on, and it having cast up in one of the declarations that a humped-backed creature marched with a gun as one of the guards to Porteous, when he went up to the Lawn Market, the person who omitted this declaration was employed to walk the streets to see if he could find him out. At last he came to the solicitor and told him he had found him and that he was in a certain house, whereupon a warrant was issued out against him, and he was apprehended and sent to the castle, and he proved to be one Burney, a helper to the Countess of Wemyss, coachman. Thereafter an information was given in against William M. Lochlin, F. footman, to the said Countess, he having been very active in the mob, for some time he kept himself out of the way, but at last he was apprehended, and likewise committed to the castle. And these were all the prisoners who were put under confinement in that place. There were other persons imprisoned in the Tolbooth of Edinburgh and Severalls, against whom warrants were issued, but could not be apprehended, whose names and cases shall afterwards be more particularly taken notice of. The Friends of Stirling made an application to the Earl of Islay Lord Justice General, setting forth that he was seized with a bloody flux, that his life was in danger, and that upon an examination of witnesses whose names were given in it, would appear to conviction that he had not the least access to any of the riotous proceedings of that wicked mob. This petition was by his lordship put in the hands of his Majesty's solicitor, who examined the witnesses, and by their testimonies it appeared that the young man, who was not above 18 years of age, was that night in company with about half a dozen companions in a public house in Stephen Law's Close, near the back of the guard, where they all remained until the noise came to the house that the mob had shut the gates and seized the guard, upon which the company broke up, and he and one of his companions went towards his master's house, and in the course of the after-examination there was a witness who declared, nay, indeed swore, for the solicitor by this time saw it necessary to put those he examined upon oath, that he met him Stirling after he entered into the alley where his master lives, going towards his house, and another witness, fellow prentice, with Stirling, declares that after the mob had seized the guard, he went home, where he found Stirling before him, and that his master locked the door and kept them both at home till after 12 at night, upon weighing of which testimonies and upon consideration, had that he was charged by the declaration only of one person, who really did not appear to be a witness of the greatest weight, and that his life was in danger from the imprisonment, he was admitted to bail by the Lord Justice General, by whose warrant he was committed. Braidwood's friends applied in the same manner, but as he stood charged by more than one witness, he was not released, though, indeed, the witnesses adduced for him say somewhat in his exculpation that he does not seem to have been upon any original concert, and one of the witnesses says he was along with him at the Tolbooth door, and refuses what is said against him with regard to his having advised the burning of the Tolbooth door, but he remains still in prison. As to Trail the journeyman Wright, he is charged by the same witness who declared against Stirling, and there is none concurs with him, and to say the truth concerning him, he seemed to be the most ingenuous of any of them whom the solicitor examined, and pointed out a witness, by whom one of the first accomplices was discovered, and who escaped when the warrant was to be put in execution against them. He positively denies his having shut the gate, and thought Trail ought to be admitted to bail. As to Burney, he is charged only by one witness, who had never seen him before nor knew his name, so though I dare say the witness honestly mentioned him, 'tis possible he may be mistaken, and in the examination of above 200 witnesses, there is no body concurs with him, and he is an insignificant little creature. With regard to Lothian, the proof is strong against him by one witness that he acted as a sergeant or sort of commander for some time of a guard that stood cross between the upper end of the Lucken booths and the north side of the street, to stop all but friends from going towards the Tolbooth, and by other witnesses that he was at the Tolbooth door with a link in his hand. While the operation of beating and burning it was going on, that he went along with the mob with a halbert in his hand, until he came to the gallows stone in the Grassmarket, and that he stuck the halbert into the hole of the gallows stone, that afterwards he went in amongst the mob, when Captain Porteous was carried to the Dyer's Tree, so that the proof seems very heavy against him. To sum up this matter with regard to the prisoners in the Castle Tees, believed there is strong proof against Lothian, there is also proof against Braidwood, but as it consists only in a mission of words, said to have been had by him while at the Tolbooth door, and that he is an insignificant pitiful creature, and will find people to swear heartily in his favours, 'tis at best doubtful whether a jury will be got to condemn him. As to those in the Tolbooth of Edinburgh, John Crawford, who had for some time been employed to ring the bells in the steeple of the new church of Edinburgh, being in company with a soldier accidentally, the discourse falling in concerning the Captain Porteous and his murder, as he appears to be a light-headed fellow, he said that he knew people that were more guilty than any that were put in prison. Upon this information, Crawford was seized, and being examined, it appeared that when the mob begun, as he was coming down from the steeple, the mob took the keys from him that he was that night in several corners, and did indeed delate several persons whom he saw there, and immediately warrants were dispatched, and it was found they had absconded and fled, but there was no evidence against him of any kind, nay, on the contrary. It appeared that he had been with the magistrates in clerks, the vintners relating to them what he had seen in the streets. Therefore, after having detained him in prison for a very considerable time, His Majesty's advocate and solicitor signed a warrant for his liberation. There was also one James Wilson incarcerated in the said Tolbooth upon the declaration of one witness, who said he saw him on the streets with a gun, and there he remained for some time in order to try if a concurring witness could be found, or that he acted any part in the tragedy and wickedness, but nothing farther appeared against him, and being seized with a severe sickness, he is by a warrant signed by His Majesty's advocate and solicitor liberated upon giving sufficient bail. As to King, inquiry was made, and the fact comes out beyond all exception that he was in the lodge at the Netherbow with Lindsay the waiter and several other people not at all concerned in the mob. But after the affair was over, he went up towards the guard, and having met with Sandy the Turk and his wife, who escaped out of prison, they returned to his house at the Abbey, and then 'tis very possible he may have thought fit in his beer to boast of villainy, in which he could not possibly have any share. For that reason he was desired to find bail, and he should be set at liberty, but he is a stranger and a fellow of very indifferent character, and 'tis believed it won't be easy for him to find bail, wherefore it's thought he must be set at liberty without it, because he is a burden upon the government, while kept in confinement, not being able to maintain himself. What is above is all that relates to persons in custody, but there are warrants out against a great many other persons, who had fled, particularly against one William White, a journeyman Baxter, who by the evidence appears to have been at the beginning of the mob, and to have gone along with the drum from the Westport to the Netherbow, and is said to have been one of those who attacked the guard, and probably was as deep as anyone there. Information was given that he was lurking at Falkirk, where he was born, whereupon directions were sent to the sheriff of the county, and a warrant from His Excellency General Wade to the commanding officers at Stirling and Linlithgow to assist, and all possible endeavors were used to catch hold of him, and 'tis said he escaped very narrowly, having been concealed in some outhouse, and the misfortune was that those who were employed in the search did not know him personally, nor indeed was it easy to trust any of the acquaintances of so low, obscure a fellow with the secret of the warrant to be put in execution. There was also strong evidence found against Robert Taylor's servant to William and Charles Thompson's periwigmakers that he acted as an officer among the mob, and he was traced from the guard to the well at the head of Forrester's Wynd, where he stood and had the appellation of captain from the mob, and from that walking down the bow before Captain Porteous with his Lochaber axe, and by the description given of one who hauled the rope, by which Captain Porteous was pulled up, 'tis believed Taylor was the person, and 'tis farther probable that the witness who debated Stirling had mistaken Taylor for him, their stature and age, so far as can be gathered from the description, being the same. A great deal of pains were taken, and no charge was saved in order to have catched hold of this Taylor, and warrants were sent to the country where he was born, but it appears he had shipped himself off for Holland, where it is said he now is. There is strong evidence also against Thomas Burns Butcher that he was an active person from the beginning of the mob to the end of it. He lurked for some time amongst those of his trade, and artfully enough a train was laid to catch him under pretence of a message that had come from his father in Ireland, so that he came to a blind alehouse in the Fleshmarket Close, and a party being ready was by Webster the soldier, who was upon this exploit advertised to come down. However, Burns escaped out at a back window, and hid himself in some of the houses which are heaped together upon one another in that place, so that it was not possible to catch him. 'Tis now said he is gone to Ireland to his father, who lives there. There is evidence also against one Robert Anderson, journeyman and servant to Colin Allison Wright, and against Thomas Linnan and James Maxwell, both servants also to the said Colin Allison, who all seem to have been deeply concerned in the matter. Anderson is one of those who put the rope upon Captain Porteous' neck. Linnan seems also to have been very active, and Maxwell, which is pretty remarkable, is proven to have come to a shop upon the Friday before, and charged the journeymen and prentices there to attend in the Parliament Close on Tuesday night, to assist to hang Captain Porteous. These three did early abscond, and though warrants had been issued out against them, and all endeavours used to apprehend them, could not be found. One Waldy, a servant to George Campbell Wright, has also absconded, and many others, and T's informed that numbers of them have shipped themselves off for the plantations, and upon an information that a ship was going off from Glasgow, in which several of the rogues were to transport themselves beyond seas, proper warrants were obtained, and persons dispatched to search the said ship, and seize any that can be found. The like warrants had been issued with regard to ships from Leith, but whether they had been scarred, or whether the information had been groundless, they had no effect. This is a summary of the inquiry from which it appears there is no proof on which one can rely, but against Mid-Lothian there is a proof also against Braidwood, but more exceptionable his Majesty's advocate, since he came to town, has joined with the solicitor, and has done his utmost to get at the bottom of this matter, but hitherto it stands as is above represented. They are resolved to have their eyes and their ears open, and to do what they can, but they laboured exceedingly against the stream, and it may truly be said that nothing was wanting on their part, nor have they declined any labour to answer the commands laid upon them to search the matter to the bottom. The Porteous mob. In the preceding chapters, Roman 1 to Roman 6, the circumstances of that extraordinary riot and conspiracy called the Porteous mob are given with as much accuracy as the author was able to collect them. The order, regularity, and determined resolution with which such a violent action was devised and executed were only equalled by the secrecy which was observed concerning the principal actors. Although the fact was performed by torchlight and in presence of a great multitude, to some of whom at least the individual actors must have been known, yet no discovery was ever made concerning any of the perpetrators of the slaughter. 2 men only were brought to trial for an offence which the government was so anxious to detect and punish: William Mid-Lothian, footman to the Countess of Wemyss, who is mentioned in the report of the Solicitor General, against whom strong evidence had been obtained, was brought to trial in March 1737, charged as having been accessory to the riot armed with a Lochaber axe, but this man, who was at all times a silly creature, proved that he was in a state of mortal intoxication during the time he was present with the rabble, incapable of giving them either advice or assistance, or indeed of knowing what he or they were doing. He was also able to prove that he was forced into the riot and upheld, while there by 2 bakers who put a Lochaber axe into his hand. The jury, wisely judging this poor creature could be no proper subject of punishment, found the panel not guilty. The same verdict was given in the case of Thomas Linning, also mentioned in the solicitor's memorial, who was tried in 1738. In short, neither then nor for a long period afterwards was anything discovered relating to the organization of the Porteous plot. The imagination of the people of Edinburgh was long irritated, and their curiosity kept awake by the mystery attending this extraordinary conspiracy. It was generally reported of such natives of Edinburgh as, having left the city in youth, returned with a fortune amassed in foreign countries, that they had originally fled on account of their share in the Porteous mob. But little credit can be attached to these surmises, as in most of the cases they are contradicted by dates, and in none supported by anything but vague rumors grounded on the ordinary wish of the vulgar to impute the success of prosperous men to some unpleasant source. The secret history of the Porteous mob has been, till this day, unraveled, and it has always been quoted as a close, daring, and calculated act of violence, of a nature peculiarly characteristic of the Scottish people. Nevertheless, the author for a considerable time nourished hopes to have found himself enabled to throw some light on this mysterious story. An old man who died about 20 years ago at the advanced age of 93 was said to have made a communication to the clergyman who attended upon his deathbed respecting the origin of the Porteous mob. This person followed the trade of a carpenter and had been employed as such on the estate of a family of opulence and condition. His character in his line of life and amongst his neighbours was excellent, and never underwent the slightest suspicion, his confession was said to have been to the following purpose: that he was one of 12 young men belonging to the village of Pathhead, whose animosity against Porteous, on account of the execution of Wilson, was so extreme that they resolved to execute vengeance on him with their own hands, rather than he should escape punishment. With this resolution, they crossed the Forth at different ferries, and rendezvoused at the suburb called Portsburg, where their appearance in a body soon called numbers around them. The public mind was in such a state of irritation that it only wanted a single spark to create an explosion, and this was afforded by the exertions of the small and determined band of associates. The appearance of premeditation and order, which distinguished the riot according to his account, had its origin not in any previous plan or conspiracy, but in the character of those who were engaged in it. The story also serves to show why nothing of the origin of the riot has ever been discovered, since though in itself a great conflagration, its source, according to this account, was from an obscure and apparently inadequate cause. I have been disappointed, however, in obtaining the evidence on which this story rests. The present proprietor of the estate on which the old man died, a particular friend of the author, undertook to question the son of the deceased on the subject. This person follows his father's trade and holds the employment of carpenter to the same family. He admits that his father's going abroad at the time of the Porteous mob was popularly attributed to his having been concerned in that affair, but adds that so far as is known to him, the old man had never made any confession to that effect, and on the contrary, had uniformly denied being present. My kind friend therefore had recourse to a person from whom he had formerly heard the story, but who, either from respect to an old friend's memory or from failure of his own, happened to have forgotten that ever such a communication was made. So my obliging correspondent, who is a fox hunter, wrote to me that he was completely planted, and all that can be said with respect to the tradition is that it certainly once existed and was generally believed. N.B. The Rev. Dr. Carlyle, minister of Inveresk, in his autobiography, gives some interesting particulars relating to the Porteous mob from personal recollections. He happened to be present in the Talbooth church when Robertson made his escape, and also at the execution of Wilson in the Grassmarket, when Captain Porteous fired upon the mob, and several persons were killed. Edinburgh, 1868, Vo. pp. 30-42. Note: Carsfarn John. John Semple, called Carsfarn John, because minister of the parish in Galloway so called, was a Presbyterian clergyman of singular piety and great zeal, of whom Patrick Walker records the following passage: that night after his wife died, he spent the whole ensuing night in prayer and meditation in his garden. The next morning, one of his elders, coming to see him and lamenting his great loss and want of rest, he replied, "I declare, I have not all night had one thought of the death of my wife. I have been so taken up in meditating on heavenly things. I have been this night on the banks of Ulai, plucking an apple here and there." Walker's remarkable passages of the life and death of Mr. John Semple. Note: F. Peter Walker. This personage, whom it would be base ingratitude in the author to pass over without some notice, was by far the most zealous and faithful collector and recorder of the actions and opinions of the Cameronians. He resided, while stationary, at the Bristow port of Edinburgh, but was by trade an itinerant merchant or peddler, which profession he seems to have exercised in Ireland, as well as Britain. He composed biographical notices of Alexander Pedden, John Semple, John Wellwood, and Richard Cameron, all ministers of the Cameronian persuasion, to which the last mentioned member gave the name. It is from such tracts as these, written in the sense, feeling, and spirit of the sect, and not from the sophisticated narratives of a later period, that the real character of the persecuted class is to be gathered. Walker writes with a simplicity which sometimes slides into the burlesque, and sometimes attains a tone of simple pathos, but always expressing the most daring confidence in his own correctness of creed and sentiments, sometimes with narrow-minded and disgusting bigotry. His turn for the marvelous was that of his time and sect, but there is little room to doubt his veracity concerning whatever he quotes on his own knowledge. His small tracts now bring a very high price, especially the earlier and authentic editions. The tirade against dancing pronounced by David Deans is as intimated in the text, partly borrowed from Peter Walker. He notices as a foul reproach upon the name of Richard Cameron that his memory was vituperated by pipers and fiddlers playing the Cameronian march-carnal vain springs, which too many professors of religion dance, to a practice unbecoming the professors of Christianity to dance to any spring, but somewhat more to this, whatever he proceeds, be the many foul blots recorded of the saints. In Scripture none of them is charged with this regular fit of distraction. We find it has been practiced by the wicked and profane, as the dancing at that brutish base action of the calf-making. And it had been good for that unhappy lass, who danced off the head of John the Baptist, that she had been born cripple and never drawn a limb. To her historians say that her sin was written upon her judgment, who some time thereafter was dancing upon the ice, and it broke and snapped the head off her. Her head danced above, and her feet beneath. There is ground to think and conclude that when the world's wickedness was great, dancing at their marriages was practiced, but when the heavens above and the earth beneath were let loose upon them with that overflowing flood, their mirth was soon stayed. And when the Lord in holy justice rained fire and brimstone from heaven upon that wicked people and city Sodom, enjoying fullness of bread and idleness, their fiddle strings and hands went all in a flame, and the whole people in 30 miles of length and 10 of breadth, as historians say, were all made to fry in their skins. And at the end, whoever are giving in marriages and dancing, when all will go in a flame, they will quickly change their note. I have often wondered through my life, how any that ever knew what it was to bow a knee in earnest to pray durst crook a hoe to fike, and fling at a piper's and fiddler's springs. I bless the Lord that ordered my lot so in my dancing days, that made the fear of the bloody rope and bullets to my neck, and had the pain of boots thumikins, irons cold, and hunger wetness and weariness, to stop the lightness of my head, and the wantonness of my feet, what the never-to-be-forgotten man of God John Knox said to Queen Mary, when she gave him that sharp challenge which would strike our mean-spirited tongue-tacked ministers dumb, for his giving public faithful warning of the danger of the church and nation through her marrying the Dauphin of France, when he left her bubbling and greeting, and came to an outer court where her Lady Marys were fiking and dancing. He said, "O brave ladies, a brave world, if it would last, and heaven at the hinder end, but fie upon the knave death that will seize upon those bodies of yours, and where will all your fiddling and flinging be? Then dancing being such a common evil, especially amongst young professors, that all the lovers of the Lord should hate, has caused me to insist the more upon it, especially that foolish spring the Cameronian march-life, and death of 3 famous worthies, etc., collected and printed for Patrick Walker Edin, 1727-12, Mo p. 59. It may be here observed that some of the milder class of Cameronians made a distinction between the two sexes dancing separately and allowed of it as a healthy and not unlawful exercise. But when men and women mingled in sport, it was then called promiscuous dancing and considered as a scandalous enormity. Note G. Mushat's Cairn. Nicol Mushat, a debauched and profligate wretch, having conceived a hatred against his wife, entered into a conspiracy with another brutal libertine and gambler named Campbell of Burnbank, repeatedly mentioned in Penicuic's satirical poems of the time, by which Campbell undertook to destroy the woman's character, so as to enable Mushat on false pretenses to obtain a divorce from her. The brutal devices to which these worthy accomplices resorted for that purpose, having failed, they endeavored to destroy her by administering medicine of a dangerous kind and in extraordinary quantities. This purpose also failing, Nicol Mushat, or Mushet, did finally, on the 17th October 1720, carry his wife under cloud of night to the King's Park, adjacent to what is called the Duke's Walk near Holyrood Palace, and there took her life by cutting her throat almost quite through, and inflicting other wounds. He pleaded guilty to the indictment, for which he suffered death. His associate Campbell was sentenced to transportation for his share in the previous conspiracy. See Maclaurin's Criminal Case 64 and 738. In memory, and at the same time execration of the deed, a cairn or pile of stones long marked the spot. It is now almost totally removed, in consequence of an alteration on the road in that place. Note H. Hangman or Lockman. Lochman so called from the small quantity of meal Scottish loch, which he was entitled to take out of every bowl exposed to market in the city in Edinburgh. The duty has been very long commuted, but in Dumfries, the finisher of the law still exercises, or did lately exercise his privilege, the quantity taken being regulated by a small iron ladle which he uses as the measure of his perquisite. The expression loch, for a small quantity of any readily divisible dry substance, as corn meal, flax, or the like, is still preserved not only popularly, but in a legal description as the loch and gowpen, or small quantity, and handful payable in thirlage cases, as in town multure. Note Roman 1, the ferry boy of Leith. This legend was in former editions inaccurately said to exist in Baxter's World of Spirits, but is in fact to be found in Pandemonium, or the Devil's Cloister, being a further blow to modern Sadduceeism, by Richard Bovitt Gentleman 12, Mo 1684. The work is inscribed to Dr. Henry Moore. The story is entitled A Remarkable Passage of one named the Ferry Boy of Leith in Scotland, given me by my worthy friend Captain George Burton, and attested under his hand, and is as follows. About 15 years, since having business that detained me for some time in Leith, which is near Edinburgh in the Kingdom of Scotland, I often met some of my acquaintance at a certain house there, where we used to drink a glass of wine for our refection. The woman which kept the house was of honest reputation amongst the neighbours, which made me give the more attention to what she told me one day about a ferry boy, as they called him, who lived about that town. She had given me so strange an account of him that I desired her I might see him the first opportunity which she promised. And not long after passing that way she told me there was the ferry boy but a little before I came by, and casting her eye into the street said, "Look, you sir, yonder he is at play with those other boys." And designing him to me, I went, and by smooth words and a piece of money got him to come into the house with me, where in the presence of divers people I demanded of him several astrological questions, which he answered with great subtlety, and through all his discourse carried it with a cunning much beyond his years, which seemed not to exceed 10 or 11. He seemed to make a motion, like drumming upon the table with his fingers, upon which I asked him whether he could beat a drum, to which he replied, "Yes, sir, as well as any man in Scotland, for every Thursday night I beat all points to a sort of people that used to meet under yon hill, pointing to the great hill between Edinburgh and Leith." "How, boy," quoth I, "what company have you there?" "There are, sir," said he, "a great company, both of men and women, and they are entertained with many sorts of music, besides my drum. They have besides plenty variety of meats and wine, and many times we are carried into France or Holland in a night and return again, and whilst we are there we enjoy all the pleasures the country doth afford." I demanded of him how they got under that hill, to which he replied that there were a great pair of gates that opened to them, though they were invisible to others, and that within there were brave large rooms, as well accommodated as most in Scotland. I then asked him how I should know what he said to be true, upon which he told me he would read my fortune, saying I should have 2 wives, and that he saw the forms of them sitting on my shoulders, that both would be very handsome women. As he was thus speaking, a woman of the neighbourhood, coming into the room, demanded of him what her fortune should be. He told her that she had 2 bastards before she was married, which put her in such a rage that she desired not to hear the rest. The woman of the house told me that all the people in Scotland could not keep him from the rendezvous on Thursday night, upon which, by promising him some more money, I got a promise of him to meet me at the same place in the afternoon of the Thursday following, and so dismissed him at that time. The boy came again at the place and time appointed, and I had prevailed with some friends to continue with me, if possible, to prevent his moving. That night he was placed between us, and answered many questions without offering to go from us until about 11 of the clock. He was got away unperceived of the company, but I, suddenly missing him, hasted to the door and took hold of him, and so returned him into the same room. We all watched him, and on a sudden he was again out of the doors. I followed him close, and he made a noise in the street as if he had been set upon, but from that Time I could never see him. George Burton. A copy of this rare little volume is in the library at Abbotsford. Note intercourse of the Covenanters with the invisible world. The gloomy, dangerous, and constant wanderings of the persecuted sect of Cameronians naturally led to their entertaining with peculiar credulity the belief that they were sometimes persecuted not only by the wrath of men, but by the secret wiles and open terrors of Satan. In fact, a flood could not happen a horse, cast a shoe, or any other the most ordinary interruption thwart a minister's wish to perform service at a particular spot, then the accident was imputed to the immediate agency of fiends. The encounter of Alexander Pedden with the devil in the cave, and that of John Sample with the demon in the ford, are given by Peter Walker almost in the language of the text.